Ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment that you have all been presumably waiting for. The 2023 Challengers Elite season is finally upon us. It has been a very, very long off season. Even with Raleigh, we've waited for this moment for so long, and I can't wait to get stuck into the thick of it. Some of the best teams from around the world, from Europe and North America, are about to throw down for a hell of a prize pool, and I can't wait to get into it. My name is Infinity, and joining me on the desk, as always, you know, every Holmes has to have a Watson, and well, Andy, he most certainly is mine. Andy, mate, proper, how you doing, buddy?
You know, I appreciate the guess. I definitely think that I can fulfill being a Watson, though I think in our duo I'm much more of a Sherlock Holmes, being the smarter of the two. But, you know, I'm doing great. It's a fantastic day to be here. Call of Duty Challengers Elite Season 1 for some European action, Brody. You couldn't have asked for a better time to be spending your Wednesday.
Absolutely, we could, and we've got an eclectic group of matches coming up today, as is the case. I mean, again, these are the best of the best going down for the European region. That is the region that we'll be covering to kick things off today. I think without any further ado, I think we should take a look at the groups, because things are a little bit different this year comparatively to last year. Last year, we just had one pool of 8 teams in each region across every single season of Challengers Elite. This year, we've got 2 groups in each region, 12 teams in total, so that means 6 teams per group. And here's a look at Group A. Again, you can see some names that you guys might recognize: Wobobob's Team Notorious, Lanave, Del Mysterio, Clutch Rain, E-Fuse, and Hughes in charge. Let's take a look at Group B as well. The other group, we'll go into these a little bit more in depth in just a moment. But yeah, Group B, also has a ton of good teams: Elevate, the Originals, Team Falcons, Nixa, Team Veer, and Signs. So there you go. You can see all 12 teams that are competing in Season 1 of European Challengers Elite. Again, an expansion, Andy, from last year, because again, it's gone from 8 teams to 12 teams.
Yeah, and we still have the same round-robin system, right? So everybody from Group A is going to be playing up against each other. Group B is going to be stacking up against each other. It's really tough to be able to gauge, truly, which is more of the group of death, honestly. As far as the top 12 teams in Europe are concerned, anybody has the opportunity to beat anybody.
Absolutely, they do. Well, let's take a look at the matches then we have ahead of us today, at least for Group A, at least what's kind of going on, because we have a ton to actually get through here. At the top of the show there, Wobobob's going head-to-head with E-Fuse, Clutch Rain versus Hughes in charge. And then that match, look, spoiler alert, we do actually have it on stream for our first focus matchup of the day. Team Notorious going head-to-head with Villanavo, Del Mysterio. A brilliant match, I think, Andy, to kick things off.
Yeah, and we're going to have an observer in every single one of these lobbies as well, so we'll be able to give you live updates as each one of these matches are going underway. We'll have the map sets for you all. You'll have every single bit of information you could ever ask for and more throughout all of these matches. But yeah, I mean, the good old Team Notorious versus Lanave Del Mysterio matchup for our first banger of the entire season, Brody. I'm excited.
I am too. And well, we've looked at Group A. Let's take a look at the matches for Group B as well, and the ones that are going down today. Kicking things off there, we've got Elevate versus Team Falcons, Nixa versus Signs, and then the Originals versus Team Veer. So those are the matches for Group B. You can see, again, they're all going on simultaneously. And, you know, as Andy said, we're going to be taking a look at some of these matches as well. So something to keep an eye on for those matches. But you might be asking, well, what do we actually have on stream today? What matches will we actually focusing on here in the European region? Well, I think we should take a look then at that schedule for you guys. I already did a little spoiler, Andy. I did a bad thing. I already said what's coming up first. It's Team Notorious versus Lanave Del Mysterio.
Yeah, that's going to be our primary focus, of course, going through the 2 o'clock slot. And once we get over towards the 3:30 p.m. for our second matchup, we'll have a Wobobob's EU versus Clutch Rain. A lot of question marks about like which one of these teams, as far as lower seedings are concerned, how they stack up against each other. And then when we get on later on through the evening, you're also recognizing that We Are Clutch GG is also live to give you that extra coverage where you can see Clutch Rain and how they stack up against who's in charge for their first match, and then Lanave Del Mysterio going up against the newly signed E-Fuse roster.
Yeah, that's going to be a great match. I think, to be honest, and again, this is the thing about Challengers Elite, generally speaking. I think Challengers Elite, there are always the propensity for upsets. This happens so often in Challengers Elite, right? We've always seen it, over the course of Black Ops Cold War, whether it be Vanguard. There's always a team that you expect to make it into playoffs and they don't. Now, look, it's a larger pool of teams this time around, Andy. So we've got teams that could absolutely come out and upset. And they already have, to be fair. There are teams in the European region, like Grandmasters, for example, which you might like, maybe they should have qualified and they didn't. There are a few names here, Andy, that they could absolutely upset. So we'll Getting into that later down the line. But I do want to get an in-depth discussion with you actually on the groups. I said we'd return to them, and I do want to talk about them because you and I, we've had a lot of discussion, as we do. We're actually fans. We're not just casters of this entire thing. And we've talked a lot about the groups and kind of what we expect out of each one. Let's have that discussion now. Let's get our points out into the open. Group A. I think we both kind of agree here that right now, at least, Team Notorious are probably the biggest team in this pool, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, they are the kings. I mean, no pun intended to their logo with the crown over top of it, but they are definitely the number one favorites coming into this. You know, they're coming off of a win over the Originals in Cup number 3 and have gone through a few roster changes, sure, but the confidence is in an all-time high for this roster, and through the past few days of working away from that cup, all they've been doing is just been scrimming, watching a whole lot of VOD. They are your number 1 team. It's tough to say who the number 2 is. Technically, by seeding standpoint, it should be the Awubabubs, but you already kind of hinted at it earlier. They kind of bowed out at top 16 in Cup number 3, actually losing to the team that they beat in the qualifier of Grandmasters. That's Aroma & Co.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is an interesting pool, isn't it, right? Because as you say, Team Notorious, they should be the number 1 team. We should see them getting through this pool. Who will join them? Because a little reminder for you folks at home, if you don't know already, out of the 6 teams here, 4 of them will be moving on to the playoff bracket that will start at the second day of week 2. For me, Andy, I think Awubabubs should qualify, but again, as you say, it's a little like butterflies, right? Are they going to get it done? And then for those last 2 teams, honestly, I don't know. The rest of the teams, I mean, we didn't expect Who's in Charge to even be here. I don't think they expected to be here.
Didn't.
They could well upset eFuse, of course. That's a great team to talk about. You know, the first ever woman to compete in Challengers Elite, and that's not all. That team is really good. Clutch Rain, I mean, there's so much potential here for an upset. But if I had to ask you, Andy, before we move on to Group B, who would you say is the upset pick here?
The upset pick, I'm definitely going with this eFuse roster. I mean, this team has been on the up and up since the beginning stages of Modern Warfare 2. You know, the core 3 of Genesis, Kels, and Disarray, they all placed top 32, obviously not playing together, but then they formed going into Major 1 qualifier, and then they placed top 24. Top 32 for Cup number 2. And then they came out, qualified for the Season 1 of the Elite, that's why they're here, and then got a top 16 placing in Cup number 3. It feels like every single day that the eFuse roster gets to play is that they continuously up their game that much more. I can see them playing upset to either Clutch Rain or Who's in Charge to get that 4th spot.
Alrighty, well, let's take a look at Group B then. We've kind of gone through the first group. Let's take a look at the second batch of players and teams. I think the biggest one that we have here at the moment, I mean, it's actually not quite as right? Elevate and the Originals are the teams fighting for this group, at least in my mind, Andy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Elevate plus the Originals. I mean, you're talking about 2 different sides of was the original Elevate coin, am I right? I mean, you have Harry Gizmo now with the Originals playing along with Furious as well as F-Dot. That was your second place team losing to Team Notorious in this previous Cup number 3 that happened this previous weekend. Then you also have Elevate, constantly on the up and up, just constantly showing about what they have to offer to the world. Vortex, Denza, we know what they can definitely bring to the table, but then they're joined with the likes of both Lucky and Journey, 2 of stalwarts of the Spanish community, constantly just showcasing their talents and abilities, now playing along with 2 of the best to ever do it.
Absolutely, and the rest of the pool there is also pretty good. Team Falcons, I think, is the biggest upset, not necessarily to this pool, but I think, you know, coming in, they just, placed 4th in the last Challengers Cup. We didn't expect them to do that. And they've put themselves on the map, not just maybe upset and get into playoffs, but actually maybe to take some maps and maybe a series away from those teams we were just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing to really kind of scoff at, isn't it? I mean, like, I truly feel like this is probably actually the group of death, honestly. I mean, it really does feel like, I really do feel like it, because, I mean, like, this Nixa roster, Team Falcons, can honestly be upset, you know, by this the Signs roster. You know, it's one thing to be talked about after only placing top 64 in Cup number 3, but the one thing that we can definitely walk away with, from what I got to see, at least through the Season 1 for the qualifier for this Elite specifically, is that Deliver, Depa, Yumiko, and Zyro have constantly been showcasing their talents and abilities for team cohesion. If there's one thing that's going to be able to win you the majority of your maps, it's probably going to be good teamwork and making sure that the comms are fluid.
Absolutely. Well, there's a look at the pools then. Now we should probably talk about the match, the first match of the day, Andy. We've already talked about it quite a bit. Team Notorious going head-to-head with the Na'Vi del Mysterio. I'll be honest, Andy, I think any other time of the year, you were to tell me that this Na'Vi del Mysterio team, or this roster, was going head-to-head with Team Notorious, I would say this would be an extremely close match. I'm not so sure now. I'll say that much. I think I'm a little less certain, especially with just how this Nave Del Mysterio team look at the moment? Have they improved against their former Puyo Drone form? I don't know. Let's start the conversation, though, with the Team Notorious roster. Now, this Team Notorious roster, obviously, Maple, Weeman, Eric Boom, and Metals. I think the biggest thing about this roster is they look so good going into Raleigh. But then they had that little bit of a moment where, unfortunately, Furious couldn't play with them, and things looked dire. But in came the savior, a man with a cape on his back, Parasite Andy. And you know what? I think even though they weren't at full force, they still look really, like, top 12 for that event is still a huge victory for them.
I would actually pay good money to see Parasite in Boston with a cape around his shoulders, just kind of doing, like, the whole Superman stint across main stage. But yeah, you know, it's that, you know, shout out to Parasite for stepping in for Furious. Obviously could not show up for Raleigh's, but yeah, placing top 12 is definitely something you want to be looking at. And talking to a few of those players at Major 1, specifically with Eric Boom and Weeman, what they had to kind of annotate about with Parasite stepping into this roster is that they actually kind of allowed Christus to sit there and just give a whole bunch of IGL leadingship, and that allowed Weeman and Eric Boom to really fall into their own. Same thing with Maple picking up that next SMG as well. They looked very confident and very good as well, beating the likes of that Decimate roster, which, you know, spoiler alert, Parasite was technically coaching throughout the entirety of the Pro-Am, but throughout that match specifically, they looked very confident. Now they're picking up medals coming into the qualifier. Obviously, they are here. They have qualified, but then they also won Cup number 3, as I was talking about previously. They beat the Originals in 7 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talk about Metals joining this team now, and that has been a really big boon of success for this team, right? We were discussing it. We didn't really know how Metals would do, and I think Metals as a player, Andy, I mean, I always say this about players, and maybe players get insulted when I do say it, but he has never been that player, right? He has never been like the big boy player for any given team, as we can take a look at the team competition here. But in this roster, he is now slaying out. He's taking a role that I maybe thought Eric Boone would have had, even when Furious was on the team. And he's now that roaming SMG.
Yeah, I think that Metals is finally out of that Spaniard shadow from Rocker Academy through the Vanguard year. You know, when he was playing with Real and Lucky, it's very easy to get overshadowed when it comes down to playing with those two players in particular. But yeah, it's an entirely different role that Metals is fulfilling now, right? You could even say the same thing about Eric Boom playing the selfless role, where he's normally running around with his like a chicken with his head cut off, just trying to get as many slays as possible. Now that's your guy inside the hard point. Metals is that guy now that is just roaming around the map constantly, just lurking through a lot of these different ratty spots, and is finding a lot of value with it, getting spawns for his team as far as respawns are concerned, making plays in search and destroy. It's an absolute sight to behold. He dropped a 1.07 KD in 7 maps included versus the Originals in that grand finals for Cup 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the flip side of that, of course, we did briefly talk about Eric Boom there, right? Because Eric Boom is this other SMG player, and this is something I think coming into the season that I think Eric Boom needed to do. He needed to learn to play selfless. I don't think he's ever had to do that before in an even team. We were discussing kind of like in the Black Ops Cold War season under the roster where he played alongside Beekle, right? And Beekle was like the in-heal OBJ SMG player. So Eric Boom was always the one that had to go off and be that explosive Roman SMG role. I think now that he's within this team and he's kind of settled into a team that has experience, players like Maple and Weeman on the team and even Metals too, I think he's looked better than ever, really. Just in that role, you know, learning to play selfless. These are the kind of skills you need, again, to potentially look at being a CDL player down the line, right?
I mean, the trust is there, obviously, to be able to just sit inside the hard point, carry the bomb, trying to make those selfless plays, to recognize when you can make those plays even happening. But obviously, the trust has to be there from Metals, obviously, to be able to get those slays. And he's been living up to the task. But then you also have to kind of tour guide the conversation to why Eric has so much trust, right? It's because he has Maple and Weeman as far as the backline is concerned. It's a continuation of the AR duo from Team War at the end of the Vanguard year after Harry ended up going to Ultra EU and then Weeman came over towards Team War to be that AR duo with Maple. The trust is there continuously, and I feel like that's something that you can obviously build upon to play that selfless role, is that you do have to obviously trust your ARs to overwatch those plays as they're happening, as you are quite literally up creek without a paddle when you're trying to plant that bomb. You can get smoked from any different angle.
Alrighty, well, of course, they did do well with this new competition. We were asking a lot of questions, and we were asking a lot of questions of a number of teams. They won Cup 3, Andy. We saw them the other day. They played excellently. They had to go to Game 7 against the formerly known as Cody Gakpo roster, which I'm so glad I never have to pronounce again now with the Originals. Game 7, they ended up winning. Of course, you know, there was one of the maps where one of the players dropped one on one of the maps, but we won't talk about that. Regardless, though, they looked good on the whole, Andy, and I think that's the biggest thing about this team. They're coming out of Cup 3 as potentially favorites for Season 1.
I mean, how can you not say that they're favorites, right? You know, the core three have now won 2 different cups. Say what you will about what happened over at Raleigh as far as Open is concerned, but there's a massive asterisk. We don't have to go back through the entire tangent, as they did have a fill-in, but still placed top 12, right? I mean, Maple and Weeman have constantly been slaying out, specifically for Weeman, barring that map number 6. But again, we don't have to talk about that, though. We're probably going to annotate it here in a little bit. But Maple has probably never looked better. You know, that third SMG, when he's feeling the ante as far as an S&D push is concerned, or even for different hard points when they become active, and not to mention along with their sniper play as well in Search and Destroy, it does feel like almost every single corner of this Team Notorious room is squeaky clean.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's look at Team Notorious. I think we should probably on the other side look at Team La Nave del Mysterio now. I think you knew what this actually meant, Andy, right? It's like a ship or something.
The mysterious boat.
The mysterious boat. I'm not sure where they're going on this boat, but they're going somewhere. Here's a look at the roster then. Sukri, Yako, Renkor, and Super. If you guys looked at Poyadrome, they are a team that managed to make their way into Major 1. You might recognize 2 of these players, at least, of course. Journey and Lucky removed themselves from the roster following Raleigh. And they had to get 2 players out of retirement in Sukri and Renkor to join this team.
Yeah, and that's why we don't really know what the skill stealing truly does look like for La Nave del Mysterio, because, you know, they place top 6 in Cup number 3. They qualify, obviously, for Season 1 of the Elite, but how high can they truly go? Obviously, pulling Sukri out of retirement, Renkor, as many question marks as around that individual in particular, has been playing pretty decently. I will say that much. You know, Yako and Super continuing on with their old antics. They teamed all the way through Vanguard just last year with that AIM Esports roster. They placed top 6 in Cup number 1, top 6 in Cup number 2, top 16 at the Pro-Am. Not exactly where they wanted to be, especially for that top 24 finish at the Raleigh Open. It was a very disappointing start to their season, but hey, maybe pulling 2 players out of the retirement might just be the boon of success they need.
Yeah, I think when you and I had the discussion about the team, I described it as a break glass in case of emergency moment for this team, because who else do you pick up at that point? And Metals obviously is elsewhere, Eric Boom is elsewhere, and obviously, as we said, you know, Journey and Lucky have abandoned the team, so it's kind of like you do need to pull the best players that you can out, even regardless of the controversy surrounding one of those players at least. So yeah, this team, I think for me, the question mark for this team is, they weren't doing so well before, Andy, right? I think we both knew that. Even when they had Journey and Lucky on the team, the Poyadrome roster, they got top 6 twice in successive Challengers Cups. And I think most importantly, top 24 at Raleigh. That's not good enough for that team, especially when you talk about last season, what happened with early season AIM Esports, with basically the entirety season for Rocker Academy, where the big storyline around them was they were not playing on LAN. They were not performing on LAN. It was constant top 16s and top 24s. They didn't want to get stuck in that spiral again. For this team, Andy, I think we can both agree, right? The objective is just get yourselves out of that spiral. Do not get yourself in a situation where every single LAN event replacing top 16, top 24 again. And
if there's one person in particular that you can lean on, it's that 4th guy, right? Super is the one that you can absolutely lean on. Yeah, there was obviously a lot of the flack to what you were talking about, especially with a lot of the different Spaniards not being able to show up on LAN when we did have them just last season for Vanguard, but Super showed up in such a big way when it came down to Boston, and then even for Challengers Champs at the end of the Vanguard year, where at AIM Esports did place top 4. He was the #1 statistical AR out of Europe just last season with an AR and a sniper. This guy can truly do it all, and you and I got to see one of those breakoffs for Albagra Fortress Control with Super with a Vaznev 9K, a submachine gun of all things. This guy is flying and frying this game.
Alrighty, well, that's a little preview of La Nave del Mysterio. We took a look at Team Notorious too, so we've laid out the battleground for these 2 teams. We'll have the maps very, very soon. First, though, we're going to go to a very brief break. When we return, we're going to be talking more about Team Notorious versus La Nave del Mysterio. Everybody, welcome back. Apologies for that very quick break, but don't worry about it. I'm sure you're going to need a lot of breaks from us in today's stream at some point, or Andy at least. Regardless, it's good to have you guys back. We've got a match ready to go in just a moment. Team Notorious versus the Nave del Mysterio. Before the break, we were just talking about the Nave del Mysterio, Andy, and kind of that roster and the new additions to this team. But I want to talk very specifically about one of these players, Super. He is, like, so good at this game. He's just so good at COD, and he's been so good at COD for the last year. I think, like, when we worked it out, like, I think we were saying that statistically he was, like, the best AR player, I think we agreed on last season. I wanted to say, like, player last season, but I think AR is where we ended up, right?
One of those things that, like, you have to be looking at for Super to constantly make an impact as an AR flex for this roster. That's the one benefit that Super does have playing with Sukri. Obviously, out of retirement, Sukri's going to be picking up that main AR role. Super can then pick up that third SMG when it's feeling required to. You can feel confident in sniping and search and destroy. Yeah, #1 statistical AR through the Vanguard year. And that's really tough to even say when you had the likes of Beans playing for Ultra Academy EU.
Right. Right, absolutely. And, well, how is that AR going to help out in the battlegrounds that we have coming up? I believe we've got maps basically ready to go, unless I'm being presumptive. So we can talk about maps at the very least. There's one map I do want to talk about. It's in the middle of the series. Let's kick things off then. Mikado Hardpoint for map #1, Hotel Search and Destroy for map 2. It will be Fortress Control for map 3, however funny that may be. Hotel Hardpoint and Mikado Search and Destroy to end the series if we require them. Andy, anything that jumps out to you here straight away?
We could put a nice little smiley face next to that Fortress Control, right? Specifically for a Team Notorious. Now, I'm not gonna say we don't have to bring it up. We remember though. We remember what happened in that map 6 for Grand Finals of Cup #3. But if there's one thing that definitely stands out to me, I'm actually a big fan of this map #1 for Mercado specifically because although Team Notorious were able to beat this Cody Gakpo roster by a whole 2 points when it came down to a Mercado hardpointer, and most of their hardpoints actually were relatively close. I think it's going to be a good matchup when you're looking at for this La Nave del Mysterio team. It was the map that they actually lost in the lower quarterfinals for this Cup #3 that just passed. When they lost to that Falcons roster, well, the one thing that you can definitely looking at is kind of standardized. 2-2, 2 SMGs, 2 ARs. How are these two teams going to be looking at when it comes down to the rotations and then breaking each one of those setups when they are looking from the outside in?
When we're looking at SMG players for this team, Eric Boom and Metals, I think, for Team Notorious is the big thing, right? Again, we were discussing it even coming into it. The big headliner for this roster is, we've got Eric Boom again playing in that kind of... playing really selfless, sitting in the hill, just soaking up hill time and winning battles in close quarters, and then Metals as that roaming sub. For Mikado, that is such a perfect combination. And we've seen these guys play extremely well in Mikado in the past as well. I think this does bode well for this Team Notorious roster if they want to start this series strong.
Yeah, I mean, what's the recipe for success for playing standardized and fundamental hardpoint, right? You get an SMG inside the hardpoint, get the buddy system along with the trophy system, you get your AR flex, that's going to be Weeman to be playing those off angles, and then you're going to have Maple playing those longer lines of sight, making sure that even the flank is secured. When you reach about like that 35 to about 24 seconds within the previous hardpoint, then you're going to be looking towards that roaming SMG. That's why we're putting a lot of emphasis on Metal's appearance for this Team Notorious roster, because he's going to be that guy to be watching out for continuously. Your flanks are probably never going to be secure when it comes down to those rotations, because we know that Metals is always going to be threatening it, trying to get his team those spawns ahead of new.
On the other hand, though, right, this La Nave del Mysterio roster, you've just brought Rencor into the team. Look, I know, again, look, Rencor is effectively, I don't want to say he is the villain, but he has I guess a villainous role here in the scene at the moment. I think he's still really good, though. And that's the big thing I will say, is that Rencor has such a massive talent behind him. I think I've always known that. I used to cast over him before he turned 18, before he started playing in challenges. And he was really good. He actually played with Eric Boom for a little bit as well. And he will be Metal's counterpart here in this team. So if anybody's going to go off, it'll be Rencor as well. And maybe Yakko. I think Yakko, while sometimes a little bit muted, he can also have those big explosive moments. I think that's really going to be the battle for me. Something else, though, kind of maybe that goes under the radar here a little bit, is the fact that we also have the AR players that I think for whatever reason, I think it's just maybe a matter of holding down lanes. There's always one AR player that seems to go off here on a hardpoint Mikado. And again, the AR presence for these teams is pretty good.
Yeah, who's going to be that To do it, it's going to be your AR flexes. Again, we put a lot of emphasis for Super when it comes down to LaNave Del Mysterio as far as their slaying prowess. Obviously, Rancor being that rotating member trying to get some spawns intact, but you got to talk about Wee Man. The guy was dropping numbers continuously, barring map 6 for grand finals in this previous cup number 3 versus the originals roster. So it's going to be awesome to be able to see how it all unfolds. Let's get underway. Starting off on the favorite side will be Team Notorious, and Wee Man already found himself a 2-piece. What a start.
Yeah, this is... Man, things make it 3 to kick things off. Wee Man, one of the better ARs to come out of the Call of Duty Vanguard season, and well before that, to be frank. And we're expecting him to lead this role on the Team Notorious roster as well. Metal's also kicking things off with that AR, maybe a 3 AR setup coming out from Team Notorious to kick this game off, Andy. But I think the thing is, for these teams at the moment, even with 25 seconds left, and you're already seeing it on the minimap there as Metal picks up 2. I was going to say you're seeing it from LaNave Del Mysterio, trying to make sure you get hold of P2.
Yeah, a triple AR setup when you're starting off on the favorite side is completely optional, but it does work out, obviously, with those longer lines of sight. You don't really have to go anywhere. You just have to make sure that the spawns are secured. And although LaNave Del Mysterio were able to upset it just for a few seconds, the original hardpoint, P1, was still active. So Team Notorious, they bounce back. They find the slays required. They'll be here for the initial 5.
Good amount of time potentially going the way of Team Notorious here. Wee Man at the moment just surveying the outside of the hardpoint, looking for kills. This is 5 in a row for a Wee Man. 1 more and he'll get that cruise missile that while it's threatened by trophy systems here in this game, well, it's still pretty good. And that's 6 in a row for Wee Man. He will earn that trophy, that cruise missile. Excuse me. He's a little bit far away from it still. There you go. Finally, he gets it. The cruise missile will be his. Make it 8 for a Wee Man. They're just walking into his line of sight at the moment. Give it number 9, Rancor. Why the hell not? Wee Man is starting this game 12-1. This makes up for any Fortress Control performance.
Oh, man. 9 streak, a single death to his name. Eric Boom doesn't even have to do anything. He's 0-4 for crying out loud. I mean, Wee Man's just finding all the kills in the world. Metal's gonna pop that silence, try to influence these spawns ahead of new. Honestly speaking, with that full 60 coming away from P2, LaNave Del Mysterio, you gotta have this P3 setup. You cannot afford to get broken early.
Absolutely, you can't. This would be big time going the way of Team Notorious if they could get it. They could get it away from LaNave Del Mysterio. It might well be the nail in the coffin very early on here. Kills going LaNave Del Mysterio's way already. Rancor for 2. Super with another one, and that's a good first wave of defensive gunfights going LaNave Del Mysterio's way. Maple could still blow this entire play up. That first kill against Sukri will actually enable Team Notorious to spawn in pretty close, but now Super up top here. Need to try and hold on. He's already got the first kill versus Metals. Looking for the second versus Wee Man. The shots are enough here, surely, for Yakko to finish off, and, well, they will. Team LaNave Del Mysterio doing an excellent job at the moment of holding on to that time. And I think with 30 seconds left here, again, you're already seeing it. Big gun battle going down over towards new. Rancor loses out.
Yeah, it's the salsa dance of Mercado Las Almas, right? If you get a full 60 off of P2, you're basically required to answer back with a full 60 there on P3. That's exactly what LaNave Del Mysterio were able to find for themselves. And Team Notorious is going to completely concede that back scrap time because the rotation over towards Barbershop isn't exactly a swift one, but the setup is rather spacious. You had Maple all the way to the backside of the parking lot. He's already gone down, but Team Notorious are already finding some trades. This comes down to Rancor to maybe find a couple of entries, but Wee Man ain't done frying yet. 16-3 to his name.
If there was ever an environment that Wee Man would thrive in, it's this one right here. Unfortunately, he does get shut down there by Super, and that should open up here a lane for LaNave Del Mysterio to make their way across. They're already spawning pretty close inside Warehouse, and now they're about to approach into the hard point. Maple, is he ready for it? That's the question. He's going to get some shots in. It'll be Eric Boom that finishes off that gunfight, but they will be pushed out of the hard point. Now relying on a pinch both for the middle and the alley. Wee Man trying to get involved. He's in for 1, looking for the second, but not going to get it just yet. A close spawn for Yakko again. Should provide the backup here for LaNave Del Mysterio to get the scrap tie, and there'll be one more go, I think, from Eric Boom, but that will all it will be as the Spanish face-off there does go the way of LaNave Del Mysterio. And Andy, over the last couple of hard points here, LaNave Del Mysterio, they've come back into this game.
It's a very realistic hard point to break from the front. That's exactly what LaNave Del Mysterio were able to do, turn their attention in towards the back. But with Eric Boom was still threatening the scrap time for P4, it actually allowed 2 players for LaNave Del Mysterio to effectively spawn in for the upcoming hardpoint. So, although Team Notorious might look like they have numbers, they're getting completely swarmed. So they need to be able to find these eliminations. 2 for 2 trades, as it may be. Sukri still playing this back alleyway, can threaten it. That's a big elimination for to find themselves. You can see where LaNave Del Mysterio are spawning. They have numbers. They have successfully broken in with 40 seconds remaining here at the New Hill.
Again, one of those huge breaks. Team Notorious, they really wanted to hold on to that time. LaNave Del Mysterio now able to get on in for the back 30 here. One more go of things for Team Notorious. Maple goes a little bit early there. Not ready for it. Our Team Notorious, and Sukri just flies out and wipes out Wee Man too. I think with that wave of gunfights here, Team Notorious might be more tempted to make their way over towards Cantina for the second set of kills on that hardpoint. Metal's still going for the scrap time though. That is a risky play here. It's valuable 20 seconds or so, but it will leave them slightly weakened on the new hardpoint. It doesn't matter. You can see those gunfights already going down as Wee Man and Eric Boom clearing things up. They are ready for this rotation, Andy.
Yeah, look at the split spawns that are coming through from Lanave Del Mysterio. I don't think Maple was going to be ready for that Chow to come through the front side of Barbershop like that, so it's going to come down to Metals to try to pick it up. Can't find it. The coordinated pinch is fully on in. Now it comes down to Wee Man inside of top Cantina, the last defender for this P5 hardpoint, but he's actually bought enough time. I mean, Lanave Del Mysterio didn't have numbers to fully flood on in. Wee Man's able to just set up shop here comfortably.
Wee Man just doing his thing, isn't he? Double positive at the moment. Having an incredible game. Looking to get some more kills. Oh, gets out the ADS before he can actually get that kill versus Super. So Lanave Del Mysterio now in for a moment. Will Metals have anything to say about it? We'll have something, but Super, his voice is much, much louder. Maple in for 2 though. And if the trades back and forth we go. Look. Team Nades, they have plagues early Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 here in European challenges. And once again, well, I mean, it will remove Team Notorious from the hill momentarily. Wee Man's there to pick up the remainder of this time. And 8 seconds left here. We'll be seeing Lanave Del Mysterio in control of this hill. Again, a super close game here between these two teams, and Wee Man still has that cruise missile in the back pocket.
You wonder if he's probably going to be saving that for a rainy day or a rainy hard point, because Team Notorious are finding the slays on this rotation. Player number 6 of Wee Man is actually all the way in towards the back of P5. That basically calls what we already know. The cruise missile is being called in. It's going to force all of Lanave Del Mysterio when they're here at P7, Brody, to play inside as small. But there's also a player on the rotation kind of setting up a little bit of a flank through tunnel right now. That's going to be Rancor. Needs to be scouted out, but Wee Man's going to get taken down. Rancor off screen finds 2. The numbers here for Team Notorious not as strong as they want.
Rancor alleviating that pressure was great, but Metals is just a little bit better in that situation. 18 and 11 also having a pretty good game here. One of the sub players for the roster. Now looking to get back towards some of these gunfights. Not going to find anything just yet, but again, that back 15, really important time for Team Notorious. They have put quite the distance between themselves and Lanave Del Mysterio now. We go over to second and final set of rotations here in this game. Lanave Del Mysterio will have the first touch. Eric Boom, though, roaming SMG player that we were talking about, but going to cause some problems. It's Eric Boom. It's Eric Boom looking for the kill against Rancor again, his former teammate. He won't find it. Metals will be there to pick up the slack, but again, those gunfights going Team Notorious's way. Any time at this point is pretty good, but they still need to keep focused on that PT rotation.
Yeah, you really do feel like, I mean, Maple through that first set of rotations was starting off almost near double negative. Turns that first set around to join with the likes of Wee Man 24 and 14 Metals. Obviously living up to their name as that roaming SMG, just so annoying when it comes down to the scrap time, 20 and 13. Now he's got dead or he's almost got dead silence. He's trying to hit the rotation in towards top Cantina. It is completely haywire as far as spawns are concerned, and Team Notorious had no idea where Lanave Del Mysterio were going to be located at. Super's able to find 2 on the back end, so they'll be able to soak up the back of the scrap time here on P1. They'll hold the rotation over towards New, but not fully reading where Team Notorious are coming from yet.
The gunfight's going down. Yako watching the cross inside the barbershop. Super's there as the backup. Oh, what a backstop Super is. What a backstop Super is. 5 in a row. 3 in the back alley. And Lanave Del Mysterio in an important control here of this hard point. You've got subs all around. Yako on the other side really damaging that offensive line. Team Notorious simply can't get past him. Again, a crucial moment here in this game because this hill is incredibly tough to break. It would be a ton of time for Lanave Del Mysterio. It would give them a lead here in this game, and Team Notorious know that. They've got 35 seconds left. They've only really got one more hit in here. Super, now last left alive here, needs to play his role perfectly, needs to try and play that superhero role, but just not going to be able to get it done as 3 kills come through from Team Notorious. They swarm the hard point for the back 20. They stop Lanave from taking the lead here.
And Maple actually gets a gifted spawn coming out from Dark, so he's going to get some backup here of Wee Man. Rancor completely unaware of that, and Maple's just going to play inside of 10. Wait for his teammate to maybe try to get a couple of trades here, but it's just going to be Wee Man that was there previously, so now the hoof is on for Team Notorious, for the SMGs of Eric Boom and Metals to try to get themselves over towards his hard point. Lanave Del Mysterio making Team Notorious absolutely feel the hurt when it comes down for them hitting a scrap time at all.
Yeah, this was a lot of time that went away. The Lanave Del Mysterio in the last rotation on this very hard point. Super Gonna have to do a lot of work here. Rencor 2 down low. Super find the route though and behind. Oh, only one. Metals. He's wise to it. Able to take down Super. Metals for another again. Massive gunfights going the way of Team Notorious here. I don't believe they get the tick here for the 250, and now they most certainly won't, regardless of what happens. But this last 30 is a huge bunch of time. Eric Boom still wants a slice of this pie. He gets one, but no more than that. Wee Man, what can he do? Absolutely nothing. And that wave of gunfights should mean that time goes the way of Lenave. Let's focus on the rotation.
And the rotation is already here, though. You look at Lenave Del Mysterio as far as the minimap is concerned. They already have the rotation because Sukri knows that they're not going to get chowed at old, so they can just soak up the scrap time. That'll put them at about 235 to 216. Team Notorious on this rotation, specifically Metals, needs to go big. Spidey sends singling from top side of Cantina, has to switch over towards the barbershop where Man's trying to pick up the slack, but the 1v1 versus Yako goes Lenave Del Mysterio's way.
Close spawn to both of these teams right now. Team Notorious spawning inside Cantina. Lenave inside the warehouse, and it is Lenave inside the hill at the moment. Just 12 seconds away from victory. Eric Boom flies in. He's able to get one. The trades are through. The pinstripe kill feed is in, but it's Lenave with Del Mysterio who win out. Super, a 1 versus 2 for the point. He's only able to get one. It's Team Notorious breaking on in. They could still finish it here if they do choose to do so, if they manage to hold. Metals, the only one in the hard point at the moment, has to peek out just for a moment to make sure that nobody is making that way through Cantina. But the kill feed is going to be Team Notorious for a second. And now Metals running out in towards the alley to pick up one to really try and pressurize Lenave away from the kill. They could still finish it here. And that kill might well decide it. Rencor now spawning close. Lenave Del Mysterio spawning pretty close. And the kills are through from Team Notorious. Do they get the tick over? I think they do. And they will. Lenave Del Mysterio, despite those final close spawns, will not break through. Team Notorious take map 1.
That's such a tough 1v2 that Wee Man was able to piece together for himself at the very end there on P4. 32 and 22 for Wee Man, but most importantly at that, the trust that Wee Man was going to be able to hold the hard point, even if they got cut down. I don't know if you saw, Brody, in that moment of time, that you also had you had Team Notorious, already rotating from P4 all the way over towards P5. They were going to be able to win the rotation over towards P5 just by sheer numbers alone. And Lenave Del Mysterio thought to themselves, they truly did think, all right, well, if we send 2 players over towards old, maybe we might be able to contest a second or 2, so that way we can try to fight for the rotation over towards 5. It doesn't go their way. Not with the way that Wee Man was playing through that Mercado Las Almas map number 1. The guy was absolutely beaming.
Yeah, just incredible. Again, I mean, this is Wee Man, isn't it? This is what we know. I mean, he started with, I think it was like a 9-10 spree or something like that on Cantina P2, and things didn't look good for Lenave Del Mysterio to kick things off, especially if they did lose that rotation towards P3, which they managed to hold on to. Blazing start, and that's why we always say when it comes to Mercado Las Almas hardpoint, you need to make sure you're on the right side of the map for the rotation from P1 to P2, because it gives you such a boost early on in the game. But I think, when it's all is said and done, Andy, that was an extremely close match between these two teams. Lenave Del Mysterio, a team that we were kind of questioning. Again, they're currently sitting at kind of top 6, I would say, in the rankings of European teams, our power rankings. I think, they're looking pretty good at the moment. They're able to get themselves within 6 points of a victory. Here's a look then at our stat lines at the end of the game. Again, I mean, we can focus on Notorious here, right? Wee Man 32 and 22 to close out that game.
Plus a minute and 40 of OBJ time as well. I mean, doing Eric Boom's job better, I guess, was Wee Man throughout the entirety of that hardpoint map number 1. 25 non-traded kills for them. 22 out of 28 eliminations were non-traded for Metals as well. I mean, the guy was constantly threatening the flank. It really did feel like that Lenave Del Mysterio always had to make sure that they dealt with Metals first. But then when they finally got that very tough elimination, then you had to deal with Wee Man up front, Maple to back up Eric Boom when he was trying to break inside the hard point. But even as far as assists are concerned, I mean, you look at the 21 assists in between Yako and Rencor, that's your SMG duo for this Lenave Del Mysterio team. And the majority of that did come through from that P3 to P4 and then P5 rotation where they were able to get the majority of their time. I would say that this scoreline was probably a lot closer than Team Notorious probably wanted, given the simple fact that they were somewhere near like 90-3 coming away from P2, getting that full 60 off of P2. They just couldn't break P3 consecutively versus this Lenave team.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good hold from Lenave Del Mysterio. Again, in terms of us having questions about where they sit in the rankings of European teams, how close they'll be able to play versus the Team Notorious roster. They're looking pretty good at the moment. Again, a lot of that is down to the SMG pressure that we were talking about before we got to the match. Yako and Rencor at the moment Certainly, Rencor a good addition to the roster and did play pretty well at key moments. There were a fair amount of 2 pieces and 3 pieces that he was able to get in that map number 1 that most certainly did contribute, especially, again, on that P3, where he's able to hold for that majority of time. But nonetheless, it's going to be Team Notorious coming out on top in map number 1. Andy, they're looking pretty good. Let's take a look at the rest of the series then. Again, we can give you guys a quick refresher on what's coming up. Hotel Search and Destroy. I call it Hotel Sniper Rifle. So this is where we're going to see some of those snipers come up to play.
Yeah, specifically when it comes down for Team Notorious, that's going to be Maple picking up that sniper rifle. We saw a lot of bright spots specifically from Maple in the map 2 versus in Grand Finals this past weekend for Cup number 3, and very flexible when it came down to enforcing that bottom luggage snipe spot all the way over towards the bar or P4 area, depending on how you're looking at it. Regardless of the matter, going up against one of the best to do it all throughout last year of Vanguard. That's going to be super on the opposite side. The flexes are going to be coming out to play in this map in particular, but even more important than that, you have to be looking at the space that it would provide for yourself. Getting that first blood, getting the quick plant over towards that lights bomb site could be the benefactor to be able to convert an offensive round. You just better hope that you either deal with the player bottom luggage or top bedroom before you do so.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right to point out Super as like the guy. I actually have the stats here. So last year, he had between all of the elite seasons, he had a 1.31 KD in Search and Destroy. Super was a god, and so many of those kills, to be fair, again, was the sniper rifle play that we saw. He was just so good at getting first bloods. Although I don't know if you remember, Randy. I presume you do, because again, you're a knowledgeable guy. If you remember the AIM Esports roster last season, they relied pretty early on Super getting the first bloods. Teams very quickly adapted to that. And I do wonder, for Team Notorious at least, how much Eric Boom playing for this team, again, former teammate of Super, is going to benefit this team, saying, hey, look, I know what Super's going to play. I know what Yakko is going to play like on this roster. I probably know where these guys are going to be.
Well, knowing what they're going to be playing like is coming away from a Vanguard year comparatively to what they have played up against throughout the entirety of the Modern Warfare 2 years so far. I mean, there's been countless times, I'm sure, in scrims and out that Eric Boom and this Team Notorious roster as a whole have been going up against the old Pollo Drum roster and now here of La Nave del Mysterio. You can really kind of note for yourself whatever coaching rosters that you have behind the scenes to be able to really make sure that you know what some of the rollouts are going to be. But I'm sure that what we got to see in Cup number 3, everything's going to be a clean slate coming in towards the Elite Season 1. Everybody wants to start off their Elite Season 1 in round robin with a win. That'll put yourself that much closer to being able to qualify for that playoff bracket. But yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to be able to see who's going to be able to get in the mind games. We saw Beans do it last year with the Sniper 1v1s as far as Desert Siege is concerned. Who's to say that Maple won't do it here on a Hotel?
Yeah, of course. You can never count out Maple. We'll be going in Hotel Search and Destroy very soon. Here's a quick look at a matchup that's going on right now, though. A new feature here for the official Challengers broadcast this year. We're jumping into eFuse versus Webberbobs. That eFuse roster that we were talking about early on has upset potential in this pool, Andy.
Yeah, they sure do. I mean, the first woman to ever qualify for an Elite Series is Kels, but they have a lot of work to do. You can take a look at the top of the screen. Webberbobs have a 2-0 lead versus this eFuse roster. And as far as offense is concerned, when it comes down to Bagger Fortress, it is a mind blender to try to get yourself out from this spawn trap. They do find 2 eliminations, do Genesis and Kels. Couple that along with BB Connor to be able to find a third. Should be able to get on B zone here.
Yeah, this is going to be a big B capture coming out from eFuse if they can make it happen. BB Connor currently laying down, looking for kill against the Fuser, and that would have been a big one to take if you could get it, but no. Now Webberbobs should be able to come through and stop it. They should. Genesis hiding in the corner. Genesis is a hide-and-seek 2023 champion, apparently. No chance they're ever going to see him in that scenario. And now that enables eFuse to really split their attacks. Webberbobs, they know they have to stop this B capture, and they simply can't get it done. It's a full white wall of kills in the kill feed. B has fallen by the wayside. eFuse looking so strong. Webberbobs need to win these gunfights, and no! Disarray for 2. Cobra comes through and has the last save, but Disarray, oh my goodness me, he just put a blender through Webberbobs.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic, especially with all the eliminations that Genesis was able to find over by that B zone, and then Disarray coupling along with that double kill over towards A. You could just play for eliminations now. You have a minute to find 5 eliminations here, but Webberbobs, we know that they can be tasked to be playing these line of sights. They can put eFuse back in that blunder that we saw when we first hopped into this control.
11 versus 5, as you say. eFuse, they have the life advantage in this situation, even if they do not get that final tick of aggression, but it still is easy to lose in this situation. And, well, you're seeing exactly why at the moment. A bit of shaky leg coming through from eFuse in this situation. Just got to locate these players. Stun being thrown out by BB Connor. There's the first kill. Linz down and out. That forces Cobra to move in top part. No, that's not going to help Disarray, mate. You can't be taking out your teammate like that. That forces eFuse to retreat once more. And 25 seconds left. It won't matter if these guys don't move. They need to take out these players. Abuser, though, just L-triggering and abusing that L-trigger too. 3 in a row. And now a 4 versus 3. Brezzy down for the count. Still possible here for eFuse. Kels trying to win the 1v1 inside out, but no, gets shut down. 3v3 now. 10 seconds of the clock. 3v2. The kills coming through from Awobabobs and BB Connor. The last one left alive. Awobabobs survive a huge brush with death.
I mean, what was that? Somewhere near like 16 plays up against 8 once that B-zone got tacked over. If that doesn't sing what Al-Bagr Fortress Control can honestly do to an entire team, I don't know what else I could draw out for you, for viewers at home. Getting out from that P3 spawn trap is so difficult. And hey, who would have thought on Control, that's where you spawn as far as an offense is concerned. The defense have so many different head glitches they can play. You have Cobra continuously being a nuisance inside of maps. And with Abuser playing that head glitch over by the horse statue, he comes into this on a 6 spree, was able to get a cruise missile at the end of that round. Not too sure what happened to my co-caster there. He might have caught in a little bit of a mute bug, but you had Genesis top single. Was able to at least find himself 2 eliminations that set up BB Connor, the B defender, quite wonderfully to be able to keep this a stalwart defense, but the rotation through the middle of the map, front maps outside of Art, not going eFuse's way by any stretch of the imagination. There is an abundance of presence over here for Awobabobs. Only a 2v10 difference, sure, but Awobabobs are still finding eliminations while tacking over segments.
Andy, what's happening now at the moment, mate? What is this? Offensive fever going on at the moment? Awobabobs here looking to capture A, and they will do so. Now the harder task on their hands, going to capture a B. We've got one player in the backline, though. Linz is that guy. He's been a player that we're looking for this season, eventually be Challengers Rookie of the Year. That's a made-up award, by the way, but finally gets shut down there. He was on 7 in a row, so has the cruise missile ready to go whenever he chooses to use it. But nonetheless, Andy, you know just how tough breaking in towards B is. It's like breaking into US Bank. Else now trying to get some defensive kills, and a couple of kills do come through from Linz and Abuser. So Awobabobs here with a chance of at least getting in towards B, but you got to get past Disarray. That first kill going his way, looking for the second. He will not find it. Now here comes the wave of Awobabobs players. They might just break in.
Might just be able to do it here, all the way through outer and inner as well. I love this route that's being called in by Kelson. That's when I was going to be questioning, when do you start dipping into this resource department? We didn't see Cobra had a cruise missile. Linz also has one. You see Abuser also has one. The resource department at an all-time high. But Awobabobs, as much as they were able to find eliminations over by the hay bales to maybe get presence over by B, they cannot stay there for long.
Still haven't been able to find their way in, Awobabobs, even though they have, again, that huge life disparity. If we've done anything from the last round of play, Andy, we know that doesn't mean much at all, to be honest. If eFuse managed to get themselves back into the middle of the map, they just need to stop the bleeding of players making their way through that 50-yard line. Awobabobs continue to do that. Cobra and Brezzy now finding kills inside munitions. This might be the final wave. Disarray needs to play hero, and he's left his cape at home. Awobabobs now finding their way onto the point. They've got the supporting gunfights inside munitions as well. Brezzy trying to play that role. Abuser starting to get the capture few. Disarray makes his way through, but he's only able to get one. And now no players anywhere close. eFuse down to the last sets of lives, and they don't even have that. Just 2 players on the board. They want to finish this by a capture. You'd be wise to just throw yourselves at Awobabobs to stop them getting that final tick, but they get the offensive victory anyway.
Yeah, they didn't do it via segment progression, but you look at the setup that they had once they got presence over by the B zone. It's Brezzy's positioning here, top rails, that is just so frustrating to deal with that you're almost forced to maybe try to take the longest route possible all the way through P1 and maybe come through the hay bales and then through the double doors, but through all of that time, you have 2 players that are stacked on the B zone, so it's stacking over very quickly. And then you also had Abuser to deal with that was watching that backline scaffolding. So setup just so good. eFuse could not find the eliminations required. Now they have to reverse sweep here in the control, Brody, to maybe start a reverse sweep in the series as a whole.
Yeah, and this is what the 3rd consecutive spree that we've seen here from an Awobabobs player, right? Brezzy now on 8 in a row. We've seen Abuser and Linz also on their respective sprees. Brezzy just can't be stopped at the moment. He's 17 and 9. looking to get one more and get himself into double figures for the spree. Refuse can't get past that 50-yard line again. At least they've got players inside Art. That's good news. Just need to find some kills somewhere. Brezzy now going to try and fill the gap left by Abuser as he fell over by the double doors. Weber Bobs again. Ready for these players to come on through. They're actually going to bring one of those cruise missiles down because a couple of Efuse players have actually managed to split the gap. Disarray has managed to find his way through, and now it's about Disarray. He needs to make some huge play happen. He needs to get at least 1 or 2 kills here to try and disrupt what Weber Bobs are up to. There's the first, turns around for the second, and will actually win that gunfight. Is it enough, though? Because Linz is still hanging around here, and as BB Connor shuts him down, finally, a window of opportunity has opened up.
You still need more activation coming out from Disarray. He's still top Art. He needs to be able to overwatch these teammates as they're trying to move their way over by the A zone. Cobra will finally take Disarray down. Linz Abuser from the off angles are able to find 2 more eliminations. Now it's all down to Kels. He's able to find 2 on this A zone. The sole offender over here, she's trying her best. The reinforcements are coming out from the double gate. You also have BB Connor, that's top maps, finding these eliminations in the middle of the map. It's keeping Kels alive for the time being, but finally gets traded out. 12 seconds remaining. Gotta get on the zone.
Yeah, Cobra, though, he's through. Linz has already taken out BB Connor here. It's time for the desperation play. If you refuse, and I just don't know if there's anything in your back pocket, Brezzy stops those players from crossing Blacksmith, and that should be all she wrote here in this game. Woba Bobs with that second round victory. That is really the thing that clutches it. You just know how important offensive victories are here on Fortress Control because they are a dime a dozen. And Weber Bobs did what eFuse could not. That first round, I think, is absolutely going to haunt eFuse.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say. Obviously, hindsight is 2020. You just can't simply allow that to have happen when you have almost double the lives of your adversaries of a Weber Bobs for an offensive attempt. But, hey, eFuse, honestly, they showed their grit. Yeah, I can tell you that their Fortress Hardpoint map one was only won by a total of 18 points for a Weber Bobs. So 3-0 here, but still plenty of COD left to play.
Here's that sniper rifle from Maple. We were talking about it. Here's the sniper rifle from Maple! Goodness gracious me! Our observer is a god. We just got that on clip.
Oh my Lanta Maple. What are you doing to him? I mean, he had to have gotten confirmation from a teammate that the second player's barrel poked through that line of sight. But I mean, yeah, man, that's why we talk about Maple in such a high regard, isn't it? The guy can really do it all. You can even expect if he gets dead silence, maybe pull out an SMG and get aggressive. We saw that continuously. That was round 3 worth being played. Metals 5-3, Maple 3-1. Say what you will about Eric not finding any eliminations so far. You don't really have to do too much when you have the likes of Maple and Metals taking everybody down.
Alrighty, well, here's Maple once again with the first sniper rifle, looking for the kill against Super inside luggage. Super's decided to make a move. Doesn't want that smoke. Of course, Super moving means that one player has managed to get through behind enemy lines. It's Eric Boom. No, that's unfortunate for Sukri. You've got to get this kill. Tries it with a knife to slash him up, and it's not going to happen. Eric Boom inside the bedroom. And now it's a 2 versus 4 for Super and Yako. Not a great position. That bomb's going down.
Super Yako, 2v4, 40 seconds left to do it. We know Super only has the pistol to really work with, plus the boomstick, but Metals playing the luggage stairs is a annoyance for Yako to try to cut through. Even Super doesn't even have dead silence to try to make a play happen. Needs to go absolutely massive. Wee Man is able to find the first, and then the second soon to follow over by the staircase. What a cool offensive attempt coming through from Team Notorious, especially with the simple fact that Maple knew the senses were obviously tingling that he needed to look bottom luggage, just threw his shoulder because the doors were open, and Super threw a shot, repositioned himself. But that was just the play to be able to get both Eric and Metals up the staircase inside of bedroom to upset any defensive setup that Nave Del Mysterio were trying to get for themselves. And they completely got broken open. Team Notorious, what a good round to have for them.
Again, that creating the space that we were talking about, right? Sniper rifle, Maple, even if he doesn't get the kill, he wins the battle against Super and creates the space required for Eric Boom. Now, to round 4 we go. Things are a little bit different for Nave Del Mysterio in this round, and this needs to be a quick trade. It is from Super, as Eric Boom has already drawn that first blood. Now the information is there for Team Notorious, and how swift this reaction might be, but it might be a little bit premature, because I think Nave Del Mysterio, they have something up their sleeve.
2v3, though. Both Super and Sukri are completely isolated from one another. Metals, what a peek over top of the jacuzzi window. Able to find one. Sukri has a submachine gun in hand, keep in mind you, so those are not easy shots, though some might argue that it would be. Thing's a beam, but 1v odd situation, not really much you can do. And Team Notorious, again, just showcasing what they have to offer as a search and destroy team. Always in a tradable position for one another, conveying the information, then rotating accordingly.
Oh, I'm kind of surprised he didn't just try to get the bomb down. I thought that was the play. I thought it was like, yeah, we're going to try and draw the attention over towards B, and we're actually going to get the bomb down on A. I really thought that might have been the play. Maybe he was a little bit concerned that somebody is still hanging around in the bedroom, so needed to go check. But, well, regardless of whatever the play was, whatever the attempt was from La Nave del Mysterio, it doesn't work. Notorious here looking pretty hot in the search and destroy. 4-1 up. Metals has been a strong player for this roster. 3. Might well have a good start here into this round. Moment though. Both teams just getting a feel for where one another are located. There goes Eric Boone once again. Straight in towards bottom bedroom. I don't think anyone at Legion immediately is going to see him, but the first sniper's in from Super.
Oh, and it's all just come apart. I mean, just where we were talking about Team Notorious's offense a few rounds ago, that's exactly what the Nave del Mysterio pieced together for their defense. They found the space. It got yoinked away further by SMGs. Now Eric Boom has so much left to do. Hey, how you doing, Sukri? Not going to be able to turn around entirely. Eric Boom wanted to make sure they got nice and close for that one. Picks up an AR to play with. Double weapon setup. Has to recover that bomb. Try to get that plant down. But with that sniper and giving them a haircut, Eric Boom needs to reposition. Only has 30 seconds left to do this.
He's going straight for the plant. It's a bold play. I think he's going to get the bomb down. Nope, not even going to get that. The final kill comes through there from Eric Boom. And yeah, good attempt. I really thought we were going to see the execution there from Eric Boom. I'm not going to lie. I thought, yeah, he's going to go for the execution animation. We're going to get one of those and challenges Elite on the very first day. But nope. Eric Boom, disappointing as ever.
Whoa, man.
Sorry, I didn't mean that as aggressively as it sounded.
Yeah, come on. Back off.
No?
Yeah, I mean...
Okay. Sorry, Eric. I love you, really.
There's so much room to cover, right? I mean, especially for Hotel in a 1v odd situation, was able to find the first. I mean, you have to essentially clear all of the lobby. You have to clear all of bar, and then obviously knew where Super was located out watching that cross from side cut, but unable to piece it together. But La Nave del Mysterio stop the bleeding here, keep it within 2.
Once again, getting a feel for where one another are. Nice nade from Sukri to take out Eric Boom from Ruggs. From Ruggs connector, at least. Again, gives Team Notorious a bit of an inkling that something might be going down over towards B. Of course, that is not what's happening, and now Metals most certainly knows that as he takes down Super from the middle of the map. Again, Nave del Mysterio getting one of those players through towards top bedroom. Metals, though, with the read. He knows exactly what's up, knows that somebody's going to attempt to get themselves in towards that back bedroom area. Takes out Yakko. Now leaves both Sukri and Renkor left hung up to dry. Ooh. Renkor turns around. I thought he was going to get some bad Call of Duty timing there, but it doesn't happen. And that most certainly will help La Nave del Mysterio here, as the road towards B is, technically speaking, completely clear.
Yeah, but they don't know that, do they, Brody? I mean, they remember where Metals was located at on that previous elimination, top garage. They have no idea where Maple relocated at. So Dead Silence going to be popped here for Sukri. Has a double weapon setup, has the TAC-56 plus the sniper rifle in their back pocket. Needs to start moving their way over towards this B zone, though, or this B side, excuse me. Rancor has cleared all of Freezer. You get this bomb planted and put yourself in the winning position.
Bomb will go down. What's the post plant looking like for La Nave del Mysterio, and more importantly, what's the retake looking like for Team Notorious? A very aggressive push towards Ruggs for Sukri. Maple now going to use that Dead Silence. Does he anticipate that Sukri is over here? Well, he goes for the 1v1 against Renkor, wins it. And does Sukri just sit pretty for a second? He does! Sukri! What a play! The patience to not immediately just jump out into the gunfight. Just waits. Just for a moment. And things just fall in place.
Oh, man. It's that one corner, I'm telling you. Inside of Wine, it is the one corner that just pays off so much for teams and absolutely thwarts others as far as retakes are concerned. You'll see the same thing in Control. You'll see the same thing in Hardpoint as what you just saw on that attempted 2v2 break. And although Maple was able to find the first, is it a fixture? Is it a player? Is it a bird? It's a plane. No, it's just Sukri playing a corner. 7-5 on a 3.
Team Notorious in this round. They want to stop the bleeding. It's 2 rounds in a row that have gone the way of the Nave del Mysterio. And that sniper battle once again going down. Super taking fire. I'm going to have to back away for it. But I think now as Yakko goes down, he realizes that his position is untenable. He needs to get involved in the situation again. And the door's closing. Not good. He opens them up with Semtex. And he takes the head of Eric Boom. Just a sliver away from getting that bomb down. And Super plays an integral role in stopping it from happening.
That delayed timing of the luggage doors opening. Maple wasn't watching it. So Eric thought that he was going to have the coverage to maybe try to get that bomb planted. 3v3. Sukri's all the way in the back of the garage. that confirmation from that snipe that Super was able to find. You know that bomb has patty caked itself on that bomb site, but doesn't mean that a lot of the space has not been cleared quite yet. Hit marker is going to come through from Super, trying to get that elimination on the metals. The wall bang with the pistol is going to do the job.
Again, Super is just such a monster here in this situation. Oh, goes to go for the 1v1 against Maple. Maple has the better weapon in the situation, and Maple now going to get the bomb down, but nope, not going to go through that. The Nava Del Mysterio could close things out, and they will. 3 rounds on the bounce here, Andy. Got to get it in somewhere, buddy.
First of many to come through the entire year, I'm sure of it. But look, it's the delay time again through bottom luggage. It is the mental head game when it comes down to the sniper warfare that we have here on Hotel, especially for Maple. You saw a few offensive rounds ago. The door was open. Knew that there was going to be a player down there. More often than not, it's going to be your sniper player defensively. But with the doors being closed the way that it was, I mean, Maple was looking top bedroom. Thought that that's where the sniper was going to be coming through, maybe over through the atrium. Not going to be the case at all. 3 rounds on the bounce, as you say. Sukri's still on a spree.
Sukri's still going off here in this game. His missiles here in Search and Destroy would be pretty useful, especially if the bomb goes down on A. You can use that thing defensively. For now, though, Nave just getting a feel again for where Notorious could possibly be. Yakko, maybe the playmaker in the situation. Waiting game. Who is better, Eric Boom or Yakko? One of them is about to flick out a magazine and start having a flip through in a second. Resting for these players, and they're relying effectively on Sukri making this play over here. Well, blow this entire thing up. If he's able to GoldenEye his way through this situation, stealth is the name of the game. Sukri. He's trying to find something. There you go. Finally he does. Eric Boom goes down. And now with 30 seconds left, the play should open up.
Eric Boom not in a tradable position. Sukri also with the read. He knew that Wee Man was over there the entire time. Did not read Maple. That was top catwalk. So that one trade that comes through. 2v3. Maple needs to go huge here. Knows that Super's all the way in towards the back. The jump shot's gotta be good. Now it's up to Metals in a 1v3. He's able to find the first. That's the sniper. With the bomb being planted for A, Rancor just has to play the timing.
Yeah, I think that's the plan here. Really, yeah, Rancor just peek out for a second, and there you go. Man down. Yep, early on in that round, it really is just that early play, I think, right? Just play super sneaky-like, get that first kill onto Eric Boom, and the second on towards Weeman. It is just totally damaging. Notorious played it right, but they just did not anticipate that.
Oh, and how could you, right? I mean, it's just... It's so frustrating, right? Because you almost wish that you had a player that was pushed up over by the side door, maybe over by the host stand for the atrium, but... I mean, when you have Sukri that just pops dead silence like that, is able to get all the way up top catwalk, finds the first, and then gets the hard snap in the read for the second, there's just no counterplay to that whatsoever. Map point here for Nave Del Mysterio. They can tie things up one apiece here.
Metals. Metals. It's Metals. Oh, only able to get one. I thought they were about to line up for him there. How quickly the tides have turned, though. What could have been a Metals 3-piece is quickly turned into a 3 versus 2 for Nave Del Mysterio. Things looking pretty good here if they want to tie the series up. Now you need to see a rabbit come out of the hat for Team Notorious. Super just got a little peek, closing the doors. Surprised about the play, to be honest. Maybe just trying to draw some of these players in. And if that was the play, it works out perfectly because Maple goes for a little peek. Gets shut down for Eric Boom, of course, taking those shots, gives away the information here. 50 seconds on the clock, and Sukri going to bring this down, just make sure that Eric Boom sits in a place which is not beneficial for him whatsoever.
He's trapped. Where do you go from here? Out of statue? Maybe, but if you look at the mini-map here, Rancor is watching it all the way from the backside of the Jacuzzi. 5 rounds in a row. Nave Del Mysterio, they put Team Notorious in the reverse blender. They'll tie the series up one apiece.
And I think it's just crazy, right? Because we talk about how important those early snipes were for the rosters. For Team Notorious specifically in those first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Didn't see the first one, granted. And then for the back 5, where Nave Del Mysterio came out on top, it just seemed like that storyline just went out the window completely. Nave Del Mysterio, for whatever reason, able to completely neuter it and come out on top there, Andy. They look pretty good. Taking an S&D off a roster that the other day, I mean, again, we casted the back half of Cup number 3. Team Notorious, they look great in Search and Destroy. So for Nave Del Mysterio here to come out and take the victory like that, it's a big thing in this series.
Albeit going 1 for 2 in that grand finals for Search and Destroy. There's one thing that we know for a fact. It comes out of the flexibility for this Team Notorious roster. But the one thing that we did note is that sometimes they become a little bit too one-dimensional and they become a little bit too easy to counterplay. It was Sukri that showed up in a big way for this Nave Del Mysterio roster. And you got to be feeling pretty good for the kid, right? I mean, he comes out of retirement, plays through the qualifier, is able to find himself in this position in time. Pops Dead Silence a handful of times, makes back-to-back major plays, and even with the cruise missile intact, didn't even need to find the elimination, just confirm where Eric Boom was located at. But yeah, I mean, 10 and 6 for Sukri. Don't trust that damage numbers by any stretch of the imagination, but I can definitely trust that there was 7 non-traded kills. Sukri was everywhere when it came down to those last few rounds, those 5 rounds in a row. Sukri was undeniable.
Yeah, and you talk about the non-traded kill as well. I mean, Super, again, we had the discussion about the sniper rifles. I know that maybe he put it away for a couple of rounds there towards the end as well. But, you know, Super getting those first bloods being really important positions. Again, to be clear, guys, first bloods is sometimes a little bit glitched as well. So don't pay attention to it for the most part. But in this situation, yeah, Super, again, really important for his positioning. Always kind of sitting in luggage on that defensive side. 8 non-traded kills for him. Really important to this team. But Sukri, again, a player, one of the new additions to the roster, coming out to play here at 10 and 6 with that streak as well, providing the pressure required to win. You know the phrase, Andy, 5 rounds on the bounce at the end of that search and destroy. Team Notorious, they looked phased in every stretch of the word. So yeah, just unfortunate for Team Notorious there. They end up losing that map, and they now go 1-1 in the series. Next map for these guys will be Fortress Control. Andy, let's get the conversation talking point out of the way now. You know, we saw a team. I'm laughing.
I wasn't gonna say it. No, you can say it. I'm not gonna
say
it,
mate. Like... we saw Team Notorious the other day play this map in Cup number 3. They lost it 3-0. It was one of the quickest 3-0s of Fortress Controls I've seen this season so far. Look, we're not going to talk specifically about the stat line, but it didn't go well for them. Let's say that much. That's not to say they are a bad Fortress Control team. Just we saw them the other day, and it didn't look good.
Almost felt like an Olive Garden with the amount of breadsticks that we were able to get out of that one. All right, there it is. There's my one pun for it, but
just one.
Just one. A single breadstick to go. But yeah, it's if there's one thing that you can always really note of, look, we even got this same situation with the Wubba Bubs versus E-Fuse with that map number 3 that we saw just a few moments ago, is that it's very easy to find yourself in that blender when it comes down to trying to break out from the offensive side of the map. It's the same thing when we talk about a P4 setup, a P2 setup for Hardpoint on Al-Bagr Fortress. When you're just spawning in on that side of the map, it is a mental head case to try to get past all of the head glitches over by the statue, that one annoying player inside of maps, player top benches as well, that top truck that we know that Dan Ghosty from NA likes to play as well. There's just so many different angles that you have to be clearing continuously, and even with throwing a simple stun grenade through the main gate, I mean, that could confirm 3 different positions. The side door for maps, top, bottom benches. There's so many different areas that you just have to be able to snap onto and try to get those eliminations just so you can get out of your own spawn.
Well, we'll have that Fortress Control very, very soon. We're going to go into looking with Team Veer versus the Originals, though. This is, again, the other match we had alongside Wubba Bobs and E-Fuse to look into. And, well, so far in the series, I think things, at least from the series scoreline, going as we expected, with the Originals being 1-0 up. This Search and Destroy, not so much. Team Veer looking pretty good.
Yeah, looking pretty darn good. 8 spree for a Nile? Who is this guy? 9 and 2, as you may like. Has a cruise missile if they really want to use it. Gizmo, though, on the flank is able to take down Mythics. Should be an easy read here for now. Yep, sure is. Able to find that trade. Oh, it'd be a whole 1v3. They're stunned up a hill without a paddle. I don't even know why you would need a paddle to go up a hill, but that's exactly what Nile needed in that situation. The Originals are able to take that round, round number 7, keep themselves alive. And keep in mind, you, in this series, I know we didn't get to look at it, but it was Mercado Los Alamos map 1 on Hardpoint, Brody. The Originals only won by 5 points.
Yeah, it's a big question, right? Because again, we were talking about teams that could potentially upset in this group. I think we both agreed that we didn't think Team Veer would be those guys. That's not to say that we didn't think they're a good team. That's not true. But going up against a roster like the Originals, I think, you know, just given how the Originals have played, given how they played in Cup number 3, again, they were grand finalists. You expect them to be able to win this match with ease, but no, pretty close at the moment. And Team Veer might well come out on top here in the Search and Destroy, unless the Originals can start to find a footing, especially Harry, who is currently 0-6, and things not going to help there as Chaxter already picks up that first blood. There's already players as well in top bar area. Nobody actually inside a site, so the Originals have that going for them at least.
Yeah, whether they know that, though, is the next big thing, right? Well, they'll know now is FDOT's going to be able to fully clear it. Mr. Lucifer, as you were saying, almost on the verge of joining the agency, but very tough to be able to play the sniper role when it versus a very aggressive Team Veer. Bomb's going to go down here at A, 3v4.
Originals, they were poising for a potential flank coming through from Team Viet. I don't think Gizmo was quite ready to deal with Niall over towards green, though. And now F. Dot will be an island in the middle of the map. He gets shut down. Harry, 1v4.
Hey.
Would be a nice time to get this one going. He's got himself off the donut and on towards the breadstick. Going to be able to stop the I was going to say, being able to stop the defuse coming through. He does, but Mythix is there with the sniper rifle to answer right back. He is ready for that positioning from Harry. Perfectly predicts it, of course. Has the information required. And while we didn't see the first 6 rounds of that search and destroy, Team Veer, that is a huge victory for them.
Oh, it's massive. I mean, you're guaranteeing yourself at least that Embassy Hardpoint map 4, but I would definitely say that, and I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me, there's a lot of uncharacteristic statistics when it comes down to the originals, right? I mean, when we hopped into that, Harry not even able to find a kill, that almost screams to me that Mythix was almost having his way as the counter sniper for Team Veer. On the opposite side for Niall, we hopped in, the dude was on an 8th spree. He already had a cruise missile, didn't even have to use it. It's definitely a sight to behold for yourself, especially going up against former teammate of Furious at the beginning of the Vanguard year, Brody, that Niall really has come into their own for Search and Destroy.
All right, well, we had a look over towards the Originals versus Team Veer. We'll keep you guys updated with what happens with that one. But for the moment, let's get back into our main focus matchup here with Team Notorious going head-to-head with the Nave del Mysterio. Again, getting an offensive victory here is the name of the game. If not, just try and win the defense for round number 5. This is a pretty good start on the offense for Team Notorious. Kills already starting to come through, and you're already making the progress on A. Keep an eye on number 1 in the middle of the map. That's Weeman providing that mid-map coverage.
Yep, that mid-map coverage, that's what you need, right? To be able to maybe try to sequence the next 2 zones, but gotta be able to find that trade. No, Maple doesn't turn around in time. Yako completely stops that 3rd segment from coming through. Now it's up to Eric Boom. Over by the cannon, only goes 1 for 1. But Team Notorious are still able to slightly work their way past the Forge. Maybe try to get mid-map coverage yet again.
Weeman looked away. This could be wrong time. That entire play falls apart. Off the back of it. Weeman, though, might well just come and rescue them here. Gets a couple of kills in the middle of the map. Paves the way through towards B. Now we'll be able to try and just distract the Nave roster while some action goes down on A. Unfortunately, Maple wasn't quite ready for the 1 versus 1 against the trophy system. Now, players from Team Notorious falling apart as the Nave del Mysterio doing an excellent job at wiping them away. Back to square one, Team Notorious go. 30 seconds left on the clock here, and Yako now on 5 in a row. One more massive gunfight, massive victory from Maple there, but Sukri just keeping an L trigger on those double doors. Can anybody from Team Notorious escape this very, very rough prison?
It's not looking likely here, Brody. You got one player watching the crossover by A. Super's going to throw a shoulder over by the main gate, but this is your best opportunity now. Maple, Eric Boom, able to find 2, but Sukri's still playing this off angle over by the P1 truck. Needs to keep holding the line. Able to find the next. Has to challenge the A zone. He'll be gunned by 2 individuals, but that doesn't mean that the defenders are right around the corner. Weeman getting stunned up. He is 1 shot, quite literally no stim. Zone being contested. Weeman needs to go big. Can't find it. Replays up against 9. 2 seconds remaining. Team Notorious. This should just about be it. Ooh. Unless Eric Boom goes completely cad in the moment, but not going to be able to have it. And again, that goes back to exactly what I was talking about before we saw the conclusion of that Asilo map 2 for the Originals and Team Veer. It's all Bagger Fortress control, baby. You're going to find yourself in that blender a handful of times. I don't care how good it looked for that 3rd second to come all the way through. All it really takes is 1 AR, top single, and then Yako to be able to find that 2-piece over by the A zone. And Team Notorious, just like that, we're back in the blender.
Just a little stat line for everybody as well. I saw the Twitch chat. You guys were voting on the poll who you thought was going to win this map. And you guys said 82% of you said it was going to be Team Notorious. I'm kind of surprised about that. Where's the Spanish fans in the chat? I know that the Nave just like no Vamos in the chat, guys. What are you doing? Where is the Nave fan base at when you need them? Regardless, 80% of you think that Notorious is going to win. We'll see how that one plays out for you as the Nave currently in the lead at the moment. And already here, off the start of round number 2, have an opportunity to try and capture B. A big 1v1 there for Metals to win. So Rencor down for the count. Again, though, an attempt now to potentially regain control of the middle of the map. You just need one massive play coming out here from the Nave del Mysterio, and Yako might well have that. The kill on towards Maple should open up a path here for the Nave to start capturing A.
And Yako is A-zone incarnate, let me tell you. He keeps finding so many unique timings to be able to find the eliminations required to get on the A-zone, but nades are in, no trophy system to keep Yako safe inside the truck. My heavens, Eric Boom for 3. Going to be able to completely clear away the A-zone and be able to find a player inside of bottom maps. Now the setup can be here for Team Notorious to put La Nave del Mysterio in the blender.
Yeah, again, once you're in this position, it is just so hard to break out. Else, ready for these players to, well, attempt that breakout. There's the first. Boom. Not the second just yet, finally. It's a bit of a shaky gunfight, but regardless, Sukri finally goes down. Now, Lanave Del Mysterio, a couple of kills coming on through now from Renko. That should open things up now for Lanave. At least have one more shot at A. Renko with number 3, actually. That's Eric Boom now down as well. And that makes this defensive side completely one-dimensional. And the Team Notorious do not have the players coming through the middle of the map. Metals from up high does get shut down. Weeman, excuse me, is going to get shut down. Metals looking for more, and he will find it. The kill against Sukri. But again, there's one more player that broke the defensive line. That was Renko. He goes down. Metals now able to position himself forward, and they gain control of the middle of the map. Just 20 seconds left now on the clock. Lanave Del Mysterio to pull a rabbit out of the hat. It's not looking good. Renkor's going to try and fly across. Eric Boom, he's ready for it though, as is Metals. It's a wave of yellow kills in the kill feed, and Team Notorious, they should have this.
They should, yeah. 12 plays up against 8. I mean, you can't really count them out. You would almost think that A zone needs to be the one that Sukri needs to go towards. Snaps and rips Eric's head clean off, but that was the only trade that you really needed to make sure that the A zone completely goes on over. Whether Yako knew it or not, Metals not being denied that 2-piece was massive. That would have been kill number 6 in a row, would have been a cruise missile for the upcoming round. But another big play that did come through, that selfless play that we were talking about for Eric Boom, hops on the A zone ever so slightly, depletes that second zone, or that second segment, excuse me. So that way, if anybody from Lanave Del Mysterio were able to squeak on out past bench and get on that A zone, it wasn't going to be converted. So, albeit a single segment lead, Team Notorious still lead in that department.
1-1 now. Again, neither team able to break the curse that is Fortress control. Win an offense here. Team Notorious can do it this time around. Getting somebody over towards B, that is the secret to success. Weeman was the player previously, but again, he found himself out of position, and he wants to do that again here. Already in that position, he's able to get one kill, can't get any more in the mini-map, so now all of this will fall on the shoulders of Maple. Is he ready to take on the role of Atlas and the weight of the world on his shoulders here? Couple of kills left to get. There's the first versus Sukri. It's actually Eric Boom that will take him down again from Art. So the cover is being provided for Team Notorious here for the moment. Again, Lanave still trying to go at them. Renkor now in from behind. Can he do anything? If not, just distract them. That would be the thing you'd want to do. But no, does get shut down. Team Notorious still have players inside munitions too. There is still a good chance of them capturing this point.
Oh, there was. I mean, Weeman had a trophy system. He had the buddy system right there as well with Eric Boom. He's just playing the corner here on the cannon. Such a tough angle to be able to fully read, especially with Metals. He's completely inside of bottom art. That's so annoying for Lanave Del Mysterio to fully deal with. And just when you thought you could get past front maps, Weeman off the respawn is watching that angle. The A zone has been chalked. Lanave Del Mysterio are down by 4 lives. Team Notorious with 2 minutes to play.
Massive A capture coming through for Team Notorious again. When it comes down to compression for a potential round number 5, that will be something that we do consider. Now Team Notorious looking to make the second miracle happen here. That B capture, Eric Boom, a massive part of the play, unfortunately does get shut down there by Yako, so Notorious don't have that to work with anymore, and they're just one step away from being wiped out here and taking back the respawn point and losing control of the middle of the map. Renkor has something to say about that. 2 major gunfights there going his way. Weeman has broken the line, does get shut down again. Now Eric Boom next to the back. He gets one, looking for the second inside. Art, there you go, nicely done. Ring around the rosy, around the pillar, and he does take down Yako. And that should open the door here for Team Notorious to make their way forward.
SMG, former duo, able to take him down. Not able to get on the B zone fully, but they're past that 50-yard line. But an opportunity does present itself from Yako off the respawn. Is able to find one over by the hay bales, and then completely reprices over by pillars outside of Art. Off screen is able to find yet another. Now it's just up to Metals. Hold the line here at the bottom side of single. But so much work has to be done. They start pushing forward, thinking that Team Notorious were right behind them. Not going to be the case at all. 10 plays up against 7. You have 50 seconds left to play, and if Team Notorious can just get out from this side of the map, they should be able to close it out. But tough mantle there for Weeman means that Super's going to be able to hold the line here at top dubs.
Super, still up here. There's that first 6 versus 5 in terms of life. 5 versus 5. This would still be a big round for Team Notorious if they could take out the Lanave Del Mysterio. And actually a couple of kills in the kill feed here will open up an opportunity for Team Notorious. They've got players across the board here, both on A and on B, as the Lanave are sent down to their last 4 lives. Streak will be in there, I believe, as Yako takes down Weeman. Notorious breaking through the castle here towards munitions. Super up top. He anticipates someone flying through the window, and it's a perfect read as well to take down Maple. He's also spotted out Metals, who will fall. And, well, it was a good effort from Team Notorious, but they just can't get it done. They did everything right. But even then, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, even the full capture over by A may not mean anything when you have 2 minutes just to work your way past the 50-yard line. Their best bet was when they were able to finally break past the horse statue, but there was one player in particular of Yako from the respawn that spawned essentially over by the A zone, then just works his way through bottom art and is able to find a very unique timing coming out of bottom single and found one elimination over by the hay bale and then turned back around to help out, I believe, with Sukri over on the back B zone stairs to be able to shut down that push from Team Notorious. Back from the depths were La Nave del Mysterio. Some might say the win might be in their sails.
La Nave del Mysterio, yeah, again, a chance to try and get offense here on Fortress Control. They're going to start it just how Notorious did in the prior round. Get Yako inside the truck, and actually he's going to go on top. He's going truck surfing, and it works out perfectly as well as he gets that kill versus Metals, but Eric Boom comes through, finds a couple of kills for himself, make it 3, completely wipes the board. Now Team Notorious well in control of the middle of the map, and this is that deadlock position for La Nave del Mysterio. Reminder, they don't have a single tick of progression yet. If they're stuck here for the remainder of the round, it could spell disaster, but Yako comes through for 2 and completely breaks it open.
He takes down one of his teammates, though, so it's not as strong as you would once hope for Yako to be able to maybe try to make this push happen for themselves. They try to get inside bottom single. Metals is waiting for him. Eric Boom also playing bottom maps. Get some help from Metals with that Semtex inside of the stable, so now you can start denying more space. 24 plays up against 17. You cannot ask for a better position to be in for Team Notorious.
Yeah, again, they struggled for a second there. They shake, but the hold is back on through. Metals, he's ready for it. Metals is more than ready for it. 5 in a row now for Metals. Wee Man elsewhere, able to take down Rencor. The last hope is Sukri. He will immediately fall. Notorious here. If they could get a cruise missile going into what I presume would be a defensive round 5, it would be huge. Metals can't get it done, though. There's the kill from Yako. Still an opportunity here. 10 seconds on the clock for La Nave del Mysterio to get out. The kill is through from Sukri, but the trades are too strong for Notorious. Is that enough? 2 seconds. You gotta fly onto the point, and no. I think that's a stun that just came through the other end from that player in the gallows. Notorious, stop a single tick from coming through. That is a huge round. They should have the defense round 5.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It's 5 up against 1 as far as overall segments are concerned, but I have seen some zany things where the game just decides who's going to be on defense. I don't think it's going to be the case this time around, Brody. Very emphatic defensive setups coming through from Team Notorious to only allow a single segment to come all the way through. So La Nave del Mysterio really do have their work cut out for them, don't they, to be able to find these opening breakoffs, find the eliminations required, and then maybe try to get themselves over towards one of these zones early. They went for A with their initial offense, attempted to go through mid-map over towards B in their second, both not working out in their favor. Looks like they're going to try for B here off the early go.
It's a Hail Mary play from La Nave del Mysterio. We've seen this work before, to be fair, so if it does work, it would be massive for them. Metals getting that first blood, though, certainly isn't going to help. It will weaken them, but Rako has already made his way through the he needs more than just the 1 kill, though. Very quickly, this will all fall down to just Super and Sukri. They need to hold on here at the very least, just try and waste some time. And as Super falls, I imagine this is going to be the retreat play coming through from Sukri. And it will be. Do not give the middle of the map away, at least. As long as you've lost speed, fine, whatever, but now try and kind of strengthen your push on towards A. That just hasn't happened. The trades are through in favor of Notorious.
Yeah, but again, when those pushes are happening, when Rancor is on the A zone, where's his help? I mean, it's Sukri all the way over by the hay bales. There was no help over by maps or over by benches to make sure that Rancor can make that play happen. You cannot allow yourself to fall, to be disjointed like this. La Nave del Mysterio, you need to get out of this blunder sooner rather than later.
Such a big ask, though. It really is. They just got to try and find these kills, unconventional as it may be. Just 1 is all you need. 1 good wave of kills, and that might be it. It's 3 in the kill feed. Maple, the last one left alive. Pretty good placement, to be fair, for the last remaining players. You can watch both of these areas, and, well, he will watch that second one. Gets Sukri down for the count. Rencor has also been called out. Maple saw him, and Metals goes to deal with it. Maple saves the day here for Team Notorious. Doesn't allow any of these players through, and La Nave del Mysterio now down to the last 15 seconds, last of the 15 lives. It's a tough one. 10 seconds left. Can anybody break out here? Wee Man just L-triggering down this door. Rencor gonna try it, just sneaks on out. Actually, Yako flies out the window there. Might well be the savior of the play, but he gets shut down, as to the last couple of players. And again, It's Fortress Control. It went to a round 5, a defensive victory for the team there as well.
It's just so frustrating even to watch or even to play in as well. I don't care if you're playing 8s, you're playing Mosh Pit. This blender is a frustrating one to behold for yourself. And I gotta say, I mean, La Nave del Mysterio, I mean, you called it so wonderfully there, my friend, is that when they had those 3 eliminations, when they went 3 for 1 through the middle of the map, they decided to go for B. I don't really like that play in particular because they didn't leave a player top maps to watch that double windows. Who was that player that completely blew open that play? It was the player that you highlighted. It was Maple, who was top single, and then went back to top doubles, and then dropped down to be able to find some team shots to stop that B push from even coming through. If you have middle of the map coverage, you want to make sure you get a player top maps to watch that double windows. That is your main point of contention. And then maybe get a player over by that A zone, maybe push over by that first cubby, towards that back A zone area to maybe try to deny more spawn presence to come all the way through from Team Notorious. Even when they had all the openings in the world, it felt like La Nave del Mysterio fell or succumbed to a lot of disjointment. It was very frustrating to watch.
Yeah, it was kind of tough, right? I mean, again, this is Fortress Control ultimately, and I don't mean to knock the map mode combination, but very often it does just come down to who can get that defense for round number 5, right?
Sure.
And I think for La Nave del Mysterio, there were just a few moments there where maybe they had an opportunity to get some more ticks for that defense around number 5, and they just failed to do so. So yeah, that's sometimes all it comes down to. Ultimately, didn't go so well there for them. I want to get the stats up in just a second here so we can take a look kind of at what Notorious was actually able to do. I did like, to be fair, the setups that we were seeing from Notorious. Again, we talked in the past about Notorious, and again, we saw it even though they lost it 3-0 the other day. Some of the setups they were trying to get done, that AR pressure, watching over the middle of the map, you've got Maple kind of on the defensive side, sitting top munitions, Wee Man, very good at just sitting in the middle of the map and getting kills there. You can see like 21 assists. Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's I've seen worse stat lines for sure.
Got more kills than last time.
Okay, buddy. But the one thing that we can definitely note on is the SMG duo of both Eric Boom and Metals. Look, those are your 2 dead silence players when it comes down to Team Notorious, defense and offensive. I mean, specifically for Metals, 35 and 23. The guy was legitimately everywhere on the map. Well, the offensive, defensive, it's the same thing that we get out from Metals when it comes down to every hard point. The same thing that we got in that Search and Destroy for map number 2 on Hotel. And the same thing just came through in that map number 3. The guy was constantly trying to fish out all these different opportunities to flank behind enemy lines, find those 2 pieces, make sure that he was the opening benefactor to put La Nave del Mysterio in that blender continuously.
Alrighty, well, currently 2-1 up now. Our Team Notorious here versus La Nave del Mysterio. One more map, and they get their first victory on the board in Challengers Elite Season 1. Hotel Hardpoint, that is the battleground that we will be going to. Up next, before we get there, though, of course, we're going to take a very brief break. On the other side of this one, we have Hotel Hardpoint. Don't go anywhere. Everybody, welcome back here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We're currently 3 maps deep in between this series between Team Notorious and La Nave del Misterio. We just saw a Fortress control that, surprise, surprise, it went to a round number 5. Next up, we have Hotel Hardpoint in this affair. Just a quick off-stream update, though. I believe we had some results coming through from around the grounds, right, Andy?
Yeah, no, we sure did. I mean, Elevator currently going into their map number 3 versus the Falcons. They were able to win their opening hardpoint on Mercado, 250 to 219. And then Falcons actually won a round 11, Search and Destroy. That happened on El Asilo. Nixa successfully were able to 3-0 Signs through all 3 of their maps worth being played. And then Clutch Rain also had a 3-0 win versus Who's in Charge. So our first matches are all starting to come to a close, some abrupt than others.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for the most part, this is pretty much as we expected, right? I think, you know, everything kind of flowing as we kind of expected them to go. The thing I will say is Team Notorious versus La Nave del Misterio. I'll allow us here for a second, Andy. I'm gonna put us out in the open. I think we expected this series to be a lot quicker than it is at the moment. La Nave del Misterio, certainly in the Search and Destroy, I think has surprised not just us, but Team Notorious coming out with that victory. I think you and I were a little bit kind of like, how are we going to see this team play, right? I mean, again, they were a top 6 team, not Celtics, coming into this match, coming into Challengers Elite Season 1, going up against arguably number 1 team in Team Notorious. Now, La Nave del Misterio, though, they are proving that they are absolutely worth their salt, and they're looking pretty good here with their current iteration of the roster. Here's a little reminder then of what's going on with the map set for this best of 5. Hotel Hardpoint will be up next. We have Mercado Las Almas Search and Destroy on the cards for map number 5 if we require it. Andy, I would say at this point, you know, if La Nave del Misterio are able to force that map number 5 out of Team Notorious, things might actually be looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, it would, honestly speaking. I'll even throw myself under the bus. I thought this was going to be over in 3, but that's why I kind of contradicted myself when we were on the opening segments talking about these 2 teams, is how high is the ceiling for this La Nave del Misterio team. I mean, we know they're a bunch of grinders. You know I have a deep love for the Spanish community as a whole, and the majority of all those openings really did start to come through in that 90-point deficit they found themselves on the Mercado Hardpoint. I like this hotel map pick coming through specifically for La Nave del Misterio. It allows them to constantly play that triple AR setup that we know actually worked out quite wonderfully for them, going even back to the Mercado Las Almas hardpoint map number 1, that when they get themselves set up, like what we saw from that P3 setup continuously, they are entrenched, and their off angles and coverage amongst each other is very difficult to truly break on out. Now, that said, also have to be talking about that Eric Boom had an absolute stinker of a map number 1, that if he can turn up just a little bit and help out Metals as far as an SMG slaying department is concerned, we could be very much so looking at a different outcome here.
You know, it's funny in a way because I actually remember, I think they played the Hotel Hardpoint in the best of 7 against Cody Gakpo the other day,
yeah,
right?
They won by 9.
Now. Yeah, and they did win that one by a very close scoreline. But I specifically remember, again, this was a map when I was looking at these guys, I was like, actually, these guys are playing really well. And that was the map I was like, this is where those roles will really come into effect. And again, you put Eric Boom in the hill, on a hill like Refrigerator or something like that, right inside Kitchen. It's a big hill for them, right? So I think this is something where I'm looking at, if they can maybe play those roles, just get Eric Boom in the hill, get him to try and play that role perfectly, and then, of course, as you say, get Metals around the hill, you know, try and play those roaming SMG roles. I think it's going to be pretty important to see. A reminder, back in map number 1, though, we saw how that one started out. It was Wee Man starting out pretty hot with a 9 spree on that Mercado Hardpoint. Now, granted, he was in a pretty good position to make that one happen, of course, because they got to Cantina first, and he just sat inside a window Ultra Ring. That is, of course, how Mercado Las Almas P2 works, but I think, you know, you still can't discredit Wee Man for doing that in that position.
Yeah, I mean, he also forced his way to make a whole lot of other sprees happen, albeit had that 9 spree to be able to get the cruise missile early. You also have to go back to that P4 ending as well. I mean, if you miss map 1, then I'll go ahead and give you a highlight about how it all concluded as well, is that it came down to P4 in the second set, and Wee Man was in a 1v2, got pinched from 2 different sides, had the 2 eliminations, while Team Notorious were also on the rotation, and La Nave del Misterio unfortunately succumbed to losing that 1v2 versus Wee Man. He was making a lot of plays happen with an AR in hand. This is what we've come to expect from Wee Man. On a map like Hotel Hardpoint, who's to say he might not do it again?
Well, we had a poll up in the chat for you guys. I believe this, it seems the Spanish fans have actually turned up to this poll because it went to a 50-50 split this time, much different to what happened earlier on where Team Notorious they were going to win. Regardless, in Hotel Hardpoint, we feel another demonstration is up on the better side of the map, and it's the around the in Team Notorious's favor. I thought that might change. Super trying to make a flank happen early on to get control of P1. That doesn't work, but I think the good thing for Lanave Del Mysterio at the moment is they do stay on that side of the map.
Yeah, Super over by the wine's secret area, which is maybe hoping for a couple of teammates to reprise himself off the respawns, but you got to be careful with how much you overextend here, especially for the Atrium hardpoint, starting off with the favorite side like you were talking about there. For Lanave Del Mysterio. So maybe throw a couple more lives, maybe try to battle it out here for P1. That's going to be Super to get the last laugh along with Rancor, but should be the immediate information. Your spawns are not secure. You got to find these kills into the back.
Eric Boom already got himself entrenched in the back line, just Sukri left alive, and I think Wee-Man has an idea that Sukri's here. There you go, just repositioning around the pillar. Gets the second, oh, not just yet. Yakko's actually going to win that gunfight. Notorious now spawning in the back line, though. Lanave Del Mysterio want to break this one. They're trying to get it through the help desk. Super and Sukri combine for 3, and that should get it done. Sukri around the back line with important gunfights. They break the spawns. Team Notorious now have to fight this one from the front. And Super now really starting to heat up in this game on 5 in a row. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, looking pretty darn stellar. Might I add, Rancor also playing in the 1-for-1 position for the Spa. We also have one player of Sukri playing the head glitch up the stairs. Maple goes for the challenge, is able to find Super. Now, whether Maple knew it or not, that's a massive elimination, albeit not breaking the hardpoint here, Brody. You stop Super from getting that cruise missile ahead of this rotation. Rancor spawns all the way in the back, almost by Jacuzzi. So the rotation is already being threatened, and that's because Team Notorious is still trying to battle for the scrap.
Wee-Man has a lot to do here. Weight of the world on his shoulders here. A 1 versus 3 in the point as Maple falls inside the restaurant. So, Wee-Man, is he ready for this? Just trying to snake the heady at the moment, and, well, no, he's not putting any shots in towards the Lanave Del Mysterio players, so they will break early on. That is a huge break in terms of the rotation, because now, of course, we know this is a money kill. We know there's a ton of time that could go Lanave Del Mysterio's way, but Eric Boom wants to break it, able to get 2, no more than that, as Lanave will hold for the moment. A pinch movement coming in here from Metals and Wee-Man on the other side. Metals swings in, gets shut down by the 2 players that are currently sitting in. It's Super and Sukri, the latter of which is now the last one left alive. 1 versus 2, and he can only pick up the first, as Wee-Man has something to say about it, but Lanave Del Mysterio still spawning in close here for the refrigerator hardpoint. That early break was monumental for them.
Yeah, it really was, right? But it was also gifted from Lanave Del Mysterio, able to get that very deep spawn from Rancor before the hardpoint actually popped, and that meant that Team Notorious were essentially spawning over by old. So you got to clean things up when it comes down to the rotations from the old over towards new, and that's currently what Team Notorious are trying to do for themselves. Wee-Man had the read on Super in the previous gunfight, smokes Sukri for the first, and then takes down a weakened Super for the next. So they'll be in for the initial time here for P4, Brody, but so much more work to be having for yourself with this hit coming through couches, but Wee-Man's not done yet. How about another spree for the kid?
And this is the exact environment that Wee-Man thrives in. Has a heady to work with, an attack to go. 5 in a row, looking for number 6, and Sukri and Yakko were very apprehensive. They were just waiting for Super to make the move from the help desk, and that does work out. Super's able to get the kills. The twin striker kill feed comes through. Maple will kill with the trophy system. Would you believe it? Team Notorious still trying to hold on here. Metals looking for 2. He finds it. Nicely done. A double headshot from Metals for the last 20. I think Lanave Del Mysterio now is better off just rotating over towards Restaurant. They know there's no point hitting that last 20 seconds. And Team Notorious here still have a bit of a look over towards that rotation, but Sukri and Yakko combine for 3. Take him across the middle of the map, and I love the positioning for Lanave Del Mysterio at the moment, especially number 2 on the minimap in Super, who's looking for the gunfight over towards the bedroom side, but Yakko towards his backline knows he's about to get challenged, and that is a brilliant read on towards Maple.
Yeah, I mean, top bedroom was where Super was located at. Try to maneuver over towards the top catwalk area, and they also had the read and the previous gunfight on Yakko as well. So it's a split defensive setup that Lanave had. Not as strong as you would think once you do start losing those lives, but Super from the respawn able to find 2. Rancor for the next. Just when you thought Team Notorious were going to be able to break inside the hard point, they spawn out.
Lanave Del Mysterio still holding on to this time. It was a big rotation for them, but as Wee-Man picks up 2 in the kill feed, Yakko finds himself alone, and that might be the environment where Yakko thrives. He's only able to get 2, though, and Team Notorious have broken in for the back 20. Lanave Del Mysterio should still spawn pretty close here, at least inside refrigerator or inside kitchen. And actually, they're going to get to spawn out. I think the overextension there from Eric Boom, the hunt on towards Rancor, is the thing that actually causes that. That's not a terrible thing for Lanave, though. They've still got players in this backline, at least for the moment. Sukri has to get at least one or two kills here, especially as his teammate in Rencor will fall towards the backline. He spots the first one, gets it against Maple, but now getting doubled up on here by Team Notorious. Just too much to handle the Notorious roster, and that is a big break from them with 45 seconds left here. They haven't quite secured it just yet. There's still Rencor to be scared of in that backline. But nonetheless here, Team Notorious still looking good. Sukri trying to make his way on through now. He's able to get one, and neither team at the moment secure on this hard point. Wes Weeman gets that kill. Maybe that'll do it. No, the Nave Del Mysterio still pushing in this backline, and Team Notorious, for them having control of the kill, they haven't actually got much time off it.
No, and that's just because Rancor's been back here the entire time. He's found 3 eliminations on that previous spawn over by the half wall to kitchen. The spawns have not been good for Team Notorious, albeit finding eliminations in and around the current hard point. And the Nave Del Mysterio, they just hold the line. Rancor's still alive, and now he's soaking up the back 10 seconds or so here at the end of our first set. It'll be just about a dead even game. And Team Notorious are going to be feeling quite frustrated with that off of their fumble of an attempt to break over by P2. And also on the failed attempt to even try to convert the spawns for the last hardpoint in that first set. It'll be in for the initial time here for P1. La Nave Del Mysterio are looking from the outside in, but Rancor's still on the spree, by the way. 5 in a row for them. You gotta shut this guy down.
Yeah, if Rencor runs the cruise missile, that'll be huge. That's 6 in a row now for Rencor. I think that might do it. If that doesn't, the 7th will. Rencor really starting to heat up here in this game. 22-11. A 2 KD for the man. And now for La Nave Del Mysterio, a really big opportunity here in this game. They have the lead by a few seconds. A lot of scrap time still to be fought over. But more importantly, the rotation for Noon. La Nave will now spawn up over towards the kitchen side. It's not good. A huge 1v1 being won on the minimap. That is Eric Boom to take down one of the La Nave Del Mysterio players. And now they're on the right side of the map. Doesn't matter. Really what happens on this back 10 seconds or so. Team Notorious now in control of P2, Andy, but we know how quickly they got broken last time.
Super's previous positioning actually over by the chandelier forced both Metals and Weeman to spawn bottom bedroom over by luggage. So that's going to be a very unfortunate situation to find yourself in, especially when Rancor Super completely run them over by lights. But the spawns now fully secure in the backside of P2. La Nave Del Mysterio, they got to break this, but the gunfight's not going their way.
That's a yellow kill feed again for Team Notorious. Again, a massive moment in the game. You can hold a full 60 off the back of this as long as there's no wayward spawns in the backline, which could well happen, you know. We know that can happen, but regardless, those kills coming through now for Team Notorious. Maple able to take down Super. One more push, I think, for La Nave here through Chandelier side. Rencor, the first player, didn't wait for his teammates, and Super now going to have to back away. You feel with the back 20, there's not really any need to push that, and this is now the biggest lead we've had in this game thus far. Team Notorious able to hold on towards that money kill, and Super, I think, just looking for exit frags, take some shots and towards the wall. It's those shots that will actually land on towards Maple. No kill just yet. La Nave Del Mysterio now in a really good spot here to hold the kitchen hardpoint, but you got to win some of these rotational battles. They've already taken down one. Eric Boom, the next one that needs to fall, and he will.
Gotta be careful here. Super's still lurking through the double arches, only has a submachine gun. No, Weeman's gonna get the better of him, so that's a big elimination to find for themselves. And elsewhere off-screen, Metals also able to take down Scorpion towards the back. Look at the spawns now. Super spawning all the way over by lights. It's going to be La Nave Del Mysterio. Yes, they have players in, but they don't have the numbers to hold.
You can't give this up. If you're La Nave, this is big time to fight over. Metal's able to get one. It's a yellow kill feed. Sukri the only one with kills, and he's the only one still here. He gets overwhelmed by Team Notorious, crushed under their weight. And now Team Notorious, while they can't finish it here, they can most certainly just blow this game wide open. That is such a massive break for them. La Nave still fighting tooth and nail for this time. Rencor, his attempt will fail as Weeman picks up 2. And now 10 seconds left. La Nave have to win this rotation. It's a 4 versus 2 on it. Eric Boom and Metals, the only one close. Rencor will pick up 1, a teammate as well. And as Metals falls, it should be La Nave in control. That kill will most certainly guarantee it.
It should, right? Yako is also playing in over by the atrium at this moment of time. One saving grace is that they couldn't close it out on the previous hill. Cruise missile also getting called in. Trophy system's going to keep these players alive. The flank also being secured. You know, Team Notorious are coming from the front.
Yeah, that was a wayward spawn there coming through from Maple. I thought that might have been the thing that messes up La Nave Del Mysterio, but now Team Notorious have a chance to do it a lot more honestly here, straight through the front. Eric Boom getting that opening blood. It's Super, it's Yako down. Sukri, he's the last one left alive, and you can't just sit here shooting through the crack. He will be taken down. Weeman finishes on 6 in a row. And Team Notorious get it done here with a break towards the end. The back 3 hard points. Absolutely the reason that Notorious won that game.
Yeah, it really was, especially that second set for P2. You're right to highlight that, Brody. I mean, if Team Notorious don't contest P1 for as long as they did, find the eliminations over by Chandelier, and confirm the spawns on the backside of Spa. This is an entirely different hardpoint map, especially with how well Lenave Del Mysterio did play that final hardpoint within the first set of hardpoints itself, with Rancor specifically playing on that back half wall, making sure that spawn stayed intact for such a long time, causing all of Team Notorious to essentially spawn over by P4. Without that massive play, we would have been looking at a massive deficit. Surely, it still ended in such an emphatic scoreline, but that's just because Team Notorious, they found that 6th gear. They were able to contest P1 for such a long time, got about 45 seconds off of P2, and then immediately converted that very unique break all the way over by 3. Wonderfully done.
Well, congratulations to Team Notorious. They win the series 3-1. They get the first victory under their belt. But another team that might be able to get their first victory under the belt here in Challengers Elite Season 1 is the Originals. Currently 2-1 up over Team Veer, but they're actually having a pretty tough time taking down the roster in this Embassy hardpoint. Currently a very close game. It's Tane sliding on through. That is not something that you very often see here in Modern Warfare 2, a slide into a gunfight.
Yeah, slide Chowser goes to Christmas pass, honestly. Furious Harry, able to find 2. Slight lead that Team Veer currently have for themselves is going to be feeling quite wonderful for them. But now we go over towards the final hard point in this rotation. The Originals, they do have the setup, yes, but they don't exactly know that Shaxter was up top, able to find the entry.
Enough opportunity here to break for Team Veer, but as Mythics falls, Detain has a lot to do. 3 in a row. If he could get the cruise missile, that would be great. And I think that's why he's playing this one a little bit patiently. Do not just get super touchy on the gunfight. Just wait for the teammates. But are you even going to get to your teammates at this point, right? Furious able to get that kill. And yeah, I mean, Detain was waiting, a right play in that situation. But as Mythics and Chaxter fall, there's nowhere for Team Veer to actually get anywhere near the hard point. This is a lot of time that's bleeding away towards the Originals at the moment. They're just in every single power position. Look at the streaks across the board. They haven't died in their last 10 engagements. This is huge from the Originals. Make that 11. F-Dot roaming around. This map is his. That's 5 in a row for the new kid on the block. And the Originals off the back of that. I mean, we came into this game. It was even Stevens. The Originals have completely controlled this hard point and started to walk away with this game.
Keep in mind, the Originals only won their Mercado map 1 by a whopping 5 points. This looks like a stark difference as far as what they potentially look like in that map 1 to where we find ourselves here. 225 v 179. Going in towards the final set of hardpoints, Team Veer have to hold here inside P1. I love the setup, especially with Chaxter playing in a forward position, but that's a tough gunfight to lose.
The Originals have to make sure, or the Team Veer, excuse me, have to make sure not only do they keep the Originals out of this hard point, but they need to flip the map. They need to get themselves over towards parking lot for a P2. That is not going to help. The pinstripe kill feed will leave the Originals in the hard point. F-Dot in for a second here. His 31st kill here in this game is taken out, but again, that's a few more seconds that did go the Originals' way. Jackson now sees an opportunity to take some time off this hard point. It will edge them closer, but again, 10 seconds left now. A big gunfight going down for the rotation. Furious versus Mythics, and Mythics will actually come out on top, but Mythics still has a little bit to do here because there's 3 more the Originals players left to go. Mythics able to take one of them down. Is that good enough? Does that open up the opportunity for Chaxter? No. Chaxter falls. 15 seconds now. The Originals spawning Team Veer out on the other side of the map. Furious is watching that middle map like a hawk. They know exactly where Veer are going to spawn. Doesn't really matter where Mythics has just spawned. There's nobody from Veer touching this hard point in a bazillion years. The Originals, it looked close when we jumped in. It certainly isn't when we finish.
How to turn off spawns into a P2 hold. My goodness. I mean, Fury's got some very unfortunate timing. Maybe got an auto mantle onto that truck, losing that 1v1 versus Mythics, able to find a second, but that doesn't mean that reinforcements were going to be well on their way, as an offset spawn did end up coming through from one of the players from the Originals. I believe it was Furious that ended up spawning over by the A bomb site, Brody, and they were able to watch all the way to the backside of Catwalk, inside of Kitchen as well, cutting down reinforcements continuously. And then when F-Dot respawned, he spawned all the way in the bottom side of admin, and was just able to watch tennis courts plus that very long cross that we know is very frustrating to deal with. Couple that along with a couple trophy systems inside the hardpoint, that is a P2 setup that you can absolutely write home about.
Absolutely, yeah, really well played there by the Originals. They're able to take that series 3-1. Of course, we just saw Team Notorious take their series 3-1 versus Lenave Del Mysterio. Also, I'm not sure if we can get the stats up for that or not. I'm not too sure whether we are going to get the stats up for that or not, but I would like to take a look at them if we could. We are, because we're great here. We know exactly what we're doing. Here is a look at the stats for the end of that game. Wee Man, again, I think he's going to be a name that we're talking about quite a lot this season, right? 28 and 18. He is providing such space for this roster, especially again with those last 3 hard points.
It just feels like Wee Man can always be good for like constant sprees and constant two pieces. I mean, 23 non-traded kills out of the 28 with 2 minutes of hardpoint time. I mean, come on. This is supposed to be your flex AR. He's quite literally just about doing it all. Led the lobby as far as damage is concerned, albeit by 19 damage over Rancor, who also had a whale of a game at 28 and 19, but it just was not enough. I mean, you're seeing the stark differences in between the ARs of both Maple and Weeman, opening up the floodgates for a 26 and 21 Eric Boom, who had a much better map 4 than they did map 1. Say what you will about Metals, 21 and 25. He was always the first player to try to take a look at those rotations, trying to find those rotational gunfights in their favor, so that way Team Notorious had the spawns, especially in that final set.
And I will say as well, something that looked a little bit different here, at least it appears so in the stat lines at the end of the game, is that Eric Boom and Metals are playing much less, or Eric Boom specifically is playing much less hill time, right? I mean, he had like a 2 minutes in hill the other day when we saw him playing for Notorious. Maybe something has changed in terms of the way that they're playing Hotel Hardpoint here. Maybe Eric Boom and Metals, maybe specifically against the Nave Del Mysterio, wanting to go a little bit more buck wild, right? Just try and play around the hill instead of inside it. Either way, it works out in the end. Again, that back three was huge for Team Notorious. They're able to come out on top. Here's a look at the map set at the end of the series. I think the big shining light here for the Nave Del Mysterio was the back 5 rounds on Hotel Search and Destroy. I think they can absolutely be proud of the adaptations they made on that map.
I mean, you talk about the back 5 rounds that they were able to win in a row on the Hotel Search and Destroy. I'm still jaw-dropped over the 90-point deficit that they clawed their way back from in that map 1 to only win or only lose by 6. I mean, they were just one set up on P3 away from potentially closing it out there. There's a lot of bright spots. I will say this much, when it comes down to La Nave Del Mysterio, that we can look at when it comes down to the rest of their round-robin stage, and hey, even maybe playoffs, if they're able to make it out from this group as a whole. We had a lot of questions, from their top 6 placing, catching both Rancor and Sukri out of retirement, qualifying for this elite stage, but they are certainly on the up and up, especially being tested against one of the better team, if not the best, that we have right now in European Challengers.
Yeah, I will say this much. I think looking at their group, Team Notorious, I think we expected them to win it, but we also knew this was going to be a challenge, right? We knew that to a certain extent, Nave Del Mysterio would come out here and challenge this roster. It's a big map for them to win. Again, when it comes down to it, if any roster is going to be on the cusp of making it in towards playoffs, it's probably going to be this Nave Del Mysterio roster. I think for Team Notorious here, just in case something goes wrong down the line, this was a strong team to beat, to make sure that you have that victory over, and a 3-1 victory is also pretty strong too. So our first block of matches, I'm pretty sure, is just about done, right? I think we've had every single match here in the European region. Team Notorious coming out on top over the La Nave Del Mysterio roster. We are not done just yet. We can take a look at the next map, or the map set, from the Originals versus Team Beer. This is the match that we didn't get to see off-season. The Originals, they won that one 3-1, Andy.
Yeah, and it was really that El Asilo control, or Search and Destroy, that completely put the Originals, I guess, off kilter almost, especially after only winning that Mercado Hardpoint by 5 points. But I'm almost on the cusp of saying that that's just the Originals' game plan when it comes down to Mercado Hardpoint. You kind of start off slow, wait for FDOT to go on a 13 spree, and then you just win by like 10 to 15 points. But regardless of the matter, we got to see what they truly did look like as far as their flexibility and overall cohesion is concerned when it comes down to Embassy Hardpoint. FDOT pulling out the submachine gun at certain points in time. The triple AR setup of what we got to conclude on that Embassy Hardpoint P2. Everything looking pretty darn good for the Originals, albeit losing that Search and Destroy.
And here's the map set for Webberbobs over eFuse. We got to catch the very end of the Fortress control here, but things also looking pretty good, I think, for Webberbobs for the rest of that series as well. A 6-0 on Mercado Las Almas Search and Destroy certainly will benefit them. That Fortress Hardpoint, though, pretty close between the two teams. And again, I think for eFuse, the big storyline is we kind of knew that Webberbobs would win this series, right? We kind of knew that. It's not a blemish on eFuse at all. It's just kind of Webberbobs again, and one of the best teams we have here in European Challengers. I think eFuse do come away from this series, though, with their heads held high, even though they got 3-0'd. They had moments of graciousness in the Fortress control, and again, that Fortress Hardpoint, Andy, was pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing we know specifically about the eFuse roster is that Search and Destroy, surprisingly, is one of their weaker game modes, especially what we've been able to see from the qualifier, what we got to see from the cups, especially through personal streams. Regardless of the matter, yeah, you're going to be feeling pretty darn good about yourself, especially putting Webberbobs back a little bit when it came down to that 250-232 hardpoint loss on Al Bagra Fortress. And not to mention how you have a quick turnaround when it comes down to that Al Bagra Fortress control. There was about 2, maybe 3 different opportunities for this eFuse roster to be able to convert a handful of rounds. specifically for that offensive round, they're going to have to really turn that around, as I believe that they have to play up against a white-hot La Nave Del Mysterio in their second part of the day.
Yeah, well, our matchup next will actually involve the Webberbobs roster. They're going head-to-head with their fellow French roster in Clutch Rain. It's going to be an all-French affair for our main focus matchup. And, of course, as we do here, we're going to be looking into a couple of other matches in the European region as well as we close out day number 1 here for Europe in Challengers Elite Season 1. After the break, though, Webberbobs versus Clutch Rain. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are down to our second set of matches here in the European region for day number 1 of season number 1. My name is Infinity. Joining me on the desk once again is Proper, my good friend and co-caster, good friend sometimes at least. Anyway, we just had a great set of matches, and we're going to have an even better set of a second matches coming up, right?
Yeah, no, we sure are. I mean, our main focus is going to be a Wubba Bubs versus Clutch Rain. You can see it right below, at least my beautiful face, and then Brody's over there. And then you also have Falcons versus Signs happening, Elevate versus Team Veer. Those two matches are kind of disjointed by about half an hour, so we can give you as much coverage as possible. But a Wubba Bubs coming hot off of a 3-0 win over eFuse in their first match up here in the group stage. Going to be feeling pretty darn confident, especially after the fumble that happened this past weekend for Cup 3.
Right, and that was a big fumble, right? I think this is probably what we should lead with, right, in terms of the conversation about this Wubba Bobs roster. This Wubba Bobs team, yep, they look pretty good all season long. There's not been a blemish on their record up until Cup 3. Even a Raleigh, right? 4th at the Raleigh Open, you know, an international event here in Challengers, a big one for them to get into the top 4 for. But coming into Cup 3, they get beaten down by Grandmasters at top 16. And I just think it raised a lot of questions over this roster. It's like, I know it's only a cup. At the end of the day, it's nowhere near as significant as a Challengers Elite or a Raleigh Open or any kind of Open. But still, you know, top 16, it wasn't great for them. Nonetheless, though, this Wubba Bobs roster, I mean, again, it's a massive team, right? They're the only team of that kind of top echelon of European rosters to not be following the Raleigh Open. And that's, I think,
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if there's one thing that we know for certain about this Wubba Bubs roster is that they're going to be nasty when it comes down to online. Their online placings, especially going through the Vanguard year just last year, even when they were playing with Chaxter, was really, really good. You know, when this team did end up forming, and the same thing could be said about the beginning of the year for the Wubba Bubs. You know, they got top 3 when it came down to Cup 1, second in Cup number 2. But then when they got to land at the Pro-Am, they could not make it out of groups. I believe it was like top 20 or something. But then they really did show out when it came down to the Raleigh Open for Challengers, getting that 4th place positioning. So still a lot to be done for themselves, especially with everything that we're still learning about that second individual in from the left. It is Linz's rookie season. He replaces Chaxter from the end of the Vanguard year, and he's looking pretty darn good with this roster.
That is a huge talking point, I think, for this team, right? You know, alongside FDOT, I think Linz is the other big rookie coming out of the European season this year. And it is a massive replacement. I'm not here to talk rubbish about Chaxter, but I think, you know, statistically speaking, Linz is a huge step up from Chaxter in the slaying department this year. He's already playing that role to perfection. And I think the big kicker, of course, is that he does speak French, right? So for these guys, at least in the comms, I think this for the roster. Linz, of course, has been a beautiful addition to this team as well, because we've talked about how well he has played. I think early on, when we saw him, first of all, in like the Breaking Point Next tournament, we were like, oh, he's not as good as he was hyped up to be. He was good, but he wasn't like this superstar player that was putting up stats every single game. I think since then, especially at Raleigh and even during Cup 3, during their brief stint, I mean, he was still playing extremely well. So massive, massive player here for this Wubba Bobs roster. Again, though, we'll see how Wubba Bobs continue to perform with Linz on the team. They've looked pretty good. They've been a top 4 team all season, but we know they are prone to slip-ups with that top 16 loss versus the Grand Masters roster. Question, Andy, is will they slip up against this Clutch Rain team, a fellow French roster of players which we've heard of. Some of them we've heard of, at least, well, 2 of them, I think. And the 2 of them brand new players for this season. The 2 players that are brand new, I think, are Fibrone and Yaza, right? Or Fibrone, excuse me, and Yaza. The 2 players that are new this season to Challengers Elite.
Yeah, I mean, Fibrone and Yaza have been teaming together all year so far. That duo plus Twiz did not play in the Major 1 qualifier. Isaac did, however, place top 12, and Isaac was the only one out of this bunch, I believe, that did end up going to Raleigh, where he placed like top 32. He was playing like JC Wiley, Clousey, and T Drill. So if there's seasonal, I guess, representation as far as veteranship is concerned, you're probably looking at both Isaac, maybe, but like, even more so than that, there's still so much to be questioned when it comes down to this roster. They formed for the qualifier. They got top 16 in Cup number 3. They have everything to prove when it comes down to the scene as a whole.
Yeah, and it's funny in a way we've seen in the past, new rosters like this, they have the propensity for upsets, right? Especially against the Wubba Bobs roster. Again, you know, these guys, they know each other. Again, they're part of a very tight-knit French community, so they absolutely do have history with one another. there's always that idea that, like, hey, if you're an unknown team, you have no expectations and you have very little VOD to go off as well. That's always another thing that is just like, hey, look, you're not going to be having any VOD of this team really beyond a couple of clutch matches, which we would have seen cast in like the first couple of cups. Maybe like this team has a massive advantage in just being simply unknown. And they're also pretty good as well. We have seen a little bit of them, I think, especially for Yaza. I think was a player that I had my eye on for this roster that, you know, he's played pretty well in the preseason. And I think Isaac was like the other big player for this team. For me, was just like, I think we've seen Isaac a fair bit in, I remember him playing like the Black Ops Cold War season. I could be wrong in saying that. And, you know, he played pretty well in that season, like around the top 16, top 32 bubble. So I think, again, this is a good opportunity for this Clutch Rain roster to really come out here, pull off the big first upset of the 2023 season here in Challengers Elite. Whether or not they could do it, though, again, this is a big ask because this is a WoBobs roster. They're not an easy roster to take down whatsoever. This is truly a David versus Goliath situation. But again, we've already seen this god particularly can bleed. It's whether or not Clutch Rain weapons to make this happen. Their weapons, of course, would be the map set. Let's take a look at it for this best of 5. Mikado Last Harmless Hardpoint to kick things off. Elasilo Search and Destroy, our first tier on broadcast of the day, I believe. Or actually a second, excuse me, because we did see one earlier with the Originals versus Team Veer. Hotel Control for map 3. Hotel Hardpoint for map 4. And then Fortress S&D for map 5. Animate Mikado Last Harmless to kick us off. And we know that WoBobs, again, when it comes down to SMG presence, they're pretty good in that department.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Cobra's just going to be annoying to play against. He's just always going to be that guy threading rotations. He gets inside some of these fixtures, especially through the middle of the map, all these different tunnels and passageways. Cobra's going to be that guy to be watching out for when it comes down to potential breaks, if not for potential rotations as well. But when they get set up inside the hard point, that's when you're really going to be leaning towards both Rezi and Abuza to really show out and find all the slays required to turn some of these money hills into an abundance of time. I will say this much, that both of these two teams that we have on our screen right now, Brody, did 3-0 both of their adversaries. Say what you will, Clutch Rain, they did beat Who's in Charge, who, albeit inside the Elite, are a little bit out of practice as far as a team of 4 is concerned. But that 6-0 that they had on the Embassy Search and Destroy is definitely something that you can lean on. The same thing you could be talking about for this WoBobs roster. They did 6-0 that eFuse team on Mercado for their map 2. So when it comes down to Elasilo Search and Destroy, we're going to have our work cut out for us.
They're going from one extreme to another. I think we can both agree on that, right? Yeah, going from Who's in Charge to WoBobs is a big difference. We'll see though. It's just slightly, mate. Just slightly. We'll see how Clutch Rain get on here in this best of 5, going head-to-head with the WoBobs roster. Let's see how this roster's getting on again. They placed top 16 in the last cup. We know they are susceptible to damage. Maybe Clutch Rain can make the best of this situation. Well, off the start, things looking pretty good for this WoBobs roster. Clutch Rain trying to make their way through Banana towards P2, but not successful just yet. That kill from Isaac might well open up a lane. Cobra starting to advance, though, and as he falls here, the spawn's still intact for WoBobs.
Still intact for now, and I love what we're seeing. They're spawning on the backside of the barber shop, and they all just immediately reconvene inside of Cantina, making sure that the spawn stays secure for them. For Clutch Rain, though, they're trying to soak up a decent amount of time, being unsuccessful for the initial hit, and then trying to maybe rotate over towards P2. But a team kill via Semtex for Twiz, that's not going to exactly help you out, especially when you push it a little bit further forward, and Cobra just gets gifted a pinch. So the setup will be here early for WoBobs ahead of 2.
And really good opportunity here, WoBobs early on for them to start to take the charge in this game. But as one of the players falls, it will leave Rezi and Abuza left on their lonesome inside. Now just the latter of the two. Abuza left up in a 1 versus 2, gets shut down by Fibrone. And, well, that should be Clutch Rain here in control. Maybe not, though. Lins, this is the young gun for the WoBobs roster. Gets 2, looking for 3, doesn't finish his food, buddy. You gotta make sure you finish there. It's not over yet, and finally it will be here as Cobra will take down Fibrone. WoBobs, they momentarily lose control. Might be back in, and nope, right back at it here, Clutch Rain. It will be Yaza here, 1 versus 1 for the scrap time. Cobra taking the long way around to get this time. Yaza looking for it. The stun should be the information, and there you go. The information is there here. Yaza are absolutely ready here for the 1v1, but Cobra just better here. The Baznev, much better weapon for that situation. So scrap time will go the way of WoBobs, but here we go. 2 versus 2 on the rotation towards New. Lin's trying to find a route behind, and he gets shut down there by Twiz. Prezi now needs to go huge, runs out of bullets in the Baznev, switches over to the attack, and actually, never mind, he's got the melee. Almost turns on for the second. It doesn't matter if he doesn't finish his kill, though, because Cobra is there to finish things up. and Awobabobs, they get control of the rotation.
I was almost worried about battling for the scrap time. Awobabubs actually got a spawn all the way in the backside of Barbershop, so the numbers were there for Clutch Rain. But what Awobabubs do so well is that they showcase their discipline to wait for their numbers to come back through before they're fully able to break in towards the setup. But you look at the break attempt that's coming through from Clutch Rain. You had one player at top of that box that was going to be Fibron. Twiz, Isaac able to combine for a handful more. The numbers starting to sway that in favor of Clutch Rain. Even the sun to come through over by for Abusa will cement Clutch Rain here for the scrap.
Good scrap time coming through for Clutch Rain here. Don't want to let Awobabobs get ahead by too much in this game. Cobra trying to play that advanced position to make sure that nobody gets past towards the alley side so that Awobabobs can get full control over the Barbershop hardpoint. Has the assistance of Abuser too. Clutch Rain spawning very far out here for this hardpoint. I like the positioning from Awobabobs as well. As Brezzy denying any potential flanking players. One will come through from Isaac sooner rather than later. And there you go. That gunfight does come through for Brezzy. Lin's in the middle of the map as well. The presence is most certainly here for Awobabobs. But as the player falls in Cantina, this will allow closer spawns now for Clutch Rain. 40 seconds on the clock. The Clutch Rain roster want to take the time away from Awobabobs. Can they get past the AR of Brezzy in that back alley? Well, he's going to remove him from the position. And now here comes the Clutch Rain boys. The wave of Clutch Rain players making their way through the back alley. And they run straight in the line of sight of Yaza inside. Abuser, 4-4. And Awobabobs now continue to hold.
Oh, look at him also reading where the spawns are coming in through as well. Brezzy Lins actually spawn inside a tin. It is a parallel spawn, essentially, to come through as Clutch Rain are spawning over by Small. Now it's going to be straight gunfights galore. Scrap time secured for Awobabobs. They'll have about a 70-point lead, or 60-point lead, excuse me, going in towards this upcoming hardpoint. You gotta really tip it for the Clutch Rain roster. The discipline also being showcased for them, trying to wait for their numbers, but might be waiting just a little bit too long. They're allowing the Awobabobs to get their teeth synced in to this hardpoint.
Yeah, this would not be a good time for Clutch Rain to give away. Fortunately for them, they have got in, but not for long. Abuser's got that 6th in a row here. Of course, the spree that started over towards the Barbershop hardpoint. Now continuing here on the Silo Alley. And for more is Abuser. That will be number 7 just yet, excuse me. Cobra will actually pick up that gunfight, but nonetheless, the kills are here, regardless of which Awobabob player is the one picking them up. It is now Awobabobs that will be soaking up all of this time inside the hill. 25 seconds left, and this will be a big gap now starting to grow between the two rosters. Clutch Rain need to start getting their hands on the wheel here in this game. They do have control of the rotation, Andy.
They do at this moment of time, but you can take a look at the setup. I mean, that's a lot of wide arrows in and around Cantina. Nobody really wanting to take a forward position. I wouldn't blame them. They need to convert this into a full 60. That is so much easier said than done. Look at the Awobabobs, though, on the minimap. They're starting to split their affairs, trying to maybe try to coordinate a pinch, getting up inside of this Cantina area. The nade doesn't get stopped by a trophy system. Abuser there for the first. Twiz needs to go big. Can't find more than one.
Here they come. Awobabobs ready to try and take this hill time away from Clutch Rain. Fibrone's the last one left up, and he picks up one. Wastes enough time for his teammates that do spawn pretty close, to be fair, to try and come on through and help him out. Fibrone, though, still alive in this situation no longer as the kill people light up the purple, excuse me. Awobabobs here. Now in control. 5 in a row for Brezzy. We've already seen Abuser earn his spree. If Brezzy can get one as well, get another streak in the back pocket, things would not be looking so bright for this Clutch Rain roster, especially as we turn our attention towards the rotation. You could already see those white arrows on the map making that journey towards that rotation. Things not looking so hot. Lins will take out one player, but one has to hit the net. Look at Lins! Look at Lins, the route man! He's getting absolutely paid. The last player inside the kill will be Isaac, and the rest of his team spawn out. Isaac has so much to do here. 2 players from Awobabobs to deal with, and that is just not enough for him. Lins made the play there so that Awobabobs have this rotation.
So much to do, too much to ask for Clutch Rain to be able to shut that down. I mean, Lins was able to find the first inside a forklift, shuts down a dead silence from an SMG player, and then immediately erupts all the way through the palm tree area. That allows Brezzy to get further set up. 15 and 8 for Brezzy, 18 and 7 for Abusa. And Lins is not done yet. Has dead silence popped over here? Fibron will shut him down. That's the only elimination that they've been able to find until Twiz finds one all the way in the backside of Barbershop. Still no entry point inside this hardpoint. You gotta find your way in sooner rather than later. Awobabobs have a 215 to 90-point lead.
Yeah, things not looking good. Awobabobs here, giving away this last 20 seconds of time. They're still going to go for it. Abuser, I think the last player, just giving this one last shot, one last hurrah, but it's not going to happen. This last 20 seconds will go Clutch Rain's way. So Things aren't looking great for Clutch Rain at this point in the game. They're down by about 100 points or so, but crazier things have happened here on Mercado Las Almas. It is a map that does allow you to cut the comeback, but you just need to make sure you get P2 control. And, well, Andy, I think you and I both are going to agree here. This is exactly why Webberbobs are doing what they're doing on the mini-map. They're making sure they're on that side of the map.
Yep. Leader's advantage as well, fully intact for Webberbobs. I mean, about a 102-point lead going in towards the second set. It will end here whether you want it to or not. Not on this P1 hardpoint, but the Webberbobs have the lay of the land. Which hardpoint do you want to close it out on? You just got to find the kills to get yourself on the hardpoint and force Clutch Rain's desperation.
To be fair, Clutch Rain not in a bad position here. Yes, they're giving away time to Webberbobs, so they do need to get them out in the middle of the map. Isaac responsible for that as he does pick up 2, so nobody from Webberbobs will be picking up time now. They do have control of Cantina, though. That's the key thing for Brone, is the player in control. But there's a couple of kills now come through from Webberbobs. They're making their way through the tunnel. Linz is here. Abuser's here as well. Here we go. It's a 2 versus 1 inside the point. Linz and Brezzy. Brezzy will fall. Now Linz for a 1 versus 1, and he takes down for Brone with ease. And Linz still has a fair bit to do here, but actually I was going to say maybe Twiz can make his way through the barbershop towards that back alley, but as he falls, Webberbobs will spawn up just 18 seconds away from victory now. One more wave of kills should decide it, and it will be a purple kill feed. Just one more kill. I don't know if they can even get here at this point. Brezzy is watching that back alley like a hawk. And if he falls, Linz should be ready for it. He actually just peek out there, to be fair. Brezzy falls to, I think, the map itself. But as they go through, they run straight into the line of sight of the TAC 56. And Webberbobs finish things out there pretty strongly. That is a very, very strong scoreline to kick this series off here at Mercado.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, it was competitive. It was very close all the way through maybe the first 3 hard points where we started going back and forth. But then when we did actually get in towards that 10P3, that's when you got to see just the flexibility, the proactivity from a Webberbobs, I guess you could probably call it. One of which specifically out of Brezzy. One of the most winningest players that we had throughout the entirety of the Vanguard year. Competes in NA, then comes back over towards EU, took some time off, then forms this Webberbobs roster and is back to his old devious ways at the beginning of the season, man. I mean, you want to talk about a guy that is able to play so many different angles and find the best timings possible? Look no further than Brezzy. He was just about everywhere he needed to be, so that way players like Cobra and Linz can go unnoticed and Abuser can just pick his feet up in the hardpoint and just soak up time.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? That story about Brezzy last season, he won every single Challengers Elite that he competed in, and there was a lot of discussion around him on Texas Nation, despite the fact that the rest of the roster, be it sub spots or otherwise, managed to find their way into the CDL. He was the only one that didn't, and there were a lot of questions about that, like why? How has Brezzy not managed to find his way into the CDL? Well, I think you can continue asking those questions, and they'd be pretty valid as well, as he finishes at 20-11. It wasn't just him, though. There's another player on the board, probably another one beyond that as well, and you could probably go ahead and name the entire roster at this point. But I want to focus on Abuser. Abuser is a player that we've been speaking about time and time again this season, all the way back to the Breaking Point Next tournament before the season had even really begun. Abuser was that player on this roster that everyone was like, we should really start to focus on this guy. Here is exactly why. Mercado Las Almas was his playground here in map number 1, 27-12. 22 of those kills, Andy, were non-traded. 2 minutes inside the hill. Abuser, Mr. Do-It-All.
Yeah, and 10 of those eliminations of the 27 also came within the hardpoint as well. 2 minutes of OBJ time, you literally can't ask any more out of Abuser. It was Mr. Do-It-All, you would feel like, was finding rotational gunfights even when Webberbobs were spawning out, and was also playing a pivotal role when it came down to those break attempts as well, coupling that along with Linz or Cobra on the off angles, and then also Brezzy. Their double chows together are something you could absolutely write home about. It's also quite funny as well that, you know, you take a look at the entire rosters that are inside this lobby, even specifically for a Webberbobs. Abuser is the only Belgian player. You have Cobra, Linz, and Brezzy all representing the French flag, but Abuser is absolutely that guy, man. You want to talk about one that can make a continuous impact in and around any objective. Yeah, look no further than Abuser.
Abuser doing really well there in map number 1. Webberbobs, I think, doing really well as well, finishing 250-121 over their opponents. We were asking questions of Clutch Rain, how they would perform in this series. That first map is probably not the best sign for this team. However, we have to stress they are going up against one of the best rosters in European Call of Duty that did place internationally in Challengers 4th at the last open major event. Next map in this best of 5, though, will be El Asilo Search and Destroy. And Andy, I mean, look, Webberbobs are a pretty good search and destroy team, although I think, you know, for Clutch Rain, again, it's one of those situations where if there is any map or any game mode in this best of 5 map set which you're going to have a good chance out, it's probably going to be the search and destroy, if I'm honest, for Clutch Rain, because this is the one where how many strategies are Webberbobs actually going to have for Clutch Rain? We know how important strategies are to coaches on staff for these teams. How much are this a Wubba Bobs roster actually going to have on Clutch Rain going forward in search? I don't think they're going to have much at all, to be honest, other than maybe a couple of times where they played them. I don't even know if that's true.
I mean, it just depends on how many more strategies you want to, like, dig out from your bag of tricks if you're looking from the Wubba Bobs roster, because if there's one player to make a massive impact, especially for Search and Destroy, you're probably going to be looking at Cobra. He is their sniper player on a map mode combination like Elosilo, Search and Destroy. Snipers can be found a plenty for sure on both sides. You're almost going to be looking to maybe shut that down, whether it's a sniper rifle of your own from Clutch Rain, or maybe just trying to get aggressive for that very quick plant over by A. You could also throw a wrench in the system. We've seen a lot of teams, especially as of late, find value in maybe trying to go for that slow push over by B, especially when you find that first blood either by way of a TAC 56 or a sniper top house. But regardless of the matter, it's all semantics here. I think that Clutch Rain are going to be the ones that have to dig deep here to take the search off the Wubba Bubs.
All right, we'll see whether Clutch Rain can get it done here. A Search and Destroy victory would be nice for them to get themselves into the series. They don't want to go against a strong control team in a Wubba Bobs 2-0 down in the series. Things looking pretty good, though, off the start of this offensive effort. They managed to make their way almost completely unscathed towards B. And I think the Wubba Bobs at the very least are aware of it. And as Linz takes down Isaac, that's not good. Did Twiz just shoot him through the wall? Did he just shoot him straight through the wall? Well, that's a pretty good start, I think, for a Wubba Bobs. Just now one player left alive. It's Yaza.
Yeah, I saw Abusa on the mini-match just go all the way out past Pride Rock just to maybe find himself that wallbang spot. I've seen maybe a handful of times. There's also a slight line of sight that you can catch a player through the window or the bottom of the garage door. Linz, Brezzy, 1v2. Linz saw the door close. They know that Yaz is in here, especially with the nade coming through the window. How do you break?
Yaza has the element of surprise on his hands at the very least. I don't know which corner he'll be hiding it. Door didn't open. Yaza taking that first fight. Yeah, just unfortunate timing to use the Deddy there. It just wasn't quite out the animation when he got challenged by Brezzy. Yeah, Wubba Bobs reading exactly what Clutch Rain were putting down on the table there in that round. They had the numbers advantage. I mean, to be fair to Clutch Rain, Andy, they actually did manage to get themselves all the way over towards B, which is more than some teams can actually say.
Yeah, I mean, you could put an asterisk on that because the Wubba Bubs really did put all in of their efforts over by the A's side. I mean, if there was one player maybe in a position to try to stop that B push, it would have been Cobra, who I'm pretty sure was sniping top of their building, but was peeking through the window. And when they tried to find that timing, everybody was already past the field, like we were talking about. Able to quickly hit over towards B is very unheard of because you'll typically have a TAC 56 on the top side of that rock. Not going to be the case. I'm sure Wubba Bubs will probably take that adaptation in their defense later on. But for now, their offense.
Where do Wubba Bobs go here? That's the question. Looks like it might be an A hit. Initial stuns coming out there as Fabron and Twiz make their way towards the middle of the map. Fabron inside A, and that's a beautiful shot from Linz. Not very many pixels for that kill. There's much more for the second, though. Twiz will fall. Now Fabron. He's really the player in this situation, has him to do it. Linz has just spotted everybody at the moment. Spots out Isaac on Pride Rock. Fabron gets two, but no more than that. It was a good effort from Fabron there towards the end to try and recover the round, but Linz just completely rips it open.
I mean, those were just disgusting shots on the brick heady, for one, over by the fence line, underneath Linz's window. And then snaps onto the second underneath in the building on the other side of the A bomb site. And then gets the read for the player going top tower. I mean, yeah, there's a reason why we're talking about Linz also making an impact on their rookie season along with FDOT. This guy is absurd with the shots that he has. Another offensive round coming through from Clutch Rain. This time around, it doesn't seem that a Wubba Bubs actually put a player defensively. Maybe look at that B site, but it may not matter because Clutch Rain are all interior. Yeah, look how fast this is for the defensive side here. Wubba Bubs have got themselves down towards the bottom bar area. Linz well in control. Linz just runs straight past somebody, completely unbothered. Finally, there you go. One more player inside the A bomb site, though. That'll be Brezzy to take down Twiz. A second one as the flank comes through here from Abuser. Very quickly, an advantageous position will fall apart for Clutch Rain. They had this round in their hands, and a Wubba Bobs with the positioning just running circles around them. Yeah, I mean, hey, the Bees push didn't exactly work out in their favor, did it for Clutch Rain in their opening offense, so it's easy reads coming through for the Wubba Bubs, so they're probably going to try an A push coming all the way through. There were two players off rip, keep in mind you. I mean, one of which was Linz. Obviously, you saw like two ships in the night pass by another Clutch Rain member that they were aggressively already past the AS&D site. And once Clutch Rain finally got some tacks, it finally got some nades out, it was just way too late. Wubba Bubs had superior positioning, have a 3-0 lead.
Bob's looking pretty strong here, Andy. Last round on the offense, it was Linz that completely blew the entire play open. But Train have anything to counter it. Well, it might be Twiz. Twiz actually with a great position, but Cobra's there. Got his teammates front with a sniper rifle, and now a 4 versus 3 scenario. Don't have any map control just yet. That's the big thing for Clutch Rain. And now, well, now they most certainly do. Cobra just completely eliminates Siaza in the round, and now for Isaac and for Brone, I mean, you've just got so much of the map to cover. Isaac, if anybody, is going to be the player to stop this one. The shots do come through, but it's not enough for a frag just yet.
I know his name is Cobra, but this guy's got an eagle eye on it. He tracked poor Isaac all the way through that play. That's up to feed, bro. 1v4 would be wishful thinking. 4 rounds in and all in the favor of the Wubba. And again, you know, it finally pays dividends. If it's not going to be the aggressive pushes continuously through the interior of El Asilo, you can always really rely, especially for that railing peak for Cobra, to either take a look at top bricks or top AC. And keep in mind, when he did find that pick from the player that was top AC from Clutch Rain, he wasn't even looking over there. He just completely is cracked out of his mind to see that out of the corner of his eye and then track him all the way to the backside of Garage, be able to find that pick. Gotta have this round if you're Clutch Rain.
Gotta find yourselves on the board, to be honest. Just get something going. Isaac, get a kill. Twiz, get more than a breadstick. I want to do a wee man and search and destroy here.
Man.
Isaac, though. The first blood. There we go. Finally, Isaac's on the board. Cobra gives him a kill, wraps it up for Christmas. 3v3, though. That is a very short-lived advantage. Maybe Isaac can try and even the odds here, though, as another play goes down. That's going to be for Brone this time around to Linz. And Isaac's popped Eddie. Hasn't done anything with it. Finally will. There's the first. There's the second. Isaac turns this round on its head. And now Abuser in a 1 versus 2.
1 versus 2. He has the high ground. That silence has been popped. Where are Kegs? But Yaza has the peeker's advantage. It's such a tough angle to look at that side door in over by the Kegs for Abusa in that angle. I mean, you're basically looking for legs and feet. And look at the angle, especially for Yaza. I mean, you just have to see the sliver of any sort of obscurity from that top area to be able to start snapping towards that positioning. But yeah, Isaac absolutely made the play. Was able to find that first pick. Pops dead silence. Finds 2 more over by Kegs. Those are things that you just cannot allow to have happen for a Wubba. Got to find that tree. But Clutch Rain, they stop the bleeding.
Finally got themselves on the board. Isaac, massive part of that play, Andy. Can they now do it again on the defensive side? Last couple of offenses for Wubba have gone splendidly. If it wasn't Linz, it was over opening things up. This time around, they're taking things a little bit more passively, waiting for a Clutch Rain to come to them, and for them to make a mistake. For Brone is the one inside the site. If anybody falls first, it will be him. Perhaps for Brone will be the one to cause the falling. Brezzy trying to get a feel, and Isaac draws first blood this time around. Linz down for the count. That's a big head to take. Brezzy gets attacked with a nade, looking for the second against Brone, and it's not enough. Just get out of dodge if you're Brezzy, and he tempts, but no more than that. Abuser 1 versus 4.
Have that silence to play with here, Brody, and he's completely just isolated away from the bomb. Clutch Rain know it or not. They could just pull the magic conch shell and just understand they don't have to do nothing right now. Yuza might be able to find one here. 26 seconds remaining. Still has 3 more players that he has to cut through. You almost do feel like that if he's not snapping, he's not going to get to that bomb in time. The stun will confirm that Abusa is bottom checkers. Yeah, and you just got to stay alive here. You just got to stay alive here. Abusa cannot allow to get away with highway robbery. Gets caught in the reload, but Clutch Rain, they walk away with a very shaky round where Abusa had a really good look at that 1v4.
Hey, if he gets that 1v4, that's a complete just breakdown. The best way you could describe it, right? The mental is out the window, but Abuser has denied it. Twiz finds the cover for Brone there. 1 round at a time. That's the way that Clutch Rain have to look at this. They've got 2 rounds now back to back. They're slowly crawling their way back into this search and destroy. At least make it respectable if you are going to lose. They're not in that mindset just yet. How do they want to play this offensive angle? They're trying to anticipate what Wubba are going to do. Stuns immediately coming out here. This is a fast defense from Wubba as they try and cement themselves in towards the A site.
Look at the 2-2 split. I mean, you got 1 player on each of the outskirts, 1 player top tower, 1 all the way over by the truck. It's going to be Abusa as the B defender, but going to need some immediate information to just try to rotate all the way over towards the A site. Now, I don't know how much information Clutch Rain were able to get off of their stuns and their nades, but they're going to have to burst their way through this door. Linz, 1 HP, gets away and keeps the nade in the doorway to at least maybe try to proc some regen.
I think Linz got jump scared there.
I got
Two players from me. I absolutely got jump scared there. Felt like a horror game for a second. Clutch Rain. Locate him. Twiz on the flank, though. Twiz on the flank, and he times it perfectly with Isaac. How about that for synchronized flanking? As Clutch Rain come through, the kills are in, the bomb will go down. Cobra, though, is he going to be able to stop it? Look at that cover from Fibrone. And Abuser now left up in a 1 versus 4. He gets himself out of the round. Clutch Rain, they're starting to not just crawl their way back in the game. I think they've learned to walk.
I thought you were going to say this. I thought you were going to say the thing. 3 rounds on the bounce coming through for Clutch Rain.
I can't do it too much. I can't do it too much.
I mean, you said it 3 times in our first search and destroy.
Yeah,
so
four's the bad number.
Oh, my bad, man. But yeah, I mean, Clutch Rain, again, as you were talking about, you know, they didn't get all the information in the world. It was a very standardized defense, I would say, from Wubbabubs, albeit not putting a player in their top checkers. They had 1 player all the way over by the tower, and then Cobra just did not have the timing to maybe even coordinate that with Abuser, who was coming over by the field side. So, got to stop the bleeding here. If you're Wubbabubs, you still have that 1-round lead, and it seems like they're going to slow up the pace ever so slightly and maybe try to find a pick before choosing which bomb site to assault.
And elsewhere, Cabrone is already out. That's a very important position to lose a player as well. That's the player, again, that does sit inside the A-bomb site pretty much every single round. Wubbabubs, though, haven't felt confident enough to move forward just yet, and that complacency will cause Linz, to fall. Brezzy goes down as well, down to the sniper rifle of Yaza, and now for Abuser and Cobra, it's time to clutch up. Gonna need to see individual plays here, especially as they're pretty split up. Cobra towards the field side. Abuser, has he found a lane? Just gotta try and find something in behind Twiz. Checking every single corner. Surely someone's in the sight, and there you go. Abuser takes down Twiz now. These players both separated on both sides.
Where the bombs dropped as well. You need a pick, Cobra. He's got a sniper to do it. 27 seconds remaining. Isaac has so much to do here. Couldn't even get over towards the bomb. It was being looked at. Top checkers. What a resurgence in a 2v2. After losing 3 rounds in a row. The Wubbabubs able to play that as slow as you like. Just play for the picks. Wait for the unforced errors. You know that Clutch Rain going to be feeling pretty darn skippy after piecing together 3 rounds like that. They make it work. They're up on that point.
I mean, I don't understand why Isaac did that. In that situation, he just ran straight into the open. Wasn't the best play in the end there. But maybe just not feeling it at the moment.
Probably didn't have the information that the bomb was down. Maybe thought that the plant was coming through. There's a lot of anomalies that could have played out there.
Regardless, Wubbabubs now 1 round away. They have put a stop to the bleeding. They patched themselves up. Ain't bouncing anymore, Clutch Rain. No more rounds to be found there. Now looking for holes in the defensive line. They've not found one. They've had to poke one straight through it. That's Brezzy down for the count. Twiz is still super fast at the moment. The way he is running around does not care. Twiz continuing, looking for number 3. Look, Twiz just doesn't care. He's not stopping.
Oh, he's going to get the confirmation maybe on to Abuse. It doesn't like it, though. He thinks that there's more players in the interior, and he'd be right. Yeah, Cobra's going to be there. Fibrone's going to get the elimination. Bob should be going down. They know where the last player is located at. They should know where the last player was going to be coming from. Abuse found an elimination over by the trucks. He's on a 4 spree, 1v1.
And that stunned land as well. Abuser wants to hurry it up. He's just pre-aiming, and Fibrone runs right into the line of sight of Abuser to close things out. Good effort from Isaac there in that last round, but no more than that. Doesn't matter. Every time you think you found an ace in the hole, there's one for a Wubbabubs, and it's Abuser. 11 and 4 in that search and destroy. Just had an eclectic performance. Continuing on from the hard point. Just Abuser things at this point.
He's the B defender, man. You got to shut him down. If you don't shut down Abuser, he could either be in 2 different places, maybe even 3, honestly. He could be top Pride Rock over by the tree. He could be top AC, bottom AC. He could be over by the trucks where he was playing continuously, shutting down those B attempts continuously, and maybe even try to shut down flankers as well. And you really do have to feel for Clutch Rain in that final moment as well. I mean, Twiz, when this communication upon where Abuser was able to find that last elimination. Maybe they were trying to go for that 50-50 split that maybe Abuser was going to come all the way on the backside of the patio. Just was not the case at all. You really do need to be overwatching Fibrone. Maybe even try to get that bomb down, especially in a 2v1 on offense. You just got to play inside the site and just look at one of those 2 doorways while your teammate gets the bomb down.
You know, I will say this much, Andy. I think for Clutch Rain, right, they finally found some life in this series, right? I mean, the hardpoint didn't go so well for them. Yes, they lost ultimately 6-3 there in the end of the search and destroy, but those 3 rounds there they had in a row, and even the rounds that they lost right towards the end, I mean, we saw plays coming out for Isaac, right? He started off on a donut, playing really well in those final 2 rounds, even though they lost them. Like, Clutch Rain, they didn't just roll over and lose that search and destroy. They simply were outplayed in a number of the pivotal situations. We can take a look at our final scoreboard then. I mean, we already kind of mentioned it at the end of the search and destroy, Andy. Abuser, 11-4. He is just on something else at the moment. You know, that hard point was incredible for him. Now, topping it up with the search and destroy as well. 11 kills, 7 of them non-traded. The rest of the roster also did their part. And I think, as well, I will say, Clutch Rain, pretty respectable scoreboard at the end of the game.
Yeah, it just comes down to the wrenches thrown in very early. I mean, keep in mind you that we played 4 rounds and the Wubba Bubs were on a 4-0 lead. That you're basically asking for, you know, a slight perfection from Clutch Rain to be able to bring it all the way back. And albeit they almost did. I mean, they won those 3 rounds in a row, surely to keep it respectable and within 1. But again, you give the Wubba Bubs any sort of attention to detail. You showcase some of your tendencies, especially with how much love Clutch Rain did have with sending players through the middle of the map, bottom mid-map, I should say, over by Kegs with their Dead Silence plays. All it does take is just a few adaptations from the Wubba Bubs roster to really kind of put the final nail in the coffin for a search.
Well, things are looking pretty good in the search and destroy for Wubba Bobs and in the series as a whole. We've already talked about the propensity for them in control. I think, again, Clutch Rain, we're always fighting an uphill battle in this series. Again, you know, if we're going to see anybody take some kind of surprise victory here in Season 1 of Challengers Elite in the European region, I didn't think it was going to be this match, to be honest. I didn't think Wubba Bobs, the #1 seed in this pool, would be the team to lose, and well, they're not going to, at least at this point in time. This series has been absolutely all Wubba Bobs across the board. That hard point, 250 to 121. The search and destroy, 6-3 for them. Next up, it's Hotel Control. I actually really like watching this map mode combination, Andy. You know, you and I have had a lot of discussions about kind of how offensively sided it can be, you know, where there's kind of that split of offense versus defense lie on this map. I think it should be a good one, at least for a Wubba Bobs here.
Yeah, you know, Hotel Control as a map mode combination, if there's one map out of the few that we do have for the Control map 3 game mode, is that you will see the majority of offensive conversions happen on Hotel. The simple fact remains is that when you get yourself on that B zone, you are mostly going to be looking at a player to be either playing the head glitch on the railings, you got a player over by D2, one player watching the cross from maybe from info over towards couches, and then the player top bedroom as well. I mean, when you get that setup of the gods of your 4 players just working and team shooting everything into oblivion, it becomes a little bit of a head scratcher to maybe try to break, but you got to be able to get there first. Getting past the middle of the map, if you do lose the opening break off, can be a massive head scratcher.
All right, well, we'll take a look at another match that's going on right now. Team Fear going head-to-head with Elevate. How about this one for a shocker? We were looking for an upset somewhere in day #1. This might well be it. It's early doors, granted, but Team Veer, I mean, not only are they coming out to play, I think, they played the originals earlier, I want to say, right? They lost that one 3-1. They took the search and destroy. They're also going toe-to-toe with Elevate at the moment.
Yeah, they really are. On a map mode combination like Mercado Hardpoint, they only lost this to the originals by 5 points, and now they're facing the other 2 that was of that previous Elevate roster of Denza and Vortex, 228 to 140. Sitting here inside the current hardpoint, I mean, you really got to have it here if you are Elevate. Big trades coming through from Lucky and Denza that will remain intact for the hardpoint.
Yeah, can't give away this time now, and Detain and Nile going to combine for 2 here. This might well be the break required. Denza needs to go huge. Denza not able to get it done, only 1. Has he wasted enough time here for Journey to pick up where he left off? Journey's going to fall. The answer will be no. Players now spawning out towards warehouse side. Vortex has a ton to do here, needs to clutch up. That stun is the first part, but just waste some time. Try and find a route behind, and he gets shut down by Mythics. The trade starting to be in favor of Team Veer. Nile in for potentially what will be the final 2. Chaxter sitting in the corner. Does Journey pick the right one to Chow? He does, but Chaxter gets the better of him in the gunfight. Just need to pre-fire the door. And how about that? Team Veer coming out strong here in Mikado Salmus hardpoint, taking a map away from the Elevate dominance.
I mean, that's just insane. You know, you talk about an upset for sure, even in a map mode combination, especially for this Elevate roster when you got players like Lucky, Journey, Vortex, Denza. Any one of those 4 players can go absolutely AWOL. But this guy, Nile, I mean, this is back-to-back series now that he's having a whale of a performance. 28 and 14. Absolutely absurd. The same thing could be said about Mythics there. We'll talk more about him later. Second season of Challengers for him.
All right, well, back in towards this matchup between Wubba Bobs here and Clutch Rain. Wubba Bobs already here, starting things off on the offensive side. And this, you wouldn't think it by the minimap, to be honest, would you? With the way that Clutch Rain are positioned, they've got a couple of players, one by Sofas, one by Luggage, I think it was where Fibrone is. they aren't going to help the situation. The Wobbobobs are stacking on towards B. They've already got that second tick of progression through. Can anybody stop this captures? Yes, they can. Brone comes from bottom bedroom and takes Brezzy away from the point. So the bleeding has stopped, but the close spawn for Wobbobobs, that still hasn't disappeared. Linz spawns up towards luggage side. Does he do it for Brone? No, doesn't actually turn around. For Brone is still here.
It's still his first life, keep it mind you. 3-0 for them. Comparatively to, like, what was it, like the 8-5 start to even get a Wobbobobs on the B zone in the first place, completely nullifies it. Does not want to go over towards that B zone to give up their streak. They are getting the information, especially with Yaza going down over by Wine, that the Wobbobobs have shifted their focus to go over towards A.
And generally speaking, I think with teams here on the defensive side, you don't put too much effort into A. You don't want to give away lives unnecessarily. If you clear the point, great, but it's not something you, generally speaking, want to focus on, especially as they've already lost 2 ticks of progression on B. Regardless, though, they do get some wayward kills across the map. There was just the one player that was actually capturing A, and he does get shut down there by one of the players. So Wobbobobs here, now down to the last 27 seconds. They should be okay as Lin's really starting to heat up in the middle of the map, providing that coverage, taking players away that we're getting close towards stopping this A point. Twiz probably going to give this one last college strike to get them off the A point. I think at this point, yeah, that point is going to go by the wayside. Twiz now just going to wait for these guys to rotate around the back line in a really strong position to stop that from happening. He's able to get one. No more than that, but at least that's information here for Clutch Rain that someone's going to try flank.
A tough 1v2 with his head glitch. Now Abuser is just going to play inside of this shop and just try to go for long-range shots versus Twiz, but it actually kind of works as a smokescreen. Brezzy's all the way into the backside of P2. This is a very frustrating position to be in if you are Clutch Rain, but they are holding the line for now. Look at the way that the Wobbobobs are spreading the map right now, Brody. They are essentially, both Cobra and Linz, waiting for either the success or the failure from Abusa and the Brezzy to work in towards the back. Now, it is the former, so they are unable to work for the full flank, so it's back to square one. Linz can hold this L desk as much as they would like and just play for as many players coming off the respawn, maybe find the opening to get that last tick.
It only takes one good hit, and the kills are already starting to fall in favor of the Wobbobobs roster here. Just one more player behind to deal with. That's Isaac. He's down. He's done. And this round is probably done as well. Wobbobobs, they did so much damage early to that B point that it will fall very quickly with just the one hit. Clutch Rain, if they didn't lose it by ticks, they were probably going to lose it by lives anyway. They were down by quite a lot.
I mean, it's so tough, isn't it? Especially for a hotel control. If you're down in lives, I mean, you never really want to count anybody out, but this ain't no Albag or Fortress control. You don't get gifted a spawn trap blender if you find yourself a 3-for-1 trade in the feed. Wobbobobs, as you were saying, they did so much work earlier on in that round to be able to get those 2 ticks of conversion on the B zone. They also had themselves about an 8-life lead going over by the A zone as well. The Clutch Ranges basically were reeling throughout the entirety of it. Now it's their offensive attempt. A lot of focus through the atrium first and foremost. Cobra has their work cut out for them.
That's not going to help. Clutch Rain over the start is Fabrone takes out Twiz. That's going to definitely strengthen the defense for a Wobbobobs. That will help, though, as Linz gets highly over-aggressive. I think that's the rookie in him coming out to play there. That will enable Clutch Rain the room to move and maneuver themselves on towards A. They're double stacking this one to make sure this goes pretty quickly. Don't want to waste any time. Also sending one player through towards that spar. That's going to be Twiz. 1v1 against Cobra. Twiz actually just going to avoid it for the moment here. Might well have outplayed him, but no, Cobra's seen him. Cobra hunted him down, but actually no, Twiz will get away. Slithering behind him, he can hear it. But he will get away for the moment. He's playing his life to perfection here, trying to find something, a surprise kill or two on towards B. As A has fallen by the wayside, Twiz is the best positioned player here to try and upset the defensive line. Elsewhere, though, his teammates are falling, and that puts even more weight on Twiz to do something.
Just has to play this position. I mean, Cobra doesn't check it. Twiz thinking that maybe they can get on the backside of Spa. Does not work out for them because it's Abuser who's top bed. Able to find 2 and then snaps through the door for Isaac, who is top cat. This guy is going AWOL, is on a 6 spree, 13-4 for them in this control. Has a cruise missile. Job has been done. Yeah, the A zone got fully tacked on over, but it's 22 plays up against 19. And Wobbobobs can constantly just cycle players out, bottom luggage through the middle of the map, and keep Clutch Rain at bay.
Yeah, this kill feed is not looking good for Clutch Rain at all. They finally get a kill there. Stop the bleeding, but this was that was a long period of time where Wobbobobs, they weren't just bleeding. Clutch Rain, really dismantling them. Now trying to get players positioned forward once again. One of those players, Cobra, in bottom bedroom, gets a couple of key gunfights. Abuser reads the spawn from Twiz, and now just keeping an eye on top bedroom as well while they position Cobra around that area. Everything is looking up for Wobbabubs in this position, and there's nobody coming on the flank as well. They are more than happy to just sit in this position. Clutch Rain, you can see how cautious they are on the minimap. Yaza might well blow this play wide open, though. He's already picked up 2 kills, no more than that, as Abuser answers back with 2 of his own, but the door has been opened here for Clutch Rain. Can they work off it? It's for Brone and Twiz here, combining 4 of 3. Clutch Rain now starting to stack the point here. Can our Wobbabubs put a stop to it? They're spawning up towards the help desk. They need to start flooding through right about now. For Brone for 1, Abuser, Brezzy, Cobra, they're all picking up kills, and that will be the wipe desired. They lose 2 ticks of aggression, but they survive the brush with death.
It just takes one good push for Clutch Rain to get presence over by that B zone, but the trophy system got completely dismantled, and then the Semtex is intact, kept everybody so weak. Brezzy now finding 2 within this life itself is just going to keep everybody at bay. 12 plays up against 5. Last chance saloon for Clutch Rain to get on this offensive zone.
You've got to go shake at it, to be fair. If Brone can jump across the point, yes, he does. Now the stack coming through for Clutch Rain. What a great read of Wobbabubs. Will they be able to stop this in time? You got to go. You can't just L-trigger Cobra. He gets shut down. And Clutch Rain, against all odds, despite the fact that they have lives down, they are able to get it done. They remove the player from bedroom. They get the close spawns desired, and they stack when required. Things that us as casters love to see.
Absolutely love to see it. Life deficit, never met him. That snap right there onto it, like... we saw that from the other perspective on Catwalk. It's just absurd. I mean, this guy has just been having a whale of a day already as it is. 18 in 7 through 2 rounds of play on Greenberg Hotel Control. I mean, come on. Clutch Rain need to have a better break off here. That is the one thing that plagued them in their previous defense. But this time around, a Wobbabubs, no presence towards the middle of the map, not going towards B. They want A first.
Good effort, I think, from Wobbabubs here. This is the right idea. Just play this one safely. I don't think Clutch Rain entirely expected it either. The kills will certainly go in a Wobbabubs' favor, though. And now get themselves on towards this A point. They've got to be cautious because one player's coming on the flank. That's going to be Twiz, despite the fact that Abuser's overextended. Nice read from Cobra to take out Twiz from that power position. Abuser going through. Yes, he gets a couple of kills. Provides some space. It won't be enough. That first tick of aggression has come through. Cobra could perhaps open up things for another, but it just will not be. And Wobbabub sent back to the spawn point.
And back to the spawn point indeed. And now their biggest issue comes around for both Twiz and Isaac playing in and around bedroom as well. So how do you try to re-assault this if you are Wobbabubs? Well, you do have a couple players from Clutch Rain that are pushing past the restaurant in towards Kitchen Brody. So Abuser actually gets gifted a spawn bottom luggage. Twiz almost had the read, wasn't fully aware of the situation at hand. So top bedroom, now catwalk control in favor of a Wobbabubs.
Still, with 35 seconds left here, despite their early antics, the Wobbabubs haven't exactly got much progression on A whatsoever. All it will take is one good hit, though. All it will take for a Clutch Rain is one good break, and for Brone on 6 in a row. Already on the cruise missile. Might be the one to stop it. He's only able to get 2 inside rugs. No more than that, and the close spawns for a Wobbabubs, no matter how shaky this might be, should be the thing to get the capture on the point. Clutch Rain, I think, would be foolish not to go for this, to be honest, to try and stop the A capture altogether. Yaza is actually going to get that first blood, and it becomes a much more realistic prospect, but as one falls inside rugs, this might still be over. This might still be doable. There you go. Brezzy gets that kill on towards Yaza, and now the stack should come through for a Wobbabubs. Just a few more seconds, and A should fall by the wayside. Clutch Rain, they know it too.
I'm really keen on that. A few pushes that we saw from Clutch Rain. I let the A zone go over. You had yourself a little bit of a life lead. You could have set up for a couple exits, but now that has been flipped on its head. Yaza has so much to do. Sees one cross. Brezzy's in the shop head glitch. And it's a tough gunfight for Yaza to take at this moment of time. So he's calling for Febrone to help out towards the backline. There's 3 players here for a Wobbabubs.
Nice chow from Cobra to pick up the first. Febrone has a lot to do. There's the first. Hasn't been a chow just yet for the second. There we go. Brezzy's going to get it. Cobra, surely not! Febrone towards the backline! Completely eviscerates the push. And a Wobbabubs here sent back to the respawn point. Clutch Rain in a pretty good spot because Twiz is still alive towards the bedroom too. What a great play from Febrone. And now 30 seconds on the map, excuse me. A Wobbabubs still have a chance here to try and capture B. They're down in lives by 3. And are they going to anticipate this push from behind from Twiz? I don't think so. Twiz already starting to do some damage. He's got that first. On the other side, Yaza just L-triggering down luggage side. Still a chance though. 10 seconds on the board. Nice posthumous nade from Twiz to take down Cobra. I don't think Cobra was one too happy with that one. Abuser though, still keeping this play alive. Able to pick up 1, but they haven't dealt with Isaac inside bedroom. 2 seconds on the board. Isaac, that should be all she wrote here, whether he gets this last kill or not. Clutch Rain. What a play from them. And I've got to say, Andy, Febrone, towards that backline, just stellar.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, through the lobby side, if Febrone doesn't come help things out, this is the play again. If Febrone doesn't come help out the backline like this, I mean, that would have been an Awubabub's offense. I can absolutely die on that hill. I know that I'm not alone as well. It's just one of those things, again, that Fibron, when we talk about this player specifically, that's the explosivity that we can get out of their SMG gameplay. 18 and 13 for them, sure. But stopping that B zone from tacking on over any segments whatsoever, that is huge within its own self. And now Clutch Rain, if they're able to find the same value that they did in the previous offense, they can close out this map here and stay alive in the series.
Clutch Rain, they want to close it out here and stay alive, as you say. They want to go for the Hail Mary offense, push towards B. Doesn't work out, unfortunately. They will still get pretty close spawns, but won't last long as Abuser finds his way in towards the bedroom site. Also has that streak still in the back pocket. Has had an incredible game at 24 and 12. Make that 25 and 12. This is a power position that Clutch Rain will want to remove because the further he goes into the bedroom area, the further back that Clutch Rain spawn. They do not get that luggage spawn that they so desire on that B push. And they're still going at it. They're still banging on the door. I don't entirely blame them for it, but they have to get the kills to accompany this push, and this is just not happening. It's not successful at all. And Andy, at what point do you just say, right, we need to go to A here?
Before that previous push, that's exactly when you start chalking it up. But you've bought enough time for Awubabubs to get set up forward here. Is Cobra in the pantry, waiting for the push to come all the way through? You also had players like Abusa, that off the respawn, inside of Wine. Cobra just needs to play their life here on the lamppost, get some more information, has a trophy system to keep them company, and Clutch Rain are reeling. 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it was just one push left in them for Clutch Rain. 15 seconds left now. Cobra starting to heat up. I mean, everybody's starting to heat up here. Combined 13 spree between them. Cobra looking to make it 14 and 6 in a row for the man. Yes, he does. Cobra really heating up here. Clutch Rain absolutely feeling the venom. Awubabubs there flawlessly defend the point, and I think off the back of that, they should probably get the defense here for round number 5. Whether or not that's a good thing, I don't know at this point, but we'll see.
Yeah, who knows, right? I mean, it mostly just comes down to what Clutch Rain do on this offense, because we saw that their initial A push through Atrium work out quite well for them in their initial offense. But, I mean, look, you're going to almost look for a round 5, if not maybe close it on the offense. I don't blame them for maybe trying to go for a tick or two over by B for their initial push, but I can completely fault them for trying to do it for a second push around. You basically fed so many different eliminations to come the way of both Cobra, Brezzy, Abusa to resurface themselves and key points of the map. Brezzy comes into this round on a 4 spree, Abusa on a 3. Cobra has a cruise missile, keep in mind you, and so does Abusa.
Clutch Rain this time, they're not doing what they did last time around. They're making their way straight towards A. Mind you, those cruise missiles can actually come through the roof of this A point. There is a trophy system down, though, and those things do best cruise missiles for some reason here in Modern Warfare 2. Clutch Rain now starting to get themselves on towards the point, and they're not contested in any way as well. Awubabubs making their way towards the middle of the map, but I think they have resigned this as well. I don't see any late pushes coming here. They're doing what Clutch Rain didn't a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a 1 for 4 start for Awubabubs, so you basically just count your losses there and just understand that you can maybe play for a couple exits. That's going to be Brezzy. You can see on the minimap maybe trying to look for a couple of those exits, and you want to make sure that you're set up sufficiently for this B zone assault. Cobra playing the opposite side of the info desk. Not taking any numbers here. 23 and 18, able to find 2. Now he's got himself activated in bottom bed.
Yeah, you want to get yourself in a position to make sure that Clutch Rain's spawn out as far as possible, but here comes Clutch Rain's secret weapon from this control thus far. It's Fibron. Can only pick up 1 before that takes him out. Now for Clutch Rain, relying on a couple of players that have made their way towards the point. Isaac's able to take down Brezzy here. Now Cobra, can he completely spoil the party? I don't think they're going to be aware of it. There is one player right above him, Isaac. They just do not know about each other. Now they do, I think, as Abuser's seen him. I think Cobra should be able to deal with the kill. There you go. Cobra just gets that kill. Now presence inside bedroom once again for Awubabubs. And Clutch Rain need to remove him from the position. Cobra is the reason that they're struggling at the moment. On 4 in a row again. This would be a second spree, looking for number 5. And finally gets shut down. Big kill from Fibron.
I mean, even lapping your streaks right there would have been a consolation for Cobra. I mean, you were looking down the barrel of maybe a 5 life deficit. You've not only mitigated that, if you are Awubabubs, but you completely flipped it back on its head. 20 plays up against 17. That favoring of the defense for Awubabubs, and they can just hold the line here. They don't have to push all the way inside a bedroom. They know that that positioning is going to be for Clutch Rain. You just have to be playing these off timings. You can see Brezzy kind of fishing with it. They're about to pounce out a statue.
In the middle of the map, though, Brezzy, as you say, just going to be that player to really blow this entire play up. They don't know about it. They do not know about it. Brezzy comes through for the kill on towards Isaac. He could have been a real spanner in the works for Awubabubs on the defense there. turned out not to be. Completely neutered by Brezzy, and the rest of the kills come into effect too. And Wobbabobs here regain full control over the map. They've got players in positions that, frankly, I don't expect Clutch Rain to expect. And Twiz certainly didn't anticipate Cobra being pushed forward in towards Statue there. Either will they anticipate Abuser in the middle of the map. Abuser now coming back towards his teammates. The best thing that Clutch Rain could do here is get a clutch from Fibrone. That has to be the play. Fibrone has to be the playmaker in the situation. Can he do it? Yes, he can. The first kill's in. Looking for Cobra. Gonna catch him completely off guard here, but you gotta get on the point of your Clutch Rain. Fibrone, you can't just get these supporting gunfights. And now on the point alongside Isaac. It's a 2 versus 1 for the moment. It won't be long before the rest of the band joins the class. So Wobbabobs here really starting to encroach. The kills, though, still in favor for Clutch Rain. 1.5 seconds left. There's no kills for them to get. And the Wobbabobs will finish things off despite a worthy effort from Clutch Rain. It's a much closer map than the rest of the series, but it is the Wobbabobs that finish triumph.
I was about ready to sit there and say it only takes one good push, and if Fibrone can do it defensively, shutting down 3 players in the backline defensively, why not just try to do it again offensively? But the one thing I will say for certain that Wobbabobs are just so adept at doing when it comes down to hotel control, albeit a small sample size for us here in this map mode combination versus Clutch Rain, is that when they know that there's a trophy system down on the site, everybody just hurls all of their nades into the site itself, shutting down that one trophy system so that when the next player off the respawn can find just infinite value with their attacks in their Semtexes or frag grenades, depending on which they decide to load in with. It's that teamwork, that cohesion that we've come to expect and have come to really love, especially for this Wobbabobs roster, a core 3 that have been stuck together since the end of the Vanguard year.
Yeah, they look very good at the moment with Linz on the roster, but it isn't Linz that's doing all the effort here in this series. I think, to be fair, yeah, he had a good game there at 29 and 19. I'm going to say it, Andy, I think that might be one of the single best cross-series performances we've had from a single player this season in European Challenges so far. Abuser had a hell of a time every single map. He does it here in map number 3 as well. 33 and 19 is how he closes that game. Again, I think the bigger factor is not even the 33 kills. It's the fact that 27 of them weren't traded. Like, he's just untradeable at the moment, apart from the 6 occasions where apparently he was. But nonetheless, just incredible from Abuser. And also, again, I did shout out Linz there momentarily. He's also had a good game. I will say, before we talk about Web episode, Fibrone had actually a really good game there in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Fibrone, it has definitely stepped up to what Clutch Rain absolutely need. You know, we got to see it in the El Asilo Search and Destroy, where he was popping Dead Silence and trying to find as many eliminations as possible. Same could be said about Twiz, but to be able to convert that into a hotel control is definitely something that you don't see every single day, especially from Fibrone, a player that's on the up and up, 26 and 22. But nonetheless, the Wobbabobs will start their group stage off 2-0 as we take a look at our roadmap here. It was a blistering pace that they set in that Mercado Las Almas map 1, 250 to 121. They bounced back after answering with the first 4 rounds, and then having Clutch Rain answer back with 3 of their own. Their adaptations were at an all-time high, not to mention here on the Greenberg Hotel of what you just saw. Their B defense for Wobbabobs, definitely making an argument for one of the best in this region.
Yep, a double 3-0 victory here for Wobbabobs on day number 1. They're looking pretty good, albeit, you know, the teams that they face, I think we both said that we didn't anticipate anything else happening. Maybe they lose some maps, but they're certainly not going to lose the series in that situation. We can take a look at another series, though, that's going on concurrently with this one. It's Falcons Esports, a roster that we haven't actually had a chance to have a look at just yet. They were a roster that we mentioned at the top of broadcast to be kind of a surprise name, I think, especially coming out of Cup 3 that could well contend for one of the top spots in the European region. They're also having a pretty good go of things here. And, well, Xnid on 3 in a row. What a time to switch to him, 19 and 10. This is what he was doing in the Cup the other day.
This was, yeah. I mean, a team that is a core 3 of Saudi Arabian players plus Pac. Coach Luigi's got to be feeling pretty darn skippy about this team. Yeah, got 4th place in Cup number 3. They lead this series 2-0 at this moment of time. 26 plays up against 15. Pac will find 2. So Zyro's going to be able to find his way over towards the A zone. An opportunity, perhaps, for the Signs to add 60 seconds.
Could well get it done, but I don't know if they're going to anticipate this flank coming through from King of Body. No, they're not. King of Body comes through. There's 2 in a row, 5 in a row for him, generally speaking. And while that could well be the final nail in the coffin here for this round, Depper is the furthest player pushed forward. If anybody's going to do anything, it would be him. For the 1v1 against Xnid, it's just not to be. The kill feed will light up green, and I think more importantly, Body finishes with 7 in a row. The cruise missile has been earned here. Team Falcons in a wondrous spot. And you can't underestimate, by the way, Andy, just how important such a thing as a cruise missile can actually be here on Fortress Control, because it can be the thing that breaks you on towards a point and gets you a capture.
It can also break you out of a spawn trap blunder that is Alpaca Fortress Control. That's also given the fact that if Team Falcons kind of stumble on their opening rip here versus Signs, which is how the series has gone so far, doesn't exactly suggest it. 250 to 102 on the Embassy Hardpoint, 6-1 on the Mercado Search and Destroy. Here on the Control, it seems that they are not skipping a single beat. King of Body, 16-9, 23-12 here for Exnid, as you were highlighting, has a cruise missile to play with in this round.
Yep, 2 cruise missiles on the board now for Team Falcons. Got to use them well if they choose to use them at all here. Of course, they could choose to use them for a round number 5. We didn't get to see what the tick progression was like in the prior first couple of rounds, so we don't know who would get a defense if this does go to a round number 5. Regardless, though, players push all the way through. I love this from King of Body, pushing all the way through. Deliver never expected that in a million years, and this will just turn the attention of these Signs players. He's looking for more, getting involved in a 1 versus 1 by Yumiko, but I mean, he's doing everything. He did exactly what he needed to do. He gets those players out of the middle of the map.
It's just that forward positioning as well. It's going to be very frustrating for Signs to maybe even deal with, but they finally are able to deal with a Falcons lurking member in towards the back, so back to the proverbial square one for Team Falcons to maybe try to get themselves out from this spawn trap. King of Body's going to dip into the resource. First and foremost, going to take down Yumiko with that cruise missile. Pack's going to step onto the zone, has no idea where these players are going to be contesting from, but it's going to be from the inner doorways. Has a lot to do, but Depa helped things out with a team kill.
There's one cruise missile that came through. It hit the building. Or a trophy system, we're not too sure, but regardless, it didn't get anything. So one of those 3 cruise missiles that Falcons have has been utilized. At the very least, it will send Signs inside for a moment. Nice Semtex from Depa to take down Vampire from the point, and, well, not a single tick has been given away here for Team Falcons. I really think they need to focus on A if they can, just try and get 1 tick of progression. Maybe not. Exnid coming in from behind, attempting to flank. They wanted to get the player out of the window, not able to get it done. 15 seconds left now. Now, anybody from Falcons make their way through. A couple of kills should give them the space required to get Vampire on towards B. He needs at least 1 frag. He needs to win the 1 versus 1 versus Deliver, and it just doesn't happen. Does that provide the space, though, for Falcons to perhaps get themselves on towards A? Well, if they won't, Exnid will, all by his lonesome. Already got 2, and now Falcons with 5 seconds left here in with a chance to still stay alive.
14 plays versus 14. Pack is also here to help things out, has some assistance with Vampire. 2 players strong over here. Pack is also going to call in a cruise missile, and now if you're Signs, you basically have to chalk this up. I don't even know if you want to try to get your way over towards the A zone, because you're going to start losing more lives along the way. But Depa's going to try his best, is only able to find 1. Last player on the A zone was Pack. He gets swiftly dealt with, but Exnid was right here to hop back on it. That should be the 3rd segment, tacked all the way over. 60 seconds out on towards the board. Falcons have a 4-life lead.
Oh, sigh of relief there for Team Falcons. They get the point done. That is a lot of investment, too. That's 2 cruise missiles that have gone out of this round, I think, to try and guarantee the defense round number 5. That's why they wanted all those ticks of progression on towards A. And they have an advantage now, 9 versus 5. They might not even need the round number 5. Player push through towards munitions. That's going to be Exnid, who's able to get 1 before finally falling. So now 8 versus 4. Double the lives for Team Falcons. Double the power, double the pride, maybe double the fall. They in from behind. Falcons, I don't think they're falling foul to Signs. Not on this day. Falcons continue their dominance. Pecking away at the Signs roster. It's just down a Depa left up in a 1 versus 7. This is one of those good luck, have fun moments. It would be impressive if he was able to clutch up here, but there's not a chance. If you don't lose by capture, you're going to lose your life here, as he's already shot up here. Would take a miracle. Still play. I don't know how he's still alive, to be frank, in this situation. I have no idea how Depa is still alive, but finally falls, and the Falcons will fly on this day. A 3-0 victory versus Signs. This Falcons roster continues to look more formidable every appearance we see them.
Every single appearance that we see them, Brody. And it really does say something, especially for this roster, that honestly just came out of the woodworks. Look, we've always known that there has been some pretty good representation out of Saudi Arabia, but not like this. Not backed with the coach Lou T and then Pack also coming into the mix. I mean, you have a couple of players that placed all top 16 when they were playing together. Exnid, King of Body, Vampire back in Cup number 1. That kind of put them on the map a little bit. But placing top 56 at Raleigh with this roster in particular, we were like, all right, maybe not so much. But then they come through, they qualify for Elite Season 1. They get 4th place in Cup number 3, playing upset to a lot of people's weekends. This roster is certainly on the up and up. You got to be feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny in a way, right? Because we talk about that top 56 placement from Raleigh, and I think we did write them off in a way. We were like, yeah, this roster's just another EU team that managed to find the funds to make their way over towards Raleigh, and things just didn't work out for them there. Since Cup number 3, my opinion on this Falcons roster has completely flipped on its head. You know, the coaching staff, Luti, is doing a hell of a job, and I think, you know, even individually, this roster has a lot of talent on board, especially when it comes to Exnid and King of Body. Those guys are incredible. Pack there also proved his worth, and you can see all three of those players statistically went off in that game. 25 and 15 for Pack, 28 and 19 for Exnid, 23 and 13 for King of Body. Streaks galore in that one. Good utilization as well. I think, you know, very often you can get lost in these guys just outslayed. Team A outslayed Team B, but like we talk about that offensive victory there in the final round, Andy, and they had good utilization of the streaks.
It kind of gives you shades of like Black Ops 4, huh? When you have like all of like the streaks plus all the specialists included, that you save them for that one round when you know that you have an opportunity to maybe kind of stagger them a little bit. That's exactly what Team Falcons did, right? You pop that first cruise missile, you get out from maps, you pop the second one just to give you presence further on the A zone itself. And then that last one, as you're trying to rotate through the hay bales and get over towards the B zone, wonderfully executed there from the Falcons on that offensive round.
Alrighty, well, 3-0 to Falcons. Take a look at the maps. Prior to this one in the series, Fortress Control was just the tip of the iceberg for this roster. The rest of the iceberg, Embassy Hardpoint, 250 to 102 victory, and Mikado Search and Destroy. That was a 60 victory as well. And that's a really dominant series for Team Falcons there.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it definitely has to be talked about. I mean, all these guys, I'm pretty sure, are all in the same room together now, within the same country. So it definitely does say something what this roster truly does look like when they have the formidable practice, they have the confidence and the cohesion being next to each other. 250 to 102 on an MC hardpoint is almost unheard of, especially with this Signs roster, which we know that they can absolutely, no pun intended, but deliver when it comes down to their slays. It's just a sight for your eyes to behold for what this Team Falcons can do. I talked about it at the end of Cup number 3, and I'll reprise the statement: how high can they truly go?
How high can they fly? They're looking pretty good at the moment. They're getting their second victory of the day, I want to say, on that Fortress Control. Good ending to the series for Team Falcons, a 3-0 for them. Just to give people an update of what's going on off screen right now, I don't think we can actually go to this match. I might be mistaken. We were talking about the Originals as a team. I just want to get this in really quickly. The Originals as a team, they already looked like they lost a map. I think it was to Veer early on, right? The Search and Destroy, but they won that series 3-1. Right now, they are down 2-0 to Nixa. In their group, in Group B. That is a pretty interesting scoreline going on right now. That would be, I mean, we've been searching for like the first big upset of the day, Andy. That would most certainly be it, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they lost. The Originals lost that Search and Destroy on El Asilo convincingly, like 2-6. Maybe that needs to become an auto veto because, I mean, the Originals also really struggled in their matchup earlier on that specific map mode combination. So, I don't know. It could honestly be a tale of two evils, but, you know, for the Originals, you definitely need to be able to dig deep for that reverse sweep. For that coming through, it's going to be on a Hotel Control, and you really got to have it if you are the Originals. That is your number 2 seed overall for this region.
Now, well, this is more like it as we look over towards the other matchup. We went into it earlier on. Veer, they beat down Elevate 250 to 150. They lost the Search and Destroy, though, 6-1. I think Elevate back to form. That's kind of what we expected out of that roster, especially with some of the names on the team. I think when we're looking at kind of Lucky with the sniper rifle, we'll see what he can do. And I think, whenever we talk about S&D, I kind of always think Vortex is synonymous with the S&D game mode at this point. He is the S&D guy. We expected Elevate to win that one. We're going into map number 3, though. It's going to be Hotel Control. Team Veer have already proven they're pretty good at respawn against Elevate, so maybe they can take this one away.
Yeah, and it's this guy on your screen right here. I wanted to talk about Mythics just a little bit more slightly, just because, again, this guy kind of got put in the blender last season. He was the new kid on the block. He showed his talents, but he just needs a good environment to really shine bright. And hey, it might be this Team Veer roster where Mythics can become activated, especially in the respawns here. Starting off 2-0. Currently trying to maybe rectify some of the issues through the middle of the map, but they win the opening break-off due Team Veer. They're trying to recollect themselves, trying to recognize where Elevator located.
And of course, now they face that decision, right, that we've seen teams face countless times before. How much do you want to invest into defending this A point? Well, there's a couple of frags do come through for Team Veer. They might actually now just want to go straight for it, and you can see that deep position coming through now from Team Veer. Chaxter attempts to get in, as does Detain. Detain's only able to get one before falling, so it is just a bit of a faulty push at that. Elevate their close spawns, give them the armor needed to get back on towards the point and finish this progress, excuse me. Now for Team Veer, I think it's about how you deal with the inevitable rotation of Elevate players. A couple is trying to already get their way through. Both have been shut down, early efforts. And Nile there, I'm kind of surprised. He went in double arches, went for a bit of a reposition around the middle of the map. I'm kind of surprised he didn't just stay by Spa, because now Elevate are in the backline.
Look at where Mythix is located on the minimap. He's all the way behind enemy lines. He's essentially playing in the opposite spawn, but Lucky senses Retangling, try to clear it out, won't be able to have it. But the biggest issue still presents itself for Team Veer, that Elevate have essentially flipped the map out, especially with Mythix getting taken down over by the water. So now you have to deal with these players in towards the back. That was going to be Nile that was tasked to do it. Now the presence might just be here so long as you can find the trades, but Lucky finds two. That's presence on the B zone.
Yeah, they clear bedroom as well, so the close spawn should be in effect now for Elevate. They should be able to run straight towards a point. Veer, frankly, are not ready on the defensive side. They're relying on min-map pressure coming through from Mythix, who has already picked up the first kill. Now, has he waited enough time for the rest of the team to come off the spawn? The first ticks through, the second about to go through as well. The supporting gunfights are in. Mythix needs to come out to play. He can't do anything. All on Nile. 1 versus 2. Gets the first. A 1v1 now versus Lucky, and Lucky just going to jump off the point to clear it. There you go. The 1v1 is won by Lucky, but it doesn't matter. The overextension means that he's no longer on the point. The clock is no longer stopped. Jackster able to pick up 2 players who I don't think they expected Jackster to be in that position. There's still a massive fight going down towards B. This is not secure by any means. And now finally, with that frag, it should be Mythix closes things out, but that was very close.
I mean, Elevate's got to chill in that position. You had about even lives, and you know that you were going to be spawning Team Veer all the way over by shops, more or less. Just needed to wait for numbers and be able to find that trade, for heaven's sakes. Now you have allowed Team Veer to stabilize, more or less, and every single time that you touch the zone, it's going to be the call for Team Veer to pounce. 8v6, 1 more second required.
They still can't get it done, though. They don't have the lives. They need to be a little bit more creative with this one than just brute forcing their way through. Yeah, they're pretty skilled with the weapons, but they can't just force it. They need to actually play creatively here. The backline will be Denza. Flanking player. Shut up by Nile. Thinks that he needs a reposition for the gunfight. Doesn't want to play too over-aggressive here again because they're down basically to their last set of respawns. And Lucky will actually win the gunfight versus Nile. Helps out Denzer now. 2 players around the backline. It's about to be 3 as Journey joins them from the statue side. How ready are Veer for this one? Well, here's your answer. Mythix is more than ready for it. He picks up 2. Just 1 player close to the point now. Another one will come off spawn, but there's no chance there. Denzer is surrounded by Veer players, and it's just up to Journey in a 1 versus 6-7. God knows how many players are left alive. Too many for Journey to deal with there in an Order 66-like situation. Veer, they're able to hold on.
I mean, you really just have to feel that Elevate in that moment where they were about halfway towards that final segment, that they legitimately just needed to chill and wait for some respawns. I mean, there were 2 players that came out from luggage, and Chaxter found both of them. That second player obviously caught mid-tack sprint, was probably not going to get the gunning up in time comparatively to Chaxter, who was already mid-spray, but still, I mean, they had ample opportunities, Brody. Emphasis on ample to get that last segment of progression, spawning Team Veer out all the way over on the north side of shops. A little bit of a fumble, maybe, but 5 segments are all they're going to be able to get. Team Veer now for their offense.
Team Veer going for the tougher option here, straight towards B. They want to get that early progression out of the way here, make their lives easier later down the line. Doesn't exactly work out, though. Only Detain is left from that initial push, and he has been shut down there by Denza, who still is hanging around the middle of the map. Looking for the second kill here in towards Ruggs. Just going to have to retreat for a second here with the reposition because the Journey's also come off the spawn to assist. Denza now ready to go, getting involved with the gunfight. Already the first there against Nile, looking for more. He has a ton of options to work with. Spots out Mythix. As he doesn't finish that gunfight, Journey will, and Journey will do exactly that. Elevate in a splendid defense of the A zone here. Close spawn still coming through from Veer, but Elevate, they are holding really strong at the moment.
They truly are. I mean, Denza's forced to make a couple of plays. It's just about double negative, but even still finding some good damage so that way Journey can stay alive over on the other side of the restaurant is massive enough within his own self. Denza is not done flying. Every single respawn that Denza has come off of has just been flying at the enemy team because you can afford to do so. 25 plays up against 21. Elevate should be more than aware that they're going to be coming over towards the B zone as Vortex has not seen a soul.
Yeah, that teammate's certainly not going to help, and now Journey has potentially for a clutch up. 1, 2, 3, they line up! Goodness gracious, Journey gets the turkey, and now Elevate still holding on in this one, still have not given a single 2 progression away towards the Team Veer roster. Journey finally falls, and now maybe with 5 seconds left. No, Denzer absolutely denies. Now, somebody jump on the point, for heaven's sake, Team Veer. Can they get it done? No, another 2-piece from Lucky to close things out. Elevate, what a defense. I gotta say, I mean, Elevate, they played that so strongly. I will say, though, Team Veer there, I think at one point, they just looked so flustered. They just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, it was almost like doubt that was considerably thrown at them for Denza's constant just flanking and just poking at them through rugs or even through the host stand of the atrium. He was just everywhere, just making sure that Team Veer were as uncomfortable as they truly did look. I mean, Chaxter is double positive, but when Chaxter was the only one finding eliminations and Mythics, Nile, and Detain can barely even move out past the jacuzzi area, yeah, that's a recipe for disaster as Elevate have a flawless defense. I mean, they almost let that first segment to come all the way through, but a lot of work to be done here for Team Veer.
For Elevate, I think they know the positioning from that last round, just given how many ticks away they actually gave, which is none. They know that they could probably play this one a little bit safer and just go straight towards A. Not going to work, though. Mythic's already in for 2. Nice stun kill coming through from Vortex. That does enough damage to take him out of the equation. It will leave Denza for the moment all on his lonesome, and the backup won't be far away here as the close spawns inside. Pitching come through for Elevate. Now for Veer. Got to make the right decision here. Do not overinvest into the old point, as they actually get a couple of kills coming through. I think that has now changed. New information on the way means that the attitude towards this point has probably changed now for Team Veer. They could probably go for this if they so desire, and it will work. Now with the first few shots, Chaxter actually on the point, and they've removed Elevate, but Chaxter still has a fair bit of work to do here. He's surrounded by players, and he should.
Yeah, just completely overwhelmed in that moment of time. But, I mean, that's the stark difference between Team Veer's defense that time around comparatively to the last is that, you know, they worked for a couple of picks. They found the eliminations required, and then they moved their way in towards the A zone, albeit in a losing sacrifice. They still hold a 4-life lead over their adversaries of Elevate. So now you can just hold the setup. Mythic's top garage. You also have players cycling bottom bedroom. Leave the Tain is top bed as well as Nile covers the flank.
Yeah, big flank attempt from Elevate. Nile does enough to at least damage one, take out one of those players. Still a couple of more to deal with. Off the spawn will be Nile again. And Nile, well, he actually manages to get one. I'm kind of surprised because I think Elevate were L-triggering that one, but Nile still gets the kill and still takes out both of those players. In the end, it's Pain that will finish things off. So Elevate, 95 seconds on the clock. A lot of time to make this one work. You are down by 6 lives, so one more wave of kills. If it does go the way of Fear, might be in a spot of danger. You do need to get bedroom control. Vortex has an opportunity to do that here, but he has to actually find this player. He has to actually find Detain. Detain is just being so elusive at the moment. Vortex playing Ring Around the Rosie inside the bedroom with him. No games in the bedroom here, says Vortex. He's absolutely having him. Now Mythix finally takes him out again. This is just such a problem for Elevate. They need to get these players out of bedroom, and they just can't get it done. Finally, Lucky. Maybe he can do it.
Yeah, tough timing there for Mythix. Just L-triggered on the wrong area. Goes towards attack sprint. He'll lose it. Lucky is now the elusive enemy for Elevate, and Team Veer have to deal with it as well. They are unable to find the second player. That's going to be Denza. Pushes past the info decks. He finds 2. Mythix, although, is answered back with a 2-piece of their own. That keeps Elevate rather honest on this push.
They're still not got the numbers, though. Nice nade from Chaxter. We'll send Denza all the way back towards the defensive side of the map. And that life disparity that we mentioned earlier on, it has only grown 16 versus 7. Now Elevate, they don't have much to work with here. Again, they do not have bedroom control. Nicely done from Attain to pick the corner. Enzo just didn't expect it. Vortex down inside couches, and yeah, this one probably done. Short of some absolute miracle. 20 seconds on the clock. You need about 10 of that to come off the spawn. Detain, making things worse. Elevate, you gotta go now. 15 seconds. A 3 versus 4 on the point. No presence inside bedroom. Vortex trying to find the kills. Looking for the 1v1 against Mythix. Just can't get it done on the other side. Detain picks up the last, and there you go. Team Veer able to take that defensive round. Elevate, they had a couple of opportunities, but not enough. Again, they just didn't have the map control desired.
Yeah, it was just the trade game, wasn't it, coming through from Team Veer. They had a 4-life lead after the A-zone fully got tacked on over, and then from there on out, it was just cycling players out from luggage, top bedroom, just making it very expensive for Elevate to move past the middle of the map, whether it was trying to get past couches or whatever it may be. Team Veer did a bang-up job of just making sure that they always had a player either in garage, bedroom, or luggage to spawn Elevate all the way over by kitchen. Now, here's the problem, though, for Team Veer, is that they want to avoid a round 5 offense. They have to close it out here and take the swing map mode combination, but if Elevate holds strong, they do have a tick lead.
Team Veer very happy with that first push, especially as a second frag does come through. For Elevate, how do you want to approach this one? You still should give this a go, to be fair, and I think Team Veer, well aware of the fact they're probably going to do so, they're actually positioning themselves for transfer straight from A to B. Shots now across the middle of the map, though. Mythix catches Denza off guard. One player has actually gotten both in behind, and another player ready to deal with any flanking players from Veer. Vortex, though, absolutely the playmaker in the situation. A massive 1v1 against Detain, and he just can't get it done. Detain will close that one out, but he is still alone here in the situation. As the rest of his team starting to assault B here. Detain, if he can get even one of his frags, it will be huge, but he can't. Second tier progression will be through, and now we turn our attention over towards B. That is where Veer have kind of cemented their efforts at the moment, but immediately this is all falling apart. Chaxter, the last remaining player, he will fall.
Even getting that second segment over there for Detain is massive within its own self. So now the split focus has been coming through for Team Veer. They're spawning north-south on their side of the map. But they have so many different players that they have to be worried about. What a read from Chaxter on the journey up top. I don't know if you saw him when he was pushing past Jacuzzi, but it's a big kill nonetheless. Now you can split through the middle of the map. You also have to worry about Nile, who's pushed past the double arches. He's looking past the statue. There's presence here at B.
Presence, and there's more than that at the moment for Team Veer. They get that second tick through now. They're starting to overextend to Detain. That's the right decision to make. Uh-oh, indeed. Just one player close by. It's Lucky. It's Lucky for 3! What a huge clutch to remove Team Veer from the point, and they will save the round for the moment. But still, A will fall by the wayside. An extra 60 seconds on the clock. Andy, this is still not a good position to be in.
No, it's not, but you're still finding exit eliminations. That's your one saving grace, and Lucky's on a 4-speed right now. You get this cruise missile, it could be the difference as far as holding this defense, if not saving it for a round 5 affair, which, yes, Elevate will have for defense if we do go that far, but we got to get past this round first. Look at the way that Elevate has split the map. One player that's looking towards shops, it's going to be Vortex. Lucky is that big problem that you have to deal with if you are Team Veer, and even if you start dealing with that, Journey is top ed. Denta
from behind. There you go. There you go. Elevate completely wiped them out. Team Veer right back to the respawn point, and well, they've got the extra 60 seconds from that A capture, as we said, but still, it's going to be a very long 70 seconds here, excuse me, all the Elevate roster. Team Veer got to find their way through. They've got players set up, Elevate in a lot of positions that Team Veer probably won't check. Lucky in this position that you were talking about, and there you go, that's 5 in a row for Lucky again. Just 2 kills away now from a streak that could be useful for a potential round number 5. The life advantage now is a gulf between the two teams. For Team Veer, got to try and play this one tactically. Got to remove at least one of these players from power position, and that might be it.
This is turned from worst case scenario to disastrous for Team Veer. Lucky L triggered. You need to get that elimination. Detain's able to find it. So now Luggage, bottom bed, might just be open. But Journey doesn't have dead silence. It's up here inside top bed. He's just going to be waiting for the opportunity and the confirmation that there are players on the B zone, and then pinch it with Vortex on the opposite side.
Yeah, there's just not enough positioning here for Team Veer to close out this round. It falls to Journey. That should be all she wrote here. Journey finishes on 5 in a row. Doesn't actually get number 6 there, I believe. So he's going to be stopped shy of that cruise missile. Chaxter now left up in a 1 versus 9. It's a kind of do what you can situation at this moment. A 1 versus 4 on the point would be quite something. Chaxter has proven he's probably capable of it at 27 and 18, but no more than just a couple of kills he probably shouldn't have gotten. Elevate will hold on despite a pretty shaky defensive round there. A round number 5 we go. Team Veer have looked very strong on their offensive, though.
Yes, they have, and now they're going to have an even stronger offense as well. They had themselves that numbers advantage. Keep in mind, you, Brody, when that A-zone did get fully tacked over, but it was Lucky that was, again, the catalyst for Elevate to really bring themselves back from that depths, albeit not getting the cruise missile. They were just forcing all of Team Veer to spawn on the backside of Kitchen and into the awaiting arms, either Journey through that upper catwalk area or through Vortex, playing that head glitch through the atrium. Just so annoying to deal with when you're spawning all the way out of Narnia trying to assault that B zone. But you got to have it here if you are Team Veer for this offense, if you want to take the swing map mode combination. Their breakoffs have been good so far.
We're going to see the double bind hit over towards B here right off the rip for both of these two teams. Trades going down right out of the gate. Team Veer on terrible position, but now it is a terrible position as Lucky picks up 3 in the kill feed, and Elevate more than happy now to avert themselves over towards A. That first stun does come through. Good stun as well for check from Mythics. They've got that first, but it's not over just yet. You've still got to deal with Vortex on the point, and as Chaxter makes his way through Rugs, that should be the push desired now for Team Veer. They should be able to get it.
They're at least getting presence on there. And look at the forward setup that's also coming through. You have Detain that's pushing through Statue. You also have Chaxter that's playing on the front side of the chandelier. That's going to force Elevate to spawn all the way over by the B zone, but you got to really respect the discipline being showcased by Elevate. I mean, they're trying to find a couple of picks, and then maybe Journey and Denza can try to get their way inside the A zone, but no picks are being found. Lucky's all the way into the backside of Jacuzzi, though. He's on a 3 spree. Would love to see him keep his life and maybe work towards that cruise missile if things go awry over by the B zone. Through all this time that's been exhausted, 60 seconds will be added onto the board here for Team Veer to work their way towards B.
Elevate not giving anything away to this Team Veer roster. Don't want to give a life advantage to the roster. Of course, it is easier to get kills from inside the point to the outside. Now, though, the attempt of the flank coming through from Team Veer. Things not looking so hot as Nile and Mythics have already fallen. So for Detain and Chaxter, trying not to ruin the element of surprise. Well, now Chaxter has pulled the party popper a little bit early here. Gotten all that one kill. I think the kills being won by Elevate around the front mean that this has to be a massive push coming through from Team Veer around the back line. And actually now, those kills are starting to come in from the front. This is going to be the pinch required now for Team Veer. They could well stack the point.
They're not choosing to do it. And they're trying to maybe find a couple more eliminations coming out from the lobby, but it's Denza that's going to be the last one that you have to deal with, but Nile top bedroom will get the last laugh. No segments to speak of off of that previous push. Lives just about even between these two teams, and look at the forward approach again. Vortex is all the way up over by Jacuzzi, and Lucky is still bottom bed.
That's the key thing. Lucky still being in the bottom bedroom area, but he has to be playmaker here. Nile still up here, still causing those problems. Nile still causing those problems. Looking for the second. It's Nile now on 5 in a row. The playmaker for this roster. They've lost their presence in from behind, though. Detain has already fallen, so now Nile needs to go huge. Get the cruise missile in this situation and utilize it pretty much straight away. Chaxter still has his in the back pocket for Team Veer. You've got to use him now. Journey going huge, though. Journey for 2. The third will not be there. The trade's starting to go down. Detain's still alive, but no longer. 35 seconds now on the clock. And Chaxter with the cruise missile. When do you use it?
He's going to get Sunday. He's not going to be able to call it in right now. Yeah, that was going to be my immediate question. Lucky 31 and 18 here and a cruise missile in that previous life. He's going to call it in immediately. It'll just slam into the Jacuzzi. Won't be able to find any eliminations, but it's causing Team Veer doubt on how they're going to try to work their way towards the zone. Look at the forward positioning, though. Chaxter's all the way inside the double arches. Might be looking to call in his cruise.
You've got to do it now. You've got 10 seconds left. You're going to be taken out of the game for about 3 or 4 of those. You've got to go now. You still haven't removed Denza from this power position. Denza actually loses the first kill, but around the back line, Chaxter falls. Mythics down 2. The final cruise will come in just a little bit too late. And Elevate will win regardless. What a defense from them in round number 5.
Yeah, scary stuff in that round 5 defense. I mean, through so many different chances, did Team Veer with their forward setup inside of this bar area maybe find a couple more eliminations. It was really lucky. Again, I feel like I'm just going to be a broken record. I mean, 32 and 18 for the guy, 28 non-traded kills. On defense specifically, Brody, I mean, there was every single time in the world that Lucky was able to sniff it out and put himself in bottom luggage, bottom bedroom, bottom garage, top garage. The guy was an absolute nuisance. And we know Lucky beams with an AR in this game, in every single game that we've seen Lucky compete in. You just cannot allow a guy like Lucky just to sit in that longer line of sight for too long.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because we talk about Lucky last season. He was I think we we didn't officially give out an award, but we said, you know, for Clutch at least, he was the MVP for season 1 of Challengers Elite in Vanguard. And it was Lucky, just given how well he performed on the Rocker Academy roster at the time. Seems like he's back in form again. And I think the key differentiator for him now, again, and we've said it a lot regarding Elevate this season, is he's now on a roster where he can really play his role. If you remember, like, the end point of the Vanguard season, you know, when Rocker Academy made that switch, I think the big thing was just like that he went to a sub, and I just don't think he was the same at all. They eventually realized that, but I think by that point it was too late, and Lucky just didn't have the same performances that he had early on in the season. Again, Lucky is now in an environment where he can just play that main AR role. He is thriving on this team, and he just looks so good for it. A real thorn in the side there for a Team Veer. To be fair to the Team Veer roster, though, Andy, they looked pretty good. Yeah, I think Chaxter had a really good game there. Again, a player that I was not necessarily bashing for how badly he played last season. I think it was just the fact that he was never that statistical guy, you know, the god to go off in any given game mode, especially considering he was on a roster of players that would do that. Here he is doing that. Here he's playing extremely well. It wasn't enough, though, to defeat Elevate there in the swing game in the series. A round number 5 control that will be going their way. Now it's time for a special event. Get your flippers on, get your goggles on time. It's got time to get some routes on. It's Hydro for map number 4.
If you ain't swimming, you ain't winning. We got to see Chaxter continuously become that playmaker that he never really once was. I mean, keep in mind, you're living in the shadows of when he was playing with Awubabubs at the end of last season. It's very easy to falter when you're playing with the likes of both Abusive, Resi, and Cobra, but even more so than that, when it comes down to a map mode combination like Hydro Electric for a hardpoint map mode combination, you really do need those players just to be annoying. Fish out a lot of those timings, pun intended. You got to be able to hit those water routes, get behind enemy lines, and upset any sort of setup that you could potentially be looking at. Because if you do not, and I repeat it, if you do not, as a second SMG, an SMG, or an AR flex of the caliber of what we've seen from Team Veer so far, such as Mythics, to be able to get behind enemy lines, and you allow Lucky to get set up sufficiently in one of these hard points, I mean, he's just going to be beaming. I'm mostly looking at that P2 hard point for this Elevate roster to generate a lot of time.
Right, absolutely. I do have an off-screen update for everybody at home. I'm sure you've just seen it in our chat, Andy. We were talking about that matchup between Nixa and the Originals. It wasn't a 3-0. The Originals did force a game number 4, but they were able to go no further than that. Nixa have pulled off the first major upset of Season 1 of European Challengers Elite with a 3-1 victory over the Originals. That Nixa roster, by the way, was basically like Rafi and co. They're a pretty good team. I think they placed 4th, I want to say, in Cup number 2 with a slightly different roster. Beating the Originals, though, especially off coming second in the last Cup, is a huge feat. I would actually like to see the scoreboards for that at some point. Obviously, we can't bring them up on the screen, but just for our end, Andy, I'm sure we will afterwards take a look at kind of what went wrong there for the Originals in that series. But I think that's such a big loss for the Originals to take, and such a big win for Nixa again, because only 4 of the teams in this group can qualify for playoffs.
Oh, they only lost the Control 3-0. That was on a Greenberg Hotel. They won the Embassy Hardpoint map for 250 to 220. They smoked the Originals in the El Asilo Search and Destroy 6-2. And then the Mercado Las Almas Hardpoint, surprisingly enough, that the Originals were actually lost that by more than 5 points. It was 250 to 210 that Nixa were able to walk away with that one. And it's got to be said, I mean, for this Nixa roster in particular, for Rafi, Defrag, Dave, and Henry to really kind of show their tenacity, I suppose. You know, top 16 in Cup number 3, not where they wanted to be. This core 3 of Rafi, Dave, and Henry, like you were talking about with the previous roster, placed 4th in Cup number 2. That it does seem like everybody is showing out as far as this elite round robin stage.
Yeah. They're looking really good at the moment, I think, is the thing. And getting a victory like that is a huge boon of success moving forward, because it puts them in really good stead for the second week. And Andy, you and I know just how fun that last day of group play actually is, because, you know, that's when you really need these kind of victories. Baby. Permutation. Like, we love it. We love it so much. We'll sit there for like hours on end just beforehand being like, hey, look, we're trying to work out whether X team can still qualify or not. I remember like getting DMs from players, but like, can we still qualify? Because I'd always tweet them out. It's a fun time. I love that day so much. I love that part of Challengers Elite, working out who can still qualify. And I think from Nixa, at the very least, this is something, a really good moment for them to take that victory away from the Originals. Let's take a look, though, at the group standings as they currently are for Group A. Good day, number 1 for Webberbobs and Team Notorious. Unsurprisingly so, both finished 2-0. Flawless day for Webberbobs as well at 6-0 in map count, 6-2. For Team Notorious. Currently sitting in the middle of the pack, though, El Nave Del Mysterio, of course, their loss earlier on to Team Notorious. Not surprising. It was a hard match for them. They will not leave today, number 1, disheartened. They are 1-1 and 4-3. Clutch Rain at 1-1 at 3-3. And sitting at the bottom, eFuse and Who's in Charge at 0-2. Andy, anything? I don't think you and I are really surprised by how things look here at the end of day number 1 for Group A.
No, I mean, this is almost how you expected it to come all the way through. You know, Wubba Team Notorious through their opening few matchups, being able to close it out. The Wubba being flawless on the day so far, though the teams that they face have not really been tested, I would say, so far in the least. Team Notorious only dropping 2 maps as well is definitely something to be talked about. You know, Lenave Del Mysterio, I feel like that would probably round out your top 3 for Wubba Team Notorious and Lenave Del Mysterio. But that 4th spot, I mean, albeit with eFuse and Who's in Charge at 0-2, very much so still up for grabs in my own opinion, Brody, because, I mean, you got to put yourself in that seat, right? You know, if eFuse went out, especially versus Clutch Rain and Who's in Charge, giving themselves that head-to-head and potentially even the series record win over top of them, that could certainly play upset to be able to get that 4th spot. There's the same thing could potentially be said for Clutch Rain, that they really only have to face eFuse to be able to get that win, and potentially versus Who's in Charge to maybe play upset. But that 4th spot is what we're all going to be looking at, very much so up for grabs, and not to mention how Lenave Del Mysterio still on the cusp of maybe being upset out of the group.
We take a look at Group B as they stand. And right, folks, this is as they stand. We are still waiting on the outcome of our final match that we are casting right now. But we do have at least what's going on for the rest of the teams around the grounds. Nixa finished day number 1, 2-0. Would you, Adam and Eve, it at the top of the Group B standings? The biggest surprise of day number 1 by far. Just 1 map loss between the matches that they played. The Originals and Team Falcons, therefore, both sit at 1-1. And then Team Fear and Science currently sitting at the bottom. But again, Team Team Veer and Elevate, all could still change in regard to this match. And I will say, Andy, I still think there is absolutely a realistic chance here for Team Veer to force this to a game of 5 at least.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, going through a Hydra hardpoint, who honestly even knows what's going to happen here. I mean, there's a very real likelihood that we have both Elevate and the Originals, maybe starting off 1-1 on the day. I didn't have that on my bingo card as far as group stages are concerned for European Challengers Elite Season 1, but hey, anything can more or less happen, especially with how stacked each one of these two groups are. I think Nixa are definitely showcasing what they have to offer to the world. Their only map that they lost was that hotel map number 3 versus the Originals, where they lost in a blistering 3-0 fashion, but nonetheless, this group, like I even coined it, even just looking at it and talking about the rosters, going over my notes, this is probably the one that's probably going to be the most contested, I would say, when it comes down to those permutations that you and I are going to write in a few days' time.
Yeah, I think Nixa have firmly put themselves on the board now as like the team here, right? I mean, when we were talking about kind of Nixa versus Team Veer versus Signs, and even we could probably add Falcons into the conversation to an extent, right? Of like, right, 2 of those teams need to qualify alongside Elevate and the Originals. That's our storyline going into it, and that could well change. Nixa have put their foot down and say, hey, look, we've already got a win versus the Originals here. We've got ourselves in a really good stead to make sure we do grab one of those qualification spots. Team Veer, Signs, and maybe even potentially Elevate again, pending the remainder of this matchup, do have their work cut out for them. Could well still prove to be the group of death that you thought it to be. We'll see, though. We have to wait for the outcome here of Zark or Hydroelectric. Can Elevate? You are actually 2-1 up. Ignore what's on the top of your screens right now. Can they close out this series? Well, they'll kick things off on the bad side of the map, so keep an eye on those routes being run here. Elevate will no doubt put themselves in the water very soon.
Detain with a counter route, but the one big saving grace is that you do have Nile kind of anchoring over by top dome. One player in Mythic's actually looking through the middle of the map. I wonder how maybe he did not see Journey. Okay, there it is. Able to find that elimination on a Journey. Lucky tough gunfight versus Mythic's, who's able to find his 3rd in his first life. Spawns will remain intact. You're able to keep P1 scrappy. That's exactly what you want, starting on this side of the map.
Team Veer in a really good spot at the moment. They don't get too much time away from P1. I think that's the good news for Elevate here. So an early break would be kind of nice for them. But again, this hill is so hard to break because of those back spawns. We'll see. First couple of kills coming through from Elevate. It won't be long before Team Veer spawn pretty close towards that hard point. At least you'd have to hope. No player spawned out, and that was because of the positioning of Vortex. Nice overextension coming through to remove that player from the play. Still, it'll be a 3 versus 1 on the point. They haven't actually dealt with Denza, who currently sits on the point, finally is taken out, and now the cross being watched once more. Normalcy has resumed for the point for Team Veer. They should be okay here. One more kill. Oh, Vortex is actually going to win that gunfight. Makes it a realistic prospect here to actually try and get on towards the point. That nade will make him weak, though. Now involved in the 1 versus 1 against Detain. Detain will win on out, and I think with that kill, this should now be the fight for the rotation, which will go down between Nile and Journey.
Lucky has to be careful here trying to fight for all this scrap. You can see where Nile actually spawns. He's currently playing all the way around on the southwest rock. Luckily enough for Journey, able to scout that out, able to deal with it in kind. So the battle for the scrap time, maybe not going the Elevate's way that they wanted. They'll still have the rotation over towards 3. Forward setup here for Denza will be snuffed out. Out through the front, Team Veer, they will go.
Nice kills coming through here from Team Veer. Haven't managed to get anybody earthed into the back just yet. Picks along the side, though. Could well be the playmaker. Can't quite make the jump up, apparently. It's really hard in the water to get out. I know I've been in that situation before. Don't worry about it, Mythic's mate. But regardless, now it'll leave Chaxter and a teammate in Detain on their lonesome for a moment here. Just trying to waste some time. If they can get a couple of players out of the hill, that would be nice. Chaxter sending shots left, right, and center. And a couple of them will actually land. Enough here to assist Nile and Detain when picking up 3. Team Veer will now break in for the back 20 seconds. Elevate should continue to spawn in that back line. They still have a chance to get in. Detain finally falls here. So yeah, I didn't think that hold would last all that long. But it is a disruption for Team Veer, a necessary one too.
Yeah, it's the most that you could ever ask for, is especially for that slight disruption, knowing that Mythics, when they spawned all the way out, they went to go anchor out the spawns ahead of the P4 rotation for new. But just about an even game. Nobody really able to really break away, but Chaxter with this 2-piece top dome is causing a lot of attention for Elevate to get Chaxter out from this positioning. Top window is Vortex with attack in hand. Will allow Journey to climb up towards top dome and potentially look for a couple more picks before working their way in.
Now they've lost Nile in that position, so could enable Journey to get in a power position to move forward here, and he will. Might be a bit late, though. Chaxter has already taken down 1, and there's the second. Nicely done from Chaxter. Recovery here from Team Veer. Despite the contention coming through from Elevate, Vortex trying to get on top of the rock, but cut down by Nile, just yanked away. Now Denza, can he potentially upset this hill, trying to find a route alongside the water? I think he knows that somebody has actually gotten away, and that would be Nile, a player that you do have to worry about. I think might actually outplay Vortex on the minimap. You can see it. And Niall's heroics there actually flipped the spawns for Nu. That is a huge play.
Yeah, I mean, well, all Elevate were trying to fight for the back 25 seconds. You were right to highlight Niall. Had some assistance back there as well to flip out the spawns ahead of P5. This is a really bad place to be in if you are Elevate, but you have players trying to push through the outskirts, the majority of them all trying to push through the cubby more or less. But Chaxer has the read on this back rock, is able to find the first, snaps towards the second, has a good look for the third, but the damage is all that's required for Team Veer to hold strong.
Yeah, good stuff from Chaxter there. Now the flip of the spawns does come through as Elevate towards the back line. Should be pretty close. Can they get on through? They're at full force, basically a 4 versus 2 on the point until the rest of the team can join them. And, well, it is actually a 4 versus 1. The Tane falls pretty quickly off the back of that. Will there be a fast recovery from Team Veer? That's the question. Vortex already weak. Wolf gets taken down by Mythics. Lucky now, 1 versus 2 in the point. Might be actually a 1 versus 3 situation here. He's already taken out the first, but again will fall. The trophy system to take out 1, but it's a trade central inside the hard point. Finally, it is Journey who will win out, and in the end, a back spawn from Mythics does take him down. So Team Veer, into the second set of rotations, have a commanding lead in this game and also have control of the P2 spawns. Forget about P1 for a second. Make sure if you're Team Veer, you stay on that side of the map, and that's why Lucky is doing this right now. This route is so important. He gets shut down.
Always got to look out for that 5th player of a trophy system when you're going inside a hard point. Unconventional start, or uncharacteristic start, excuse me, for Denza. 5-14, really struggling to find a lot of value with an SMG on Hydro. It's not easy to do. 17-9, though, for Chaxter. Going in towards the second set. Damn near double the score here for Team Veer. This is everything you want, plus some more, if you want to force him at 5.
Team Veer in a really good spot at the moment. Great positioning to make sure Elevate do not get in from behind. They're checking every single route, all of those water routes. Elevate, off the back of it, aren't really actually getting that much time. Despite having control of the hill, they're succeeding it here towards the opposition. Detain, I think he wanted to get up on the rock, instead ends up in the water. It's okay. It was a soft landing for Detain there. He's all good. Mythics will get 1. I think at this point, as Detain does get spotted for Team Veer, this is about making sure that Elevate do not get past them, and they have just been Zarkwood. Now only 1 player over towards Nu. Mythics is all on his lonesome, just needs to waste time. I think Vortex is well aware of the fact, given the fact that where his teammates are spawned, that Team Veer are nowhere to be found. It is just down Mythics, and Mythics needs to pull off the heroics inside. Just a 1 versus 3, and can't even get the first. Elevate, they're in.
Yeah, I want to read from Vortex again, as you were talking about communication as far as where you're spawning will always put you in perspective to where the enemy team might be located at and where the last player that you're missing might be as well. This is what Elevate were missing on the first set of hard points, was the early break in the rotation over towards P2, but they are sinking their teeth in. Mythics top dome, can't get much anything else done. Now Team Veer have to chalk it and set up for Nu.
Yeah, that is rough for Team Veer. That absolutely is rough. Huge moment in the game because Elevate basically keep themselves in off the back of that. Team Veer, they didn't get much time at all away on P1. They held themselves at P2. They were relying on that rotation going well, and it doesn't. So now they're relying on another rotation going well. This was a good hard point last time around for Elevate, and Vortex now wants to kind of ruin the day of Team Veer. Might have to put in some extra effort to do so. Niall has already picked up 2 players off the rotation, and well, look at that. Elevate, they've got a player spawning in the back line. Good on Detain for actually recognizing it, but Vortex could still cause problems here. He's already picked up 1 player, and he is continuing on. 5 in a row for Vortex. Will he be stopped? Looking for number 6. He's searching far and wide. He won't have to search for long. He's found number 6.
Oh my.
He found number 7. Vortex goes huge as Elevate hold the hill.
And the only player that they were missing was Detain. He hit a water route, but it doesn't matter. His teammates are picking it up. Vortex is not done here. 16-14 on an 8 spree. Gets some really bad timing, though. Detain's going to finally shut that spree down. But not before it's too late. Not before the lead swap has fully come all the way through. Still 20 seconds within this hardpoint, keep in mind, you. So it's a double-edge affair coming through from Team Veer. They were able to break in for the back 20 seconds unless Journey makes a very late argument for it, knowing damn well that his teammates have the setup and the rotation towards Nu.
Big rotation once again for Team Veer. I didn't think I'd be saying that. They had a huge lead going into the second set. I think it was like 70, 80 points over Elevate. Elevate were not in this game at that point, but they have come storming, screeching into this one. Now in control of the trail hardpoint. Veer, gotta stop this. Gotta get those players out the back line. Niall gonna be one to kick things off here by jumping on towards the hill to get the first kill. Chaxter elsewhere has got a kill over by the ruin side. That's gonna be a streak utilized from Vortex. It doesn't actually amount to anything. I think a trophy system would have stopped it. And that is a big, big utilization of a streak being used by Elevate there. And Veer are in. They are very happy with the situation.
How can you not be? You're able to break on in. You got the cruise missile out from Vortex as well. Still more work to be done here. You soak up the back 20 seconds, you'll be at 200 points. Lucky slowly working his way through ruins, can't find much of anything at all. Even though he's at 22 and 16, you need some more productivity coming through from your team. And I know that Vortex just went on an 8 spree, but Denza being at 9 and 23 is just not good enough.
Oh, they're still going to go for it. This is a very aggressive push. They have to be careful that those spawns don't come through, and there will be split spawns from Team Fear. Yeah, that was a massive overinvestment from Elevate. They have to be careful now that they do not lose control of the generator hardpoint off the back of that. They do have the players here to deal with it. Vortex and Denza start things strong with the kills in their favor. Just Mythics have to deal with, and there you go. Elevate win that first wave of gunfights, but the Nightmare isn't over. There's still Veer players spawning in the backline, or singular. There's one player that's spawned in the backline in the form of Jackster. He will now, or Dentane, excuse me, he will now jump in the backline. Veer now players looking to find their way through the front. Jackster able to get one before falling, and now it is Mythics trying to hold on. Has Nile spawning pretty close here. Veer getting pretty lucky with the spawns around this hardpoint, but it doesn't matter. Elevate still holding strong.
This has been the most Zarqwa hydroelectric hardpoint that we've gotten through our 2 sets so far, Brody. And all these split spawns included. Finally, some stabilization has come through for Elevate. They're able to soak up the back 20 seconds or so. That'll be a slight lead swap going into the third and final set of hardpoints. Lucky, at least going to be able to get a gifted spawn all the way out, but I think it might be Red here. Yeah, he's already able to find a kill. There's one player that's below him. It's going to be Detained, gets the jump up, able to get Lucky out from that dome position. So Team Veer will spawn in effectively over by P2, but you still have Chaxter on an off angle.
Yeah, that is massive. That is a massive, massive kill. Elevate could still get a lot of time with this hill. TV have to be kind of careful. They don't overinvest in towards P2 and give away the hard point off the back of P1. And this is, you can see now they're overinvesting here in towards this hard point. The kills starting to come on through. That is the right decision to make sure that you're in. Now Mythic's getting on the God heading towards the steps. Ready for Elevate to stop them getting past that 50-yard line. Keep an eye on number 3 in the minimap. That is going to be Vortex, who we're trying to make the flanking from behind. The read is in, though, from Detain. Andy, Veer, they're doing everything right, but they have to be ready for Denza here. Denza has to be the playmaker. This kill is absolutely everything, and he's trying to play all sneaky like, Veer ready for this? Yes, they are! Nile reads it, and Veer have control of P2.
They're converting so much time off of P1. Mythics in that power position is going to get taken down. The Semtex is going to be there for the trade. Spawns have been secured. Look at Detain on the minimap. He's making sure that nobody hits the water routes. He's making sure that spawns are secure. Elevate spawning all the way out in Narnia. They won't even have enough time to get past the front line of Team Veer in time. We got ourselves a map 5.
Yeah, Team Fear, they get it done. They know how Zarqwa Hydroelectric works. You got to make sure you focus on those P2 rotations. They did it time and time again. They actually got very unfortunate on the second attempt, right? I think if you remember, there was a kind of a lucky spawn coming through for Elevate where the entire play just opened up and actually got them back in the game. That game could have been a lot worse for Elevate than it actually was. But Team Fear, they are triumphant regardless. They don't overinvest into P2 at the end as well. I think that's such a key thing because Elevate could absolutely have won it there on P1, but the right decisions made by Team Fear. They forced the game 5, Andy. What a game! I know that people have their opinions about Zarqwa, but I do still love watching it. It's still fun to cast.
You're just a man of chaos, honestly, Brody.
I am. I love
after
it.
Knowing you for so many different years, I can deduct that brilliantly. Yeah, just a man of chaos. I love chaos, but yeah, it's one of those things, again, that Team Veer, like, it's very difficult to play very sound and fundamental hydroelectric the way that we just got to see them playing out continuously. I mean, even starting off on that side of the map, you always had players cycling out to make sure that spawns were secure. Even when they were getting gifted spawns in towards the back to be able to contest P3, they made sure that they were always setting players on the route to make sure that they were trying to influence spawns ahead of new as well. But it even goes beyond that as well. I mean, there's so many different players that drop so many good numbers for Team Veer on that map in particular. But I mean, I got to sing the praises of Chaxter. I mean, every single time that we saw one of those rotations happening to maybe try to influence some spawns ahead of new, Chaxter was always that guy that was proactively trying to play through the middle of the map, trying to play a lot of those off angles to make sure that the reinforcements for Elevate were a non-benefactor.
Yeah, I think it's funny because we did actually have this conversation when we were doing our prep work, right? We were talking about Chaxter on this team. Again, Team Veer was not a roster that we expected to be in this position to be as challenging as they are towards the top teams. We talked about Chaxter, we talked about kind of his positioning on the original Wobbobobs roster from the end of the Vanguard season, and you contrast that to the Amelia Strays roster. We're going all the way back now. We're going back in time towards the end of the Black Ops Cold War season, where he was on the Amelia Strays roster. And again, actually back then in Black Ops Cold War, Chaxter was a player that was putting up numbers. He wasn't just the player that was bringing the intangibles to the team. whereas that was the position that he was playing on the Wobblebobs roster, where he was kind of dropping 0.8s and being less helpful in the slaying department because he was doing other stuff. Here, he is playing that slaying role once again. He is slaying out pretty much every single map we've seen him in, even the maps they've lost. He's looking really, really good at the moment. Jackster is on fire. You can clip this Jackster, by the way. I'm sure it'll end up on his Twitter later on down the line. Jackster's looking pretty good at the moment. They forced a game number 5. I wonder if we can get the stat boards up for the game. We're just going to get the maps, the best of 5, up for the series instead. It will be pretty helpful for you guys to see where we're at. And I think we can now bring the storyline through, though. Yes, they forced a game number 5. Yes, they've won both hard points. That game number 2, though, wasn't exactly great for Team Veer. We didn't see it, but we know that it wasn't great.
One thing that you have to keep in mind, albeit, yes, you talk about the 6-1 Mercado Search and Destroy, and maybe you can also put a slight asterisk on this as well. When we actually got a little bit of a look in, at least for Team Veer versus the Originals, maybe even for their first Search and Destroy, that was map number 2. It was the one map that Team Veer were actually able to take away from the Originals. It was an El Asilo Search and Destroy, of which they won 6-2. You almost have to pose the question, especially what it has been looking like. I mean, we didn't get to see, again, that Mercado Search and Destroy between these two teams, but regardless of the matter, it does need to be talked about fully. That is El Asilo going to be more favorable for Team Veer comparatively to Elevate, where they can't necessarily rely on their explosiveness. El Asilo can more or less be won just by triple ARs just posted up on Godheadies after Godheadies trying to find these picks. You really do have to be careful for Elevate, who have almost really made a name for themselves, regardless of what role that they actually fulfill on trying to force these plays at hand.
Yeah, the one thing I will say as well, for Team Veer, again, we're kind of going back in time here towards the beginning of the Vanguard season, and Mythix was a player that you wanted to highlight, right, in terms of how good he was at the start of that cycle. Hydroelectric, he was a really good S&D player. I don't know if you remember, like, the original version of the Revenge Tour roster, but, like, Mythix was the strongest S&D player on that team at the time because of just how many lanes he was able to lock down. Especially, I think it was like Tuscan was like his map for some reason. Like, no one could take him out on Tuscan. And like,
also had a 1v4 on Bocage as well versus a very notable team.
I forgot that. I completely forgot about that. That was erased from my memory. I'm pretty sure that, I don't know which team it was, but I do remember it now. That was like the big first early play that I remember from like the Vanguard season. But yeah, Mythic was really good at Search and Destroy. And you got to remember that is, I don't think it was his debut. Oh no, it was his debut season last season. So Vanguard was his debut season last season. And I don't think he had the best season, at least towards the end. But the beginning on Revenge Tour, right, was pretty good. And that was where he really did go off in Search and Destroy. So to have an asset like that coming into this here, I think they're looking pretty good off the back of that. Obviously, Chanks is playing really well. The other factor that I think we haven't really even had a chance to talk about, because, again, we didn't get to preamble the series because this was not our focus series. I wish it was at this point, to be honest. It was an incredible series. Is Detain. Detain comes back from another esport that shall not be named, and he's looking pretty good. I mean, like, obviously you don't lose your innate skill going away for a year, but still, he's back now in Call of Duty, and he's looking just as good as he did. Because you got to remember, Andy, Detain is a player that back in the day was part of like that really dominant Singularity roster in the Modern Warfare season.
Yeah, I mean, Detain joins a good bunch of individuals. You know, Disarray comes to mind, PD comes to mind as well. All these different players that are coming back from a different esport, taking a year off of Call of Duty. They come back, they absolutely don't skip a beat. I mean, this is what happens when you play Call of Duty through so many different titles across so many different years. You know, all the timings and everything just needs to be figured out. It's a new game. You just got to figure out the spawns and the timings for this bad boy. And Detain has been kind of just really surrounded himself with a good bunch of individuals to really be reintroduced into Call of Duty. Because, I mean, Detain, Mythix, and Nile, just Mythix and Nile, excuse me, have been teaming together throughout the entirety of the year. And I think Detain then joined them, I want to say, like, going back into maybe the Major 1 qualifier. My brain might be a little bit more fuzzy on that. But it's been consistency continuously for at least these core threes. You know, back-to-back top 8s. They place top 16 in Cup number 2. They don't go to Raleigh, then they qualify for this. The one big question mark that kind of like looms over their heads is their top 32 finish in Cup number 3.
Yeah.
All of that said could be immediately rectified if they beat Elevate. Of all teams in a map number 5, could be a major secondary upset on the day, I suppose.
Yeah, things looking a little bit shaky, I think, for them in that cup. But as you say, I think if they do this, I mean, it completely rectifies any of our concerns about this roster. You know, it's the same thing with Falcons, right? Where, I know it's a little bit different of a situation, but, you know, they didn't do well at Raleigh. They got top 56 at that event. And now I think all of our concerns about the roster have been completely dispelled over the last couple of tournaments. This, of course, the first week of Challengers Elite. And Cup number 3. So I think for Team Veer, to start to regain a reputation here with a massive victory against the Elevate roster would be huge. Again, though, we have to say it, they're going head-to-head with this Elevate roster in Search and Destroy. And if I was to choose any game mode that I would not want to play Elevate on, it's Search and Destroy. Again, like we said it earlier on, but like Lucky is so good in Search and Destroy. Like he's got that early sniper rifle play that you just don't want to go up against him. Vortex is really, really annoying to play against because he switched roles this season. That's a whole talking point, right? With Vortex being now the roaming sub for this roster and looks really good for it. This is the best. I mean, this was a conversation you and I had, right? It's like, this is the best Vortex has ever looked. You disagreed with me. I still think this is true. I think Vortex has never looked this good. He looks so good at this game. It's a really scary roster to go up against in Search and Destroy. But Team Veer, they might well be up to the challenge. It's time for LSELO Search and Destroy, the conclusion of the series, the conclusion to the European segment of the broadcast. And what a conclusion it will be.
Lucky might be looking to play some of the mental warfare earlier on. It's like maybe they have a sniper up top. We don't see any glint from Chaxer, but the stun, oh man, gets completely overwhelmed. What a first blood, gets traded out.
Good trade is in for Nile. Vortex gets antsy. Detain ready for the fight though. Now a 2 versus 3 for Elevate. Fortunately, they are on the defense and they're pushed pretty far up here. So Team Veer is the people that have to make the first move. Could play well into the hands of Elevate in this situation, but they read it. This is such a good play from Team Veer over to be their go. They want none of that smoke inside 8.
Ends the journey, though. They're doing the right thing here, Brody. Just double up together, be in a tradable position. Bomb's going to be planted over at B. Now, how do you disrupt this setup? Look at how far Bath Mythics is going to be playing all the way in the backside of the rock. Make sure the flank gets secure.
And not getting that first blood, though. Journey. They're spot above it. 1 versus 3. Timer on the round. As soon as he moves past this window, Nile should have his number. There you go. Nile had a hell of a round there. Team Veer, what a start. Nile, I think, gets 3 of the kills in that opening, and Team Veer, they make the perfect decision with the number advantage.
Yep, Nile starting off 3-0 through the first round of play on an offense nonetheless. And my biggest question mark, especially for this Team Veer roster, starting off on the offensive side, are we going to see Mythics try to answer back with a sniper rifle of their own? Doesn't seem like it's going to be happening so far, or any sniper rifle for the matter, for Team Veer. Not too sure that Lucky had one either, so we're still waiting for that mental warfare to come all the way through, but once they have the numbers, I mean, it's such a good understanding to just rotate over towards B. Now Elevate for their offense. Going to be feeling pretty darn keen to come over towards A, but what a read out of here.
Good first nade as well from Journey. And for a kill just yet. Scare Veer for a moment, and as you say, good read from Veer right off the rip here. Elevate, still trying to get a feel for where Veer are in the round. Journey has some idea, and I think off that information, Elevate know they're going to have to work from it. Hey, did he see Mythics? I don't think he did. Or, sorry, his teammate. Not looking to do anything just yet. Just waiting for Elevate to make the first move, and now they have. The bomb will be down. Now 40 seconds on the clock here for something to happen for Team Veer. Nobody's made a move yet. There's not even been a single kill in this round.
Potential wait for dead silence. Waiting for something. I mean, you can literally hear a pin drop in this map. Finally, Nile is able to open up with some shots, but Vortex also gets activated, is able to find the next few along with Denza. It's all gone completely awry for Team Veer as far as a retake is concerned. They have no idea where these players are located at, but hold on a second. Nile hopped the bomb.
Oh.
Nile hopped the bomb. Pros don't fake. Denza is able to get in there from behind, and just as quick as they were able to sleuth their way in towards the AS&D site, almost gets ninja defused, but Denza with the timing able to find the last elimination.
Maybe one of those situations there where Team Veer gave Elevate a little bit too much credit. Giving them control of the bomb site. The retake didn't work, although Nile almost made that one work. The fuse would have been a great play to top off what was already a pretty good start of the Search and Destroy. 4 kills between the first 2 rounds. Now, Elevate back on the defensive side here. Last time they lost the first blood and things just kind of fell apart from there. Trying to go for a little bit more of an unconventional play here is going to be Vortex. On the other side, Lucky has picked off Detain. And now that'll leave Team Veer 1 man down with no map control.
Where do you even go from here as these 3 players are almost forced just to play interior and maybe try to work that pick on the Lucky? And Nile's going to be that guy that's up top, but see Lucky, especially through the X-ray and on the mini-map, doesn't even elect to go top checkers. Just goes on across the patio. Really need a pick here for Team Veer to feel comfortable to work towards one of these sites.
As the kill from Nile. I'll give Veer some breathing room here in this round. Still looking for something else, though. I don't think they're comfortable enough to make the move just yet, and that would be the right play, considering where Denza is currently posited. Trophy system now going to be down inside the A site, too, so that'll make any push really tough, and now Vortex in from behind. This play is about to be blown wide open. There's the first. Leaves Mythics high and dry here in the situation. If anybody's going to do anything to save this round for Veer, it's going to be Nile. He's already been the savior of the team here in the Search and Destroyer. 1 versus 3 on the cards. Gets one, swings out past the couch, and he gets put straight back down on it. Elevate the play. Vortex, the playmaker.
Not much you can really do in that specific situation, isn't it? I mean, you lose first blood to Lucky with the sniper rifle. And you have to question, is he still holding that same LOS? Did he move over towards another line of sight? And then when you start working your way through billiards, you just get put in the absolute blender by Vortex, who had the lay of the land. Denza was just sitting there watching TV the entire time, waiting for the push to come over towards A, and I really love this very methodical continuation of Elevate on El Asilo Search and Destroy, where they recognize that Team Veer were able to find value with maybe being the more aggressors for that first blood in their opening round, have now been playing a lot more pick-eccentric. It's been working out. Lucky, giving out free haircuts. Won't be able to get first blood this time.
Has got one previously. But yeah, starting to get used to what Lucky's putting on the table. For Elevate, Lucky, I think, is just trying to buy some space. Keep Veer out of some of these power positions. Still have one player positive to do something if they do attempt to go B, and that is Nile. All the way by that back trucks area. Elsewhere, though, Vortex has drawn first blood. Now that'll open up things on towards A. That's such good shots through the wall. Detain. Going to stop that bomb from going down, but you got to be wary of the fact that Journey is still over here. Nice trade coming in from Detain, but now he's moved away from A and enabled the bomb to go down.
Didn't know that Lucky repositioned top house like that as well. Detain trying to force the play at hand. Even the wall bank stopped the bomb from being planted, as you were saying. But, I mean, the numbers advantage, the angles that were being covered continuously for this Elevate roster is just at an all-time high. And like you were highlighting before we even hopped into this map, number 5, Vortex, 6-1. Just an absolute nuisance to deal with on the map. And in a mode like Search and Destroy, got himself a cruise missile.
That's tough. That is indeed tough. Again, Vortex in his newfound roaming SMG role. El Asilo fits him like a glove. That cruise missile will be extremely helpful for Elevate in a later offensive round if they want to buy space to move over towards B. Get the bomb down. Nile, I think actually bore the brunt of that nade that Lucky threw. We'll tag him. Make him extremely weak. Now for Team Veer again, the opening nades, the opening positions for Elevate just so strong. Team Veer do not have any map control, and this has been a pretty consistent thing across their offensive so far. Gotta break the deadlock.
Almost just waiting for Nile maybe to find an angle, work a pick. He's going to be top office. Detain's going to try to force the play. He loses that opening gunfight versus Denza, who just gets the heck out of dodge. Tough situation to find yourself in 3v4.
Trade's going down. Again, not favoring Team Veer in this situation. Now the bomb is down. They've got to go on a retrieval mission for that. They know where Chaxter is. Elevate. They can deal with him. Split up from Nile. We need to see some individual heroics here. Maybe Chaxter can lead on a wild goose chase, but well, his goose is well and truly cooked. Now it's Nile left up in a 1 versus 3. He's got to play this one quiet. Doesn't have dead silence to work with. And, like, I mean, he's got the bomb in this situation, but even if he goes to plant, he is dead to rights. He knows that too. There's no chance. No escape.
No refuge whatsoever as Elevate have been piecing together the past 4 rounds, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I mean, it's mostly just off of them playing the counter-aggression, isn't it? I mean, through the first round, Team Veer, again, were as aggressive as you like all the way through kegs. We're able to find that first blood, and we're able to sufficiently keep numbers in their advantage, rotate over towards B. Now it's just not even on the table at all. I mean, Denza finding these first bloods, joins Vortex up at 6-2. Lucky with the boomstick in hand as well, has just been shutting down these longer lines of sight more often than not over by B, over by the tower. What do you do now if you're Team Veer? Because Elevate have to be feeling themselves. They have a resource in their back pocket to use here, Brody. Nades over the top, towards top bricks. It's not going to find anything. Team Veer have completely conceded this side of the map, minus Nile inside the window.
Yeah, now they know where he is as well. I think they probably had some kind of inkling anyway, but here we go. It's exactly what we said. Stay! Hello?
Not the cruise missile you're looking for.
What are you doing? Well, they can still recover. It's a fumble of the ball. Yeah, well, Journey goes down. Now it's a 2 versus 3. Vortex, you have to go for some Red Dead Redemption here. Goodness gracious. Lucky still in position to pick up the bomb at least. Steady has been activated. They might be able to transfer this bomb over towards A, but they convert this. Fear have got to rethink some S&D strategies. There we go. Jackson to take down Vortex. Now 1 versus 3 for Lucky. He's still capable of it. Jack's still weak, but the stun connects, and now that should be all she wrote here in this round. Yep. If Shift still had its top 5 fails of the week, that would go straight on it.
Now, there's a certain character that created a list of what not to do at a stop sign. Now we can start creating a list of what not to do with a cruise missile in El Asilo Search and Destroy. I saw him. He was trying to bend it inside the window. I understand the play and its intention, but I mean, it's just Denza pushing over towards the B bomb site instead of going on the interior over by the trucks, hugs the brick wall, and gets clipped by it. It's just a tough situation, but Team Veer stay alive. They keep this within 2. Going to be favoring towards the B line of sight this time around. Lucky still has the boomstick in hand. It seems that Mythics might be trying to counter-snipe him all the way over by the top of green. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. It's going to slow this round down considerably for both sides.
Team Veer, they do lose out in this situation. Ooh, close snipe there. Lucky gets winded. And it will give Veer the space again. Getting Lucky out of position for just a moment. I will give him a chance. Chaxter's been spotted, though. I'm surprised that Chaxter hasn't gone straight for the kill, to be honest. They know that Lucky is positioned here. Maybe doesn't think he's ready for that gunfight elsewhere. Mythics making sure that there's no flanking players. Fear have a lot of space to move here, but they don't have control of the A-bomb site, and that's the problem. Denza playing well, gets that 1 kill, looking for more. He's already tagged up. There's a lot of time given away, and finally goes down, but the trades are in 2 versus 2 now. Journey split up from his teammate.
Journey, premature shots. He's going to get stunned. He's going to get completely run over by Mythics, who was able to find a submachine gun on the ground. Now Lucky. 1v2. Look at the call again. I actually find the good timing. He found an AR to play with here, and Lucky's going to stop the bomb planer from getting over towards the site. Now you need to find this elimination of your Chaxter. He's favoring to go towards the bomb itself. Not enough time to find the elimination anymore, Chaxter. That was about a good 7 seconds ago. What a play from Lucky just to peek the window to stop the bomb from working its way over towards B. That'll put Elevate up on map and series point.
Did Chaxter not get really close to that kill? Am I blessed? I need to watch that back. I mean, we're not going to watch that back right now. I need to watch it back regardless. That is, if he did, fair enough. I mean, maybe he was trying to preserve the streak. I don't really know, but regardless, chooses to go for the bomb. Not the right play in that scenario. As now 5-2 up or Elevate. They may have stumbled, but they have recovered well enough. And now just one aggressive offensive push, and it will all be over. Despite Veer's heroics to try and take a victory off a top European team. Chaxter facing the brunt of both a stun and an aid. And now facing the shots from the attack as well. Journey not going to get the kill just yet, but we'll scare the players away. And all of this is smoke and mirrors as Elevate making their way towards B.
Yep, it's all smoke and mirrors indeed. Nobody top window to stop this push from coming through. Vortex pops dead silence. He's going to go inside of Tools, maybe do the little jump up here and clear the window. Lucky already found that elimination, 4v3.
Yeah, that elimination is so huge. Now, they have no control over B whatsoever. They need to retake it, and they need to get Journey out of this backline as well. Journey in an unconventional position works out against Chaxter. Now a 2 versus 4. Detain looking for it. He finds the kill versus Journey. Now on the other side, Mythics also needs to go off and activate Steady at the complete wrong time, flying down and sinks like a ship. Detain 1 versus 3, and it's not to be. No upset today for a Team Veer Elevate. They will continue on.
And you really gotta appreciate what Elevate were able to showcase here on El Asilo Search and Destroy. Again, just answering back immediately after that first round where Team Veer was getting aggressive in the middle of the map, trying to fish out these first bloods, and albeit finding it with the numbers advantage, Elevate just slow up the pace to an absolute snail's pace at that, and they just wait for the picks to come to them. And it works out in their favor because, I mean, for a team like Elevate, especially with a player like Vortex, completely understanding what every single pick actually means. That's why it works so well with a player like Lucky in your backline. AR, Sniper, it doesn't matter. Lucky finds that first blood. It means more ground can be encroached upon by either Denza or Vortex. It was happening continuously. They barely even moved from their side of the map, Brody, until they either got information via a stun, a pick via Lucky or somebody else, and then you just got to see them swarm in these very key positions, just causing so much doubt into every single setup that Team Veer were looking for defensively, or every single attempt on trying to assault one of these sites offensively.
Well, we can show you the scoreboard. At least 75% of it is two of the players from Team Veer decided that they didn't like their KDs at the end of the game, and I wouldn't either, considering D-Tane finished at 2 and 5, and Chaxter, I believe, at 4 and 5 as well.
4 and 6, yeah.
Actually, yeah, 4 and 6. It wasn't a good scoreline at the end of the game. I don't think it's dreadful. I think it's dreadful enough to just leave the game.
Yeah, he came back from 0 and 5. I mean, he went on that force spree.
Exactly. Good stuff, Chaxter. Regardless, Elevate, I think, this is business as usual for them in Search and Destroy. Oh, my watch is going off. This is business as usual for Elevate in Search and Destroy. Lucky, as you say, at 6 and 3. Good performance as well from Vortex there, I think, with a spree to get the streak early on, even if it didn't get used correctly. It still helped them win those early rounds, and I think the storyline here is very, very clear. Search and Destroy for Elevate seems as strong as ever. The hard point for Veer, though, that looks very, very good, and I think it's a massive, massive talking point, I think, for them moving forward in this group.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be able to take hardpoint maps off of this Elevate roster, we know how explosive they can honestly be, especially with you and I watching them through Cup number 3 and many different iterations of tournaments for European challengers alike. But it's just one other thing that you just have to really clean up on, especially when you go back to that hotel control. This very much so could have been over in 4 had Team Veer been able to convert at least one more round, if not being able to convert a few more segments on their opening offensive attempt. But hey, it's the Elevate roster that we've come to expect, right? I mean, with a player like Vortex, with all the knowledge that he does bring into Search and Destroy, you can almost expect for this team of Elevate to Neslo a handful more teams throughout the Elite.
Indeed. Well, let's take a look at the standings then. At the end of the day, they are actually completed. We've already gone through Group A. We'll just give you a very quick recap. If you weren't here earlier on, it is a Weberbobs and Team Notorious that finished day number 1 ahead of the rest of the pack. Both of those teams 2 and 0. Andy and I already discussed it earlier. We're not surprised to see as such in the middle of the pack. Nanabe, Del Mysterio, and Clutch Rain both finished at 1 and 1. Of course, the former of those two teams did lose to Team Notorious. So again, not all that unexpected, and at the end of day 1 for 0 and 2, the teams in danger. E-Fuse and Hughes in charge. Again, Andy, you and I had a short discussion about this earlier on. We aren't surprised, I think, by how things look at the end of day 1.
No, I mean, for Group A, this is almost what we would expect. Maybe there could have been an upset here and there as far as what is all concerned. A lot of maps did get relatively close. Maybe Lanave Del Mysterio could have dug a little bit deeper versus Team Notorious, but no, Wubba Team Notorious, we expected them to be 2-0 on the day. These next few days are going to be quite telling to see what that 4th spot might be looking at to who qualifies for playoffs.
Oh, Group B, that looks a little bit more mixy because, of course, we did just have the conclusion of Team Veer. And Elevate, so now we can safely say that Elevate are sitting atop the group alongside Nixa. And that is the big talking point, the big storyline for a day number 1 of Europe. The Originals Nixa taking down the Originals, 3-1 in their matchup. That is a massive, massive victory. The first major upset of Challengers Elite.
Yeah, I mean, nobody really had that on their bingo card, did they? That the Originals were going to not only drop 4 maps on the day, but actually lose to Nixa, who, albeit, I mean, they're not a bad team. They only lost a single map on the day, however, and that was the hotel map number 3 control versus the Originals. They lost at 3-0, so maybe something that that the coach can go back and help the team work through, perhaps. But regardless of the matter, you cannot ask for a better start on the day for Nixa, Elevate, Team Notorious, and a Wubba starting off 2-0. That should almost really cement yourself as a playoff team.
Absolutely. Nixa and Elevate coming out strong. As we said, Group A and Group B, though, are done for day number 1 at least. Andy, we've had some really good matches today. I do think the big storyline coming out of day number 1 is Nixa, coming out with that victory, certainly putting themselves on the map. Things looking, I think, for the rest of the teams, though, business as usual, things that we kind of expected. Again, they put a lot of research into this to kind of figure out who we thought was going to be where by the end of day number 1. Everything looks pretty good. Any closing thoughts after day number 1?
I mean, it's just day number one, right? I mean, we got some teams that were 2-0. You and I, like you were saying, we already talked about it. These are things that we were almost expecting, maybe barring the Originals losing that series versus Nixa. Regardless, it's just day 1. Y'all got a taste of it. You dipped your toes in the pool, but you better be back for day 2 tomorrow and for the conclusion of round robin, because maybe you might be looking at who's the best coming out of the groups, but the real big consideration, who's going to be that 4th team working their way out of groups to make their way into playoffs. A lot of wrenches in the system, so you have to come ready.
Yeah, a lot of seeding matches later down the line as well to talk about as the best teams do face off. And there's going to be a lot of good matches tomorrow for Europe. There's one really good match, Elevate versus the Originals. I absolutely cannot wait for that one. If you're looking for more Challengers action today, though, don't worry, because we are far from done. We're just halfway through Challengers Elite because we've got a whole other region to talk about. It's time for the big boys to play. It's North America throwing down in just a moment. Do not go anywhere. We're going to have IL Shift and Visions on the cast for that one. We'll see you very, very soon for more Challengers Elite action after this break.
tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, it's just not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really
Lord, good evening, and welcome back to Challengers Elite 2023, Season 1, Week 1, Day 1. All of the things lead to primary numbers. I'm iHoldShift. With me, I've got Visions and Brother. Woo! I know we were both rooting for it last year. We were like, hey, 8 teams doesn't feel like enough. We're going to have 12 teams duking it out here in 2 separate groups throughout this first season.
Yeah, man, I wish I got a tally going through it last year because, like, every single elite, it feels like we were saying the same thing, right? Like, we need more teams in here, and well, we finally got it. We got 12 teams in here. We got to see some new faces kind of make it through the qualifier. We got to see some returning faces, of course, as well. So, I mean, it's going to shape up to be one hell of a season for sure.
Yeah, we've said it over the last couple of years. Every time that we see major pro players either get dropped or maybe think about retiring, they end up showing up in challengers. It really does feel like CDL 2.0. If you're unfamiliar with the format, like we mentioned, group stage for the first 3 days. Top 4 squads from each group that is built in will then make it to a double elimination playoff bracket. So with that, let's introduce the teams that will be representing North America. And I'm telling you, it's gonna be razor thin margins between a number of these squads. In Group A, making it up, Rocker Academy as the #1 seed. They're looking super feisty this year. But PRS Gaming, kind of a bit of a surprise. T-Fell Enterprises also making into the mix. But my favorite, just to kind of get a brief look at, how about that Smog Alpha team representing a little bit of LATAM, moving to North America? They're looking real good.
Yeah, they are. I think that, there's a lot of teams that we have in here. They're going to have that ability to upset. I think you look at this and you think, okay, Rocker or Convoy are probably the 2 that jump out of this group. But I feel like, it's a complete battle for who's going to be able to actually stay in and make it to playoffs here. You mentioned Smog Alpha being one of those big squads. I think T-Fell Enterprises, another one of those squads that might be able to do some damage here as well, Alan.
I like it. And then over towards Group B, the other 6 teams that will be playing again in that round robin format. I mean, come on. This is just a set of teams that, again, it's hard to pick a favorite. But Omit, this is the former Revenge team that is the #1 seed here in Group B. Phase 1, of course, most notably led up by Cruz, who's back again for some more APAC legendary status. Affiliate Boston Academy, everyone's pumped to see what Sensor's going to do this year. And then Team War, who are looking probably like one of the best teams right now in North America after their recent Cup win.
Without a doubt. I think Team War, based off what they did in that grand finals, a clean 4-0, picking up Parasite, adding Fire. I mean, Parasite, just deciding that, listen, I'm not going to go away just yet. I'm coming back for at least one more year here, his last dance, whatever it might be. He's definitely been on fire. He had that great performance at the last LAN. Wants to try to keep that continuing on now with this Team War roster, and, well, it's off to a great start, at least so far here, Alan.
Hard agree for it. I know Kevin Pichardo's real happy about seeing his team find success. He was like over 600 days or something like that since they won. A lot of days. But looking at what this will mean for our schedule on the day, again, in this round robin format, both teams, or pardon me, teams will play 2 sets of matches today. And here are our Group A Block 1 matches. Rocker Academy, an early test versus T-Fell. Don't sleep on that Convoy Gaming Smog Alpha match like we mentioned. And then PRS Gaming and Iron Blood. That could be a key matchup for both of those squads trying to escape early pressure towards that playoff disqualification.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you take a look at just some of these opening matches, and a lot of it's so important. I think, the amount of times that we talked about it last season throughout the elites, being able to miss out by one map, by one series, whatever it might be, right? Every single win matters. Coming off with a good start, so incredibly important, especially here in the first season. So, I mean, we got some great matches to really open up the day. Rocker Academy, T-Fell Enterprises. I mean, that one also going to be just an absolute banger coming away with this very first one here, Alan.
100%. And then over in the Group B side of things, again, there's going to be so many very pivotal matchups. Again, that Omit team that is just picked up as of today, squaring off with the Affiliate Esports. That's an interesting squad, by the way, that Affiliate team, just due to the fact that there's not a lot of proven success in the past, but there is a lot of young pressure and young kind of blood in that mix. Same kind of situation with Team War versus Wobabobs NA. That's another set of largely super veterans, like you mentioned, with Parasite and co on Team War. And then you've got 3 players that had never really seen Elite before in Wobabobs NA. And then at the very bottom, I think, again, this is another key matchup for both these 2 teams in Phase 1 in Boston Academy, trying to assert some early dominance in their group.
Yeah, how about Phase 1, though? I mean, I think that they really surprised a lot of people, at least at Raleigh, me included. Like, they were just 3-0ing, sweeping people under the rug, series after series, and I think that they shook up quite a bit. So, I mean, if they can find any kind of consistency, I think this team, without a doubt, is going to be one of our top squads in this group. But they definitely have a huge test versus Boston Academy. We know the talent that's also packed into that roster as well.
Yeah, I'm pumped about it. Could not be more excited.
Yes.
So with that, now we take a look at what will be featured across the broadcast. Again, we will have all matches with observers in them, so there will be a chance matches to show up, but these are going to be our opening focus matchups. PRS Gaming and Iron Blood to start things off for our first slot, and then Academy and Gaming will be featured on our second slot here on Call of Duty Bravo. Meanwhile, though, there is a set going on where we are Clutch GG will be hosting Convoy Gaming and Smog Alpha, and then Iron Blood Gaming will be on stream for a second time as they'll play up against T-Fel Enterprise. Where's your headspace at with those in particular, their partner?
I mean, coming in with this first one, I think this is going to be a really important one to see where PRS are at. I think we have, at least I have a little bit more expectations on where this Ironblood Gaming roster should be. I think these guys are a lot better than what they've shown so far. I mean, you talk about Gunless and Pristini, Pentagram, these guys being a core 3, adding in Bank. I feel like there is a lot of potential for this team, but I want to see if PRS Gaming, could really step up to the plate in day number 1. And then as you look down the charts, I mean, Rocker Academy and Convoy, I mean, that one's just an absolute this heavyweight battle, right? Like these two are going head to head very first day. I'm excited to see how that one also shapes up too.
It's always wild to say because we get to these situations where we never want to throw a lot of weight on day 1, season 1
Sure.
of these elites, but with how close these teams are going to be in overall skill, I think that some of these opening matchups could be the determining factor between securely getting into the top 4 of your group and making it to playoffs and possibly missing out. I would not be surprised if we have some tiebreaker situations by the end of this group stage in North America. That doesn't even begin to talk about, by the way, the teams that did not make it into qualifying for this first season of Elite. I think for both of us, the biggest surprise, LAG Academy and Decimate, both by name at least, represented North America at the Pro-Am. Obviously, LAG Academy, a new roster with the pretty much full squad wipe on the CDL side of things, but that Decimate roster stayed relatively untouched. Them not qualifying was a bit of a shell shock.
Yeah, I think Mock and Hollow, certainly going to be really disappointed with that. Overall, those two were completely on fire when you look at some of their games we were seeing, in the play-in stage, even almost, having a chance to actually qualify to the CDL bracket as well. They were extremely close, just couldn't put it together in the final series. But I think there's a lot of potential for those guys, and the fact that they miss out is huge. Also, the fact that Diamond Con isn't here, I feel like that just hurts, man, because in my mind, DC was probably the best player coming out of that stage, watching over everything that he was doing in the play-ins. I'm really hurt that he's not here, but of course there's so many roster moves happening. It's really hard to get on the same page with people getting dropped to the main roster coming down. So the fact that those two squads have missed out, I mean, just continues to build this narrative of North American challengers, how difficult it is to even make it into top 12 with more additional spots coming into the season.
That's why I'm saying I went out, I made myself public on Twitter after Chris was talking about the conversation. What does Dashy do if he doesn't get picked up by a team? He should play in challengers. I fully support that because it's not a given that you're going to dominate down here in the pit. But let's, with kind of, with all that said and talking about teams that did not qualify, I want to spend a little bit more time talking about the teams that have qualified and where our somewhat expectations are as we move into this season. In particular, as we take a look at this first Group A, Rocker Academy. This is a team that, again, had a ton of success throughout the year last year, but the biggest thing in my mind that really kind of sticks out like a sore thumb from going from Vanguard into Modern Warfare 2 is the fact that Pander, Godorex, Fame, they were on one hell of a hot streak, but did not make it out of the LCQ to represent North America at Champs, and they are quickly on a path to recovery. They have not finished outside the top 4 in any of the cups or qualifiers yet.
One of the most consistent teams, without a doubt, and you watch what these guys have been able to do just on a consistent basis, and the teamwork is there. It's just finally putting together, like, in those big clutch moments, right? You go back to even Rocker Academy versus LAG Academy in some of those playing stages where there was just a couple of moments where they were up like 4-0, 4-1, just not being able to close out some of those maps. And of course, DC putting together that 2v1, that one was what really hurt them. And I think from that point on, we just have never really seen that same Rocker Academy that came out swinging, that came out firing. And we know what's in them. Pander, I think this has been one of his best years since Cold War, without a doubt. I say that like it's, super long, like it was like 3 years ago, but he was really good in Cold War. I feel like he's really good in this game as well. And I mean, you had everyone else. There was so much talent packed into this team, so I think this is definitely one to look out for. And on top of that, here we also mentioned Convoy Gaming, right? They finished second. I think these guys have a lot of potential also, and we talk about that matchup that they'll have to play against Rocker here. It's going to make for definitely a great opening that as well, now that there's been a little bit more time since that last cup.
100%. Of course, we'll be spending a lot of time talking about PRS Gaming and Ironblood here in just a moment, but swapping over to Group B, again, the expectations are hard to kind of manage, I would say. I would even more so particularly for this group, because the results have been a little bit of a mixed bag for just about everyone out here. I mean, the new Omit team that has just been signed, that's Hixie, Caps, Davpatty, and Gravity. I mean, that's a full roster worth of CDL talent, whether recently or, you know, player like Charlie Hixie, who should be in the CDL, I think, in a lot of our minds. But you also have this kind of upstart where you've got teams like Aphelion, FaZe 1, Awobabob's NA. Where the hell did they come from? Because you expect a lot of success from a roster like Omit has. You expect to see the passion and the results from Boston Academy like they did so many times at Majors last year. And then, of course, Team War comes as one of the heaviest hitting rosters and challengers. But the fact that FaZe 1, Aphelion, and Awobabobs are all in the midst here, and they've already proven on LAN at Raleigh that they can put together numbers, it kind of throws expectations a little all over the place for this group.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, if you can start to find some wins versus the Team War and Omid, and, you know, maybe they don't look as dominating as they have, then all of a sudden this group gets spicy very fast. It's really hard, I think, to pinpoint like who the strong 4 teams are going to be when you look at this 6-man group overall. This is probably the one that is a little bit more questionable for me compared to the two that we have. It's just so difficult. Even like Aphelion Esports, you bring up, you know, this team. I feel like Gwyn in particular, this guy, man, I'm watching him play 8s, Alan. He's been world starring professional players. Like, he's just been making a name for himself. I know it's 8s, he never put too much weight on it, but he's very mechanically talented, and I think that when you get a couple of these Aphelion guys going, they can start to take over. So it is so difficult to really call who the top 4 are going to be, I think, in this group B.
All right, there we go. That's at least our brief expectations to set up the elite season for both of the groups, but let's dig on into our featured matchup for stream slot number 1, PRS Gaming and Ironblood. One that, again, they go into the seedings as number 2 and number 3 in their group. It's a very key matchup to try to separate yourself away from the mix of the bottom, but we do have our map set ready to go. Let's take a look to see what exactly we'll have on hand for both of these two squads. Starting it off, it'll be an Embassy Hardpoint, followed up by a Mercado Search and Destroy, and then a Hotel Control. We hadn't really spent a lot of time talking about either of these two rosters, but kind of the same situation that we just talked about for players like Gwyn. We're going to learn today about this PRS Gaming squad, because Gusify, Pro MR, Sizky, and Lunars, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first elite for all 4 of them ever.
Yeah, I do believe that's right. I was like looking over to see if these guys had ever maybe made it in. Gusify, I think, missed out on 2 elites last season by like 1 single series. So, you know, so close to be able to break through, so close to be able to get here, just never able to do it. Now a chance to stack up against the best. And it's always a different format when you talk about the opens compared to what we have now, where you can prep a little bit more for your matches. So at least we take a look at the map set here, and you can maybe look at some of those key AR players and see if you can shut down, you know, players like Bink. Make sure that you don't let players like Gunlist, you know, really start to take over the game and be on top of your rotations. Make sure the communication is good. Come out strong on this first map on Embassy. I feel like a lot could end up happening here for them. You know, again, I feel like there's so many teams that could potentially pull off an upset. And to be fair, I just don't think Ironblood have looked as strong as they should, at least on paper.
It's one of those things that I feel like we often talk about certain individual players when they're on collective teams from Ironblood, like, what's going wrong here?
Yeah.
You know, because, you know, individually you expect them just by name and reputation to be individually great, but there are moments where it's like they haven't showed up. I mean, we talked about it a lot last year with players like Classic, for instance, where it was like, you know, is he going to be able to figure out the hard point woes? And by the end of the year, he sure did. And I feel like we're kind of saying similar things about players like Pentagram, who back in Cold War, we're like, this guy's the best SMG to ever touch an SMG, almost period. Like, he was so good at Cold War, didn't meet those expectations last year, and again, like this year as well, it's just been kind of a mixed bag. A couple of top 8s, top 6s qualifying, but then also top 16s, top 12s. So it's a bit concerning, I think, to not see the consistent results that you would want, especially with a player, or a collection of players that are starting to get a little bit older, and you say, okay, when is it going to happen, if it's ever going to happen?
Yeah, that's really the question. There's an expectation, I think, when you look at for this Ironblood squad. I think they would be the favorite, but you can't sleep on the PRS Gaming boys. They've certainly earned their spot here for Season 1 Elite in NA. Now we'll see if they can show up in their very first match. I think taking a respawn off of an Ironblood squad would be a great start here, Alan. Of course, it's all taking place on Embassy. It's been a while since we've been in the booth, virtually casting together, so I'm excited to jump back into it, brother.
Oh, boy. Man, it's just... I could not be like, I'm actually giddy to see like all of these new players show up, because this has been a year so far that has largely been decided and dictated by who is going to be able to kind of find the next possible superstar. We may have that on our hands here. PRS into the opening time in the very royal blue. Bink shut down up top. Great AR kills coming out, and PRS will not just have the opening time, they'll dominate the proximity around it.
Certainly will. Early time's good. Gunless, not in a great spot, and almost able to turn there, but Lunars will be able to finish him off here. So already 30 seconds into the hill. One more 1v1 out front, and he's going to have no problem with that whatsoever. I mean, this has been a great opening. The ARs have been able to dominate. Pentagram's got a key 1v1, and Lunar's able to find that one as well. So this is exactly what we were talking about for the young guns here, Alan. They start off great, and now we'll see if they can win a rotation.
Yeah, and Ironblood are playing just for that rotation, trying to get around the bottom side of the map, try to get some control over one of these high ground positions, but they're finding absolutely nothing. Lunars is on 6. I mean, has anyone shot back at him yet? He's already in the front side of this admin building, and he's red spawns perfectly. He's got a chance to possibly open up the side, but no, not going to happen. Gunless shutting things down, but Sizky in the back will once again put pressure on the rotation as Ironblood are shaky here in the opening moments of this hard point.
Oh, extremely shaky. Looks like spawns did flip-flop a little bit here, so there is a chance to be able to get right back into the hill, but good moment here for PRS Gaming to at least still lock in the remaining 30 seconds. Bink will say no to that. That's 3 players going down. That's exactly what you wanted to see for Ironblood. Took them a while to get going, still trying to warm up the gunny just a tad bit, but this is crucial time if they're able to capture it.
Now looking good for it at the moment, even better. Gunless on rotation, number 2 is playing through tennis. He's going to have a chance to, again, make PRS kind of fight 2 wars at the same time. Even more so that he's found a kill on Degas. So Pristini looks good to lock in the back 10 seconds. Help is now arriving in the form of Pentagram into Orange. Very wisely waits to kind of finesse his life a little while longer. And with a little bit of oversight from Bink, a chance to get Scrap into initial here between 2 and 3. Beautiful rotation here for IBG.
I love his patience right here from Pentagram. Just making sure that he's not rushing the play. He's getting into the right position, waiting for his teammates to get information. And now his teammates are basically all set up perfectly. Now just got to win some gunfights as he's starting to lose them. First 20 seconds is good. Ironblood retake the lead. Pentagram looking to turn this into a 3-killing spree. It's not going to happen. Pro MMR right back into the point. PRS Gaming just going blow for blow here so far.
For a bunch of young guys, that is a very veteran break coming out of PRS, hitting from multiple points at the same time. Both the subs working together to clear Orange. The ARs dominating over towards the entryway on balcony. That's absolutely flawless. And they find a 4-man feed for an easy break in a significant amount of time here. Pentagram once more looking to finesse the old. Pro MR trying to play a bit of an off angle. Nades, trophies exploding. Pentagram, good prediction, but Pro MR's off angle works out. He'll secure the scrap, and PRS will break past the 90-point threshold.
Yeah, Lunar's already inching up closer and closer. Probably wants to work to the back. Great teamwork there. Both players able to stay alive for now, but Bink, nice little wide shout, comes through. Able to find the immediate trade. Will it be good enough to hold on to the setup? That's the question. Bink this time will drop. Gus, how about it? Able to find himself a nice little transfer onto the second. Pristini now forced to try to go big, and he's able to deliver onto 2. It's just a back-and-forth battle. Bonds might be in the back right now for Ironblood. Gunless is back here as he's trying to now break into the point.
And we need to keep our eye on this. If I'm not mistaken, PRS has run a 2-2 weapon composition from the minute 1 of this hardpoint. Pro MR and Lunars both running subs, I think, pretty much throughout the entirety of this map, whereas on the opposite side, it's just Pentagram with a sub, except for Pristini flexing onto a sub depending on the hardpoint. So maybe some of that tempo coming into play here because PRS are being able to find a little bit more success with the double SMG setup. In fact, Sizky's been able to find a Vaznev as well, and they're using these weapons in great positions. I know it feels like a very simple thing to say, but it is noted. And this is, again, very veteran stuff coming out of PRS. How about Sizky? A double inside just as the hardpoint opens up. 3 for Sizky as Lunars is there to actually take it away from him, but he's not done. Bink over the top of the head. He keeps the play alive, but PRS are in.
Yeah, Sizky, he was going for some kind of a big Twitter clip right there on the Chow Bink right on top of the head. He will end up dropping for it, but it allows PRS to get in, and Lunars is still very much alive. He's got support. Teammates are now making their way into Kitchen. And I mean, the setup has just been great. The baiting and switching, even better. Lunar's going to have to try to battle out against a couple of different entryways to see if he can hold on again. And I mean, this has been flawless so far. Pentagram finally trying to put it away, but the teamwork, the support, the kills, everything on point right now for PRS Gaming as they get 45 seconds off of that point.
And that's off of a break, by the way. They didn't even have the initial setup. That was just flawlessness once again. a key moment in this game for PRS, who now have multiple streaks also to play with. So yeah, Pentagram's doing whatever he can. He's 13 and 15, just trying to hang on to this game, but the leader's advantage plus the resources that have been tallied, PRS are controlling this game, and I mean it with every sense of the word. Ironblood need to put something together and needs to be rather miraculous at this point in the game.
Gunless, patient play. Ball doesn't come in fast enough, so finally there's a little bit of breathing room. 4 players going to drop down. Fortunately, not all the trophy systems going to be eliminated here for Gunless, but it should give them a chance to at least adjust, maybe soak up a bit of this time. It's also going to force PRS Gaming to kind of shift over to P2 early. And Gus is even going to invest the streak right away, see if they can get him off some of this time. But clean shots coming through for Pentagram. Bink finds 2. And all of a sudden, this rotation is starting to look a little shaky. Still 20 seconds left, but this is a massive hill for Ironblood.
And that's a massive set of eliminations that come through. I mean, you put the glide bomb into play, and you think, okay, this will clear off the hard point. We'll get free control of windows, but that win with an SMG to the upper window is what allows Ironblood a chance to survive on the hard point, and now freely make their play in towards admin. Pristini nearly collects a key double, but will be turned just a touch aside. Siski off the regen. Good prediction with the Semtex. Will not land. 1v1 with Gunless. Shut down, and Ironblood win the rotation into 2.
As much needed as well. Ironblood, they need a good 40 seconds, you feel like, off this point to make sure it doesn't get too out of hand. We'll see another kill come through now. Siski trying to see if he can start to make his way forward for this break, but you got to get through Gunless. He started off slow, now finds himself 13 and 12, soaking up time, but Siski, that player I talked about, able to find his way into the point, find him, take him out of the time. 20 seconds left. Pentagram just needs to do his best to try to keep them off the hill, and well, he's doing a good job of it, able to find the first one.
This is, again, another win here for Ironblood. If I'm not mistaken, as we swap to Pentagram's POV, he was able to sidestep the other glide that got called in. So, if I'm not mistaken, both PRS streaks are gone. And in the midst of using them, they didn't come away with any time worth mentioning. And a lot of that is off the Pentagram. Again, solo playing on the bottom side of this as we take a look at other matches that are going on. How about this? T-Fel Enterprise is beating the brakes off of Rocker Academy in their map 1.
Not gonna lie, I saw a fellow's clip last night of him going on like a 12 spree in a row, just clipping people. And so the fact that they're coming out and frying is certainly not surprising based off what we've seen those guys do as of late. So might be able to put that one away. Rocker be able to get themselves out of the 100-point club. But back over to what we have going on with our main match in PRS Gaming. Well, they're just about over that 200 points. And if we remember, Alan, this is where they really racked up quite a bit of time off that initial break. And they're starting to do so here again.
It's just every single step that Ironblood try to make towards this hard point gets punished in some form. Great nade over the top, though. Gus is only at 1 HP. Pentagram's going to get the free break. That is great coordination and key scrap time, not necessarily to tally, but to deny from PRS, at least for a moment. 8 seconds says that's enough for Lunars to jump on in to get closer to the 220 mark. Playing up against 140 of IBG. And Ironblood are here inside a lobby first. A Pro Amar already trying to bend this defense, if not fully break it single-handedly. Off the regen. Has help nearby. Here comes the flood. Front desk. Pristini, good for the opener. Good help from Gunless from beyond, and the trades will favor Ironblood as they hold.
They'll hold. Clean wipe. Absolutely needed. We'll see if they can do it here again. They're going to have to. Just 30 seconds needed. If you find a quick break, you could still absolutely do it. And now Ironblood members starting to drop. It's all up to Pentagram. Pentagram's got to take on the entire team. He's good for the first. He's good for the second. Pentagram bobbing and weaving, looking to make the moves. But Gus gets in there, trades him out eventually. And now PRS Gaming, they're in the point. But for how long? Ironblood hot off the spawns, but can they get through the sub players? The answer so far has been no. Pristini drops. They're not going to end it here, but they're going to get pretty darn close.
Yeah, these PRS Fastnavs are deadly to say the least. Both at P4 and here again as we rotate over towards Cafe. Lunars just behind the doorway. What a little cheeky play. Catches Gunless over the top. Has Bink at range. Oh, could be the winning play. No, Pentagram. At least once again to keep it alive. And Semtex actually lands, so he gets credit for the 3K. Cafeteria will open to the name of Ironblood. Help is also on the way. It's just Pro Amar that's nearby to try to contest this, but he's very much so trying to play his life and will be denied as Ironblood will keep themselves in the game for now.
No longer be a one-man show here. It can't just be Pentagram. You need everybody to really step up if you're going to make some kind of a insane comeback here in Hardpoint. It could certainly happen. It moves right over to P1. But you're going to see the setup here from PRS Gaming. Everybody starting to coordinate, starting to get in position to see if they can bait and switch their way through. First kill for Gunless is there. Pentagram, who's on 4, will be traded out, but you know exactly where PRS Gaming is coming from. 8 seconds for the win. They can still do it if they can break in, but Gunless shuts it down. The support is here. One last 1v1, and that will not be rather enough to end this one. We are still going to at least one more hill.
These little exit kills are super important. Oh, nearly Bink gets underneath the aim of Gus. 250 will be collected just as the hard point opens up. PRS survived the comeback efforts of Iron Blood, but again, realistically speaking, if you were to put kind of a footnote over the entirety of the map, it was in PRS control for a good 80% of it, it felt like. That was some domination from the subplay, especially as we got to those closing hard points per rotation.
Not a doubt. And I mean, they just had a couple of like key hills as well. Like you talk about, I think like the P3, that was huge for them. They got a huge amount of points on both sets of the rotations from that one. And then it was their kitchen break, I think, that really started to separate that lead and give them, a good solid 60 points, a full hard point up. And they were obviously able to run away with that for the most part. But the difference for me was just kind of the beautiful dynamic between the ARs finding a lot of kills on the map, and then the subs maybe not fragging as much, but finding the impactful kills when it really matters around the hill, right? Like that was, I think, kind of the beauty of how everyone kind of came together there throughout the entire hard point. Just so many key kills coming in when we were talking about those Vaznev players getting set up, making sure that they're swapping over to 3 Vaznevs when they get over to kitchen, just flooding in, baiting and switching perfectly. I mean, this PRS gaming roster, we said it, they can come out and take a really big map off of an Iron Blood gaming roster, Alan. Well, they could certainly look to take away this series as well.
It's so wild, man. As we get to these early stages of new titles, you always get situations like this where someone who you've never talked about before or never seen before on a broadcast shows up and drops nukes. But here's the thing, this is one of those, I think, if you look at it from Iron Blood's perspective, how about the game from Pentagram? 28 and 21 with 21 non-traded and nearly 3,500 damage. Like, my dude was trying to do it all. And honestly speaking, when we talk about, like, an underwhelming performance from Vanguard compared to Cold War, Pentagram in a lot of these different hard points that we saw throughout this map on Embassy was the only reason that Iron Blood stayed in this game. So something to kind of at least peek through the clouds for Iron Blood in map number 1. But like you mentioned, I think just the compositional awareness that PRS Gaming put together just kept the foot down the entire way against this Iron Blood team that you would assume would kind of do the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's so wild, right? You just talk about these names as we keep coming back to, like Rastidi and Gunless. Like, these guys have been around forever. They teamed way back, like on E United when you go back to like Infinite Warfare. So there's a lot of history, a lot of chemistry built into this team. And I think with the addition of Dink coming in for Ghosty, you feel like maybe there would have been a little bit of a refresher. But at least when it comes down to map number 1, that is good for PRS Gaming. And now we start to look towards the map set that's coming up for us. We got a Mercado Search and Destroy. Alan, if you like fast rounds and gunfights, well, Mercado Search and Destroy's got exactly that for you.
And if you like watching just to see how set nades are going to work out and who's using trophies when, that's another little element that you're going to get. It's funny, I was sitting and talking about different, Search and Destroy and hardpoint things in this game compared to like Modern Warfare 19. This map in certain ways really reminds me in Search and Destroy of Ramaza, where like, that whole A site where the truck is between the 2 buildings and the tunnel was like, who can get their trophies and nades to find and land? Whereas construction site is like, never touched it. Outside of like rounds where you can like four-man charge Deddy and be able to pop in. So I don't know. I think it would be interesting here because once more we look at this kind of the roster side by side, and the assumption would be the veterancy and experience will lead to advantages for Iron Blood Gaming. But on the other side, this PRS Gaming Squad, I could say with a certain level of confidence that these guys are always looking for chows, man. I mean, over the course of the last handful of years, these guys are grinders when it comes to playing abbreviated Search and Destroy tourneys and stuff like that. So I'm expecting to see a lot more of that same resilience here for PRS, that we kind of saw back previously in that map number 1. Update, though, as we kind of had the live look in between TFL Enterprises and Rocker Academy. It was a blowout. It was like 200-90. It ended with a similar affair. How about Yuli, brother? 28 and 16 with 22 non-traded. He's on one today, it looks like.
Yeah, that's no surprise, right? Yuli just putting up big numbers, making big plays. Like, that is just a trend that continues from game to game. Does not matter the title. So, not surprised whatsoever to see a 28 and 16 stat line coming through there for him. 22 of those non-traded. So the man absolutely frying. Fellow right there above him, 2,900 damage and doing exactly what he needs to do. But yeah, man, I still feel like this TFL Enterprise's squad is very much the real deal here. And I think a lot of people are sleeping on them because, I mean, you just take a look at it, right? Like, Too Real gets dropped from that Florida Mutineers roster last year, followed the same idea kind of with the Vegas roster. So a lot up in the air. But as we jump back in, looks like it's going to be a very quick round potentially coming through here right away for Rocker to respond with, and we'll tie us up 1-1.
Yeah, this is one of those things that, you know, it's always funny because you see it. We saw it happen every single major last year. Whereas, like, what does Ghosty have to do for a team to just be like, no, he's the key part of our squad? Like, he continues to get dropped off of teams, and then he ends up completely putting them in the dirt. He did the same thing in the qualifier, and he was like 21-9 based on that scoreboard in the opening hard point. So a 1-1 affair here. As we do just a brief look in to see how this map will fare between these two squads. Again, we'll be back to our primary match once things start to settle in on that side of things. Quick hits, as you would expect, as we mentioned, over towards A. Opening exchange, not bad overall, and Fellow playing a little bit of Overwatch here, does well to catch a second. Fame looking to get away, but not quite able to get those piggy toes around the corner, and numbers reside with T-Fel as they're going to have a free plant.
Yeah, I want to say they were able to deal with the trophy, and once that trophy's gone, you're sitting behind planters. Like good luck, right? Like, you got to play some dodgeball from there on out. Pander has done some pretty exceptional things so far throughout this year. 1v3, love to add it to the tally. Has to find Ghosty up top, and Ghosty's just going to play peekaboo with him. He's going to play info. 30 seconds on the clock. Tough spot here for Pander, but he's able to deal with the first one here. Now 1v2.
Resets the angle. He's got obviously very good information that Ghost is going to keep just jumping across the windows. So this is all about finding Fellow. Oh, what a set of shots that is. Bob, but he guesses right. Nearly still gets the kill. But it's a 50-50 peak, and he guesses incorrectly. T-Fel hold just narrowly against the opportunity of 1v3 of Pander.
Oh, yeah. Some deep breaths went out after that round for sure. Looking spicy. I mean, the shots also, like, trying to move through bottom tunnel to find that players in the top balcony. Like, not an easy shot whatsoever. Pander almost able to make it happen there very cleanly. As we now switch back to our main match here between Ironblood and PRS Gaming. Looks like the first round will be good for PRS Gaming. We also saw a sniper in play here, as it looks like Pro MR has got a little ACOG scope on it here, making it work out with 2 kills in the round.
I love seeing stuff like this. I mean, it's just one of those, you know, we don't often anticipate seeing sniper rifles being heavily utilized on a map like Mercado. But there are, I mean, again, this game's got so many options as far as what you could throw on your weapon. So why not play with one of the 72 different scopes that you can earn in the game? Love the idea of it. Works out for the first round for PRS. Nades over the top. Trophies to keep the push relatively safe, but the same could be said about the defense. Now it's just down to the SMGs. Can they find opening first bloods? Engagements through the window. Look, that there was an aggressive game of tag that ensued between 2 different members, but it's actually a team nade that will actually tally the first blood against IBG.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt. I have to imagine they probably just caught like the upside of the window, just didn't go through. Ended up taking him out. Now you're going to lose that player that was pushed up for you. They got information on 2, and they're going to do a good job of just working them out of these spots. Like, Bink should go down. Gunless going to assist, but it's a tad bit too late. And now that exact same situation we just saw there from Pander's POV going to be in the hands of Gunless to try to clutch up in a 1v3.
Tough ask for sure. And yeah, not a lot of motion that can happen there. So PRS Gaming do almost the exact same thing that was done in our little looking for Pander in the Rocker Academy matchup. Clean on the break attempt, stay alive through all the opening nades, and even the initial pre-fire that kind of plagues those windows and doorways at the bottom side of Cantina. So, clean stuff thus far. But who's going to be the first team to try to open up this map maybe a little bit more? Because we often expect this. This is kind of one of those things of, you know, is our playbook better than theirs? Once you start to feel like, oh, maybe not. Maybe you start to turn to page 3 or 4 and pull something strange out. But for now, both teams content to continue on their same ruthless way. Ceremonious in nature. It's a double peek outside of the A site that works out, but the stun over the top allows an opportunity for a trade, but Gunless denies Lunars, and numbers now rest with Ironblood as they push forward, resulting in a 1v4 situation for Gus that he will not be able to get off the ground.
Love that. Just the double chow, just get the information. You know, players are caught in between, you know, the middle of the map, that mid cut, and just right behind planters yet again. You're just kind of stuck there with either a chance you have to kind of take a chow or you have to try to run away. There's no other option. So I love the aggression. That's what we get on this map, you know, more times than not. And that's exactly what ends up coming in there. PRS Gaming still up by 1, but Iron Blood at least able to get themselves on the board, and now we'll see if they can start to shut things down on their defensive rounds, find these first picks, make sure they don't throw any of those team nades out,
Yeah.
and use the numbers in and around the site.
And these little adjustments on what the breakoffs look like can be massive in certain ways. We just saw it from Iron Blood, essentially triple channeling the outer angle of that L turn around Cantina to get a first blood. This time, Iron Blood tried to free Pristini up to scout things out around the A side off an off angle. Doesn't work out, but Pentagram quick to secure the trade. Tries to shut the door on a trade of his own, but doesn't quite survive through it. So we get to a 3v2 numbers with PRS, but Iron Blood, a chance to still contest these top windows from the backside of planners.
Should have a good idea that both these players are ARs, so trying to get up close would be ideal. Pro MR trying to work that angle. The shots are kind of coming through mid-map. So still more information there. 40 seconds left. You don't have to pull the trigger just yet, but you got to get gunless out of this spot. This is really everything right now, and Pro MMR might have to look to make the move, but now it becomes a little bit easier. It's all down to gunless yet again.
Does well, gets out of dodge, secures the kill on the exit. That was your bomb planner. That falls, but this is the tough problem, is how do you get back over towards the bomb site, and the answer is you don't. PRS up 3-1. And it's another one of those things, just to kind of throw it out there. Their patience is really coming out in a number of these moments where, like you kind of mentioned, you need to get gunless out of that spot. It's a 3v2. You know that he's isolated, but they don't take the push. Just wait to see what the defense wants to do and make them have to make the return play. And it's worked out nicely for him. Good stuff out of PRS.
Certainly solid so far. Iron Blood might opt in to change it up. Try to throw some nades and stuns over the top of A, I have to imagine. And then, yeah, Pristini just uses that dead silence to start to clear out the site. The key is trying to find this kill cleanly. Nade's going to come through. And, well, they're going to lose one. And, well, Pristini's also going to drop. And, well, this B push has just completely come to a halt.
Yeah.
Gunless is like, all right, I'm last alive again.
And for what it's worth, just to kind of once again, tip the hat to PRS, that defensive setup was very passive around A. I mean, they were playing in elbow, and they had obviously one player sitting inside of the tin elephant room here. But there was, I think, a sinking suspicion that if they were going to try something different, it would be in that round. And the call's correct. I mean, we've often seen PRS play in front of that planner over towards Cantina, trying to threaten those windows. Not the case at all this time. It was a little bit of point of contact defense over towards the B site, or part of the A site. And then once you stiff out, hey, they're not throwing as many nades and we're not hitting trophy systems, let's kind of lean back over towards B, and it works out beautifully for him for a nearly flawless round.
Take a live look in right now where TFL Enterprises, they're smoking them. 5-1 up right now, looking to take that 2-0 lead in the best of 5. They are looking solid. Good news for Convoy a little later on if Rocker's unable to find their footing. First blood comes away for Lunars. First bloods have been great, especially in these opening offensive rounds. And now Siski, he wants to try to make the play. Little jump up here to get information. Will he be able to find Gunless? He'll find him. Won't take him out. He's able to keep his life.
Great help, though, from PRS. Just a little bit of cover fire to allow Siski to drop off the umbrella, and it allows him to get the regen plus the kill onto Pristini. Now you can feel he wants to get this kill onto Gunless. Weakened up enough to get the elimination, and that's tough. There was only one player left, so I don't know if the kill came through and something happened on the server side, or if the host dropped out, or whatever it happens to be, but PRS looked clean. And kind of just to mention, as we had the little brief look at, TFL Enterprises did secure that 6th round win. So again, how do we make expectations up for this North American Elite? I will say I expected things to be at least a little bit tighter between some of these squads.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, certainly, at least for Rocker and TFL Enterprises, I kind of looked at that as maybe the upset match in their favor, as much as I've been gassing those guys. Just Rocker's been so consistent. So the fact that they're going to have to, what looks like to be a reverse sweep, in their favor is certainly not something that would have been on my bingo card. So another one of those crazy things thrown out there. And then, I mean, this PRS gaming roster, they look really clean in the hard point. Maybe people come out there and say it's looking like a fluke. These guys, just able to come away with the first game. Everyone's getting warm on Iron Blood. I mean, that's not the case. They're just taking gunfights. They're taking chows. They're looking clean while doing it. That teamwork that I kind of, kept coming back to that we just saw there in that final round before, the disconnect was also fantastic. And that's just something that you don't really teach. You just kind of gain over time, and it seems to be there, right? So I think the fact that they're looking this clean as a squad right now is very scary for the rest of the group, and, well, especially Iron Blood.
I really want to piggyback off that point, because that's kind of I would say the best way to put some of the things that I was throwing out there is, like, when we get impressed by a certain team, you know, we often get impressed by, like, again, we would call it like veteran plays, mature plays, but you put it in the exact right words right then, where it's like, these are things you can't just talk about and they happen. You have to experience them happening in game before they become more of a subconscious, you know, fight or flight type reaction. And the fact that PRS is able to show that across both the hard point at certain tight moments on rotations that are difficult to read, and then more so here on the search and destroy, it really is kind of like, whoa, what kept them from finding this success previously? Because the game's not that old, all things told, and they're making some reads right now that are definitely top challengers level. So I'm impressed. Consider me, you know, a little bit floored by how well they've played so far.
Yeah, it's been great. And if they can keep it up, man, we'll see what happens with this PRS roster, because I mean, just like looking over their ARs, I think you go back to at least the map number 1, like they were looking just completely on point. The rotations were looking extremely good. So I mean, the game knowledge is there, and if they're starting to execute for some of these top teams, some of these veteran players that have been in the scene for a very, very long time, that have won championships, that have won, you know, rings, I mean, it certainly speaks volumes. So without a doubt, a squad to continue to keep our eyes on. Still have to close out the series, of course, as we'll jump back into that hopefully soon. But overall, it's been a great look, at least off the bat here, Alan.
And speaking of, a little segue for you just built in there, it looks like BattleNet in total has gone down. So it's not just our match, but all of the matches that are currently going on have been disconnected while they were in progress. Obviously, it won't affect things like the TFL result. They'll still hold that map number 2 result, but still to be determined on what will happen here with PRS, whether or not that stands as a 6-1, because I don't know if the kill fully came through or not, or if they'll replay that last round that we saw. Hard to say. But for now, connection is lost for across the board for all of our players. So while we try to figure out what the status of the games look like, what will happen when the players do restore connection, we'll send things off to a break. Just keep in mind, though, before we jump, that it's not just this stream going on. If you're looking for more information on Convoy Gaming and Smog Alpha, you can find that on the We Are Clutch GG stream as well. Lots of Elite action to come, but for now, we take a brief pause while we try to solve out all of these connection issues, and hopefully be back with some sort of response very soon. Don't go too far.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got that power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. style moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for obviously the delay, but I can't apologize too much because it wasn't my fault. Nor was it Austin Vision's Neil's fault. It was no one's fault. It was just things that happened. It's just stuff that happens on the backside, and we're about ready to go back into game. Players were given a 5-minute grace period for warm-up, and we'll be joining back with PRS Gaming and IBG, Ironblood Gaming, in the Mercado Search and Destroy. Austin, it's a 4-1 tally as we resume this map number 2.
4-1, and they're already 1-0 up in the series, so, I mean, coming back into it, they're feeling pretty good, I have to imagine. You never know how this break is going to affect anyone's side, particularly. I mean, like, you take a look at Ironblood, where they maybe are, like, happy about a little bit of a wait period, where they get to kind of reset a little bit here, because they haven't looked too good, right? Like, I think the respawn was certainly a little bit shaky, and the S&D so far just hasn't really been there. But I will say, PRS's reads, I think, have been really good with the rounds that we have watched, and we're already highlighting their teamwork here. So we kind of need to see that on the opposite end for Ironblood if they're going to somehow work themselves back into the Mercado S&D.
It's one of those situations when we talk about larger gaps in the search, 3-round deficit right now for Ironblood. You are the one that now has to make the correct adjustments and changes. And the only round that they've won so far was off of a little bit of a distinct play where they went to try to play for an overwhelm offensive round around the A site right through that cut corner to try to get that first blood just by way of kind of taking a 3v1, and that worked out for them. But outside of that particular play, it's been all PRS Gaming. Like you mentioned, their reads have been on point, not only defensively responding, but also their timings on offense have been very patient, really making Ironblood work for different positions of the map, and that has led to some significant advantages. So we jump on in to what will be, again, a 4-1 map count tally, round count tally. Ironblood, defensively, heavy stack, double up through mid-tunnel, and Lunars is going to sniff this out for first blood.
Yeah, nice first blood. It does give you some options if you wanted to kind of wait, but him in the back, you'll be able to find Lunars and throw MR, able to get one right back. So still numbers for PRS Gaming, but take a look at mid. Bink able to work into the back, finds himself still onto Gus, and that's going to even up the numbers here at 2v2 we go.
Promar was caught on reload, but that actually may work out for him because Bink jumps back across the tunnel. Promar very avidly waiting to see if there's going to be a push-up, but Ironblood do have the advantage here. Looking over the A site, plus with their backs close to B, they could be able to just respond quickly, but how about it? Promar does get the read. That Bink was nearby, gunless, trying to watch the rotation, had a good look at the first, but the team shots come out, and it's PRS Gaming who get to 5.
I love plays like that. It's a situation where you probably know where Gunless is, but rather than give him, some kind of a freebie on the bomb or some kind of a... Let's just try to push through, bait and switch at the worst. And, I mean, you even see the kill come through cleanly. There is no need for any kind of a switch. So just a really clean heads-up play. PRS Gaming just continuing to show us just how good they are. And now they are 5-1 up here in this second map. Just one more to put it away. And Ironblood, we're going to have to start to chain together quite a few rounds here, starting with this one.
And I think the other thing on top of this is, again, what do you do if you're Ironblood to win 5 rounds in a row where nothing has gone your way at any point? How about this? Pentagram says, I'll pull out a Scar and get first blood. Aggressive with Pristini. Takes control of the planner. And that will allow not just numbers, but also convincing possession of this A site. Stun over the top. We'll still read the information on Pentagram, but not really a chance to contest. You're looking at number 2 in white. That's Gus. He's the only one who can really contest this bomb from being planted.
Ooh. Nice little reach out there for Pentagram. Just feeling himself in the moment. Just immediately takes it. And Ironblood find themselves round number 2. Coming by way of opening engagements kind of finally going the way. We talk about, all the great things that have been happening for PRS Gaming. A huge part of it has been a lot of their just opening gunfights, kind of creating man advantages right away. At least in what we saw through the first half of this S&D about an hour ago. So finally, Ironblood able to get themselves something going off the start of the round here. But defense has been a really big problem for them so far, Alan. And I don't know if you heavily stack A, you try to aggressively push in, win the initial battles, because something's going to have to change because they're getting picked apart.
Well, it is going to be a pretty heavy stack for the defense over here at A. Stuns and nades do land. Gus is going to be tagged up and more positionally hit from this than anything else. But once again, PRS just kind of hit the brakes and say, all right, we'll just deal with it, recover. And they take first blood. Pristini down. Pentagram tries to force out the trade. Difficult situation. Semtex will collect. Now back over towards the bomb site. Nearly gets the transfer, but help was afar. And that'll be good for Ironblood to string together 2 in a row.
Nice cover fire over the top. And that's kind of what I talked about. They lose the opening engagement, so I thought it was going to be, a 6-2 tally here, but they're able to at least play their life up front. That's Pentagram. Nice little nade. make sure he's not over peaking, not over channeling, giving his life away for free, while his ARs just kind of sit back here over top of the planters and find themselves a couple of key kills there. And almost a nasty transfer in the end for Pentagram, who's come back into this hour break very hot. 5-2 here for him.
You got to remember that in map number 1, he was also the comeback condition, so to speak, for Ironblood in the Embassy Hardpoint. He found nearly 3,500 damage. Had a lot of individual plays trying to keep his team involved. Again, the tack out. Pentagram still gets first blood, even though the trade is out for Siski. Looking to fight for bottom Cantina. Oh, he may have just gotten the worst COD timing ever if he holds this corner. Pristini will sniff him out. Tilt the numbers back into favor of Ironblade, but once again, how quick are PRS in making sure they can keep the numbers level? Lunars is able to respond, now it's sent it to a 2v2, and he's got information that top second floor is going to be contested, still in battle. Brad cooked up, but Bink will find the kill. Trade looking to be forced by Gus, but he misses his chance, and now he's in a 1v2.
1v2, trophy player, so not going to be able to do it silently, and Ironblood, we said they needed to chain a whole bunch of rounds together. They're doing exactly that. They're going to bring the tally to 5-4 here. So just 2 more rounds to try to make this insane comeback happen. And they're happening at a very fast pace. I mean, you can see them really taking a lot of challenges. They're not playing scared. We really saw a lot of slower rounds, especially when Ironblood were kind of losing those initial battles and losing those number advantages right off the start. But they're just kind of taking a lot of these gunfights head on, trying to loosen up the defense so that they can have a little bit more breathing room around these sites.
And this is a round right here that will really say a lot about what PRS Gaming feels from a veteran and experience standpoint. Losing 3 in a row. Can you find a way to just keep to your game plan? Trophies get down successfully. A couple of nades did tag, but once more, Pristini takes a little jump up towards the top balcony and gets a free first blood. Shots spam through the door. Do connect onto Pro, but it actually allows Siski a chance to regain over towards Staircase, and we do get a 3v3, but Bink, watching the cross, making sure no one gets up for free, will keep the numbers of the defensive Ironblood.
You're going to need Gus to kind of get you a pick here with the AR in hand, but maybe not. Siski says, no problem. I'll take the chow onto the second as well. Won't be able to find the damage, but at least gets the information. Still knows that Bink is nearby. 35 seconds left, so you are starting to run a little bit low. And you don't really have too much of a chance for rotation. You're going to have to either battle through or find this pick here onto Bink.
And Siski's going to take away the outside angle. Gets through tunnel, no problem. Pre-fire tried to hold for Bink, but he drops. 20 seconds. No one knows where Pentagram is, though. He hasn't shown himself at all, but now that he takes the shots, his position is made aware. Backing up to the bomb for a planet A goes Siski. And Pentagram, with no dead silence, has taken a very aggressive angle off the flank. Melts Gus. Oh, my. And now a 1v1 to extend to around 11. Pentagram. Oh, he melts Siski as well. What shots are those? Pentagram for the 1v2.
Oh, he shreds them, Alan. What a 1v2 from Pentagram to extend this to around 11. 5-1 up was PRS Gaming. Remember, we're coming back in from the reset, but it has been all Ironblood. It's loading back into this map, and Pentagram just finds the most unbelievable 1v2, finding the route, making the play happen from their side of the map. And Alan, we're going around 11, baby.
Dude. That was moments of the Pentagram of old right there. Those are 2 very difficult gunfights. He doesn't miss a shot. So now all of a sudden Ironblood in the round 11. Quickly, Pentagram, tack in hand, gets to the window. No contest this time for PRS. This is a different look for them with the double stack in towards tunnel. It's a high-low setup with Gus on the ground. Prediction from Pentagram was good, but Gus still collects first blood. Oh, what? How has that happened of all things? Lunars slaps Gus upside the back of the head. And now he gets caught with a stun out, and Ironblood are going to get a free plant.
It's going to happen, Alan. Siski would have to 1v3 round 11. The bomb won't go down just yet, but the stun's going to certainly give them the information they need. Can he pull off something absolutely out of this world? It is necessary with the sub in hand, but now an AR to also work with here. He's going to have to find some nasty shots on the gunless on the top of the bomb.
Wow, bro. Okay. Does find the nasty shots over the top of the bomb for gunless. Dead silence earned, makes the play. Does he catch the timing? Gun up!
Ooh.
He gets the second on Pristini. 1v1, and he's baited the kill cam, saying, I'm going barbershop. Reset, still has dead silence up. Bink is going to get aware of this. The 1v1 comes out, and Bink beats him to the gunfight. Iron Blood stringing together a miracle run in the search and destroy. Win it 6-5 in the round 11 to tie us at 1 map apiece.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you could just about taste it, right? If you're PRS Gaming, you were there. You were just about there. Everything was so picture perfect. The way that they were playing their rounds, the way they were opening a lot of these initial engagements here at the start of their offenses. I mean, it was just so perfect to then meet 4 rounds in a row, coming through 5 rounds in a row. I mean, that is just disgusting. Pentagram, I mean, getting them there in the first place was ridiculous. And then, I mean, Lunars just takes out Gus. I have to imagine he was resetting his sprint.
Had to have, yeah.
Maybe he accidentally hit the melee button. I mean, if so, that's the absolute worst time you could ever accidentally melee with your teammate right in front of you.
It was almost one of those situations where, like, the Semtex comes in after the stun, and Lunars goes, you take that. And just kind of pushes him into
forward.
it almost a little bit. Oh, man.
Yeah.
A little comical relief, but the big significant portion of it, like you mentioned, is this time Pentagram keeps his team alive and is able to now see his team get over the finish line, just narrowly avoiding an unbelievable 1v3 situation from Siski to get us tied up at 1 map apiece. Again, the result from the map 1 was not nearly as tight. It got tight near the end, but it's a 250 to 210. But we'll take a look again with everything going on. There are going to be multiple matches happening all at once. This is Wobob's NA taking on Team War, and Team War off to a pretty comfortable start, even though considering that Lau, formerly known as Jimbo, has had a pretty rough start to this one. Team War are still enjoying about a 60-point cushion.
Yeah, still sitting in the driver's seat without a doubt, and a chance to start to make some moves on this rotation. You need a Wobobob's NA to really start to lock things down with this setup. We'll see if they can do so. Looking at Squirt in the hill, it's going to be a full-on rapture through the right side. I like this play, but you got to get through Estriel on the desk. This is kind of the key player in the key position. Fire able to at least weaken up the defense just a tad bit more in the back. One player going to be able to get through. Now we'll see if they can actually set up the coordination to break this hill.
Oh, over the top. Wow, nice shots out of Johnny. Squirt still trying to finesse. Good help from Purge, who is having a whale of a game, 26 and 18. On 4 in a row all of a sudden. He's cleared the front doors. He's playing this backside stairs heady. Parasite jumping over, trying to bait out, and it will work out for the shutdown. But as Lau is the last one left, he would have to get through the last remaining Wobobob's players, and it's not going to happen. So scrap time will be locked in, and now we focus on rotation through the dining room into kitchen.
Well, we know this hill can certainly be a money hill. Subs in hand, usually start to see just about every single player pull one out, trying to break through. Kills looking good so far. For Purge, able to find 2. Lau able to respond with 2, though. What a read with the Semtex coming in to help out Parasite. And that means that Team War will, in fact, get here first. They will have the setup. They can lock down every single second. They will be good for the win, but you still got multiple chances here if you're the Wobobob's NA. You got to come through. You got to win these battles.
Big first blood over through the side alleyway. Purge is going to have a chance to kind of sneak his way forward with assistance from the side, but Estriel gets hung up in the back as Johnny turns his attention and secures the double kill. And with that, an opportunity for Team War to win the game here at Kitchen. Wow. Yep, he's read it correctly, and he's going to be able to confirm that information. All 3 Wobobob's members hitting from the backside of storage. Fire Parasite combined for the first 2. Last one left is Mohawk. Nothing that can be done there. Estriel reveals himself. And that may have been the last hit attempt, as everything's going to have to be very desperate here for Wobobob's. And, well, you can see the setup for Team War. They have more than enough information and knowledge on where these players are coming from. Estriel tries to touch, but is not able to do so. Team War take the hotel map number 1 hard point.
Very nicely done. Last couple of hills really clean. Good break there to kind of make sure there's no hard setup. No chance for Wobobob's NA to really start to lock in some crucial time, and then they just win those battles on that next rotation into Kitchen. Lau being the really key player on that rotation with the double. Maybe doesn't have the best game statistically, but certainly able to find a couple of key impactful kills there near the end to seal the deal here for Team War, who are your most recent champions coming out of that last cup. And off to a good start, at least here in this series as well, Alan.
Parasite just pulled 2.5 minutes of hardpoint time. It was like 24 and 17 right then. Still got it, man.
Look at it.
I just never doubted it. Never doubted it. Just chances keep missing him, but boy, that is an impressive stat line for him. So, again, as mentioned, 2 streams going on at once, 6 matches going on now all at once. And in our featured matchup, a 1-1 map count now between Ironblood Gaming and PRS after the 250 to 210 Embassy. The round 11 goes to Ironblood and Mercado. It's a Hotel Control, though, coming up, partner. And this one, I think, again, is just, it's hard to get a full read because we haven't seen these teams play at great length when it comes to not just the map mode combination, but even in Control, kind of generally speaking. But I'm interested, I think, again, to see compositionally, how does PRS Gaming want to handle this map mode combo? Because we already saw them kind of flexing things a little bit differently in the Embassy hardpoint than our normal expectations would lead us to believe.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the ARs can kind of keep up the same slaying power they were putting out in the map 1, because if so, then all of a sudden your subs are just absolutely laughing, right? They're having a good time. They're getting to the key positions when they need to be. They're getting on the flank. They're being annoying. And that's kind of your job as a sub player on this map, is kind of picking your windows correctly, hitting the flanks at the right time, and disrupting the play and getting a read on the play. Because, you know, when we talk about Control being much different in hardpoint, you only have so many hits when you're trying to make a move on the attack. So you can start to figure out what they're doing and start to get behind them, just loosen up the numbers just a tad bit. It becomes that much harder to execute. So, I mean, that's kind of always the key. And if there was one thing we did take away from that map 1, it was exactly that. The subs were finding the impactful kills up close. They weren't slaying out. The ARs were doing so. And the subs were helping the ARs get to some of those power positions. Now, the only thing I will say is, will they be able to bounce back after, you know, what was a pretty tough defeat, right? We talked about these guys being maybe not as experienced, looking to make it into their first elite. They do so successfully. But when you lose a map like that to, you know, a couple of vets that have been around for a long time, it's certainly going to sting.
Yeah, 100%. But we'll get our answers here very shortly as we jump on into map number 3, Hotel Control, as mentioned. It'll be PRS on the opening defense. 4-man stack to be. This is a lot of trust that Ironblood will commit here. I mean, it is the more traditional opening zone to try to attack, and they're going to be rewarded with the opening 2 eliminations and some convincing map control with that. Oh, my. Bristini gets at least some sort of a consolation prize. And more than that, goodness, bold gunfight to take. And with it, it actually allows Ironblood to get on and possibly stack for A.
Yeah, that's actually a really big moment. Pristini drops there and loses that 1v1. All of a sudden, it's back to step 1. You don't know where they're coming from. No mid-map control. But with that said, Ironblood now find themselves in a position where they might just come away with the zone. Lunars, I don't think, is going to really invest in trying to make a play. He'll just find Pristini for free. The stack will be good, and Ironblood able to convert. So extra minute already up. Now we'll see if they can start to make some early moves. They got to get through Lunars, though, and he's got great help from Pro MR.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on that? I mean, I know a lot of teams, obviously, the focus is just get one of these 2 zones because it's difficult to fully win out of Control off of 2 captures necessarily. But the question that I have is, do you really feel like 24 lives and a minute and a half is going to be enough for you to get to B? I mean, it's kind of one of those decision-making moments where do we stack, secure the extra 60, or do we leave one player on and try to fight for map control? They take the former there. I don't know. What are your thought process on kind of making that call rather than going for the kills?
Yeah, it's almost kind of like scared, really passive, right? Like, it can be very punishing if you lose the battles because you don't really have spawn control, but at the same time, you give them almost a little too much time to work with. As long as they're able to recover, which they're kind of doing so far, I mean, it's not terrible, but, I mean, it's definitely too passive in my mind.
Yeah, because that's 45 seconds now essentially gone. Ironblood a chance to get on towards the B zone. Actually, a couple of key kills happen. First and foremost, Lunars on the flank. Denied opportunity to play through bedroom. So now with another 3-man stack, the second tick is going to go rapidly towards Ironblood's name. And this long flank from Siski's not going to get here in time. You got to get kills from Pro MR, and none will be there. So we had questions on maybe the efficiency of the stack on towards A, but as you mentioned, the recollection of the map plus also the stack on towards the B zone never allows the side of PRS to ever really get back involved for a defense.
A little scary right now, Alan. It's scary if this one's a very convincing round for Ironblood, I feel like. Just with everything that just happened in that last map, 5 rounds in a row, to then finding what was almost a little bit, you know, too easy, a little bit of a gift, I'd even say, for Ironblood, for the fact that they just get that first zone for free, uncontested whatsoever. Take a look, of course, on what's happening there with T-Fel Enterprises and Rocker Academy. T-Fel Enterprises up 2-0. Might have a chance to be able to put this one away right now. A 3-0 in the cards is just not something I ever expected out of that series if it happens.
No, not at all. And you can actually see Ghostie's 24-13 right now on this Fortress Control. This kid's different, man, I'm telling you. Pristini with the opening triple, though, in this one, as Ironblood are well on their way to establishing a very forward line for this defense. Siski wants the 1v1 proceed. He says, young man, let me teach you a thing or two. 4 in a row now for Pristine as he controls couches, and Ironblood, they're just all over this map. PRS need to figure something out right here, right now.
Yeah, they certainly do. Pristini's always been one of those players where he just starts to heat up. He starts to take over, so shutting him down going to be pretty critical. We'll see him start to make some moves, though, inside of the bedroom for 1v1. Doesn't really see him there as he runs in, so that means that the kill does come through for Pro MR. Gunless does respond with the trade, but now this is where things get a little bit scary, especially if you lose that second. Bink just found a ridiculous double kill. A doesn't look like it's going to be in the question. They're getting these back spawns now over to B, and you're just going to have to try to flood through, make a play happen. You got to get through the AR players in the back.
Oh, not a good nade there from Gus either. It's going to stall out this potential push forward. And Ironblood absolutely will have the information that this is going to be a desperate play to get onto the B zone. 2 members in the middle of the map defensively, kind of the first line of defense, and that's all you need apparently. Gunless deep doing his main job of just locking things at range. And Ironblood will put together a convincing defense. Barely even a pinky toe touches a zone there for PRS in any form.
Yeah, they didn't get a tick, did they? Like,
no, barely even touched the zone, brother. I'm telling you.
That's exactly what I talked about too, right? Like what's this next round going to look like? If it's that dominating, it gets very scary. You never know how, players are going to be able to react after a really difficult defeat. You never want to count them out, but I mean, this is just looking like it's all Ironblood right now. 2-0 up, very comfortable, very coordinated. ARs are just posting up, letting the gunfights come to them. It's exactly what you'd want to hope for. Still a chance, of course, going back into this defensive round, but you got to have a clean break in my mind right here.
Yes, you do. They are going to have Siski playing on the A side of the map this time. But look at the control from Gunless. Has Gus down low. Whoa, great reaction out of Gus. That's an immediate threat dealt with, plus also knowledge that Pentagram is still threatening through mid-lobby. Ink up top just kind of playing on an island right now while the rest of Ironblood continue to focus through the middle of the map and get around this B point. And it's finding some success. They could still sit here and flirt with the idea of it as Gunless will stop the clock by jumping on towards A, and that's exactly going to be the case. I love this call from Ironblood. PRS, they're trying to respond to A, and Pristini's still living in their backline. Oh, a little 360 spin-a-rama nearly works out, but in the end, it's not going to come to any avail, and Ironblood will have to just see the A zone go their way, but this time with an even life count as we add an extra 60 seconds.
And it's the same situation just about as last time, except this time there's no one playing exits. So Ironblood actually kind of get to the back here for free. They're going to have to, likely at some point, of course, clear out the bedroom, which is never an easy task, but getting this much freedom going to make it just a little bit easier. See if they can, in fact, find these opening engagements. Gunless starting to clear out just about everything through the back. Gus is the key player. Alongside Lunars are going to have to find some key gunfights.
Well, Lunars will deal with one, but Ironblood still have so much power on this play from the backside of B. Gus. Oh, that's a big gunfight from Gus. Keeping the defense alive on the zone for a little while longer. But once more, the individual gunfights that PRS are opting to take, mind you, are just not going their way. Lunar is forced to take a second right off the staircase. Persini deals with it. Clock once again stalls. It's 21-19, and Ironblood are making progress on the first take at B.
Oh, Big staying alive back there. So huge, forcing the further spawn. And now you got to rush in here. If you're PRS, Pro MR does find 2, but Lunar just taking out his teammates left, right, and center. This one with the stun, it looked like. Lunar's trying to recover from the play. Won't be able to cut through Pentagram, who now just needs the regen. Pops the dead silence, looking to make his move. Second tick, well on the way. Ironblood, they could still put it away here, but finally, coming off of spawn, they will be able to clear out just about all of the attackers. And this is a big moment for them to try to hold on.
And yeah, PRS are looking to get a little bit further outside of the B zone itself. Get this defense a little bit more multifaceted. 35 seconds on the clock. Pro MR now established dominance over towards bedroom. He's going to have help. And Ironblood need to decide how they want to approach this B site. Do you do it from mid first, or do you try to clear out bedroom and flood from the front? Those are the questions at hand. As Gunless takes down the opener, a chance to possibly just burst as the cross is wide open. Siski, topside bedroom. That's awareness. As Bink is searching for players up top, but yeah, the IBG just did not know that there were 2 different PRS members up top. And that will likely mean the defense will sustain with only 5 seconds on the clock and nobody from Ironblood close. PRS will see a 4th round.
5 kills here for Pro MR as well. one off of earning the streak. I think Pristini still has his as well, so might be multiple streaks in play going into this next one. However, this is the start of trying to make something happen now in your favor. 3 rounds in a row. But I think it's all just on the openings that you really talk about in Control. This one is a little bit better. We're able to at least recover off the back end of Gus, finding a couple of big kills here. But this attacking round, I mean, it needs to be clean. Last time, I mean, we said it, they could barely even get a toe onto one of the zones here. In my mind, I think you just look at A. You don't try to send anything crazy over to B. Just try to get yourself some ticks of progress. Try to get that extra minute on the clock.
2-2 focus through mid and over towards B. Looking for kills again. PRS kind of biding their time, waiting to see where they can find the engagements, and they don't see Pentagram sneak through the middle of the map. He's going to get into Valet for free here if he wants. Pristini over through Kitchen, looking to get very aggressive. That will be turned away. But now Pentagram with the dead silence. And there is just no intel here for PRS that Pentagram has slipped through the net. More in front, but Lunars secures the trade. And all in the meanwhile, Sizky off spawn has stalled the clock and will single-handedly secure tick of progress at A.
First tick will be in. See player 4 here. I'd like to see Gunless try to wait for his teammates if they're looking to try to break this open. We'll take the Chow head on. Just goes 1 for 1. Not the worst, but no one else following him up. Really means that they might just be giving this over. It would be 2 minutes on the clock. Still a chance to make a move. And, well, Bink and Pentagram, they do win the individual gunfight. Second tick is in. They will be able to find at least the first trade. Can they get the second? It's all up to Pentagram. Try to stop this on his own.
There's nobody else I'd want, though, if you're Ironblood, looking for someone to finesse their life and possibly contest to a point where he could regain this zone. He's still alive, by the way, just on the opposite side of the wall. Says he will secure the extra 60 seconds. Pentagram looking for the exit, but once more, it's PRS who find a little bit of wiggle room here in the backside of shops. Do you go further than this, though? I mean, you don't have any information over the middle of the map. You haven't had a look at B at all. And how about this play for number 2 in red? Pristini's all the way around the back. And with dead silence, he could blow up this offensive play before it even starts. First kill good, but goes back to control Benjamin. Lunars is there to meet him. Pentagram on the zone. Also turned away. And PRS now have an opportunity for a 2-man stack on the B zone for progress.
Oh, what a big kill. So that's now going to solidify the close spawn, and they still got members stacked on the zone. 3 members here for PRS Gaming. Ironblood have to respond. First blood there for Pristini. Sizky able to get one right back. That last tick just about in. Ironblood got to go, but who's left? Who's left? It's one through the middle of the map, and Lunars gets the read. Takes out Gunless, and PRS Gaming, we asked. They delivered. Round 5, it's in the cards.
Man, there are so many difficult moments in the midst of that transition from A to B for PRS, and they handled it absolutely beautifully. So now throw everything away and just look at what comes immediately here off the break in round number 5. Who starts where, I think, is the first question. Should be Ironblood on the defense, I imagine, considering that PRS had no ticks of progress in any form on their first attack. And that will be the case. So can you go back-to-back offensive rounds here for PRS? Do you keep trusting this 2-2 split through mid and over towards B, or do you do something weird, like a 4-man hit over to B early, or maybe even just try to get someone early on towards A? It'll be more of a heavy-handed look over towards B, as, yeah, Pro Amar's not even going to bother looking for Pristini on the A side of the map initially, but Gunless anchoring up, gets 2, and Pristini reveals himself top balcony for a third. Lunars just can do nothing but sit and try to value his life, and he's not even able to do that. Gunless, an impressive opening 3-piece.
Absolutely is. Now you got to get through Pristini here on the side. He's able to find that first one inside a fridge. Sizky will be able to get there, finds the trade. So A now should open up. There's still a chance for Ironblood to make some moves and try to attack this how they see fit. Pristini from the front, or rather Pentagram now starting to make moves here from the side. Making his way inside of Wine. Second tick, though, it's cruising. They got 3 members on the point. It's going to fly on through, but kills are starting to be here for Ironblood. That's 3. Looking for 4. It's all up to Gus, and Gus will fall. They'll stop the zone from going through, and there's now 45 seconds left of the clock.
That's an absolute clinic on how to set up a pinch from Ironblood. Gunless getting the first blood is a key part of it, but Pristini, Pentagram working in tandem, at least Pentagram with dead silence around the back, just completely suffocates PRS. Before their apps can come out of the kitchen over into the dining room. Back on the zone goes Sizky. It'll be a 4-life deficit and a minute 30 to approach the B zone. Gus is lingering around mid-map, but Ironblood have full control of bedroom and beyond if they want it.
They were able to do it last time. Remember, it's just all about getting this back hallway spawn. You really need that so that you can get your reinforcements in there very quickly and try to spawn Ironblood out very deep. Any of these kills will do exactly that. Siski should have got information with that nade. Wallbang coming through, looking for Gunless. Already 30 seconds eliminated off that clock, and they're going to lose Pro MR. So now down to under a minute. Siski is absolutely caught between a rock and a hard place, but still able to make the best of it. Finds this first one, needs to try to get some more, but he's going to have to retreat.
These are some impressive predictions out of Siski, just throwing shots all over the place. Lots of damage down, but it's Gunless from the open windows that has the final word. 20 playing 15. Gus's two-piece, though, opens a route through the back. Split now, our Ironblood on this defense. Two still kind of lurking in the bedroom areas, while the rest are going to be coming off of spawn. Pro MR, good read on the first. Gus trying to stay alive. 2 HP. That Semtex will surely finish him, and he will not be able to return anything to Sender off of his own Semtex. So now 18 seconds at the clock. 19 up against 11, but throw those numbers away. It's all about if PRS can even get foot onto the site itself. Lunars makes the job a bit easier by clearing out one through bedroom, but you've got to clear out the zone itself. And with that, it doesn't look like anyone's really going to have too much of a significant amount of control. It's all desperation for Siski as he stalls the clock out, but only able to get one elimination. Gus also shut down just up to Pro MR, and he may have a chance out here to actually send the clock. If he can find the kill in Austin, he will.
We'll find the kill. That first tick, it's in, but he's still got to do so much work right now. The teammates just aren't all coming up as close as you'd want them to be. Pentagram, he could stop the play, but no, Pentagram falls. And now the second tick is in. PRS Gaming looking for 3 rounds in a row. Bink is going to fall. Pristini, it's all up to Pristini for the front, but he's going to drop. One more player, Gunless. Can he do it? No, Gunless going to fall, but Pentagram, I believe, gets there just in the nick of time. That final tick was just about in, but it is not meant to be. Ironblood, they're able to hold out.
If that's Pentagram on the final kill again, dude, how many times is this guy gonna come up clutch for his squad, brother? He's the reason they even started the comeback on the hard point. He's the reason they won the first 4 rounds of their search and destroy, essentially. And of course, he's the reason he gets the final elimination to get his team over the freaking finish line for control. Are you kidding me? That's unbelievable from Pentagram in the face of a PRS Gaming squad that looked like they had just about done it again here on the control after almost a 1v3 on the search. It's heroic, godlike performance on the zone itself to stay alive that long. Wow.
Oh, man. And that's just another map that's gonna hurt so bad for these guys, man. They get so close, right? They get comebacked on in the map before. They're literally just seconds away, one gunfight away from being able to at least still hold this counter in their favor for the best of 5, but it just doesn't happen. You mentioned it, Pentagram just comes alive here and it just goes big. Once again, another huge gunfight for him. I mean, he has just been so massive. He even came off of, the last LAN event and said, listen, that was like the best LAN I've ever played in my life. And, the results obviously did not show, but individually, he has just always performed. He performs here again, goes big. Make sure that Ironblood do not lose control of this one.
Unbelievable, man. I mean, if we could give out like MVP awards for individual series, I mean, at the moment, Pentagram's it. But no, we do not have those distinctions and awards to give in round 1 of this round robin. Jeez Louise, put that into perspective. If this is a tight matchup in the first match, just wait till we get to the playoffs in 2 weeks. Golly.
Oh, man.
Okay, deep breaths. We got to reset ourselves here a little bit after that quick reset off of the connection problems we faced. IBG take the swing map, go up 2-1 in what has been a very tight series on the scoreboard. Tightest one that we have right now, kind of in this first slot worth of matches. But taking a look over towards Team Moore and Wobblebob's NA. Another tight affair here. Fire is currently in a 1v2 to try to win the map. Tough situation, though. Yeah, Estriel Mohawk will send this to a round 11. How about it?
How about it? Just saw Fire, too. Man, was just dropping bombs in that last cup. I think he had like a 1.3 overall in that grand final. Man, was just cooking. Isn't able to get it done here. But, I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm kind of almost always taking this, what is essentially an S&D God squad here on the Wobblebob's NA squad. So the fact that it's this close is mainly because of Mohawk dropping 13 kills. I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot of support. just jumping into it. Of course, don't know the whole story, but Mo doing just about whatever he can to try to get them tied up series as we now go into round 11. Attacking here will be the Wobblebobs.
And those trophies on the offensive side do deny a ton of information, and that's going to allow Wobblebobs not just control of Cantina, but they can play through this just a touch if they want. First defensive consideration is Parasite and Lau kind of stacked on top of one another at planners. Dead silence in for Parasite. Does he use this to actually reposition it all? He's already in a pretty good spot. Sees scored.
Wow.
That's a tough 1v1 that he trains the aim nicely on. Trade comes out. Estriel needs to get the double, but turned away. So now it's down to Purge for the 1v3. And he is in a very tough spot. Stuck in a corner. Does have dead silence. Sees Lau, but the first gunfight is to his right. Not able to find even a connection of any sort. And Team War will take the round 11 and go up 2-0 in their series.
Oof. Another one it's going to hurt a little bit here. Mohawk dropping bombs, just not able to make it happen in the final round. And teamwork good for a round 11 win. They had a pretty convincing map 1 win. So
yeah.
I think one of our favorites coming into the Elite, certainly off to the start that a lot of us had initially expected for them. But overall, nice start. 6-5 victory. Now a chance to put that one away going into the control round.
Also, just the other updates, again, we were kind of bouncing around multiple matches at once. We did see kind of in that live picture-in-picture, TFL Enterprises were up big in that Fortress control. They did put that away, so that's a 3-0 of Rocker Academy for our first official win in this opening block for any of our NA teams. You know, it's another, again, I feel like just kind of off the squad itself. There's, like, not a lot of, like, initial excitement, I think, in the general community about what that team's going to be able to offer, but they're definitely setting themselves up nicely so far, because here's the thing that we continue to always talk about is not only do we expect that this is going to be a very tight group stage between both the Group A and Group B, 6 squads that make up both of those, but map count can play a major difference if there were to be tiebreaker considerations for playoffs, because I don't think either of us are looking at any of these teams to say, oh, they're not going to win a single series, or they're not going to be in the running on the final day of round robin to qualify for playoffs. So a 3-0 tally for TFL, massive for them, or on the opposite side, an 0-3 doesn't feel very good for Rocker Academy, who still have to play another match tonight.
Yeah, and they got to go up against, I think it's Convoy, right? So those guys, they got a big match coming up next. We don't know how Convoy is necessarily looking, but at least as of recent, in that last cup, they were looking pretty solid. So, I mean, that's also going to be a really difficult match. You want to see a bounce back, and I think that, you know, those guys overall have always been good at being able to bounce back. I mean, I just can't tell you the amount of times I've seen Pander, God, or X, you know, come back from 0-2. Happened almost every series throughout Cold War, so those guys do have a lot of resilience, but it's just never a spot you want to be in. You have to see them, you know, try to get some maps on the board at least. We'll see if they can do it, but I think we're about to head back into our main matchup. We've had a lot of really close maps, especially in this series, but PRS Gaming, they have not been able to clutch up the last 2. We'll see if they can get it done in the hard point and send us to map 5.
Now one of the first times you look at PRS and say, okay, you have to put together a response. Yes, your embassy was impressive. Sure, moments in the search and the control could say the same. But now, not a lot of room for error. You want to try to surprise some of the North American elite scene here and take down Ironblood Gaming. Unfortunate team nade from Gunless makes life a little bit easier here for Pro MR, trying to reapproach. Good prediction on where Gunless escaped to. And with 20 seconds to fight for, not only will PRS have a chance to try to capitalize on some of that scrap time, they've also won the rotation over to the very coveted second hardpoint over towards the bottom side of the minimap.
See if they can try to hold. Spawns are close, so all 4 members for PRS Gaming locked in, ready to go. What a read from Gus. Pre-fires Bink and is able to escape with his life as the third. This comes looking for the trade. Gus now able to completely reposition. That's going to really slow things down for Ironblood as they're going to take a 2-2 split here across the map. A lot of this just relies on individual gunfights, and they're not going their way so far.
You know, honestly, though, speaking, Gus, he didn't know if anyone already crossed into Barbershop, so his position on the anchor was a little bit more loose, but this double from Zizki now allows an opportunity for PRS to try to respond to the very aware hit that this is all coming from the backside. Problem is, it's the favored side for a reason. Lunars, the last one left. Takes care of the opener, but there are 2 members near him. How about that from Lunars? The prediction onto the trade. Also, the read into the window, solid, but in the end, flat out overwhelmed, and Ironblood will finally secure their break.
Yeah, they will get the break, and the back end of it, PRS Gaming, you know, don't really lock in the full 40 seconds, but it does give them the rotation to new, which is one of those key money hills that we talk about here on this map. Let's see if they can win these initial gunfights. Gunless, first one. to draw that first kill. See if he can turn that into a second. Bink working up closely alongside Pentagram. They got a read on one up top, and so far so good. Loosening up the defense. Gus is gonna drop. Bink is in. One more player to cut through. Pristini says no problem. Ironblood, they're able to get in, but they won't be able to hold.
Yeah, it's tough scenes right there, and a really nice double on Lunars, who had a bit of a proximal spawn, so he is quick to get on his high horse and get into the action, and it comes at a very, very opportunistic moment. Everything starts to kind of settle, though. Ironblood looking for another break attempt. The PRS bunkered up. Shots through the tin start to connect, and that will be good for the SMGs to get 3 for 1 in the trades. 20 seconds to fight for. They're going to say, Lunars, you hold this. We're going to go play off rotation, but they run right into Gunless, who's waiting for him. An easy double, and it's just on to ProMR. They're trying to work his way up top, and, well, he didn't see Bink, but Gus apparently did, so the kill still comes through, and a chance for PRS to turn scrap into initial, pending they can find one more kill into Pristini, which they do collect.
Yeah, nice little freebie there. ProMR just patient plays.
Wow.
And how about the team shots, the nades, everything? ProMR going to take the high ground, try to rush in there, but Pentagram, that's a nice little off angle. Pristini does take him out there and shuts down the spree, but the damage feels like it's done unless they just run at Gus. Gus just says, thank you very much. Bink is at the back, so while all this happens, no hill time is coming over, but Bink is at least able to deliver on 2 more. So looking now okay for Ironblood as they got players in the hill.
Tough gunfight for Lunars on, stunned up in the midst of it. Will allow Bink a chance to confirm about 30 seconds for the time here for Ironblood. 30 more to fight for, but if you're PRS Gaming, you need to make a decision here on how much you want to commit to try to even fight for this scrap time, because you do not want to lose rotation here and possibly see the lid blown wide off this game. Lunars deals with one initial threat of the roto, but they have no information over the build map, and that's exactly where Ironblood has moved through. This is going to be a very heavy-handed approach for Ironblood, finishing the time on Butcher, and now having a chance to get to Courtyard with numbers off the back alley.
Gus in this position where he's like, are you going to run through? Am I going to hold? Am I going to peek? Where are they at? Challenges through mid, finds one. Teammate gets the second. Gets information on the back two. Might have set up some kills for Siski, and he's going to be able to get some help from Lunars. So very nice teamwork once again. We were praising it. All of map 1 on Embassy starting to come together here, hill by hill for them now. Now we need to see them try to hold. Ironblood setting up their next hit. That's a huge kill for Bink. He opens up the back alley. ProMR able to at least get one back. So still able to hold on. And some clean shots come through for ProMR. Just beams Bink right off the back. And now he's looking to keep the spree going.
That is so good from ProMR. Quickly, like you mentioned, with the dead silence, and nearly had a chance to take a gunfight versus Pentagram, but he was running into the teeth of the Ironblood setup here at the last hill in Cantina. Siski off spawn. Just, he's going to feel like a ghost here on Mercado. He's all over the place. You kill him in one spot, he spawns up in another. And quick to possibly get into the midst. 44 seconds of time. Value is life to stay away, as Ironblood will see themselves get to 3 digits as well with over 100 points. Flank from Lunars on the way. The pinch looks solid. PRS waiting for it. Siski opens the play. Gus behind him. And then Lunars finally gets involved off this pinch. The break will be there. Clean stuff from PRS.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Lunars. He hit a nice little push right through mid, found that double. That's kind of what loosens up everything. Ironblood now going to have to try to send 3 members right through the front. You see player 6 taking a long route. But this is a lot of time to give over, and PRS Gaming, they could quickly build this up, look to run away with it, as it looks like 20 seconds might just be theirs, unless we see Pentagram make another big individual play. Takes the challenge, but Siskiu's had a slow start. Will finally start to heat up. Big kill for him, and now the rotational kills also coming through for PRS Gaming. This is a big moment for them right now.
Ironblood kind of stuck in mid-map. Ooh, keep an eye on ProMR. He spawns all the way out. He's going to be behind this break attempt from Ironblood. So for PRS, you just have to stay alive, wait for this hit to come through, but he gets shut down. Bink with a great double. Gus, the last one left, can only do so much from inside of the fruit stands. And so Ironblood will very quickly not just get the break. Look where their line of scrimmage is. Bink on 5 has shut down this entire north side of the map. Finally, he gets taken out, but it comes at a steep cost to PRS as Ironblood are right back in this game.
Right back in this game, and this is not an easy position for PRS Gaming to try to break the hill open. You got to get through Pentagram, and you got to get through Pristini, who's just going rogue right through mid. He picks up an AR, finds Gus for the double up. 20 seconds left, looking like an Ironblood full 60 here on the final hill in the first set. of the rotations. One more gunfight, Pentagram. He only dies to his teammates, man. I swear, he is not losing battles. He's making it so difficult for the PRS Gaming boys to try to trade him. Now Ironblood, like you said, Alan, they are right back in. There's just about 10 points separating the two.
And they've got good control of the map as we're going to go right back in towards middle market. Bit of a natural pinch set up off the spawns they just got through the backside of parking lot and over towards our old hard point. So 164 to 164, the current tally. And this is where PRS need to hit recovery because they are all over the map right now. This feels very similar to those early rounds in Control where it's just individual gunfights all over the place, but this time they do come out the victors of the majority of them. Pentagram nearly turns for another impressive double, but PRS, they will get the break, neutralize the hard point, and they finally collected themselves as they're all stacked up over towards the second hill.
Lunar's almost able. Transfer there for 2. Omar gonna give it one last hit. Why not? Gus there for the assistance, able to get information out onto Gunless. Last time we saw them win this early rotation, but they didn't hold on to it for very long. We'll see if that changes. Lunar's now set up. Rest of his members trying to come off of spawn to get here to help on the rotational kills, but Lunar says, I don't need any help. 2 for him, looking for 3!
Unreal.
3, almost all 4, my goodness! That just about does it here, Ironblood. All coming off spawn as it's back to step 1, but they're able to get here quite quickly.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where the kills are impressive, but the time is not as convincing as you would assume off of the kill feed. Ironblood, even though they just dropped essentially a 4-for-1 trade, they are now in control of the majority of time here at the second hill. Weird to say the least, but that's just the way the game goes sometimes when you're focused on kills, maybe more so than zoning off the objective. And yeah, this back 25 seconds may have to be conceded. So impressive stuff from Lunars, but it doesn't really turn into anything as Ironblood still holds spawns, and they're going to be able to evaluate their situation and circumstantially say, we can throw 3 members at trying to break over this new hard point. You need a hold here if you're PRS, otherwise this game could be over.
It's required. It is absolutely required in Ironblood. They've been so much better on their breaks, especially through the second set here so far. Pentagram able to find the first one. Look at how much pressure this puts on Gus, but he's able to get some assistance. But Pentagram flies to the door. Trades are good. Ironblood's in. Can they hold? No. Pro MR. He's there for the double up. Able to come through hot off the spawn. And PRS Gaming, they're alive for now.
It's 50-50 spawns as well. Both teams are kind of streaking across the map in almost a pinstripe right now. 2 members from Ironblood through the left side of the minimap while the other 2 come over through the back side of the vans. And PRS able to concentrate their efforts on the hard point. We'll read it beautifully. Those are unbelievably great kills coming out. And Ironblood are going to make the difficult call. They're going to chalk the rest of this time and set up to try to win the game at Barbershop. But PRS, they are through this map. And Siski, he's behind the setup. Siski could possibly blow this wide open. A first kill is good. Is he aware that there are more around him? Now he will be.
Oh!
He lines them both up. Siski for 3 in a row. And PRS have a chance to reevaluate and get their numbers over to Barbershop.
Oh my goodness, PRS Gaming, they are here, they are in the back, they just need to break through with the gunfights. Gus and Pro MR, they're there for the kills. Trophy systems will not go down, but Ironblood, they're knocking on the door. They're ready to break on through, but Siski with the flank. Siski, once again, needs to be the hero. The spawn's gonna flip out at least one more time as Ironblood are in control, but they gotta get through Siski, and they will find the trade. 230 to 227, Lunars is in, but Ironblood, they're here to try to bounce back.
And PRS aren't spawning all that close. There's still the long hoof to get over here. So Ironblood with the numbers on the hard point first. We'll see the game tie and swing back to their name. Lunar shut down at double doors. PRS now have to break all of it from this back alleyway. Siski, try to be the first one in. Weakens up a couple. Has he softened up the defense long enough though? Pro MR, 1v1 inside the hard point, shut down! And Ironblood Gaming will win the series 3-1. Don't need Pentagram this time, but the shutdown of Siski may have been the win condition as Ironblood get to 1-0 in the groups.
Oh, 1-0 in the groups. 3 maps in a row. 5-1 comeback in the S&D. I mean, there was just so many stories, it felt like, told throughout this entire 4 maps. Almost should have went the distance, but Ironblood, good to make sure they get the job done. Man, oh man, Alan, that's just the very first focus match for us here for the Challenges Elite here in North America. It's just an absolutely beautiful opener between these 2 squads, just going hit for hit the entire way through, man. Just absolutely insane watching these two square off.
What do you say? The action is speaking for itself. I think we could just let the action do all the talking for us. Wow, dude. And the thing about it is, we didn't even really mention this. Siski had a terribly slow start where he pops off at the end, nearly saves the game for his squad a couple of different times over. But, man, an absolute barn burner between these two squads in their first opening round. And they're not the only ones for what it's worth. Team Smog Alpha, after being down 0-2 in their series, are now map 5. For the reverse sweep, they just pulled a 250 to 249 win on Fortress Hardpoint based on the sheet that we have. That's currently happening on the second stream at We Are Clutch GG. Other results that have been reported, TFL Enterprises, we mentioned it already, 3-0 in their series, a convincing one, which I think is the biggest surprise considering they played up against Rocker Academy. And then outside of that, Team War and Phase 1 are also 2-0 currently in their series. Team War playing Wabobs NA and Phase 1 playing Boston Academy. But man, there is so much to walk away with, I think, from this series, just because we talked about PRS was essentially a brand new squad. We didn't know what to expect from them in the Elites, but we can see, I think, the reason why they're here, even though they did face a loss here.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, I think that map number 2 just really hurt them, and I think you could tell they had a really slow start going then into the control, but they're still able to at least bring it back, win that offense at round 3, send it to a round number 5, and then almost win. Like, you go back to that round number 5, like, they were literally like a second or two away from getting that final tick, and Phantogram just comes flying through mid, and it just finds that final kill there. To really keep them alive and allow them to secure the map. But overall, yeah, it was just an unbelievable series. The action, of course, continues. And, well, it's going to continue with Team War and the Wobobobs NA. Wobobobs good for that very first opening round, but they are down 0-2 here in the best of 5.
3 life lead, though, jumping into the second round as well. And Purge is behind Team War. Shots nearly work out through the wallbang. You want to talk about players that, again, that we've never really seen on broadcast before. I don't think any of us were expecting Purge and Squirt to make it kind of out of nowhere in this opening of Modern Warfare 2. Not a lot of information on them from the Vanguard year at all, but they've been impressive when we've seen them through either Cups or the qualifiers, and a 14-9 and 10-7 start respectively. Yeah, these guys can play.
Oh, how about it, Lau? Able to move in, finds 3, almost gets 4, makes it an easy trade there for Fire. Still does get a little bit low, but 1 tick. That's all that's needed here. And the lives also in favor of a Wobobobs. Estriel, little shoulder peek, takes the chow. Very nice kill onto Parasite. Now need to get through Lau in the back. This time they will do so without losing a multitude of members. With Dead Silence pop, Purge trying to be the big opener. See if he can get some more kills.
Parasite, I don't know if did he see Squirt? Oh, he must have. Gave a call out to Lau, but the gunfight's still won by Squirt, so a chance maybe to work something from behind, but Parasite's going to let him just sit back there and just use the clock as his biggest ally. 17 seconds is all that Team War need. Wobobobs, though, with the setup that they possibly want, have a chance to hit this from multiple points of ingress. 2 for 1 go to trades. Fire, up top. Good for the opener. Squirt denies. Third tick of progress, rapidly on the way. The only person who can contest this is Parasite. He has to go. He has to try to find the second gunfight. Purge denying. Stun comes out, but there is going to be a last second contest, maybe. But couldn't quite get over the railing, and Wobobs NA do salvage against about 0.3 on the clock or so. Their second round, they're up 2-0 now in this control.
Yeah, they're up 2-0, and it's not too often that we see the offensive team with that big of a life lead when it comes down, to the final couple seconds on the point. Almost being able to hold out. Fire's position was pretty critical on that defensive setup. As soon as he drops, all of a sudden that safety and security of holding the zone just goes completely out the window. And Team War have to start pressing forward and seeing if they can get themselves into the point from the front. Doesn't happen. Wobobobs now heading over to the defense, and what would be an incredible bounce back after going 0-2 down. A chance to maybe close this one out 3-0. They can get the job done here in the final round.
Yeah. Team War right across the middle of the map and focus towards B. Have a chance, yeah, especially with Estriel dropping to get some progress done, at least on the first tick of the B zone. Mohawk, nade, stuns, come over, most of it connecting, but the first tick gets locked. Wobob's a little bit slow, trying to recontest this. Now you got a 3-man stack, the second tick comes through. Kills still turn up in favor of Team War, and Wobobs have to chalk the B zone and really don't even have a setup for exits. Mohawk's caught right out in the open of the alleyway. An easy double chow will secure the kill. And look how fast Team War have a chance to threaten the A zone now.
Oh, it's never a spot you want to be in. Having to protect A for 2 minutes, you just got to be so perfect. You got to rely on a lot of big heroic moments at times as well. So far, kills were there, but Lau starting to work himself in that first kill, and now wants to cut off all of the respawners' position. Just about everything, and all the long-range shots on the Mohawk are good. Purge also drops at the exact same time. Squirt needs to get something done. He will be able to find that first one, but Team War, they're on the point.
Not great news here for Bob Zene. Gonna fight through these tight corners. 2 for 1 goes the opening exchange. Wow, what a reaction. Finishes off one more Robobob's defender before eventually dropping. The first tick of progress will be fully depleted. 19 plays 16 though. Advantage to Team War on the attack. Plus still 1 minute and 20 on the clock. And you may see Lau hit a route here. He's got Parasite next to him in the middle of the map. But Mohawk very avidly watches the flank. So if there were to be any sort of a pinch, it would have to come out of Parasite right here on screen. And he gets red as well. Great defensive setup here for Robobobs as they kill another 20 seconds.
This is great. They're all starting to die, a little bit staggered as well, so we're going to see a couple players spawn deep over by that B point. Forced to take another route will be Parasite. Might have gotten across. The stun is going to, of course, come through. Not sure if Purge is going to be able to get information. He will, of course, now know, but the kill is at least there for Haggy. And now 40 seconds to try to work with for Team War to make something happen on the point. We need all 3 ticks. The kills are there. Johnny finds 2. Parasite able to get involved for the third. Purge, the only one pushed up right now. He's got no teammates with him just yet. We'll see if they can try to stack for the point. Purge! How does he find that double?
Especially against 2 players that were absolutely snaking the heady. They're just bouncing up like a whack-a-mole at the local carnival. And he takes down both, no problem. Tickets galore spew out as now it's a 10v10, 22 seconds on the clock. And Team War have to flood through mid. Purge watching it, trusts it, finds the first kill, no worries there. Mohawk behind, collecting another. Maybe a bit of an aggressive step forward. Parasite, the last Team War member alive. He will not be able to get onto the zone. And a Wobabob Zene, 2 seconds away from 3-0 in the control and sending us to a map 4, and that's exactly what will happen.
3-0. And this day for North America has just been completely wild and very unpredictable, to say the least. You know, after what was 2 fairly convincing maps. Well, I guess maybe not the second, went around 11, but the last round at least was certainly solid. Coming through for Team War, they get the job done. They come into this one, it's just a 3-0 here, the Wobobobs. But Purge, Mohawk, putting up the big numbers. Purge definitely having a big bounce back after that last map. My goodness. 3-0 coming through for this squad that, you know, I consider to be at least one of the better S&D squads without a doubt here. If they can start to put it together and respawn, and man, it start to look really scary for a lot of these other squads as well, Alan.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really fun to go back through all of the action that's happening today and see where the strengths and weaknesses kind of currently lie for a lot of these teams, because I think you're right. I think our initial assumptions are that, hey, you know, squads like PRS, squads like Wobobob's NA, we don't really know where their strengths lie at the moment, but we're starting to see instances of, okay, like these guys are more than just grinders that have been playing in their search and destroy chals. Like they're looking really tight when it comes to their respawns, at least in the small instances that we've had so far on screen. Woo! Crazy scenes, my man. Crazy scenes so far in North America. No other results to speak of as of yet, but here's a look back at the scoreboard for this one. How about Lau? 2,300 damage, 18 and 25 in the loss. Still putting up some good numbers, but on the opposite side, Purge at 27 and 18, 21 non-traded, and almost 3,300 damage. Lordy.
Yeah, I mean, he also, like, potentially saves that final round there for them too, right? With that double. If he doesn't find the double up, then maybe that's just a situation where all of a sudden Team War, they get the close spawn in kitchen, they're able to flood through with numbers, they can stack the point, and well, we know how difficult it is to retake with all of the snaking that happens over top of the chairs. So it can be really difficult to get in there, but overall, big moment there for him. 27 kills, and you need more of that now going into the rest of this map set as we take a look at it. It would be a reverse sweep here for this squad, and Embassy coming up in a double dose here. So I feel like that's kind of good news if Purge and Mohawk can continue to do what they've been doing so far, at least from what we've seen on streams for us, Alan.
And you'd have to imagine that the comms right now for the Wobobob's NA squad is, yo, we were maybe a couple of kills away from being 2-1 up ourselves. So throw the reverse sweep conversation out the water. Let's just go into this hard point and then just be a kill or two better on the Embassy Surge. That's all that really matters, just the two in front of you, especially considering how winnable that second map obviously was. Throw away considerations for the hotel hard point. We didn't really see too much of that outside of the fact that we had a look in and Team War were up big time at one point in time during that map. So, yeah, I think you're still feeling calm if you're Robobob Zene. The fact that you just blew Team War out of the water there on the control says a lot to your ability to stay with these guys and maybe even just think that you're better than them. So, who knows? Maybe that's the case. Again, expectations are minimal when it comes down to who's at the top. With only 3 cups being played and a Raleigh Open where a lot of the teams from EU weren't there. A lot of the North American teams aren't the same rosters that they are now. So it's kind of hard for us to gauge, like, a quote-unquote power ranking, so to speak, of where these teams currently stand. And I think, yeah, if you're Robobob Zene, you sit here and say, this is more than a winnable series. Let's just get it going here in this Embassy Hardpoint. Yeah, without a doubt. And since we haven't had a chance to really talk about this team, I feel like the Bobs NA is a really interesting one, right? Like, you have Mohawk, who, just came off of a win last year, in Challenger Finals, was an upset versus his old team that he got dropped from that was winning every single tournament. And he finds himself in a really weird position this year where he started off the season, I think it was with like Blast, Desi, and those guys, and they just were unable to kind of get things going. He goes to LAN. They also have a really bad performance when he was teaming with Wardy. And it feels like, he's just kind of been in the blender for a really long time. And now he's caught with guys like Estriel, who I think really did have a great opening and a showing at the last LAN. And alongside 2 other, S&D players that he's had a lot of time playing against and playing with. It's a really interesting squad that I feel like on paper you wouldn't think like they would be one of the top teams, but the fact that they're starting to at least put it together, a 3-0, I think is a really good start for them. That their S&D is always going to be solid. They lost around 11; those are going to happen. But if they can come away with what would be a really big map win versus an Embassy, and then go into then an S&D and take a massive dub off of a Team War, you have to imagine what that does for all 4 of these members then going forward, as well as the future matches tonight. So I think this one, it could be, a very pivotal one, as much as I think all of us kind of maybe favor Team War as they win that last cup. 4-0 in Grand Finals look very good. This could still be a potential upset in my mind here if they're able to put it together once again in the next respawn. This team as well, just to kind of hit one more point on Mohawk's kind of quote-unquote Challengers legacy, if you want to call it that. He's coming off of not just 1 Challengers Championship, but 2 back-to-back. The only player to do that. But the question that we always had about Mohawk in parts of Vanguard last year, and then again, looking at the team that he was going to be a part of going into Modern Warfare 2, is at what point do you look at him and say that his intangibles have to just improve? Like, he needs to step up, not just be a great gunner and a great player individually, but he's got to be part of the equation to solve major problems in the comms. I think was probably the biggest thing that a lot of people had kind of mentioned, like, he's just not there yet. When you put yourself in a position to be the only 2-time back-to-back Challengers champion with 3 players who have never seen a Challengers Elite, let alone that they're barely even eligible to play in Challengers in the first place because how young they are, this has to be the next hurdle for him is, okay, I'm the veteran here. This is now my team to lead, so to speak. Not saying that that's officially the thing, but that's kind of the impression that I get kind of looking at it from the outside in. Yeah, no, I think that's a fair shout. Like again, on paper, like it does feel like this is kind of like the misfit squad that got put together that needed enough pro points to be competitive, coming into the qualifier. They qualify, but what can they do from here? And I think that is someone you have to look to. It's Mohawk who has to step up to be that player because, like you said, it's the only player to go back-to-back, and he's still, not on a CDL team. Right. Sure, there's been rumors of maybe getting a sub spot, not being able to do so because of a visa, whatnot, whatever it might be. It's still insane, I think, to say those words out loud, to say that sentence, and still see this man fighting in Challengers. So, you need something, I think, from him to really step up and kind of, evolve into a different type of player. It's necessary for his entire career and his legacy, without a doubt. It's really funny. We're still waiting on Map 4 to start up here, but I'm starting to get kind of like a little bit of deja vu with us having this conversation back to, we had this conversation off camera about John during the Cold War year, where it's just like, you were like, he's ready, get him in the league, and I was like, I want to see him win a Challengers Elite first. Like, we were kind of on opposite sides of the fence for that, but I think we've kind of both settled on the same side here for Mohawk. It's like, if he could find a way to win with this team, that could very well be the proving point for him being ready to jump into a fifth man position or maybe into the league proper kind of as a starter. So
sure,
it's just fun how those conversations continue to kind of circle in similar ways. But we're ready to go for map number 4. Again, it's double dose of Embassy. If we were to see a Wobabobs NA take this series and upset Team War, as you mentioned, who looked damn dominant in that grand finals. It really wasn't even too much of a contest by the look of it through cup number 3. So here we go. Wobabobs in the white and yellow, Team War in the red and white, and it will be a Wobabobs from the kitchen side, at least onto the point initially, but looks like there may have been a connection problem, and we will likely see a lobby restart.
Things will restart for us. On the other side, though, how about Parasite and Fire, right? These two,
Dude,
I mean,
together?
how much flack back together, and how much flack have these two, taken over the years? I think maybe Parasite has kind of always been under the gun when it comes down to the community, but you look at someone like Fire, who, after that whole, I guess Vegas now, coming through in the beginning of Cold War, having, a pretty solid, opening through the first season, but then after that, they make changes. He just wasn't up to their standard. From there on out, it feels like Fire's kind of been in the blender, and he's never been maybe that same 18-year-old that was Modern Warfare 2019 that placed, I think, top 4, at the Challenger Finals for NA, and was just completely electric. He was like, this is the kid, this is the guy. And now it feels like he's back there, right? Like, I think he was pretty quiet through the majority of Vanguard. He just wasn't really there all the time. But it feels like this year, Fire has come a little bit different. I think I mentioned it, but in that grand finals, right, like a 1.3, like this guy, like he is that guy again, let him cook, let that meme fly for this kid, because he's just been absolutely lights out.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you brought up that NA Challengers finals back during the Modern Warfare year, because, that was Parasite was kind of with a collection of newer players kind of into the scene throughout that entirety of the year. He played with Noisy for that same team and others amongst that throughout the year. And the thing is, like, these two have played together beyond just that Modern Warfare 2 year. We saw them playing together at different points throughout Cold War as well, when that Wester squad was, kind of reforming after that whole team got picked up by other CDL teams. So, I think it's, for those two players, it's weird to kind of talk about, like, what their career path looks like, because I think for a lot of people, you look at Parasite and you go, well, he's already kind of retired. Like, is this a for real thing? Like, is he actually going to be an option for CDL squads, or is it just to kind of get back into the pit again? Whereas for Fire, he's in a position where, like, okay, you've been kind of sauced by some really bad CDL teams. How do you reprove that your name should go untarnished and you have a legitimate chance of being, again, a CDL star maybe in the making?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, it feels like that's almost a redemption for almost everyone on this roster, right? Like Johnny, like Jimbo over to Lau, like those were both, two players that were on Vegas Legion last year. And to his credit, like, I feel like Johnny also gets a lot of flack and he's kind of thrown in there, but he was, like, in my mind, like the best S&D player, like, in Vanguard. Like I don't know if people just forget about the fact that this guy was dropping like 18 kills, like, in map 5s. I think one of them was even for the loss. Like, this kid was just putting up, just insane numbers. He was untradeable. He was running around the map and nobody could do anything to stop him. As much as I talk about one side being really good at S&D, Team War obviously just there as well. But it just feels like this is like the redemption squad, for Team War that have just been trying to get themselves back on top. As an organization, they do so, as the players also looking to do so. It's quite the story that we have with just about everybody in this lobby trying to fight for the CDL. But I mean, it just comes back to how competitive it is, of course.
Absolutely. And the thing about it too is, like, we see this very regularly, you and I, especially now over the last 3-4 years, where it's like players do suffer at the hands of poor years from certain CDL teams. Like, the Paris effect hurt a lot of players. Like, think about how long it took for Kismet to get back into the league after he had done so well with teams like Parasite in the first place. It kind of that kind of situation at full. I mean, DiamondCon's kind of in a similar position where he gets called in because he needs to fill in for New York subliners. He does well, but because he played in Stage 5, he couldn't play in Challengers Champs. Like, there are so many instances where you get, like, these negative effects because of the team that you subbed in for or played for a brief moment. And that's kind of the same situation for a player like Johnny, who joins a team in Paris that was already out of playoff contention. Like, it was just to see how well you would do in the CDL, and I agree with you. He was absolutely able to show that he could hang at that level, no problem. So a lot of that to go, and I think there's going to be more of that conversation with teams like LIG Academy, now being essentially picked up by LAG. Like, what happens to those 3 guys if they still don't play well? Lots of considerations. But this episode of the Challengers Elite podcast is brought to you by Austin Visions, Neil, and myself. I hold shift as we were now finally ready to go in towards map number 4. Again, Embassy for the hardpoint and the search and destroy. Looked that there was just kind of a mix-up in the team comms as far as who was starting where and what was happening there. So hopefully we should be good to go in just a brief moment.
Yeah, should be good to go. Jumping back into it. 3-0, still, these guys looking hot. I mean, I think the first respawn was what, like 130, 140 to 250, somewhere around there.
Yeah,
so
pretty convincing.
They get maybe worked a little bit through the first map, but you know, maybe now that they've at least gotten settled in this best of 5, it'll tell a different story, and I think that's all what we're kind of hoping for. Deep within. See if we can get to a map 5 as we hype up all these kind of S&D stars over the years building up to this point. So it'd definitely be great to see it. I'm kind of, again, looking at Mohawk and Purge. I think if these two can keep doing what they've been doing, Alan, based off of just their AR presence alone to set up their subs like Squirt and Estriel, then I think they maybe find themselves in a position where they can be very competitive throughout this map number 4 here on Embassy.
And the group and Challengers Elite overall, I think is probably we could reach it to that level. While we're still waiting for map to get loaded in, I want to give you guys some updates, at least verbally, on other matches that have just recently come to a conclusion. Smog Alpha reverse sweep Convoy Gaming. They took a 3-0 with LSEO control. They 250 to 249 to Fortress Hardpoint, and then just took down Convoy 6-4 in a map 5 search.
How about that?
Hey, do not sleep on this Light American team. That Snoopy kid is nuts. He is disgusting. I cannot wait to see him in person in real time. And then other result that has just come through, Phase 1, 3-0 Boston Academy, although all 3 maps were at least competitive. Most notably, the Embassy Search and Destroy was a 6-4, and then the LSELO Control was a 3-2. After a 251-80 Fortress Hardpoint started off that series. And then Affiliate Esports currently hold a 2-1 map count advantage over Omit, formerly known as Revenge, as of about 6 hours ago. So that series is still ongoing, and we still have a full second slot of matches to get into as well, partner. We're in for a full night worth of North American Elite.
You know what? I really feel like we should start like doing predictions, all of us, and then just see how wrong we are when we get to the end of the day. Because I feel like my predictions would have been completely chalked looking at just some of the series that have played out for us today. So I mean, it's just wild to hear some of those ones. Like, definitely did not see the LATAM team coming away with a reverse sweep versus the Convoy boys, you know, who just looked completely solid throughout that entire last tournament. So, man, I mean, like, how do you make predictions when you're seeing some of these scorelines and hearing what's happening right now? It's just absolutely ballistic, man.
Yeah. Also, for what it's worth, just to kind of speak onto that Convoy team, I was talking to Wardy while we were trying to get player photos and stuff, and he was like, brother, I'm not finishing second place again. He's finished he's had 3 second place finishes, something like that this year. He's like, I'm not coming in second again. I was like, all right, bud, I can't wait to see it, but not a great start for him. Say that much, at least for now.
Not good so far.
Golly. It looks like also, again, the other match that's still in slot 1 here of this round robin phase, Affiliate Esports and Omit. Why did I say it like that? Omit. They are in the middle of their Embassy Hardpoint. That's happening on the Clutch GG stream, and then all of our matches will start to go underway for slot number 2. Been told, at least recently, that the servers are still going under a couple of issues for our match in particular. So I don't know if we have a chance to possibly step away for just a moment here. Hope we'll get that word in just a bit, just because we don't really have much to work off right now while all the other matches are starting to set up for the second slot. But out of those results, I mean, obviously we kind of talked about the Smog Alpha matchup. That's probably the biggest surprise so far. They will then go in to play PRS Gaming for their second match tonight. Maybe a chance for Smog Alpha to be 2-0 in their opening group day.
Yeah, I mean, that would be insane. See those guys 2-0. It also would just do so much for those guys individually, like going forward. I mean, that gives you a really solid chance to then make it to actual playoffs, right? You start off 2-0, that would be absolutely lights out. I think that one in the Aphelion series, those guys being up 2-1 over, you know, what was that, Revenge Squad? I think that's also at least a little bit of a shocker in my mind, hearing that initially as well.
Well, we are getting word that the players are still having some discussions over the connections that are currently ongoing, so we'll step away for just a brief break. Again, the second slot matches will be starting here pretty soon as well, so we won't be away for too long, whether with the continuation of Timor, Wobabob's NA, or with some other matches that are going to be starting up for that second phase of the round robin action. Don't go far. Challengers Elite continues after the backside of the break. Welcome back, everybody. We are into the hard point here on Embassy. Map 4, Wobblebobs NA would have to pull off reverse sweep, but it's been a series that has seen a lot of tight action between both squads. And as we jump on over towards the second hard point, apparently there's no time collected really at all on the first hill as everyone's just vying for position around the map.
Mohawk on the transition to new will be good for the trade. Now Parasite, the furthest one pushed forward, trying to make some moves here all by himself, and he'll be sniffed out and taken down. Purge, one of the key players that we talked about, off to a solid start here so far. Estriel is going to lose that one, and now Johnny's also working for the back here, so Mohawk, you're going to be pinched up, nowhere to go, will be taken down, and now Team War a chance to try to get this back 20.
Oh, tough gunfight for Estriel, still nearly walks away the victor. Trades go back and forth. Last player left for Team War over towards this rotation was Fire, but I was going to say there are a lot of members for Team War who did spawn nearby, seeing as the second hardpoint is still active. Mohawk up top, reveals his position, stun comes through. Fire on the way over, but it's Parasite who actually wins the first blood in this engagement. Purge trying to hold on, waiting for a little bit of help, but none will be there. It's Johnny for the double, and his Squirt will be the last one left. Team War will see the hardpoint go their way.
See if Squirt decides to hold on or just try to make the move. I'd love to see him wait. Estriel's now here with him, so see if they can bait and switch over the top, dive in, but they're not expecting three members to all be up top, but Estriel's still able to make good work of it, and Purge now gets in, finds the double. That was a crazy transitional play coming through here for the Wobblebobs. Trophy system will go down as Mohawk might be good, might be contested here for the back 20, but either way, it's a solid moment here for the Wobblebobs.
Yeah, really good stuff here for Wobblebobs NA. It was just a lingering nade that kind of neutralized the hardpoint for a time, but that push was super successful for them getting back in and contesting. Team War looking to take their focus now over towards admin building. They've got high ground control. Lau, hindered by just his health pool, does kind of sneak forward a touch, but Wobblebobs NA are finding all these kills in the middle of the map. So what happens to spawns here? Yeah, as the hardpoint opens up, Parasite can't stay alive, so no anchor in the back means the Wobblebobs NA secure the break, and also with that simultaneously, they get the spawns.
Oh, they get the spawns, and you can just see how far away everyone is right now for Team War. Gonna give it a lot of time over before they see the hard point. Nice little play from Squirt, able to find one through the outskirts. Now takes the challenge through mid, and his teammates are basically doing all the work for him in and around the point. One more player to try to get through. That'll be Fire. Squirt looking for kill number 4. Mohawk's there to help. So this has been solid here. Wobblebob's able to find that quick break. Now looking to hold on to the remaining time with 20 seconds up for grabs. It would be Johnny trying to make just a solo play, and Mohawk will make sure that does not happen.
Yeah, he just got naded beyond recognition right there. Stuns were flying into the staircase. Semtexes, he was just trying to backpedal up the stairs with nowhere to go. And with some outside control, Purge, he may be able to anchor up spawns here on this rotation. Yeah, look at number 3. Allow spawns all the way out by Tennis. Wallbang from Purge, finding some connections, trying to soften up the setup. but counter nades will do exactly the same effect onto the Wobblebobs themselves. Now, the setup, the flood, the pitch, trying to come through, but it's actually Team Moore who take the aggressive stance. They push out of the hard point, and this little bump is going to work out for all 4 members falling. Team Moore with the hold with 35 seconds still to fight for.
Timing couldn't have been better. I feel like they got 4 SMGs out right now, and Johnny trying to take some long-range shots through mid. Makes it an easy trade there for Lau, but that play really all starts and ends with Johnny, as that might just be... It's about a full hill coming through for Team War. Still a chance for Wobblebobs to try to get in here for scrap time, and you might as well because P1 is right next to it. But how about that win coming through there for Purge? Able to get another double up here. Sub in hand, making it look easy. Lau gets in there, and that might just solidify the remaining 9 seconds. But all things considered, after Wobblebobs were able to lock in just about a full 60 just before this, they're able to get themselves right back in. Team War tie us up and take the lead.
Yeah, great neutralization coming out of both teams, really. A lot of good reaction and response being put together as we head to our second rotation. 1v1, Parasite takes versus Purge. One more up top. Yeah, doesn't expect Mohawk necessarily off the get-go. And how about the drop down Mohawk, turning it into 4 straight before eventually being traded out by Fire. Squirt in the hard point. This was one that saw very little progress being made for either team in the first set, but you expect that off of some zone and perimeter being put together that you will get more time in the second rotation. That's exactly the case for really both of our 2 squads. 22 seconds to fight for. Estriel looking to finesse around the outside. Does well to collect the elimination needed for possibly a good margin here at the scrap. The Team War are going to have to rotate through this hard point, and they need to make a decision of do we try to play from the left side of the map or the right, and, well, the left is no longer an option. This is a flawless setup for Wobblebobs looking over to the second hill.
Yeah, very clean shots there from Estriel. Found himself on a spree, but Parasite now on transition, trying to make some moves happen for the close spawn. Purge does a good job of keeping himself concealed. Mohawk tries to fly out here, able to find his first one, but he's going to be very hard-pressed to try to come up with anything more. Fire to take the high ground. Just wait patiently. Take out Mo and takes out the second. That's a huge moment here. Now he controls the back. And also sets you up for a nice rotation over to P3. This is a huge moment once again for Team War as they'll retake the lead.
Yeah, it's Johnny who starts it, right? He kind of cracks the code to break down the setup for Wobblebobs, but it's Fire who really establishes the full-on flip, kind of putting the shoe on the opposite foot, as now Team War have a very convincing setup in and around not just the hard point, but also the middle of the map. Gonna force Wobblebobs at A to spawn top left-hand side of the minimap. Fire now with the sub in hand is sneaking right behind Estriel. That gunfight looks familiar. This time Estriel on top of it. Mohawk, a nice heave of the trophy system to help Squirt out, who's got a lot of Team War members in front of him. That trophy may be the difference maker, or maybe not. Johnny able to at least put together a quick set of kills. Purge in trouble. Still somehow, what? How has he done that? Takes down 1 plus a second. Purge 4 in a row. Just enough help from Estriel to keep his life. And that'll be a Wobblebobs digging right back into the deficit.
Oh my goodness, he's locked in, I'll tell you that much. He is so difficult to shoot at. Oh my, Purge. Finding hipfire kills, it looks like. He's shooting anything that moves. You sprint at him, he's putting bullets into your chest. My goodness, 6 in a row. Streak is in. And that is going to be one heck of a way. Try to regain this lead, but Lau, last second attempt to make a move for scrap time will be good, and now it's up to Squirt to start to make some early moves to New.
He's on 4. No reason to not play your life here, but just a little bit caught out. Felt like he had to force the gunfight. Estriel looking to follow up behind him. Again, this is be scrap to initial. Estriel waking up. 19 and 21, a minute and a half of hardpoint time for him. Trophy to keep himself safe, but only from incoming nades, not necessarily from incoming Team War members. 3 for 1 the exchange. Mohawk in the corner only finds 1, and Team War will reestablish control and start to build back up their lead.
Quick break coming through for Team War. That's going to put them in a really nice position. They win one more set of gunfights, and all of a sudden, this lead starts to grow. You have to start to find yourself huge points if you're the Wobblebobs, but the next attempt not looking great. Mohawk trying to salvage it. Finds the first one. Nade goes out. That won't be good to find the second, so Team War off the quick break will come away with what is going to be some critical time here. Estriel going to give it one last attempt, but he is shut down. Team War now well over 200 points as they start eyeing up the new hill.
Dangerous moments right here if you're Wobblebobs NA. That little scrappy finesse play to try to send 2 members to old will keep them a bit hindered in terms of numbers here at New. It's going to have to be battles from in and around the hard point. Up top, Lau controlling more space. Down low to P1. Purge catches him on the fall. And now, a chance for Wobobs to use a little bit of the map to their own advantage. Purge on another double. Good read on the third, but it's Johnny who gets the double of his own. He's on 4 in a row with a little bit more help from his friends as Team War get over 230, a chance to win the game right here.
Oh, this is Johnny's area, man. He's the chef in the kitchen. And if you're the Wobobs, you gotta go. You gotta go now. Series on the line. Shots coming through. Team push coming in, but it's all red in the feed as Team War. They will hold on. They will lock in. And they will grab their very first win of the Elite.
Man. I'm telling you, dude, this Wobobs NA team, that PRS gaming squad that we saw earlier, these kids can play, and they're gunning. It just comes down to maybe this battle between, you know, kind of like that Boomer versus Zoomer. The Boomer's just hardcore playing the hill. I mean, over a minute of hard point time across every single member in a game where, yeah, they got outslayed. If only just barely, but it still feels like Wobobs NA were right there, keeping up with all the slaying that we normally would expect from veteran players, but the play around the objective just that much better from Team War. Quite at the same level as their opponents, and that little bit of veterancy looks to be the edge that we've currently seen, at least in those two matchups.
Incredible stuff here for Team War, picking up where they left off, but certainly got tested a little bit. And I mean, you come back to just that map number 2, right? It's just a little bit different. All of a sudden, maybe we see a map number 5, but I think that was really the pivotal part of this series for them clutching up in that round 11, making sure that there was no chance for a comeback. And despite Mohawk, you know, having a hell of a game and dropping 13 kills, it was just not enough to put them over the edge and respond with a 3-0, but it comes down to the respawns and the hard points, and that's where Team War are really kind of getting to be known for when it comes down to at least their gameplay and where their strength really does lay. So certainly solid stuff for them here, Alan, and always great to start off with that very first win, like we said.
Take a look back at the map set, though, of this series. Again, it was a tight one in map 2, round 11 affair. The bounce back on the hotel control was very well received from the Wobobs camp. They looked really good in that hotel control, kind of, again, reaffirming and reestablishing that, hey, we are here to play. And even though we lost that round 11, we can hang with these guys. And that was still reestablished once more, I think, in map number 4 on the Embassy hardpoint, just not quite able to get it done on the rotations when they mattered most, especially around that last kitchen area. So, with that in mind, we've got a 3-1 affair. That's just slot number 1 coming to a conclusion. It's been a night, that's for sure. As we could also report that Affiliate Esports has defeated Omit 3-1 in their series. So again, just constant, you know, opening surprises by seeding alone, kind of plaguing this opening set of matches. And there's still another 6 games in total that need to be played before we end our first day of the Challengers Elite in the 2023 year.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, PRS versus, Smog Gaming. I think that one's going to be a really fun one that's coming up next. Rocker versus Convoy. That one's actually now even more important because I think a lot of people, maybe me, I had expected those two maybe to both be 1-0. So the fact that they're now coming into 0-1, like one of those teams going 0-2 in week 1, like that is a really big deal, at least for day 1. So you'll have to have a big bounce back tomorrow for one of those squads. So yeah, there is a lot of potential upsets or potential just kind of series that are going away that we maybe did not anticipate originally that are going to end up playing out that way.
Unbelievable stuff. And again, it's just the first set of matches. The majority of our second slot is about ready to go. On our particular side of things, as far as what's coming up next for us, we will be taking a look at Rocker Academy versus Convoy Gaming just to make sure you guys know for a fact what's going to be happening here on this screen. We'll also have a chance to look into Omit versus Boston Academy. That's going to be a very key matchup for them now all of a sudden. Both of those two teams at 0-1 in the standings. And then we'll also have PRS Gaming and Smog Alpha that we could swap to as we look towards our final block here in North America. Whereas on the Clutch GG stream, they'll be focused on Iron Blood Gaming taking on T-Fel Enterprises. Both those squads 1-0, so potential group toppers could be established in that matchup. And then Affiliate Esports and Wobobs NA and Phase 1 and Team War will also have a battle of the current unbeatens. And yeah, I think your reaction was my general reaction was that could be a spicy one with this Phase 1 squad.
Yeah, I'm big on those guys, man. I'm big on those guys after seeing just what they did on land. Like they just upset so many teams. They did it so cleanly. I think, everyone's kind of rooting for somebody that kind of makes, a big move over to a different country to try to make the dream come true. So,
Yeah.
a lot of people supporting and behind Cruz overall. But yeah, man, I think that one's going to shape up to be another great match, as if we didn't have enough of them on the night.
Yeah, gosh, look at us being so greedy, looking for great matches. But no, that Phase 1 team's exciting, man. I mean, it wasn't the greatest start for them, but then a 6th place finish at Raleigh was surprising. I remember I was at the COD Mobile stage, and I remember people saying, like, yeah, Cruz is fighting for top 4 right now. I was like, huh? And that was from the winners bracket. I was like, oh my gosh, these guys are frying. They're nasty. So we got that going on. Again, I think we are going to be pretty good to start up our matches here pretty soon. But I think we also need to send things over to a quick break if possible to make sure that we're all set up on our side to make sure everything's all good. So yeah, that will be indeed the case. We'll be away for about 5 minutes time, and then we'll be jumping into slot number 2, the second round of the round robin action here in North America. Don't go anywhere. Challengers League continues after this.
exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got that power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day.
Welcome back, one and all, to Challengers Lead North America, Season 1, Week 1, Day 1, Phase 2 of the Round Robin. Lots of numbers. I don't know, I've got a numbery feeling in my fingers today.
Wow.
And I know, real spicy stuff. And that match right there at the bottom of your screen is what we got coming up. Convoy Gaming, Rocker Academy, both teams 0-1. They were the grand finalists in Cup 3. What's going on?
I wish I had an answer. I mean, we didn't get to see that one in full, but the fact that they lose to the LATAM representative, I mean, oh my goodness, it's insane, right? We're certainly sleeping on a lot of those guys, and a lot of the community is. You were talking about the fact that Snoopy's out there dropping like 40 kills. I mean, like that's just ridiculous, right? So, yeah. This is a huge match for so many reasons. Tiebreakers. No one wants to start 0-2, especially these two juggernauts that we had maybe both expected to kind of be at 1-0 coming into this second series.
100%, my man. The thing about it is, these were our grand finals, as we just alluded to, in Cup number 3. And granted, you know, or close to being in the grand finals. I should say. Team War was in the grand finals. They were, but it was a long run coming for both of these two squads, and we expect greatness from both of the two rosters because of who's on them. Now, we kind of spent a lot of time talking about Rocker Academy at the top of this broadcast, and we hinted towards talking about this Convoy team, but I want to spend a little bit more time because, look, like, this is a full-on proving point roster. You got Classic, who won champs last year, Yeez, who, you know, again, kind of slipped in and out of the Florida Mutineers situation, and you got Wardy, who a lot of people were very excited about, possibly being picked up onto a roster as a starter at the beginning of this year, and then Rex, who was like, he was at World Champs in BO4, so, like, the guy's been around the block a few times, but who knows? What does this team have to do to get to the top? That seems to be the lingering question right now for Convoy Gaming fans.
Yeah, without a doubt it is. And I mean, they have a lot of packed in just incredible talent into this roster. That's the thing. And if they start to put it together and start to, you know, really find their footing with the teamwork, start to really, you know, set up players like Yeez and Wardy to do what we've kind of been seeing from the top SMGs throughout this entire year, then you could really find yourself, you know, finding some huge wins, getting on top. I mean, they were just about there. They just couldn't really solidify it in the grand finals last weekend. So I'm really big on this squad, man. I mean, Yeez, he never really got a shot, right? Like, I'm sure they trialed him, but they never decided to actually pull the trigger on Yeez, and he's just kind of sat on the bench the entire year looking to make his way back up there. Now, he didn't come off the best Vanguard season per se, but I feel like when he is in games where, you know, you look back at Cold War, like, Yeez was just completely lights out. Wardy was, in my opinion, the best EU player throughout last year as well. On Vanguard, and I feel like you bring in, you know, that duo-ship of a sub, I feel like they can just completely take over games. And like you said, people also sleep on Rex, despite being around for a very long time and like always holding his own.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that, again, like, there are so many long-standing stories for a lot of the players that are going to make up the Challengers Elite in both regions, but in particular North America this season, and it's matched with players that we've never really even seen before, like on the scene, like just making their footsteps in towards competing in Challengers, making things like the Elites, talking about teams like PRS, Obabobs, and even a Philion in certain ways. But for this matchup, it's kind of a proving point, I think, for a lot of these players in many ways. I think first and foremost, you look at that Minnesota Rocker Academy team, how much is there for them to possibly be considered for the main roster itself. That's kind of at the forefront, I think, a lot of people's minds, especially going into the first full-length qualifier stage for CDL that we're going to have. But enough allusion towards that. Let's take a look at what this map set will include for us in this best of 5. And I think the biggest thing about it is both teams need to find a way to play a little bit of recovery. So we've got Embassy Hardpoint, Mercado Search, and LSilo Control to get us kicked off. Not exactly what you would call an SMG's playground, at least for this first map initially, because of the outside angles. So are you more leaning towards success off the ARs, or do you still throw a lot of attention towards players like Yee's Classic Wardy, and then, of course, on the other side, looking at players like Fame, for instance, who was such an electric Vanguard player in last year's title?
Yeah, I feel like I do kind of just lean towards the ARs, at least through the majority of this map set, without a doubt. I look at how Rocker likes to play, and it's off the back foot of what Pandora and GodRx are doing to set up the rest of the players on the map. And those guys, don't often make a lot of very aggressive moves. At times maybe you'll see Casey pull out a sub and show us that he can still do it up close, but I mainly look at those two as just being kind of like the hard anchors, like to be flat-footed, like to set up, hold an iron, and they will gun you. And if your ARs aren't taking them out, then you're having usually a really horrible time. Now, we didn't get to see what was happening through that first set of the Rocker series, but I have to imagine that wasn't what was happening for the ARs. So I have to really see them, I think, step up. And on the opposite end, I mean, you know that Convoy Gaming is very much able to match it. But I think that's really the key to success when you talk about Rocker Academy and what we've seen so far in this year.
We're about to find out. Gosh, the first day of Elite is always an exciting one because it's all a mystery. And even through the first day, it still feels like at times we get into the mix of like playoffs. It's like, wait a second, where did this come from? Sly Devils. Also keep in mind that this upcoming weekend, not only does the CDL return, but Cup 4 will also be on our screens. Although none of the Elite teams can actually play in that cup. So that's another unique rule coming into this year where maybe we'll find more success from new players that we have not had a chance to see up until this point. But that's all neither here nor there. As Convoy Gaming will start off with a favorable set of kills. And with that, about 10 seconds worth of time here on the first hill.
Well, I gotta ask Alan, were you going for like the kazoo kid at the start where he's like, wait a second, who are you? Is that where you going?
I was not going for that, but I'm happy that you got that impression.
So it came across. But now let's jump in. It's Convoy Gaming. Nice little start here to the very first hill. 25 seconds off of it in Classic. I mean, he's already threatening. Could be a rotational win here if he can find this battle over the top. And he's able to get it done with those last couple of shots here. So very good moment for Convoy. Still a lot more work here for Classic, but he says no problem. He's on 5 in a row, and that rotation will be won here for Convoy Gaming.
And these are moments where you look at Classic and say, he's never changed. He's just the same old Classic back in the days of old where he was the phase killer and all those things. And you love to see it if you're a Nicky D fan. Little finesse on the backside of the hard point. Kills enough time to allow Yeez to secure his trade. And as Rex continues to play around the outside of the back of the hard point, Rocker Academy have nothing to work with as Wardy and Classic off screen deal with the entire push to the middle. And yeah, Rocker gonna have to chalk up this last 25 seconds or so, at least as a full 4-man squad.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is not what you wanted to see. Rocker Academy struggling really early on maps like Embassy, which we typically see them, be pretty solid on. 1-5 start here for Pander. Talks about, him being a huge part of the success, but when Yeez is piecing you up like that around the point, my goodness, gonna make it pretty hard for you to get any points on the board. This is 74-0, and there's streaks to work with here for Convoy.
Not great news, because you could actually use these streaks right here and really try to snowball this game as the upstairs server hardpoint will open up. I mean, Rocker Academy, they're all over the upstairs right now. I mean, they're all on the outside. Fame, tough 1v2 situation, but GodRx is working alongside of him. That'll do well to at least, again, accrue some sort of time, but the spawns are out. And you can see Convoy Gaming are aware of this. They know they're blocking spawns. They're looking for these kills on these defenders on the transition. And if you can find a kill or two, you isolate. GodRx in the point by himself. Maybe taking a little bit too much time, but the kills finally come through. Fame try to keep this hard point neutral, and he's relatively successful in his efforts, but still in the end, the better part of 20 seconds goes the way of Convoy Gaming.
They get the back 20, not the worst for Rocker. They at least get 27 seconds off the point. 40 with a nice gunfight there in the back to make sure nothing's going to happen very early on for Rocker, but it still very well could. 40's got a couple more players to line up. Good on the second, won't read the third. Rex is back there for the trade, so that will at least get the numbers back into the spawn here for Convoy, but Rocker Academy still the first one's in, and Real's got a sub just waiting for the push to come through to him.
Thing is, you just never like to be in a position where you have to respond to a contested hard point. You want to try to zone up the hill and, well, okay, how about it? The 2 ARs collect 2 major eliminations to the backside. That will anchor up the back, and you can see a Panda number 4 is just watching that long crossing angle. So Rocker Academy can full focus on these interior doorways. Fame, tough weapon to kind of play the middle of the map with the Vaznev. He gets shut down, so now Pander has to come into the hard point. And this is getting picked apart. I mean, this breakdown from Convoy Gaming is impressive, but in my mind, this setup from Rocker Academy is just too vulnerable based on the angles they're choosing to take.
61 to 107 rotation here for Pander. I think he gets a read on one and now has to try to track him down with a dead silence. He's going to try to get all the way to the top here. Everything coming down to Rocker winning these gunfights to see if they can work themselves back into this. Off this point, and Pander's just been playing Ring Around the Rosie. He's finally going to get here. We'll see if he can win the challenge. And he does it. That just feels awful, man. He was looking for a player for the last 20 seconds, loses the battle, and Convoy Gaming get into the kitchen.
That's just the story of how this hardpoint has gone, though, so far. I mean, you go back to Fame taking a long-range Vaznev gunfight. That's Pander who's trying to force a gunfight with attack inside against the Vaznev. It's just, it doesn't feel comfortable right now for Rocker Academy just due to how these gunfights are unfolding. Fame is now forcing the square peg into the round hole, and wouldn't you believe it, it doesn't fit. Real looking to finish things off, will get the double, so the break is finally here, but it takes a lot of time off the clock, and at this point, Convoy Gaming can just hard set play 40-20 trades and just use their leader's advantage to put this map out of reach.
Yeah, without a doubt. This is just all the pressure on Rocker right now, and I mean, the only good conversion that they've had, you know, is back to that P3 hill. Maybe get some scrap time here, but overall, this has just been an absolute killing. And the slaying has just been their classic Wardy Rex. All of them, you know, 14, 15 kills. Piecing up Rocker. Gonna look easy. Real, you feel like he's got to win that one, and Rex still able to shut him down from the high ground. Pander now sub in hand, trying to switch it up maybe to get something going. Really does feel like this is just Rocker playing for the back foot, not really getting into the right spots, not being able to trade out effectively.
It feels off-brand. Like, seeing Fame at 8 and 15 with 1 second of hardpoint time. The 1 second of hardpoint time's not too unfamiliar. Like, he was the roaming slayer last year for this squad. But him at 8 and 15, at times running the tack, at times running the Vaznev, it just feels off. Something about it just does not feel like it's clicking right now for this Rocker Academy team. But good recovery here through the tail end of P1. Moving over towards the second, though. This is where these kills need to come into play. Real's forward. Pander will clear his back. That should anchor spawns. And a chance here for Rocker to get a good setup. And this is where things need to start feeling a little bit more calm and collected. You have to give yourself 40-plus seconds on this hill with this setup.
Absolutely do. This gunfight in the back, huge for Casey. Pander's going to lose it. So now Real's going to have to try to work through the double doors, and flying out of this area, never the easiest, but he is able to work for that first one. Takes out Wardy, tries to take the challenge to Rex, does a good job of piecing up everybody. Really big moment individually for Real to get Rocker Academy back on the point, but it's only for a split second. You can still see how difficult it is to work from the inner double doors. Will Real be able to make something of the play? He's been fighting Rex for what feels like 20 seconds, and he will finally get him over the top as Rocker Academy now have a chance to lock in the back 20.
And they have a chance to keep their focus over towards this third hardpoint very comfortably. I mean, the spawns are actually there for them. So, yeah, they've done what's kind of required. You got the 40-plus seconds. In fact, you got nearly 50. And now you've got the blessing of the spawns over towards new. So pull out the ARs, lock down the lanes, and stop Convoy Gaming from even getting into orange. That would be the intended goal. But Convoy, as the hardpoint opens up, do have a chance to play off the backside of the ladder and stairs simultaneously. Classic peeking up just before his teammates are ready to push forward, and that allows Real a chance to hit the pinch, and the reception of it is beautiful. A 4-for-1 exchange, and this is the Rocker that we come to know.
Yeah, it comes at a perfect moment right here. 40 seconds left on the hill. You feel like Convoy Gaming can give this one more hit. Then they have to look at the rotation. So one more wave of gunfights could solidify just about a full 40, 50 seconds here for you. He's down low. We'll be able to dolphin dive across. So a chance to still try to make something happen for Scrap. But it's a 1v2 for Yeez. We'll see if he can deal with both. And oh my, Yeez does find two. Real backs up to make sure the scrap time is there for them. But Rocker, they still have a massive hill, and they're right back in the game.
You can kind of feel Convoy Gaming are taking a step backwards just a touch. Even on this rotation, look how much space they're giving up. Just looking to play gunfights off of some more reserved angles. Nade over the top was well done by Wardy, but did not time the challenge correctly. That would be good for now 3 in a row. Oh, for the EU transplant. How about 4? Wardy locking down the backside of these spawns. Rocker Academy spawning towards Tennis. on the rotation, over through double stairs. Not where you want to be trying to break this hard point from, and you can see why. Convoy Gaming locking down lanes with SMGs all over the place. Fame from the staircase last. Rocker left alive, and as he's turned away, Convoy Gaming break past the 200-point mark.
Just when Rocker got a little bit close, Convoy Gaming, they lock it back in. Starting to find spawn kills, and they're already threatening an early rotation to kitchen where Rocker realized, hey, listen, we got to set up early. We got to make sure we lock in a huge kitchen hill. So the subs all about to come out. Fame, who's been a little bit slow. Love to see him try to come alive now. Cut down some of these players, and he's going to get a read on one. Should be able to finish him off. Rex has got the headset cranked. Reads him, takes him out. Now got our X caught through the outskirts. Needs to make something happen.
He's gotten the first key elimination. Everyone else is up top or behind doorways, so he can lock down this side of the map, wait for help. Oh, what a little peek that is, but Classic Prone gets the better of him. Riel from the opposite side nearly has a chance to line him up, but it's trades back and forth. Pinstripe goes the kill feed. Classic still alive. Pander waiting for a chance for the gunfight, but Classic still finds a way to get the elimination. Keeps the hard point neutral and still contestable from both sides' perspective. Rocker need a convincing kill feed right here, right now. Got her X. Off 2 in a row. Has a pretty solid read that Yeez is nearby, but he's got help, and we'll just focus on the front instead.
Rocker's looking good as they're in, but Yeez is able to get himself through and then just goes prone and reads the second. Classic gets the third, and it's all going wrong here for Rocker Academy. Final couple seconds. Might just be in for Convoy Gaming to end it here on the kitchen hill. Rocker Academy have to flood, have to contest, have to make their final move right here, right now, as there's still a chance, but not going to get there quick enough. Convoy Gaming gets a little bit close there throughout the middle of it, but they still solidify the win. They get the job done as they'll take map number 1.
Yeah, big regain from Convoy Gaming right there, coming off of, again, the reverse sweep. So, a huge map on the board for them. And I would say more so, if you get plays like this from Classic at hardpoint, you're going to be hard-pressed to see Convoy Gaming drop hardpoints. It just flat out. I mean, nearly 3,000 damage, 28 and 17 with 24 non-traded.
24.
Whew! Lord have mercy. That's all I'll say about that.
Nicky D, man, when he gets going, he starts
he gets
cooking.
hot. Yeah.
Oh my God, it feels like it's almost over. But
I mean, he won a championship off that. It's exactly
right.
what happened.
You're absolutely right. But everybody, I feel like, getting involved, throughout that game, and I mean, that's kind of the big difference. Is usually you see maybe 2 players kind of maybe holding a little bit more of the weight, doing a little bit more of the slaying, but that's just every single member not losing gunfights, finding the key gunfights as well throughout some of those rotations. And as much as it gets a little bit shaky, the big adjustment for me was Convoy Gaming. They kind of, messed up the P4 hill a little bit. They took some challenges through the back. They lost some of them, and they allowed Rocker to kind of get into the hill. They fixed just about all of those. Forty plays a little bit more of a passive position, says, I got the back, focus on the hill. Let's get more presence and more numbers to kind of bait and switch if Rocker decided to make another fast move inside of the point. So you can kind of see those mid-map adjustments really coming in. That's what I always like to look for, and that's exactly what I think really allowed them to lock in a huge amount of time to keep that one out of reach there for Rocker.
And while we're kind of in the midst of it, this is the end of the Omit Boston Academy hardpoint on Hydro. Map 1 affair there. Both teams 0-1. Surprising, to be sure. How about the game on a big cap? 33-25 for him with over a minute of hardpoint time. Daft Patty just below him. 26 and 23, still with over 6 seconds of hardpoint time. And Omit are looking good to possibly put the game away right here, right now. Boston Academy looking for a chance to break. Dave not going to get the best of Beans, so a chance here to extend the map. But Beans has still got Hixie in front of him. He's on 3 in a row. And Hixie finesses around the outside of Beans. God, good gravy. Takes him down, and that's going to be Boston likely extending to another hill if they can deal with this next push.
Beans and Hixie, very good friends, and I'm sure Beans going to let him know after this. But you still need to get the job done, and it's only 3 seconds needed. Sensor going to need some great holds coming through. Maybe with the help of Shawnee, they should be able to do it. But yeah, you got to concede this time. You got to just run through, find these transitional kills very cleanly. You got to find this trade, and Sensor does so. And now you got to sprint into the point.
Oh, but Sensor gets more than that. Needs to find the final, and he was standing up on top of the shelving. Not the first place that he checks, unfortunately, in a minute. We'll take map number 1, but a close one. 250-203. Heroics from Beans. And I think the big question, just kind of speaking more about both of these two squads for Boston Academy is, what Boston Academy are we going to get? Are we going to get the one that just is fueled off of passion on land like we saw last year at all the majors? Or is this going to be a Boston Academy that kind of lives and dies by who carries and who falls short?
Yeah, that really is the big question when it comes down to that team. But the action just keeps rolling, Alan.
Yes,
We
sir.
go from one series to the next. This is, of course, the Smog Alpha boys up against PRS Gaming. Smog just coming off that reverse sweep versus the Convoy boys that we are currently on board with our main match. We wanted to see how some of these individuals were going to perform, but we also saw PRS Gaming just play this map. They just fell short by about 15 seconds. They're down by about 30 here. See if they can start to mount the comeback as we look at the new hill.
It looks like Sizki's still holding on to the hot hand that he had at the end of that map. 4 in a row, 20 and 19. Trying to get his team back into the mix, but it's Lunars who secures a double just as we open up the hard point over towards Cantina. Smog spawning a little further away than I'm sure they'd like, but they do spawn collectively, so a chance to try to overwhelm one side or the other. They're going to go the long way around. This is going to take a lot of time. Nice damage from Snoopy. Steps away after the stun comes through and then retakes the gunfight. Boy, this guy... you know what he reminds me? He reminds me of... a little young Sib, a little Atlanta FaZe Academy Sib, Infinite, hello! Slicing and dicing to 20 and 14, and Smog Alpha get over the 200-point threshold. Did you know I was going to say Sib?
I thought you were going to say Scrappy, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
Like, that same kind of play style, right? Like, just like,
Yeah, true,
I
true.
will chow you, I do not care, all right? I am better. It's just, like, that is it. That is exactly what he screams, but 188, 214, 10 seconds will be at least gifted over to Smog, and now it's kind of up to PRS Gaming. Try to hold on to this rotation. It's a really nice opening kill there. Try to loosen up the defense just a tad bit. Snoopy and Thresh, though, good response to be able to slow things down from the attack. And a nice peek from Snoopy, and that's going to tag up Lunars down to about 28 HP. He cannot chow. He's got to wait for his teammates.
Yeah, this is a wise call, but look at the spawn setup for Smog Alpha. They actually get a little bit of a split situation where they can kind of force PRS through that tight middle alleyway into the courtyard. Lunars trying to finesse a little high-low drop shot, but he's been tagged up. Gus trying to keep him safe. But eventually the trades will be there. And this Smog Alpha team, they will take map number 1 unless Sizki can break, but he's already weak. And no, he wanted to get through the doorway. How about it?
Yo.
LATAM represent. Mexico, vamos in the chat. Smog Alpha. It's their 4th map win. Unreal.
They're here to play, man. They're here
Telling
to
you.
play. It's just, I mean, it just really does, make you so happy when you see a region that's usually, not just respected as much as what we see come out of, Europe and North America, and they come out like this on the opening day. It is certainly impressive. I mean, we remember what was kind of happening to the LATAM teams, at least throughout last year, really struggling to sometimes find the map win. So the fact that they're finding these series wins and then starting off the map or first, second series with the map win is just absolutely out of this world here.
Yeah.
And they're doing it while just looking fantastic. Like that, it's about what, a 50-60 point differential that they're winning by. Like it's not like it's just these super close clutch moments, just getting in there in the nick of time. Like they are using their teamwork, they're using their slaying power to really just outmaneuver these squads and just beat them down.
And the thing is, they play smart COD. It's not just good, like, individually. They play really smart team COD as well. Like, watching them kind of finish off, some of their runs during the Cups and all that stuff, and even the league qualifiers was where we really got a chance to watch these guys play. It's like, they're not making very many mistakes. And when they do, they're quick to play recovery, which is why they're beating a lot of teams, not just in the qualifier, but obviously what they're able to do with reverse sweeping in their first series and then taking a good map 1 here. Just for what it's worth, there may be an argument to be said, depending on, how D1 Gaming does. They're still kind of in the open setup right now at the moment, but they had a good look through their qualifier, placed okay at Raleigh, and then this Smog Alpha combination team. Is Latin America possibly the fastest growing region when it comes to breeding talent? Because for players like Thresh, sure, we saw him, he was doing well over the course of the last couple of years. Infinite, sure, same situation. He's played in NA from Texas. He's always been pretty solid, but like Rooper never had a great placing until he had the chance to start showing up at LAN and really learn by playing up against better NA teams. I think he was also a part of that team last year that made the Elite in Stage 5 for Latin America when they moved up. That was the first time they even tried to qualify. So, like, maybe there's something there when it comes to these Mexican players and these Latin American players that are also making the moves that, hey, you give them a chance to play up against better opponents, they will learn and they will try to beat you at your own game.
I mean, that's the big factor, right? Like that's the whole conversation around APAC. Like they also had, at least a solid opening to the very first open that we had. They're not just, coming over, 3 or 4 months into the game where they're so far behind that they're just kind of, having to learn on the fly and having to fix so many of their mistakes. Yeah, I think it's a very valid point. The fact that they're here at the beginning of the Elite and off to at least this kind of a start, man, it certainly opened some eyes and it's certainly going to turn some heads and maybe put some more respect at least on this region as well as these players and this team. And they keep this up, man, they're going to have a lot of fans, backing these boys without a doubt because they got a passionate community already behind them. So you just add into the fire and you start to see them just pick up some big wins and pull off some big upsets.
100%. 100%. So we're going to be bouncing between, again, all of these matches kind of as this slot continues. Again, we don't anticipate going this late on a regular basis, but due to the connection issues that kind of plagued the Battle.net servers, we're getting everything all at once all the time. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that style of coverage. Taking a look at other matches that are currently kind of going on, Wobabobs NA have taken map number 1 versus Affiliate Esports. Again, that's another key matchup for both of those two squads, kind of similarly to matches like what we have on screen for us with Rocker Academy and Convoy Gaming. Making sure you don't go 0-2 to start off your group stage is so crucial, even more so now that there are 4 teams from each of the groups that make it into the playoffs. You just do not want to be at the bottom of the group having to fight your way through in day 2 or in day 3 of the round robin phase next week.
I mean, without a doubt, like it's just so much additional pressure that you just don't want to have to deal with, right? Like an 0-2 means that you need, at the very least, at least 1, but ideally 2 to tie yourself up going into then the second week. It's just, I mean, we've seen some incredible things happen from teams that have started 0-3, 0-4 down, but it's never a situation that anyone ever wants to be in. So yeah, the critical matches really are trying to at least find yourself, in a 1-1 scoreline going into the second day if you can. So there is a lot of teams though that will not have that luxury and will in fact go 0-2. So it does make for some interesting storylines and some interesting COD to be played from here on out for the rest of the night.
100%. We'll take a look back over towards other matches that are happening again a bit. Boston Academy now in map number 2, Mercado Search and Destroy. We've had a lot of these combinations of Embassy Hardpoints and Mercado Search and Destroy across the board today. Very strange. Gravity able to find first blood for a minute. I'm going to be planted, though, still for Beans, who does get naded, but he successfully plants and he gets away with his life? How massive is that? As Gravity, I think he saw the right elbow of Kremp and said, that's not a gunfight that I want. Let me back up and reevaluate.
Well, challenge up top. Pixie finds it. Will he escape? Yes, he will. Need also tags up the second member, so that should be good information. But Gravity now able to find one more. Puts all the pressure on Kremp. Try to battle right through mid. Shots over the top, not going to be there. He has a choice. He can take the reach out. He can wrap around. You'll find one. Oh, Ixie's just going to stick it. Ixie's going to stick it, but I think he gets there. And
no, he doesn't.
The defuse is there.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, the thing about this entire setup is Kremp was never intended to be in that position. The bomb's not planted for tunnel at all. But because Gravity gets the kill over towards planters and then forces out a second engagement, Kremp has to just extend the play. And obviously, the gunshots that he puts into Hixie initially were solid. But the fact that he gets a different kill, and then there's that moment where he stutter steps, thinking about, oh no, Hixie's going to chow me here, he guesses incorrectly. And a key first round goes the way of Amit. Although this time, first blood tallied by Beans. Kremp follows up at Boston Academy holding early 4v2 as the bomb is stuck on the second floor here at 10.
Gravity and Caps. Last 2 up. It'll be pretty tough to make something happen here. But if Caps can find maybe one, gives him a chance to work towards the site, and that's the pick he needed. Gravity could look to make maybe some kind of a late flank through A. I think he is usually one of the trophy carriers, so there's still a lot more weight on Cap's shoulder. He's going to just try to hit through mid, make this dead silence play, and he finds Beans. Wow.
And he's still got a lot of speed that he can play with here. Good prediction onto Shawnee. Unreal, and then Gravity off screen finishes the final, isolating his own 1v1. Is it just me, partner, or are you thinking there should be a 2-0 the other way?
Yeah, it very much should be a 2-0 the other way without a doubt. I mean, you can't really, blame Kremp too much for the situation that he's in. It's a bit of a 50-50, but this round, 4v2, I mean, how many, individual gunfights does Capsule just get there on this rotation from one side to the other? He literally gets 3 individual gunfights and wins every single one. That's one you'd love to have back there, and certainly one that's going to sting for Boston Academy, man.
Oh, it stings me, and I'm not even invested into one team or the other. Golly. Another B look, 2nd in a row for Boston Academy. Nade over the top, that should tag. Oh, it does not. Interesting. They still have the ability, Boston do, to flip this back to A if they want to. They've got an exit to get back over towards their spawn, and obviously we have the information that that would be the advised play, considering that Amid are flooding into this B site.
Hixie's position right here, he's got great support through mid. Caps can kind of help him out if he needs to. He's got his mid cross, so he just got to wait for the calls to come through. And, well, you're trapped in here until you make a play. Like, you have to challenge out. You have to get a bomb down. There's no real chance for a rotation unless you just start gunning people and run through mid, and it's like a 1v2, 2v2 situation. So you got to go, and you got to go now.
And Omid, they're trying to kill noise just to create doubt. But the thing about this is, I mean, Capsule's watching the A side. He's like, I'm good. You guys have all the action over on your side. Beans with 2. He may just have to do it all himself. And he is. That's 3 for Beans. Kremp gets the 4th, and Boston sneak away and steal away a round of their own. Boy, would we start to really, I think, sweat a little bit if Boston don't find a way to pull this, and thankful for Beans to get 3 of the 4.
Yeah, man. Beans just bails them out of a situation that you didn't really think was really going to come to life. Just like 25 seconds on the clock. You have to make a plant happen at B. Planting at B, you have to watch over 1,000 different angles. So not easy to do, but when Beans just finds the quick scopes, finds the snipes, it makes it a little bit easier. 6 and 2 now for him. He's going to keep that scope out. Why wouldn't he? Probably one of the best snipers and challengers without a doubt, but the nades, whoa. Dave and Hixie both connect with the Semtexes over the top, and already a 4v2 here in round 4.
I'm curious to see, is Beans the trophy player? No, he's not. So that's just trophy doesn't get down, unfortunately, for Boston. And now Beans, well, let's not rule him out of any situation. He's been in this position before. We've seen him do stupid stuff with this sniper rifle, but not this time. We will have to wait to be graced with the miracle plays that can come out of Beans every now and again. And Omit will now go up 3-1, and it just all starts and ends with the opening set nades for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. Little body shots there. I'm telling him maybe to put the sniper away. He's usually not one to do that.
After the last round, I think he's going to feel pretty good about pulling it out again.
Oh, I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Got 6 kills.
Half of them were with the scope. Math. Oh, Dave. Oh, Dave! Okay. He says, you want to play with sniper rifles. I've got something for you. It's a quick, too. I mean, you could hear it rattling off in the distance, and that's 2 rounds that Boston they're not even allowed to play. Nades kill you in the first, and then sniper rifle on the second. Thanks for the 4-1 advantage.
My goodness. I mean,
yeah.
I'm trying to think of a map where faster rounds have happened. I guess we did play, a little bit of Hackney Yard S&D at the beginning of the year. Like
oh my God, you have to bring that back up.
Like, I'm just trying to think of a map where just, like, these fast rounds happen. Like, Ricardo is just known for it. You're almost, like, guaranteed, it feels like, some kind of a nade kill off the start for one team or the other. But Dave showing us that he can do it with the scope as well. This time he's not going to get a challenge through mid, but it is going to be 4 nades right over the top and 1v4 just like that. And well, I think that was a 13-second round, I think.
That's been like a 30-second 4 rounds in a row. And for what it's worth, just to, like, talk about the confidence, Dave is the second one to peek that sniper rifle angle, by the way. Just by off spawn, like, timing-wise. He does not get there first. And you know Beans, if he's going to be sniping, is watching that angle. That is a lot of trust that he's going to hit the shot, or he's got good nade support, which I think was also there with the car blowing up in front of Beans. I mean, we both love Watch and Search and Destroy. That is the most flabbergasting 3 rounds of search that I've seen in this game yet.
We might get a 4th. We'll see. This time. Oh, there's one. All right, Hixie finds one. So the nade streak continues. Sensor, though, he's able to get himself on the board. Join the agency just yet. Now we'll see exactly what's going to happen from here on out, and well, Kremp able to line up 2 more. So Boston Academy finally get something going off the start. They stop losing numbers at least right away,
Yeah.
so they're able to actually play some S&D here.
Let's bring back the old keys to victory slot and say, all right, search and destroy. Just live for 15 seconds. That's your key to victory if you're if you're Boston. Memes aside, though, we got to see these trophies get down. I think if you're Boston, first and foremost, they have to be down. So we'll watch Gravity come off spawn to see if he can do it for Omit. Will be all 4 members in towards back alley. Trophy gets down. Success number 1. Boston holding back just a touch. Caps is going to realize that Center's playing close after he passed by the window. Loses his teammate Dave in the process, but largely a 3v3 rather, with a 1-for-1 exchange is still fine if you're Omit.
Man, I love when Capsule's playing like this. Just no fear. Challenges being taken, getting you huge kills. And how about it? Patience from Beans. Able to connect. Make sure he does find a little bit of a late trade. Now, this does make things just a tad bit harder here. Omit going to have to figure out what they want to do. It's likely going to have to come down to this A site, but you're going to have to cut through Beans, or you're going to have to either rotate out, and they're going to take the challenge head on.
Dude.
Beans says no problem. Give him maybe another one. He's going to have another chance, but no, he backs all the way up as Gravity will be caught out in the spawn.
I love that play for Boston for what it's worth. Sensor's first blood is unfortunate, but it doesn't really change the defensive setup. That long flank here from Kremp, that came all the way through the B side of the map, if I'm not mistaken, because Beans pulls the scope through mid. So it's really not, like, defensively, you're not looking at the 2 members on the site to win the round. You're looking at trapping the offense in Cantina. And eventually they have to pick Beans, or they have to try to exit through the easy pre-scope of Kremp. So setup-wise, I really like that a lot as far as changing things up and just using your best advantages, which currently is just use Beans and use Kremp, who are really the only ones getting kills until, well, at least the majority of the last 2 rounds. 8-man affair, though, here towards A. Right off the rip. Nades are landing, but it's Capsidal for the first 2. Beans, AR in hand, could do nothing, and again, the keys to victory, just live for the first 15 seconds. The conditions not met, and Omit will win the map.
Oh my god, we zoomed through that one, man. 6-3 victory. Extremely quick. I mean, yeah, those were some of the fastest rounds that I've dealt with. Usually, like, the last couple players, like, they slow it down a little bit. You know, they start to work for info. But when Caps is on the other side, like, he's just running at you, dude. He's sprinting at you, and if you're not ready for him, he's just going to completely gun you and piece you up. 11 kills there for Caps. He's a huge part of a whole bunch of those wins, and well, it looks like we get to continue. I'm curious to see now if this is a totally different look at what Mercado S&D brings as we're now heading into round 4. We'll see.
Got a Rex on 5 in a row, currently wielding the sniper rifle. Fame picks up 1 inside, and he actually wants more than that. Boy, that's a bold challenge. Pander, who's the bomb carrier, does secure and credit the assist to Fame, but it's classic for a 1v2. And he's not going to be able to get it off the ground. Got a Rex. That's his 6th elimination through, what, 4 rounds? He's got streaks to work for.
Yeah, there it is. Man, I always bring up this stat when I see Godrex as a sniper, but a lot of people forget, like, this guy was, like, the best sniper, like, throughout Modern Warfare 2019 when he was on the actual Rocker roster, man. This guy was just piecing up people left and right. So, you usually see Pander, you know, kind of pull it out throughout this year, but maybe they go back and forth. Either way, you mentioned it, the streak. You're going to love having that going forward here. Rocker already down 0-1. Stuns and nades. Will any first bloods come in? Nothing just yet. Got a Rex. Be able to get some information. Nade's going to come right over the top here, but no one's going to go down just yet.
And this is exterior control for Rocker Academy with Godorex playing that far forward. Yeah, you can do things like this where Real and Fame can try to play inside the lower floors because you know you've got good clearance around the outside here. So good awareness from Rocker Academy. Godorex did tally a 7th elimination. How long will the streak go is now the only real question. But in a 3v2, still a chance for Convoy to try to hold their angles, walk away with a couple eliminations, but Godorex is just hitting a little different.
Wow.
8-0 through 5 rounds of action in Rocker Academy. They take the lead right back up 3-2.
This man might be on track for some double digits with 0 deaths. Absurd to say out loud, but it's looking likely, man. He's just looking so comfortable. And this is also one of the games where I've seen Godorex pull out a sub like more often than any other Call of Duty I think he's ever played. he has just been able to swap it up, swap between the two, and he can do it just as well with his Vaznev in hand, just as much as the Scar. 3-2 now. Rocker Academy coming away with a couple rounds in a row, at least from what we've seen. We'll see if they can build off of it. And this might be a round where they want to use the streak here from GodRx.
I'd be okay with that. And yeah, here comes the call for it. Are there any trophies left? You see all the nades being thrown, trying to deny any trophies, life pools. And he does take down Rex. Fame pushing behind that, gets Yee's. Great execution. And again, the small things about everyone throwing the nades right as the cruise missiles getting called in is brilliant to make sure no trophies deny it.
And then a good luck, have fun here. From Wardy.
Yeah.
1v4, GodRx on the cross. Probably going to sprint up, and there it is. Very clean round. And yeah, I mean, it's just the great usage of the streak. And I like the idea of using it here in the middle of the map in a crucial round where you're going to pull ahead by a couple of rounds. You're going to go back over the defense now. You can maybe get a good read on the play that's going to unfold, match them with the aggression. And on top of that, GodRx still hasn't even died yet, Alan.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, it's not
That'll
bad, right?
help his search and destroy KD a touch. 9-0, casual.
All of the cruise doesn't count, right? Was he on 8 before that?
He was on 8 before that, yeah. I mean, he's going to get credit when EasyMac does the stats for getting 9, so we're going to give him 9. How about this?
I like it.
Wardy, quick cut. Trying to contest the A-side windows, but, bit of a blind counter maybe in play here as Wardy has just dominated over the A site. No way, no how. Rocker Academy, we're checking for that aggressive play. That's going to lead to a very quick bomb plant.
Real. Working through the back spot. So he's almost able to find him. Pistol in hand, it looked like there. And now GodRx looking for those double digits. It would be a 2v3. Around the Convoy Gaming. Should be able to lock up. GodRx does hit his double digits without dying, but finally drops. 1v2 now for Real. They got a read on him. He has gotten a pretty difficult position. Either way, a trade likely would have came through. Convoy Gaming will stop the bleeding and finally get around on the board here.
Man, it's one of those things that we talked about kind of with the slaying presence and respawn for some of the younger teams that are out there, still not finding a way to win the objective. I mean, how often do you see a player go 10-0 to start a search, and it's a one-round game? Like,
yeah,
that's a little baffling in certain ways. So Convoy Gaming have essentially nullified the early domination from GodRx, including the streak. And if you find a way to go back-to-back rounds here by getting a defensive win, all of a sudden you kind of wipe the slate straight clean. But this time Real, similar idea as Wardy, but with the assistance of GodRx, he's going to try to block off these front windows, maybe even do the same mantle technique. Hide into the corner, over the top, sees a couple of trophies, and catches Rex. But it's not before Dylan is able to secure a kill of his own. So numbers stay relatively tight. It's a 3v2, still favoring Rocker Academy.
GodRx got mid on lock here, and they're going to know that. So Classic and Wardy going to be forced to try to retake from their side of the map. Real gets a little bit more information, hops up, does the exact same trick, plays his life, and Wardy would have to work through what would be a 1v3. It's an awkward little gunfight, but up close, Sub will be able to take him out. Once again, Rocker Academy able to respond now on map point.
And how do you pull together 3 rounds in a row where this has been an offensively dominated map from pretty much start to finish so far? That's currently the ask for Convoy Gaming. And I don't know, it's one of those things, we've seen a couple of different looks now towards what they want to do over towards this A site. It would be risky to try to pull something off towards B for what we would assume is the first time on their offensive side. We jumped into this match a little bit delayed, so hard to say that with 100% confidence, but where does your most trusted offensive play here? Because this is step 1 of a 3-step process, and they're going to double peek outer. Works out beautifully. Fame drops. Pander thought he maybe had a chance. No way, no how. And how about Wardy? Just taking away the space. GodRx is going to be hard-pressed to make too much happen here unless you saw it too.
Yeah.
Maybe a chance to line things up for a moment. It almost was a 3-man collat, but didn't pull the trigger in the split second and the small pixel window that he had, and Convoy sent us to a 10th round.
Oh, yes. Every single Call of Duty player thought the same thing in that moment right there, man. Not too often you see 3 people crossing right as a sniper rifle's kind of watching in between that little crevice, looking for the shot. Doesn't happen the way it may have in a different universe, but It is still at least good news here for the Convoy Gaming boys, as they're not out just yet. Rocker Academy, you feel like they would have had this one, all locked up, as you said. Connor X was 10-0, but still need to get that final round here. Closing out maps hasn't really been in their favor so far on the day. Will it now? That's a great opening play coming through here right off the bat for Rocker. Real's now in a forward position.
He has to be careful, though, because he's going to be stuck, and it's Yeez with the scope. Okay. They'll find the pick, and look at the defense. They've given up the A site, but they've gained a ton on the backside of this play. Where Wardy can make sure no one exits. He's going to have help from Classic. This retake would have to live off of this flank. And the timing for Wardy to go high from low was absolutely perfect. They never saw Classic, by the way. They don't know that he's here. So a bit of a undercover agent as Classic is now playing through the staircase. Got RX, pistol in hand. Checks the back alley with the scope, and it's at the exact wrong moment. Fame, last one left. Needs to be a 1v3. It only takes down the first. And the retake play from behind gets Convoy Gaming the required defensive win. Let's go to round 11.
Round 11 is a little bit aggressive, I think, from Pander. Just kind of jump channeling out, through the back alley, not really knowing if someone was there or not. And Wardy, he really, in my mind, just sets up that entire retake just with the patience play. Finding the shots, taking out Pander. Got Rex just playing a little peekaboo with the door, just kind of opening and closing and opening and closing it. But we're able to get there for him in the end. And now we'll see who has what going into round 11 here. And how about this? It's the attack once again for Convoy. Last time it was very clean with the opening 2 kills coming through for Yeez. You take a look at the scoreboard, you would not think this is a round 11, but in fact it is. We'll see what they have in store for us as Wardy is lining up for a mid-map push.
Yeah, same play. Yeez is watching over the top of him here. So this is the exact same setup for both teams. This feels very familiar, but this time there's a little bit of extra help. Fame able to make sure Real's trade comes through, and he should be able to get a bit of a regen off. Does not sidestep the stun. Hits steady, trying to keep as much movement as possible, but Classic confirms the kill. Got Rex. Vaznev in hand, caught off guard as Rex gets the elimination. It would be 3 rounds in a row for Convoy Gaming, and they're about and ready to do it. And Pander nearly again has an angle, but it's taken away. Convoy Gaming, they go up 2-0 with a round 11 win here, and Rocker Academy are reeling.
Oh man, I've seen it happen so many times with this Rocker squad where they have like a 4-2 lead, a 4-1 lead on Mercado S&D. And then it just starts to slip away. It goes down to round 11, and they lose the round 11, man. Super tough scenes here for the Rocker Academy boys, who you feel like should have certainly tied this one up. They lost the first map to Convoy. Did not have a great first series with obviously a 3-0, and now another 3-0 potentially in the cards here, Alan, where, as you said in the hard point, it just doesn't feel like things have been clicking as much as they get super close. They're a round away. It's off the back end of like one individual performance that we're kind of seeing out of God RX.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's hard to say for certain, right? Like, we don't have a lot to base off. Like, oh, this is not the Rocker Academy that like we knew, because the season's still so young. But I think just looking at the fact that the 3 of the 4 are here again, playing from last year. A lot of their successes that we had seen from last year came from certain individual circumstantial things, and we're just not quite seeing that all happen. And we're getting instances of it, like in the hard point, for instance. Again, the wrong weapons are challenging the wrong things. It feels like they're trying to, and that in my mind says they're trying to force their setups when they're not having the availability or opportunity to actually do that. So when it comes to being able to recover and adapt to situations that are not going their way, it seems like there's a bit of a shortcoming right now for this Rocker Academy team. But I will say on the opposite side, not to just harp on one team and not speak about the other, how about the resiliency from Convoy Gaming after being reverse swept in their first series in a very tight affair to win, to win the opening hardpoint, and then taking 3 rounds in a row there in the search to secure round 11. Impressive stuff from Convoy Gaming.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, you can see it all going wrong, not really having a lot of answers, losing a lot of numbers. So the fact that they can still bring that one back, huge for those boys there, as they now start to get ready for their next map. It could potentially put it away. We come back to Omit here and in Boston Academy, where it is, of course, 0-2 down here for the Boston boys, but looks like they might have been able to at least grab the very first round coming into what is Hotel. So off to at least a solid start here from the defensive side, but a lot of work needs to be done here as well, Alan.
Yeah, and this has been a tight series for what it's worth. It was a 252-03 in the Hydra hardpoint that we only saw a small glimpse of, where Boston was able to kind of bounce back into the late stages of that game. It was like a 230 to 180 at one point. They got a handful of points to try to keep it close, but not quite able to do that. So it would have to be, like you mentioned, reverse sweep. 5 in a row for Beans. I feel like we're going to be saying a lot of Beans' name on this current roster for a while, just based on how good he's been. He's also great at finessing the timeline, as those who follow know. And this is a very forward defensive setup. I was going to say, it's like, you've got Dave and Caps are like down low, like in no man's land, and they still walk away with all 3 of the opening eliminations. Good stuff here for Amit, who now control all of the map, and they have not dropped a single life yet on this defense.
Oh, Shawnee gets the best of Caps with the AR. Able to turn and burn. And keeps them just outside of the bedroom to keep things alive. But you take a look at the play. It's happening over by A. Sensor is able to get one back, and Kremp's going to find a huge kill through mid. Can he find a second? Just about 6 HP here to the health bar of Capsidal. Can't combine for 2, but Beans will. I don't know how he finds that second, at least looking from that POV after the death cam. The first pick, I think, should be good for Boston, but now they'll have to try to set up and lock in this next push that's about to come through here for Moment.
Yeah, I said they're going to go for this. Yeah, Hixie gets the opener, Gravity behind him, gets a follow-up. Kremp is the last one left, and he's going to try to play his life, wisely so. He actually does catch a great piece of timing on a Gravity with his gun up. Capsidal, a great double, but in the end, Boston will get what they came for. Maybe. Hold the phone a minute. Like, they may go for this again. Dave's in the back side. If he can find a kill, maybe there's a chance to neutralize. The point hasn't been captured as of yet. It doesn't get confirmed. Shawnee trying to keep the play up, but he's the last one left, and he does get the tick just in the nick of time as Amit were right there to surround him and maybe win the round right there.
Yeah, that was a huge moment because you can see them. They're all spawning over by the luggage, a spawn point here right behind B. They would have had no real chance of getting back over to A, but now B certainly might just go over as well. Dave needs to get something done through mid, and Shawnee wins a huge one-on-one. How about that jump shot out of Shawnee? But Gravity working through the back needs to start to pick apart the Boston members. He'll do good for one with the help of Hixie. Should be able to maybe find this second. Shawnee trying to play his life, and Shawnee is still alive somehow.
How has he done this? He's stayed alive through the thick and thin of everything thrown his way. But the problem here for Boston is, as miraculous as some of these plays have been, it's all coming at the cost of lives. 15 playing up against 8 in favor of the defensive Amit. And only 60 seconds now, less than that on the clock. Boston looking to make a long play through shops and mid. Defensively, though, Amit are forward in towards bedroom, and any kill that Amit find is win condition for them. But Kremp will at least stop the clock. Give a little bit of breathing space here for Boston to try to figure out where this setup is and try to deal with it. Kill's not quite coming through as cleanly as you'd like, though. Dave, middle map. Double for him. Gets the reload off. Shawnee finally puts him to rest, and the second tick of progress is on the way. 10v3, but the stack is not going to be imminent, nor will the life be held from Shawnee. And it all rests with just Kremp and Beans to try to find a way to get this done.
Yeah, you would have loved to maybe get that final tick to at least give you 5, but either way, I still feel like, that was it's a very scary round for the back end of Boston there. Shawnee kind of making that heroic play to get on the point and just capture it there with a couple extra seconds was really the deal breaker, because if you start to see, a situation where they're spawning over by luggage and they got to either make their move back over to A with, I think it was like 30, 40 seconds left on the clock, and they're kind of forced to go B in that situation or try to push through, it's not an easy situation to try to navigate from. So really big play from Shawnee, keeping that play alive, getting the extra minute. Now we'll switch sides here, back over to Boston on the defense.
Kremp's going to be freed up to get into Valet. Shawnee will watch over to the top of him. Trades come through, successful for Boston Academy, but the intention for a bit was not necessarily geared towards getting on to B. They're looking to play for mid-map pressure. Caps is in a great position towards Archways. Naturally, I say that he gets taken down off screen, but it does at least allow a bit of a buffer zone between Gravity on the point and the rest of the defense, and that buffer may be enough to convince Boston Academy to sit here and say, chalk it, we'll play a 26v27 with 2:15 on the clock.
Shawnee looking to make some moves here. He does find that first one. Gravity under fire. Oh, the contest is there from Shawnee, but doesn't really have the support, and the kills just do not follow. So now that's going to leave a little bit of a gap open in the back here, and everyone's coming off spawn, so there isn't really any kind of an initial setup. You're really looking at Beans to try to get some information, and Caps is going to shut Beans down. So this is a very scary moment right now for Boston Academy.
Yeah, I don't love that late challenge over towards the A zone. It comes at the cost of all of this freedom for Hixie in the back of the map, and he's turned it into 5 in a row. 20 and 13 for Charlie Hixie. Goodness. With a sub as the entry for his team. Are you kidding me? And now he's got help around him. First tick of progress is in. The second looks almost imminent if they start to stack. Kremp backs down Hixie and also finds another kill. So as much as the kill does not really mean much in terms of getting them off the point, at least it weakens it up for Beans to come through and do just that. And the second tick will not fully be collected, with the lives still stay with a minute 45 in the clock.
Yeah, a big double to at least make sure Hixie doesn't get the streak, but certainly so much work needs to be done. As you just need one more good push, and that push feels like it's unfolding right in this very moment. Another player going to drop. Numbers now here on the attack for Omit, because they just got to try to set up, lock in this time. Second tick, I think, should be in, and it is. Challenge comes out for Caps. Waits to make his move, and does he ever pounce? Finds yet another multi-kill. Big double for him. Beans forced to go big all by himself, feeling the pressure and the wrath from every single member. And that is absolutely the round right there. Beans can't get it done. 2-1 up right now is Omit.
This Omit team's got some playmakers on it. I mean, we talked a lot at the end of the last year about the impact that a player like Hixie has as kind of the IGL and entry man with an SMG, but I mean, we got treated to a number of great capsule moments at the beginning of the Boston year last year, and with his ability to kind of be freed up to just kind of roam a bit around what Hixie's doing has allowed him to pop off for a handful of killing sprees in the short time that we've watched him so far tonight. And then, of course, you know what to expect from an anchor like Gravity and Dave with the ARs in hand behind him. So, great control here from Omit, largely speaking. Not done yet, though, as Boston Academy are quickly on their way into their offensive half. Playing not towards B, but around through desk. That works out well for some clean kills, and with that, a chance to not 2-man, not 3-man, but 4-man stack B. And Omit are probably going to have to chalk this so they can find a kill at range.
Oh, yeah, and Shawnee just beams 2 players right through mid. Dave and Hixie both end up dropping. So they do get a very quick zone, and that's going to be another big kill coming through for Kremp. Gravity looking for kill number 6. Kill number 6 is secured. Along with it, the cruise missile. So one more piece of utility to try to work with pretty late into this round if you want to, or save it for round number 5. Options available, but now the next hit starting to unfold, starting to build here as everyone's looking to make their moves into A.
And if you do get a set of clean kills, the best usage of that cruise would be to control kitchen and try to get up towards bedroom so you can catch them off spawn trying to play through the middle of the map. But a lot of things, a lot of conditions would have to be met for that to happen. And, well, they may have just occurred right here on our screen. Gravity with 2. Leaves Sensor by himself. And now you can kind of start to see Omit looking to take control of the middle of the map. Force Omit to have to hit through those tight corridors that Gravity's watching on 8 straight. And he's done well. I mean, Hixie's forward. I mean, this Boston Academy team is stuck right now without any entryway to even look at this A zone at the moment.
You gotta get through Gravity. It's just set up here like a turret. Look at them. They're just waiting. They're pre-aiming them, and they're still losing the battles 1-on-2. Gravity now 10 in a row. He is just set up back here. They cannot remove him from the position. They're going to try once again. That's 11. Will he get 12? 3 more members all posted up out front. Gravity gets help. That is 4 down yet again for Boston Academy.
That is filthy. In every sense of the word, filthy. Capsule knows he's got Sensor at range, puts him to bed. Oh, my heavens. Omit not able to take a win in their first series, but look good for a 3-0 here as Boston Academy were stuck cleaning dishes inside a kitchen. 20-11 the life count, 18 seconds. The biggest adversary, though, for right now if you're Boston. And there's no way they even get through this setup. There's no way, no how. Dave is the first point of contact. Yeah, and he might be the only point of contact needed. Shawnee finally puts him out of business, but it doesn't make a difference. The reviews are in. And Omit take a Michelin star here at the dining area with a 3-1 and some miraculous cooking done by Tom Gravity, just finessing the heady.
That's just gross, man. What did you get up to? 11, was it? Well,
yeah, it's 11
lost
or 12,
count, man.
yeah.
When you start losing count of a player's streak, I mean, doesn't that just say it all? Like, oh my goodness, man. Gravity, he's just out here taking names and He's just putting them 6 feet under. Holy. Tough game coming through for some of the sub players in the opposite end there, but 3-0, very clean, very good. And now we jump back into Smog and PRS Gaming. Don't see the series score at the top at the moment, but either way, in the control. And it looks like B might just actually go over for this offensive win, and it will.
Looks like 2-0 is the count. Okay. So a chance here, again, for Smog Alpha to go 2-0 in the group. If they can find a way to take this map or any of the following. PRS take the advantage in the map, at least for now. 2-1 the count in this El Asilo control. Other updates as well for you, just to kind of keep you guys up to tabs. Team War Phase 1, they are in a 1-1 map count. Affiliate Esports and Wobobobs NA also in a 1-1 map count. And, dude, how about this? Just saw it across the screen. T-Fel Enterprises 3-0 Ironblood. They 2-0 the day and 6-0 the map count.
Oh, my goodness. 6-0?
Yeah.
That is so crazy, man. I mean, I know I picked them as my sleeper pick, but I didn't think they were going to 6-0 map counts today, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm smart, but I'm not that smart, is what you just said. First tick of progress, though, coming under the way of B. Surprising, to say the least. Thresh just matrixing these shots from Pro Amar, just grappling, mantling, doing whatever he can. This play's still alive here for Smog Alpha. Again, weird to see a full force like this go towards B early, but it may work out for them, especially if they can take Gus out of this power position over towards the top side of Warehouse, and yeah, that works out. So a chance for maybe a stack here. Infinite will stall the clock, work on the second tick of progress, and he's going to freely maybe grab this. There's really no one in a spot to contest this second tick. Kills will come through to stop the third most likely, but this is some decent work being done by Smog on the B site.
Certainly is. Snoopy now trying to get involved. Romar will take him down, but still got to be really happy with how that entire play just played out for you. As a long-range battle comes through here, Rupert able to tag up quite a few players, but doesn't bring home any kills. Let's get Infinite to a good spot, and that's going to be a cruise missile. It is coming down here. See if it does find value. Interesting call, I feel like. It doesn't actually find the kill, but 20 seconds left either way. You got to make a move. You got to try to stop the clock, and Infinite will just try to play his life now all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those moments like, why not wait until someone's on his own to pull them off, especially with the clock being as low as it is. So now you live through the streak. First tick of progress is good here at A. Second possibly on the way, but it's short-handed in numbers. And Smog look a little disjointed as far as what they want to do off spawn here. Do we try to finish the third tick at B? Do we stop the clock at the easier side of A? They finally have made up their mind. It's going to be a desperate play towards B. Snoopy will stop. Play in the backside of boxes. Infinite here to help. Shots? That was out of Lunars. Wall banging. Nearly secures the kill. Finally gets scared of Snoopy, but the point gets secured. And the life extends a touch longer for Smog Alpha, who've got 55 seconds and a 4-life deficit to work against towards A.
Oh, I love the early moves there from Rupert, but it's even better to back all the way up here, knowing that your position has been given away. Tries to regain with Snoopy down low. See if they can maybe start to work for some kind of a play. Break this open in and around the A point. 35 seconds now to work with. They are using a lot of the clock to try to sniff out information, but it's a widespread. It's great positioning right now for PRS Gaming. You got a lot of big gunfights.
Yeah.
Now you got one down low that's going your way. 26 and 18 right now. This is looking great overall, as you got to stop the clock and find all the kills.
Snoopy's got a good read here, though, on Gus, and they've taken care of Siski, but this is a tough position to shake somebody from. Yeah, Gus, Lunars, Pro Amar, all working in concert with one another. That'll work out well. 13 plays, 6 in PRS. Look like they're on cruise control to put this map into the history book, so to speak. Snoopy, one last chance. No, not quite. Smog not going to get through the front doors here either, and PRS Gaming will see the series extend to a fourth map with what looks to be a pretty confident and comfortable control in El Asilo.
Good bounce back here, PRS Gaming boys. I mean, we just saw their series, through the featured match, through our first set of matches, and I mean, they were looking great, especially for the hour reset. Just a couple of key moments, maybe in the final endings of some of those maps, just not really going their way. But this one, at least the start of maybe pulling off a reverse sweep against the team that just did it to their opposing team there in their first set of matches. So we'll see what ends up happening there. Still, obviously, a lot needs to unfold, but either way, at least it's something to build off of.
100%. And with that in mind, you know, the extension towards map 4 will likely have a pretty good chance to see the majority of that fourth map, I would imagine, just with some of the other matches that we've had kind of on stream coming to a conclusion, the Emit one in particular. So, yeah, lots of action still to kind of come through us in this last bit of the second slot. It's been one heck of a day of Challengers Elite, but, I mean, the biggest surprising factors here as we start to get results through, you know, Boston Academy don't win a map in their series at all throughout the day. They go 0-6 in their group in Group B, whereas on the other side, TFL Enterprises don't lose a map. They go 6-0 flawless. So,
right,
you know, a little bit of opposite not expectations fully, but I think we had a little bit more in mind for Boston Academy and not nearly as much in mind for TFL Enterprises in this first day of action.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, like, I know they got a lot of, like, crazy talent. I think Yuli is definitely shaping up to be one of the best challenger players right now in the year off of what we had kind of seen from him individually. So I can't say, like, I'm too surprised, but I still mind blown that it's just a 6-0 fashion. That's for sure. But here we go. Rocker Academy, Convoy Gaming, going head-to-head here once again, coming into the control. And well, at the moment, I believe it's 1-1 in the tally right now for as far as the rounds in the control.
The rounds, yeah.
So we'll see exactly what ends up happening now as Rex is on 3 and he's got a sub in hand.
Yeah, so first to 2 here is what we're looking at. In this would look to be a reset. Keep in mind that on the line, we talked about the surprise of Boston Academy going winless on the day. Not one, but maybe both of our CDL Academy teams could go winless on the day, as Rocker Academy have yet to tally a map in their name. Things looking okay, though, for this defense. B-site was under pressure and still is. Wardy, if you can find this last elimination on the outside by the top tower, maybe. But that's an off angle that you don't normally expect. And Pander utilizes that for a double to make sure no follow-up threat towards B is on the way. And Convoy Gaming will have to lick their wounds and try to set something up to try to stop the clock here at the A zone.
He's going to get a read on the player. Just posted up in the corner. Doesn't look like he wants to try his hand at it. Might want to try to move back over to B. He's got his teammates working through the junkyard, so it's very possible they could just look to stack it, put the pressure on the defenders to try to get here in time. Famous shut down on the flank, and that's going to be the secure. So just one little Hail Mary basically to all jump on the zone, and they're still able to come off pretty cleanly for the most part. Everyone's trying to push through, looking for some more kills coming off spawn with a minute left on the clock.
And that's surprising for a number of ways. First of all, Pander's in a great spot to get information on that, but more so, you had defensive players that were forward on the A side that didn't see anything. So by process of elimination, you should have expected the hit was coming towards B. Decent job here to stop the second tick of progress for Rocker's defense, but 55 seconds on the clock. And still a lot of map to possibly work with here if you're Convoy. Leads the chances to use the main building as kind of their setup point to try to get back onto A again.
Everyone from Rocker just completely set up just about side by side. Everyone can play off trades. You're going to have to take some of these players out of the key positions like the tower before you're even going to see the zone. Double push now coming through the defensive side for Convoy Gaming. A lot of nades and a lot of stuns kind of raining down onto Real, but he's able to keep his life. Just great cover fire. We talked about that tower position. Classic finally does deal with one, but Real, you'll find 2. And that might just have stopped everything here for Convoy on the attack. One final push, one final chance to try to get a touch.
Yep. Dylan does get the elimination. He will be able to stop the clock. Maybe. Chow comes through. And now with only a couple of fractions of seconds remaining, nothing will further occur. So Rocker Academy, again, remember, this is a reset that we're jumping into at a 1-1 tally. So it's 2-1 now in the round count in this control in favor of Rocker. One offense away from getting their first map win of the day, which still doesn't taste right coming out of my mouth.
Doesn't sound right either, Alan.
Good. Glad it was as disgusting to hear as it was to say.
Certainly need to get something here to maybe give them just a little bit of oomph going into day number 2, you know? This is just not the traditional Rocker Academy I think that we're used to seeing, but hey, still a chance to make something happen in this second set. See if Convoy can try to close things out, or if they can be just as clean here now on their defensive side. Pander looking for something through the middle of the map. It is 4 in a row now for him, so working for streaks on something like this map, El Asilo, it can be game-changing.
Oh, absolutely, it could be. Rocker kind of biding their time, though, right now. Playing into the interior. Maybe trying to get a scout to see, do we have the opportunity of breaking through and pushing onto B early? If Real finds Classic, surely, but no, he gets shut down. And now the defense, look how quick they are to adjust, saying, oh, they're playing through the top side of the map. Let's make our way back over. Pander, not quite able to stay alive long enough to get the first tick of progress. This is a punishing approach for Rocker. All that patience at the very beginning has come at the cost of so much clock. It's at 51 seconds, as it will be stalled out with a little bit of help from GodRx holding onto the A zone for now.
Yeah, and it all kind of starts with Real kind of, going fishing for a couple extra kills exits off of A. But it does now allow Rocker to get presence on both zones. It is going to drop 3 members over to B, and that should set up a potential capture, at least on this A zone. There's still a chance to try to send numbers in if you want to. Classic, I think, wants to give it a look. We'll see if we can try to deal with GodRx. But cover fire up top there. I believe that's from Panda, and it is. Will be good.
Man.
That will be the zone. Minute 50 now for Rocker as they flip-flop back and forth through the map.
Yeah, a bit of a hole there, I'd say, though, for Convoy. I think they were kind of relying on these 2 members to kind of spawn trap Rocker, but the problem with spawn trapping is you have to get kills to get spawn traps in play, and there were no kills in front of it. Now, all of a sudden, I think Rocker will be aware of what's happening, as both Rex and Wardy tally for a team shot, kill over to the backside, and Pander says, if you want to play in my spawn, I'll play in yours. 4 in a row for Casey. He's splitting the spawns of Convoy Gaming. You can see the arrows of number 4 and number 1 just kind of continuing to turn around. Classic, just underneath the model of Pander's weapon, will get the benefit of breaking intentional line of sight. And with only a tick gone on the B zone, and live starting to kind of falter, Rocker's chances of 3-1ing this control start to slip a little bit further away, unless they can find a couple of kills here on the regen of the building.
And Rex is 15-7 right now. He's been a huge reason why Convoy Gamer are even still in this. Looking for a little bit more out of the subs, and Yeez is finally there to step up. Huge double up. We'll be able to now press forward with the dead silence and see if he can maybe start to pick apart some of the respawners. Hello from above. We'll find 3 in that life, so much better look there for Yeez. Classic will be trying to play his life now over by the B zone, but you got great defensive setup. Just need to see if you can try to hold on here. Just about 30 seconds now left. Just a matter of finding the kills.
Yep. And they're just not coming fast enough. They are coming, but it's not rapid enough, you would think, to get numbers on towards B to immediately threaten this zone. Good isolation onto Fame. Classic eventually traded, but again, it's at range. Real would have to really do something incredible here. Rex playing out the off corner. Real's going to get on, diving forward. Long-range shots onto Rex, who will back away from the gunfight. A little bit of space here for Rocker with a couple of kills. It's contested, though. Second tick of progress not locked in yet. Convoy, they're missing out on numbers. 3-man stack in play. Yeez will drop it just down to Classic, and he can't get on the touch. And Rocker follow Real into the thick of it to get this stack. And they'll take a 3-1 in the map after the reset.
Oh, man, that's tough. Wardy kind of just jumps off the top ropes, hoping to find the player on the zone to at least force someone else from Rocker to then maybe touch and have to kind of pick up where that player left off. But it just doesn't happen. The kills just all come through, and that is good enough for the dub here. And Rocker do get a map. They get a map here, Alan. So, I mean, that's good news for them. As, once again, it's another reverse sweep in the cards that would have to be pulled off for the win, but they will not go winless, at least here in day 1.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of good news for that, but again, you're not going to feel great about going 0-2 in the day if you don't find a way to reverse sweep here, regardless of what your map count was. So, still a lot of work to be done. The rest of that series will include a back-to-back portion of Fortress Hardpoint and Fortress Search and Destroy. We've seen no Fortress today, you and I. And we haven't seen any Hydra outside of a brief look at the Boston series, so we've got nothing but El Asilo, Hotel, and Embassy pretty much the entirety of the day today. Strange to say. And Mercado. Okay, so we've gotten some of the maps.
But,
Mercado. Yeah, weird to not see any Fortress, though, as we head on over to map 4 in progress between Smog Alpha and PRS Gaming. Smog Alpha trying to threaten a chance to be maybe on the top of their group with a 2-0 count in their group standings if they find a way to beat PRS, who on the opposite hand are trying to avoid being 0-2 on the day and are currently enjoying about a 20-point lead here as we finish up the admin building.
PRS Gaming in position to start to set up for what could be a nice little rotation anew. See if the kills come through. There it is. See, looking for the second. Won't happen. but Rupert able to get involved. And, well, this is where we see the subs just start to all come out. And, well, Rupert, unfortunately, takes out a teammate, but is able to make up for it. Finds the kill. Gus now slowly working this. We saw some great performances from him on this map a little bit earlier in the day. Only able to come away with one. That's a nice double coming on through. It's trades back and forth. But overall, PRS able to get some numbers in and around the point.
Rupert next one up. Only able to take down one. 30 seconds to fight for here. Smog still have a chance to set something up and still come away with some of the time in this back 30. And the first kills are decent. Oh, watch out, though. Big flank around the back side of this. But Gus can only get the first two. Snoopy, good prediction, but does not expect Siski to go prone. And PRS, they will lock the majority of the time and all of this back 15 seconds. Growing their lead in the first rotation to some pretty significant margins. Recovery needs to come through, and hopefully sooner rather than later if you're Smog Alpha as we get to the second set of hills.
Thresh, nice pick up there on the scrap. Starting to make some early moves and get them set up for P1. Long-range gunfight with the Vaznev there onto Rupert. Takes a second challenge to Thresh, who also has an AR. And Walt Thresh will be able to get the best of him, but nades over the top, make sure things do trade evenly. Siski now, next one up. Trying to play his life in and around the point. It's another one of those good luck. Just try to predict the best you possibly can unless you got great cover fire and great setup. It hasn't been there, at least so far, but it's still PRS Gaming in the driver's seat, up by a bit. Smog Alpha now have a chance maybe to get some P1 time.
This isn't time to scoff at, though, if you're PRS Gaming. I mean, this is free on this first hill right now for Rupert. PRS are, I mean, they're making the clinical, methodical play. They're trying to wrap back through Vans to get back over and control P2 before recontesting, but that was a good 30 seconds plus for Smog Alpha on the first hard point. And now that they've kind of gone back and recovered, it could pay out for the setup. But Smog Alpha have brought this game right back into their grips to potentially keep it tight just with the time they earned on an unexpected hard point. Snoopy from the side door. It would be a solo play from him from here. Trying to deny any players behind doorways. Not going to be able to find any lucrative kills from behind those doors. Lunars stopping everything from coming over through the van side, and that looks like PRS Gaming setup will be successful in their initial hold attempts.
Infinite. He's really in the key spot. Well, they know he's around, but his teammates starting to win some battles through the front. Infinite now looking to try to join with his squad mates. Gus in the back, but oh, what a shot! Infinite over the top, finds the head, takes out Gus. And that is going to be the break for what should be scrap time. Almost a dicey gunfight there. Siski able to get in there and make sure it does actually go over to PRS Gaming. And now it's a fight for new. Clean shots for Rupert on the first. Won't be able to read the second down low as it's still a 50-50 battle here for new.
And Gus on the ladder actually is in a really good spot to assist. Yeah, this is Lunars who was stuck in a corner, and they both combine for individual kills on the remaining Smog Alpha members. PRS Gaming will turn a near full 60 on the second hill into some significant early time here at top server. Snoopy's on the hunt for Siski, who eventually gets found by Thresh. But how do you try to set up this break? And more importantly, will Smog Alpha realize that they're currently blocking the spawns? Because you could still provide some assistance here from Siski afar. But it's a little bit too delayed and too labored, I would say, generally speaking, as Smog Alpha will get their break. Siski trying to force the break individually, but gets shut down. And Smog Alpha, a key moment here as they are able to lock in the majority of this scrap time.
Oh, nice little bait and switch. It's great teamwork coming through to at least get themselves in. If some of that hill time goes neutral, hey, that's fine. Now you can just focus on the new rotation, but you have to be clean. You have to be solid. This is where you have to really start to accumulate some time. If you're Smog Alpha, 1-for-1 trades here. So far, Infinite set up in the point. Teammates now with them. One does get through. Oh my goodness. Pro Amar able to actually get through with one. Wow. Teammate gets the second. And all of a sudden, the setup completely broken open.
And I will say, just for reference sake, kind of comparing PRS and we saw them in their first slot to what they're doing here now, their focus around the objective has been much cleaner. Good trades coming back and forth. Pro Amar nearly gets the lineup. Last player left is Gus. First one comes through. Pistol. Tags. Ooh. Oh, boy, Gus. Bold, brazen. It works out for him. The rebreak comes out for PRS. Now over 200 points. And with still 25 seconds to fight for, that may be the play that puts this over the finish line to get to a map 5.
Yeah, that's a hell of a moment. 25 and 15. Gus with a minute 22. Gonna soak up all of that scrap time. Feel very happy about it. This PRS Gaming now can just about feel and taste that map number 5. One more good break, and they could get it done. Thresh gonna get information on the first, but the push comes through. He is able to at least find an effective trade. Gus gets the second. Now a lot of pressure on Snoopy and Infinite to try to hold the line.
They've done well to get the first 3. How about it? Okay. Still alive, though, is Siski. No, he wants the chow. Ill-advised, I'd say, generally speaking, but it won't come at too much of a deterrence to the current score. A chance for Smog Alpha to claw their way back in. And who knows? Maybe, if they can find a way to win this back 30 and do what they did last time on the open courtyard in mid-alley, maybe a chance, but the pinch comes out. And overwhelming in nature are PRS. Thresh neutralizes, but has 2 more to deal with. And was not able to delay long enough for Rupert to get into the mix. 240, 156. Will be a chance to continue to extend this map if you're Smog Alpha, but it feels like a pretty foregone conclusion at this moment with only PRS needing to get 10 points.
That's right. Just be scrap time at any point in time in the last couple of hills. One good break, whatever it might be. You got to play perfect. You got to keep them off the hill continuously. Siski, I think, might take a route all the way around the back. I like this. And meanwhile, they're going to put some pressure on the point to try to figure out where they are. Smog Alpha, they got to go check the point. Got to clear them off of it. Gus is up top. And, well, you're just seeing how difficult it is. Gus knows one more is down low. He might finish him off. Certainly makes him extremely weak for it. Now, those couple extra seconds should be good. Pro MR will be able to play his life long enough, and the extra couple seconds are in. PRS Gaming, they're not out just yet. They're going to see a map number 5 and keep this reverse sweep alive.
Great performance from Gus, not just throughout the entirety of the map, but in particular right here at the end. I mean, you kind of called it the re-wrap around the back to kind of make sure that the spawns stay over towards the back of Cafe, while Gus just makes sure that nobody actually touches for the side of Smog Alpha. And yeah, it's just one of those things that you only need 10 points, so why not try to put it away on the first hill by just essentially controlling both opposite lanes. Into map 4, though, between Rocker Academy and Convoy Gaming. An early start here for Convoy Gaming, but a marginal one at that as we open up the Blacksmith hardpoint, and it's Rocker Academy winning in the kill feed and also controlling a lot of the map around that very cornered uphill, leading to some more time and, more importantly, a chance to keep it at worst neutral.
Well, there's only one thing better than one reverse sweep going to map 5. It's 2 reverse sweeps going to map 5, so we'll see if Rocker Academy can get there. Challenges now coming through for P5, trying to get the back 20 seconds here. Convoy Gaming did have some presence, but Rocker going to do a really solid job clearing out just about every other member. One more gunfight down low. Name says no problem. Still a lot of trades going back and forth. Until GodRX finds that. Scrap time will now swing the way of Rocker Academy as they'll grab themselves just a brief lead now going into the resets.
Yeah, good stuff, I would say, for Rocker throughout this hard point. Again, just kind of keeping it mixed in the middle of the map, giving them a chance to, like we mentioned, either get on the hill or keep it neutral at worst. Problem is, off the bounce back, Convoy Gaming kind of resupplant the top high ground around Boat, and even here into the archways. And that leads to a free entry onto the first hard point where Yeez is currently soaking up some early time. Rocker Academy with a convincing kill feed, but Classic just to watch over, kind of doing the exact same thing that Rocker did. Is either if I'm not in it, you're not in it either. But needs some help as the spawns will start to kind of get a little bit chaotic here as the full flip is not quite secured yet for Rocker, and Convoy have done well to use the situation to their best to regain and recover the hard point to their name.
Oh, look at those spawns. All 3 of them end up spawning P3 here, and Yeez can maybe put some more away.
Yikes.
Oh, 2 more kills. Rocker going to keep spawning here now, and that's really going to slow them down. All of this scrap time going over. Convoy Gaming going to get just a tad bit of a cushion. Now going into P2, Yeez does a really good job of just trying to buy a lot of time, put out as much damage as possible in that life, and now it's up to Rex alongside Classic here. Start to set up a little bit of a line of defense right through the front to see if they can shut down Rocker's next push.
Oh, love that little bump from Rex. Control one of the double doorways, force them to go the opposite direction. Now you're going to get a pinch from Morty, possibly. Yeah, he's watching the cross with attack just a little off screen, so this push from Rocker is going to be very predictable, and that's what happens when you get predictable against Convoy Gaming. Oh, clean stuff from Rex. 5 in a row. Never leaving the hard point ever. Trophy to keep him safe. Regen out, goes prone, sees the shadow, forces the gunfight. Oh, a little messy, but he'll still be able to survive as he watches his team continue to grow their cushion up to 180. Go Convoy Gaming.
Yeah, just one off of hitting this cruise missile. He's been, I think, like single-digit HP. It feels like 4 or 5 times through that life. Scrap time again, over to Convoy Gaming, and well, we always talk about it. Fortress, P3, this is where you have to convert, especially if you're Rocker and you're down here, first gunfight. Extremely important there for Real. Panda responsible for watching the cross and trying to play exits off of the old point. And while all this happens, GodRX was up top, or rather down low, seeing if he can try to find some of these members lingering off spawn.
Big moment here for Rocker. Have to have it. Oh, and that's not good news. A couple of split spawn situations come out, and now you've got number 7 of Wardy, who's going to block and possibly even anchor for his own team. Big kill, though, from Fame. And a little bit of assistance from Panda. Does that reflip things back to Rocker with these kills? Surely it does. Oh, boy. There were some very desperate 1v1s that just occurred on screen for Rocker Academy, and they're going to use that to re-lock in this hard point. Boy, did Convoy almost do enough to get the flip. But Rocker recover, and with that, also their chances at seeing him at 5 have just increased exponentially.
Yeah, what a bail out there from Panda. He doesn't find that double up and that trade comes through. Convoy likely get the spawn, so what a play from him. And if they do get that back 30, this game's out of reach. For Rocker Academy, still a chance, only down by about 14 seconds. A chance now to try to make this comeback happen, try to get us to a map number 5. Convoy Gaming, they will hit that 200-point mark, but what a win from Real. Finds the second up top, and now Rocker Academy, they can ignite the push.
Oh, it's all gas. It's all gas, no brakes right here for Rocker. Dead silence pop from Real. The kills come through right as he makes the push, so that will also flip the spawns around. What a quick break that is from Rocker. Real trying to regain control of the forward portions of this second floor, but is met by 2 Convoy Gaming members. Fame predicts the incorrect doorway, but the pickup from Rocker, once again, great. GodRX just kind of dancing around with Yeez off screen, but as he makes the play known, Rocker shut him down. And how about it here, Visions? We've got a 201-207 game with no signs of Rocker getting pushed out of the hard point as of yet.
No sign and a lead change. Looks like Scrap should be good. One more push, I think, will come down low. But overall, Rocker, they're right back in it. Just a couple extra seconds doesn't really mean a whole lot. It's more or less about who gets the correct positioning for New, and Panda is really the thorn in their side. They got to deal with Panda before they can deal with the point, so he's able to at least draw a couple members back. Just kind of slow things down just a tad bit here for Convoy Gaming on their initial setup. There's still a chance to be able to get a whole bunch of time here off of P5, but overall, it's all Convoy Gaming. They got the positioning, but Fame answers back. He'll find 3 in a row as he's heating up looking for 4, but Wardy shuts him down.
Yeah, a little play, trying to pick up the Vaznep, just kind of got him caught between rifles for a moment. Real off the pinch, trying to create space, denied by Rex. 220, 208, Convoy with numbers, but outside of the hill for now. Pander trying to lock things up, looking for every nail, any board, any plank he can get off that box to stay alive. Fame still in the mix. Wardy on the corner, shuts him down. 235 to 208. Fame off the reload, still holds the line. And Convoy are going to chalk and rotate, but Real undercover tries to find a way to get around the back, but is denied, and Convoy can step foot into the hard point.
Convoy Gaming, they have to chalk the time, rotate to New, and they can keep Rocker Academy in the blender. This is all about now just playing perfect through the middle of the map and do not let anyone get through, but player 2, GodRX.
Oh, no.
He just got the perfect spawn, and it's red in the back. What a read coming through from Rex, but it's not enough, maybe. We'll see if Rocker can get on the time. It's Rex for 2 more. How has he done this? Spawns now right through mid for Rocker. Things will flip around, but it's still only 7 seconds for the win.
And Rocker, they need to be dedicated to this play. They're looking to play for New. They're not necessarily looking to win the game off old. They still can, though. And the surround comes out. It's just down to, can you stay alive if you're Real? Help from Pander. Rocker looking to send it to a bat 5. And boy, will they. What a bounce back from Rocker. Heroic, I would say, mostly around Fountain. A game that looked like it was just about to be out of reach. A couple of the key gunfights come through. They stabilize the spawns, and with that, the hill. And wouldn't you know it, that was their best comeback condition as they put the map away.
Wow. Oh, man. You go back to that P3 hill, and man, oh, man, you got to get Casey dinner. You got to get Pander something, man. I'm still so convinced if he does not find that double kill, like Convoy Gaming, they are spawning there out the back end of a trade, you know, potentially coming through there, flooding their resources into the hill, and then, you know, hitting way over 200 points. But Rocker getting a full 60 there, keeping it within 14 seconds, then going into the next hill. That was the difference maker. That was everything. Pander makes sure he gets that job done, and that's why we're going to a map number 5 right now. Unbelievable stuff there from the Rocker boys.
Wow. I mean, this is just going to be too much fun. We get paid to do this? Are you kidding me? I'll do this for free. Turn that mic off real quick now.
I'm just like, well, okay.
Activision says, "Hey, wait a second." No, this is nuts, man. I mean, what a opening day of the Elite season for 2023.
Oh yeah.
Is now, like you had also framed up, it's not one but two reverse sweeps that we're kind of swapping back and forth between on the line. Rocker Academy get the job done very convincingly in the control. The same can be said about LSCLO for PRS Gaming, and now a chance to see both matches actually are going to be on Fortress for the Search and Destroy Map 5. So we'll get a really keen look at all four of these teams as they look to finish off their final series of the evening. And it's weird to put a lot of weight on these Map 5s, but it is crucially important for teams like Rocker Academy and PRS that don't have a win yet in the standings. And as we swap over to Map 5 in progress, PRS Gaming has just won the first round, and Gus found 3 of the 4. Was he sniping then? Hard to say, but he's sniping now. Let's see if he's got something up his sleeve for us.
ProMR, good for that first blood. Takes out Thresh, but Rupert able to answer back, gets the trade. Snoopy also able to get involved here. Should be picked up momentarily, potentially. Luner's still under threat, but what a read. And, well, a little bit aggressive, I feel like, here from Smog Alpha. Able to build themselves somewhat of a number advantage, and now Rupert forced to try to clutch up in the 1v2.
Tough situation to be sure, but has time to play with and a little bit of space. But the problem is he's trophy carrier for this team and not any dead silence that could be used to help him move around. So he's looking for maybe a chance just to play off of the information once PRS decide on where they want to plant. And I'll tell you one thing. These guys are flirting with the window jump. He's seen the first move. But Lunars hasn't joined. Oh, boy. How do you predict this? Lunars up top. Rupert has been scouted. But he wins the gunfight. Bomb is planted, though. And you would assume it is planted for Lunars on this deep angle. Hello? Hello? And he gets up top.
Oh, my.
What a call. What a call!
What a play from Rupert, man! Oh my goodness! Just a little couple chin-ups over the top of the truck. Peekaboo, hey, he's still in the window, and then takes the high ground. And there's just that little piece of concrete that just is right in his way. And my goodness, he takes the gunfight for an incredible 1v2. Doesn't need dead silence, Allen. Just needs the gunny and a little bit of movement.
Wow. That is unbelievably tense. Holy. All right. Rupert for 3 to respond to Gus to win the round. And how about this? Smog Alpha getting aggressive through the first hard point here on the cross. A bold call, but it's going to work out. Siski drops Snoopy, breaks through the doors, nearly gets the better of a couple of different PRS members, but it's Thresh who follows behind this aggressive play through mid. It's going to lead to control of A plus a free plant with numbers. What more could you want?
Well, Rupert will take a streak if he can get it. Should be very happy with that. Tuner's able to find himself one. Oh, almost able to get the scope up quick enough there for the second. I think that was Rupert there that got that final kill. So might be a streak in play. Smog Alpha looking on point right now. And as you said it there, confirmation is in. Streak is in play.
Okay. A key tool here, for sure. Just due to how this map is functioning, and there's availability to use it on either side of the bomb as well. So we'll see what the call will look like for Smog. Do you want to try to pull something out early, grow an early lead, or do you want this as a get out of jail free card? We'll find out. Suzuki with the bomb. PRS. Heavy towards A, just right off the rip. Staircase to the gallows. Rupert, damage already. Oh, but tries to cook up a nade, and Siski just catches him a little bit off guard. But Infinite has not been seen in any of this, so his little sneaky beaver position may work out. You would have to essentially get at least one. 2 would be, I think, more what you're looking for in that position. But Snoopy trying to assist. Tough gunfight. Doesn't work out. Nade will come out. That should secure a kill, but no. Sliding away, and now Infinite stuck between a rock and a hard place. And none of this has worked out at all for Smog Alpha, who will see the round go flawlessly over to PRS Gaming.
Yeah, very clean, very nice. Just making sure Snoopy doesn't do anything from that top position is key. Also, bobbing and weaving through a couple of nades in the back where I feel like Infinite, in his mind, he's like, oh, that kill's locked up. I don't need to play the exit at the corner, but somehow the player able to play his life, and Infinite gets caught on the cross back in. So overall, very back and forth here between the two squads that have just been relentless through this best of 5, 2-2 the tally. Back over to the attack right now, though. Smog Alpha, see if they decide to bring some more aggression. Work through mid. They've been certainly utilizing this mid lane quite a bit in a lot of their opening rounds.
This time a little bit more patient, and you can feel like Suzuki is going to be a little bit antsy about this spot. Doesn't have a ton of oversight either. This is just him kind of hoping he predicts the correct angle. And as his teammates don't really find too much, look at this. PRS are going to full retreat out of the way. I assume that's because of the cruise missile being called in. And Smog Alpha will use that as a chance to get onto A for free with the plant. We go 4v4, clock reduced to 45 seconds.
I'm now down, watching for a late flank to come through for Snoopy. As soon as things start to unfold, it's all 4 players, so Snoopy could find so much value here. There's the first chow. Siski good for the first one onto Infinite. This play, though, through the back, starting to come through. Thresh able to find one. There's Snoopy. He waited patiently, and Snoopy! He'll line up 3 of them.
The timing is just so picture perfect for Snoopy. You can almost, like, feel him a little bit more rabid than the cartoon character emulation. Just frothing at the mouth, saying, all right, I got this timing blocked in. Unbelievable timing coming through. Great play set up with the cruise missile in the first place. And so 3-2. And in the back of our minds, we have to kind of keep a note on, is a 1-round advantage worth the cruise missile? We'll come to find out. PRS. Off their next attack. Snoopy having a little bit of trouble with the doors. Won't have any entryway in towards Art. Whether he actually wanted to get in there or not is a different story. But Rupert, what has happened there?
A little bit questionable. I'm not sure what happened. Looters now find Snoopy. Infinite, what a double up. That very well keeps the round alive. 2 versus 2. Might get a read onto one in the back here with a shoulder check, and yeah, he will. Semtex comes out, just about hits him, but won't be able to find the tag. Not sure how Gus is able to maneuver through that. Might have fell short, but either way, 2v2, and now you're trapped in the back right now if you're PRS.
Well, there's these little pallets, like a stack of pallets back there that you can, like, hide behind. Like, I think it just hits the top of the pallets, and Gus just, like, stays away from it. Not gonna live for long. Yeah, those logs. It's not really fully pallets. Why those are back there, no one will ever know. It's Promar does at least collect the bomb. Thresh, unfortunately for the timing, will catch him and just touch off guard. Pardon me. And Smog Alpha will now grow their lead to 2. A little bit of daylight starting to creep into this map 5.
Yeah, it was a 2v4 as well. Like Infinite finding that 2-piece at the top of ammo,
point, yeah.
just absolutely just ridiculous. It's quick reaction, nice snap, and able to then find information onto the third, which eventually Thresh then works for the back 2. So around that PRS Gaming, I'm sure love to have, but they just kind of get caught in the back once they lose members through mid. 4-2 the tally. Of course, we have another reverse sweep currently happening right now. Rocker Academy would be in favor of that one. They are down by a round. That one also taking place on Fortress, and jumping to that one once this one is done.
Yeah. I had a fair on both of these, though. Snoopy slinking his way up towards top window. Doesn't see anyone in the predicted corner. That's enough freedom for the bomb to make a little bit more of an aggressive step on towards A. And Snoopy's avoided nades, by the way, coming into either of the windows. He's had stuns and Semtexes all around him, but the pistol from Proamar upgrades it to a Vaznev on 1 HP as the kill comes out onto Snoopy. 3v2 situation. Possible flank from Proamar on the way. He's going to use it to great avail. Finds the first, but not quite able to get the second. Immediately hops. Thresh would have to make this read and make it quickly. On the way. Little jump peek. Finds the kill, but no. Off the corner of the gallows. Gus shuts him down from any escape. And we go back to within 1.
Oh, you talk about a much-needed round. This time, PRS Gaming not going to lose that on the number advantage. They're able to clutch up, and you can see the prediction, I think, coming through right away onto the second. Maybe he thought he got some kind of a glimpse of him, but Gus here almost gets awful timing. But either way, turns, snaps, finds the kill, gets the defuse, and more importantly, just make sure that PRS Gaming are still very much in this search and destroy, only now down by 1.
Oh, buddy. A little woulda, coulda, shoulda right then. And we love when search and destroys are dictated by the old COD gods. Another interesting look coming out of Smog Alpha. They really like to value this left side of the map, and why not when they're finding as much success as they do? I mean, it's not just me. This is strange, and the fact that it's finding this much efficiency is just like making me second guess my entire life.
I mean, it's just an incredible read with, I think it was, 3
For
nades that
real?
came over the top there to the right. And then now it's once again the same spot basically that we just saw the last offense where they had a 4v2. Both ARs, I think, were up, and they're both kind of caught in a situation where they just don't really have a whole lot of options. Both trophy players, I believe. Lunar is certainly one of them. Has to get this bomb. Has to check all these closed little corners, and, well, we'll be able to move up, and they'll find a kill on the Rooper, so they at least make it manageable. But 30 seconds, 2 ARs, you got to make a move.
Yeah, tough scenes here. No reason for Smog Alpha to second guess their setup either. Especially with how much noise is going to be made. Although they catch Snoopy bottom art. Oh, surely not. Again, another 4v2 gone wrong. Gus with dead silence. Tracks back
risky.
over towards mid. Thresh holding in the corner by Blacksmith. Lunars has to try to play for the plant. Has to hold it. Has to stick it. Infinite checking. Gets rewarded with the easy elimination. And Smog Alpha moved to 5.
It's risky, right? It's a situation where, I love the idea of the risk. It was a 2v4 anyway, but, as soon as you kind of leave this player, Lunars to get the bomb down and hoping that he can get it down safely, it's just almost a little too much at that point in time. If Infinite just decides to check it, it's an easy win. Make sure they secure it, even if Gus finds the player that's through mid. So, Smog Alpha 5-3 up. PRS Gaming, they were able to combine for a couple maps in a row. First, the team that a lot of people did not expect to have this good of a performance. And they just need one more round to go 2-0 on the day.
An eerie silence comes across Fortress after Smog had kind of taken the mantle of playing aggressive in the first 30 seconds of each round. Not necessarily the case here. It's almost have to say, hey, can we sniff out a possible counter for this mid play that we've been running? PRS Gaming are happy with their setup, and why not? You've got Promar watching the easy cross from both the top and bottom side in front of Statue. You got Lunars watching B on the cross as well. And on top of that, a double stack over towards A. This is about as picture perfect as you draw up on a whiteboard anywhere when it comes to a defensive setup on A.
Well, they've certainly milked a lot of the clock. They're going to try to get through, but they got to get through Lunars, and it's got to be clean. At least a 1-for-1. Lunars should have gotten information onto Infinite. As Rooper is able to find one. So if Lunars can just play for the player that's going to have to plant the bomb, you certainly have a chance, but you have to decide where you're going to go. Do they want to go to B? Do they want to go to A? You can see it very miscoordinated on what they want to do, but they're able to still find the kill of the final seconds, and Lunars even drops a flawless round in a round that was looking so confusing, and that's the one that gets it done. PRS Gaming puzzled, bamboozled, as Smog Alpha take it 6-3 and go 2-0 on the day.
It almost felt like PRS were sitting here saying, oh, they're for sure coming B. And Lunars is in a great spot. Playing up top on that second platform, kind of right outside the double doors through the first hard point to watch everything. Oof. Put a pin in that. We'll talk about it later because we got more Game 5 reverse sweep situations on our hands here, friends. Rocker Academy down 4-3 in this search. And Convoy Gaming are going to give up any kind of early contest towards A for maybe just delayed set nades. I mean, they haven't thrown anything yet, really, for the most part.
Really holding on to this utility. Got her X. Will be able to play his life back all the way up. Nate, I think, does tag out one. Rocker do get the bomb down. Classic's also able to play his life, but Yeez has now just found Fame. Pander gets the trade. 3v3 now on the retake for Convoy.
Can anyone try to hop this? That's probably the question right here. No, not happening. Pander says, not under my watch. Yeah, clean stuff from Rocker Academy, and a bit too timid, I would say, for Convoy, reflecting back on that round, kind of not even contesting the A plant whatsoever, looking to play retake. And they got on the site, but I mean, Rocker does well to kind of get the bomb down and then get off the site, force them to have to come through, multiple lines. Really well adjusted, I would say, for Rocker on that setup.
Without a doubt. Once you get that bomb down, I mean, it's just so hard to win those battles in the back two unless you have someone flanking, someone hitting from top fortress. Not easy by any means, but 4-4 the tally. Back and forth between these two squads as well. Gun check right through the site here from Pander just to get information on the initial hit. That will slow down the bomb carrier Rex. Just going to stay now at the back, and this nade from Classic will at least force Pander to reposition, but Pander's still able to play his life, and he finds the kill. Rex has lost everyone. A 1v4 is required, and it's a flawless round for Rocker as they find 2 rounds in a row, and they are now 1 round away from pulling off this reverse sweep.
And just to add insult to injury, not only would this be a reverse sweep in favor of Rocker, this would be 2 reverse sweeps against Convoy Gaming. Yeesh. I feel like everyone just felt like a 5.2 earthquake on the Richter scale when I said that, and that would be shaky at best. And this time, it's Real and Pander, as you mentioned, kind of taking the mantle. Godarek still putting in a lot of work, but he's got help this time. Real on 4. Stuns over towards the middle. I don't know if that stun was as intended. I think he was trying to thread it through those little second floor archways, not necessarily bounce it off, but Fame gets information off the Semtex. Thought he was in the correct corner, but not to be. And the damage will not result in a first blood as Classic gets an opener, but Yeez, unfortunately, team nade problems starting to come to their behest, and numbers will stay with Rocker with the trade.
Oh, that might just blag them. 2v3 now. Convoy Gaming. Gotta clutch up. Gotta ice up here to send it to around 11. Old Pander sees him!
Boy.
Morty's down! Yeez, last one left alive. He falls as well. Rocker Academy, they start off slow, but they get there in the end. Reverse sweep, 6-4 victory. Another banger in the books.
Oh, great heavens, my friend. Wow. At a point, we were looking at this Rocker team like it was almost not a guarantee, but it looked like a likelihood that they were going to finish 0-6 in map count. But a reverse sweep for Rocker Academy. Smog Alpha, on the other hand, they stopped the reverse sweep from PRS Gaming, and the third and final narrative point about those 2 matches, Convoy Gaming get reverse swept twice. What is happening?
I wish I had an answer, Alan. I don't. Convoy Gaming not clutching up. I mean, that's just going to hurt. Like 2 series where you just needed 1 more map to win, 2-0 up. You're feeling good. You got to be in a comfortable position. Well, maybe a little bit too comfortable as it seems as we get to the end of it. But, I mean, that's going to obviously feel absolutely terrible for those Convoy boys, especially after a lot of the recent success they've seen with some of the runs they've been able to put on here in these opens and, or at least coming through in the last cup. But overall, Rocker, they get that first map win. They say, well, they're probably not going to be very happy about that. They need a series win. They need to go 1-1 on the day for the team to do it, for the team to be able to take out Convoy there, and what we had framed up to be one of those juggernaut matchups. And, well, it obviously did not disappoint whatsoever.
Wow. And in the exact same moment that we were just finishing up there, the second stream on We Are Clutch GG just finished off with Affiliate Esports surviving a map 5 over a Wobabobs and a 6-3. So that now officially means that day 1's action has come to a conclusion. Holy cannoli, are we in for one heck of a season. It feels weird. We say this literally every time we get onto these seasons. Like, this is going to be the best season of Challengers Elite yet, and we're never wrong, so we have to keep saying it, apparently. I don't know. We're just in that kind of cycle where we're just going to keep finding better matchups every single time. And, the refreshing thing about it this season is the fact that we were in for, we had TFL Enterprises. They had convincing 3-0s pretty much throughout the day. but
Yeah.
just about every single match was super tight. And why I bring that up is the kind of experiment, so to speak, of adding in 4 more teams to Challengers Elite has absolutely provided competitive integrity from top to bottom across really both regions. I couldn't be happier to see this kind of, again, reevaluation and imagination around what Challengers should be and what it is now. It's been really awesome, and boy, am I just happy to be here.
I'm just happy to be here. That pretty much sums up what I was going to dive into, right? It's just nice to be here. Great to watch these games, and great to see some of these map 5 moments kind of play out. I mean, that's what Call of Duty's all about when we talk about it and get down to it, right? So incredible stuff. We'll take a look at the standings, of course, to see how everything has shaped up throughout the day. We talked about TFL Enterprises 6-0, man. 2-0 cleanly throughout the day. They looked very flawless. Those guys will certainly be a treat to watch at some point, hopefully tomorrow. And the other one, I mean, certainly a surprise, I think, even more so. Smog Alpha, they go 2-0. A couple of map 5 wins, clutching up, icing up there in those S&Ds out.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really, really fun couple of days coming up, because looking at the schedule for tomorrow, T-Felt and Smog Alpha play each other tomorrow. The majority of that match will be caught. That will be the first slot tomorrow for North America. But again, don't sleep on this PRS Gaming and Convoy Gaming squad. I think that both of them are able to beat anybody in this group. I mean, we kind of see that by the map reflection in the win-loss category there. It's just getting over those small hurdles that currently kind of exist between them and everybody else in the pack, so to speak.
Sure.
Let's take a look over at Group B, though, to see how things have kind of shaken out over in that department. The biggest storyline, I think, is actually kind of near the bottom of this leaderboard here, with Boston Academy not winning a single map.
Yeah.
Team War, Affiliate Esports. Wait, Affiliate Esports is 2-0. We didn't get a chance to see them at all really on this side of the broadcast, but their map 5 win that they just pulled, yeah, that's right, they also beat Omit in their opening matchup. So they able to provide a bit of a surprise to what was the #1 seed coming into this group, and they're rewarded with a tie for first at the first day.
Yeah, I touched on it at the beginning too, like Affiliate Esports. I talked about Gwyn being, one of those really big star players, especially in this game. You got players like Cryptic that we saw a ton of last year that we were gassing throughout all of Vanguard, Gunzy, Wheat. I mean, just all these individuals obviously showing up on the day with a 2-0. Certainly another team that maybe I didn't, kind of predict to go 2-0. So the fact that they're doing it, I mean, maybe just shows how strong they really are, especially in a group like this. But yeah, I mean, Awoba Bobs, I think that one's going to hurt. They had 2 map 5 losses, as well here. So that's going to sting for those guys, especially kind of being one of the stronger S&D squads. Not really being able to close out those final map 5s going to hurt them. And now they need a big bounce back alongside a lot of other teams for tomorrow that are 0-2 as well. We always mention that being a critical factor throughout week 1 of the elites.
100%, and it's even more so important this time around just due to the fact that the top 4 from the group already move on. So you're essentially, if you're 0-2, you're in the position where you're kind of in those must-win scenarios going into tomorrow's action, let alone the 5th and final match that you play in week 2, day 1, where a lot can be riding on that. So recovery is needed, and I think for all those teams that are 0-2, they're looking at tomorrow saying, we have to go 2-0 tomorrow to put ourselves right onto the mix and try to find some safety before we start talking about things like playoffs. We've got 3 weeks worth of action, though, friends, but the action for tomorrow will grace us at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Time, with Europe going underway with their 3rd and 4th matches in their round-robin phase, immediately followed, of course, by North America, both right here on twitch.tv/Call of Duty Bravo, and as well on the second stream at twitch.tv/WeAreClutchGG. Really, from the bottom of my heart, hope you guys appreciated the kind of evaluation and rebuff towards the production side. Big shout out to all the guys at the backside, observers, producers, directors alike, designers that were able to help put this all together. We hope you guys enjoy the new look, the new vibe, and the new year with Modern Warfare 2. But for this evening, we must say farewell. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern for Europe. We'll catch you right back for more. Until that point, keep holding it down. Bye-bye.